Chapter 2401. His words were partly to bolster his own courage and partly to scare away the Dusk Palace Master. There was no other way. As a plain sovereign, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The moment he became a sovereign, he was deeply bound to the Black Swamp world. Therefore, many plain sovereigns, including the Worm Lord, like to study the path of duplication. It's not because they are idle, but without duplications, their true forms cannot go anywhere and are stuck in captivity in their own territory. This is why many wizards hold the path of plain sovereign in contempt. This kind of life, predictable at a glance, is too boring. And because they can't escape, many plain sovereigns face various disasters. If they can't overcome them, they await death. In a thought, Levi. The Vajra secret word appeared majestically. Mountain and sea can be moved, but my body remains unmoved. A magnificent golden gas descended like a canopy of protection around his surroundings, along with a gentle rotation of spells like the Earth Dragon Barrier and other protective force fields. Bang! Countless toxic pythons coiled around the golden barrier, emitting a rustling sound, as black fog corroded the force field endlessly. Levi calmly said, "I see your world's destruction isn't far off. Staying here is a dead end. If you sincerely submit to me, I may show you a way out. How about that?" The Blood Vortex Venerable sneered. "Do you think I would believe that?" A tempest surged in his heart. His full force attack couldn't break Levi's defense. Was the opponent really just an early stage level 8? Levi waved his hand, and a secret word of destruction was launched. In the perception of the Blood Vortex Venerable, a flame giant from ancient times swung a giant hammer, crashing down. Sparks flew, igniting the perennial poisonous fog, evaporating the swamp rapidly. The entire Black Swamp world trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't an exaggeration, the world was truly shaking. Although the core attack range of level 8 is 100 miles, the ensuing shockwaves would quickly sweep this smaller world. The Blood Vortex Venerable's 10,000-meter-long body was directly slammed into the ground, its hard surface instantly carbonized, turning to ash. A heart-wrenching pain swept over him, and before he could catch his breath, he saw numerous powerful flame divine dragons falling from the sky. Secret word of destruction and fire dragon tribulation. These are Levi's two main offensive techniques. If the enemy couldn't withstand these two moves, there was no need for him to use more measures. The Blood Vortex Venerable sprang back up, and those wounds quickly self-healed. As a vortex beast, it excelled in physique, so its self-healing ability was naturally remarkable. Levi wasn't surprised but delighted. This time, he wielded the great sword, with the power of the Death Ember Dragon entwined around it, transforming into black flame burning. Heavenly Phenomenon Deo. The great sword came down like Mount Tai, slashing continuously, each wave rising higher and larger, stacking repeatedly. Black Swamp Power. The Blood Vortex Venerable, using the power of the world, commanded the swampy black water within a radius of 1,000 miles to converge into a python stretching tens of thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, the void was corroded, with billions of poisonous insects mixed within, buzzing. Even an 8-level late stage wouldn't dare face this move head-on, die. Levi's expression didn't change, and he unleashed the strongest slash of the 108 swords, with the overwhelming sword chi seemingly about to slice the Black Swamp world like a watermelon. The sword chi clashed with the black python, changing the color of the sky and cracking the sky dome's crystal wall, unable to heal for a long time. The resulting energy collision sparked wild bolts of lightning. The Blood Vortex Venerable's internal state shifted, yet he saw the sword chi crushing through the black python, cleaving towards him. There was nowhere to hide. In an instant, he was slashed into two, his blood extinguishing the black flame of Death Ember. From each half of the body, a head grew, turning into two Blood Vortex Venerables, attacking from two directions. Duplication. Levi initiated the Nightmare Domain. A faceless black armored swordsman emerged, swinging the sword to cut one Blood Vortex Venerable in half, then, there were 3 Blood Vortex Venerable on the scene. Interesting. Levi sheathed the great sword and opened the Crimson Emperor domain, focusing on using the Fire Dragon Tribulation against the enemy. This thing was like a sponge. No matter how many pieces it was cut into, they could all become independent entities in no time. Bang, bang, bang. Levi turned into Gatling, shooting wherever there were enemies, as it was an innate spell with minimal consumption. After such a barrage for 15 minutes, the Blood Vortex Venerable couldn't take it anymore and reverted to its original form. I am a general under the Worm Lord. Killing me means going against a level 10 strongman. Levi thought everyone has a level 10 strongman behind them. If you've got the guts, try finding me in the wizard world. His attacks didn't cease, and although the Blood Vortex Venerable's physique was strong, it couldn't fully self-heal, especially since Levi was occasionally using the power of the Death Ember Dragon to prevent it from healing. Finally, the nine-colored Emperor appeared, spanning thousands of meters across the heavens and earth. With eyes closed, murmuring words, rounds of great suns emerged in 8 directions. 8 ring magic, 8 directions, fierce sun. The Blood Vortex Venerable sensed an intense crisis of life and death. 8 blazing suns, each miles in diameter, pressed in with high temperatures sweeping the area. The black swamp world was illuminated, temperatures rising rapidly, drying the swamp, turning it into magma. Bang! After the terrifying explosion, only a bloodied, weakened leech remained at the original spot, its shriveled underbelly void of any bodily fluid. Levi wasted no words, using one slot of the extreme darkness enslavement to contract it. The black swamp world was already a scene of devastation. In the grand hall, there was still a silhouette in a purple robe being held by a black phoenix. Her aura was weak, yet her clothing remained intact despite the aftershocks of the battle. Chapter 2402. Levi adjusted his breathing for a moment, healing the wounds of the Blood Vortex Venerable, who quickly became full of life. Master, do you have any orders? The Blood Vortex Venerable said respectfully. This was Levi's first time enslaving a Venerable of the Council of 10,000 Clans, which stirred his heart slightly. Perhaps allowing the Blood Vortex Venerable to maintain its identity could facilitate his infiltration into the Council of 10,000 Clans internally. With the current power of the Extreme Darkness Dragon, even a level 9 strongman might not be able to detect it. Forget it, this Blood Vortex Venerable is a plain sovereign, making it inconvenient to act, and if I don't take it away, it might soon be devoured by Nora. It's better to let it be absorbed by the ancient Banyan Fairyland, allowing mana to advance further. He took the Blood Vortex Venerable to the ancient Banyan Fairyland, where the idol Mana was playing chess with the immortal Banyan Dragon. Mana, can you absorb a level 8 plain sovereign? Like last time. Mana, upon hearing this, ended the chess game. Theoretically, yes, but since I am only at the level 7 realm, it might take a long time. How large is that plane? About a dozen ancient Banyan Fairylands. That large? With my current power, it would take at least decades, if not a century. All right, I'll keep you company here and wait. Levi looked towards the Blood Vortex Venerable. Do any strong men typically visit your black swamp world? The Blood Vortex Venerable shook its head. No, I only know the Worm Lord, but we only communicate through the Dark Temple's star seat, and it won't come in person. Levi had heard of the Dark Temple, said to be the secret trump card of the Council of 10,000 Clans, claiming to be a treasure comparable to the Dark Ancient Tower. That's the main base of the Council of 10,000 Clans, hidden somewhere unknown. The star seat can communicate with the multiverse like the Twilight Round Table, with even stronger effects. Since that's the case, Levi decided to stay in the Black Swamp world for a while, as he could cultivate anywhere, and it was even more secluded here. Levi let the Blood Vortex Venerable and Mana discuss on their own how to proceed with the plane fusion. Of course, the actual implementation would have to wait until Levi returned from the Dark Ancient Tower. The Blood Vortex Venerable extracted the leech from the body of that purple-robed woman. Levi infused it with the power of the Death Ember Dragon to heal her internal injuries. The purple-robed woman opened her eyes to see a completely unfamiliar face. Behind the black-armored swordsman in front of her, murderous aura surged, clearly emanating from a sea of corpses and blood. She trembled slightly inside. Was it you who saved me? She sensed the vast spiritual force fluctuations of Levi, realizing he must also be a spellcaster. Levi, that's right. The woman sighed slightly in relief and said in a low voice. Thank you for saving my life. Unfortunately, I'm penniless now. If you could send me back to the Grey Eagle Plain, I would reward you greatly. She guessed this person must be a ranger or mercenary wandering in the land of darkness. Having witnessed the dangers of the outside world, she dared not return home alone. You're from the Grey Eagle Plain. Levi was slightly surprised. The Grey Eagle Plain is also within the Sauron Plain but is extremely far from the wizard world. It's a spellcaster civilization that has always been a medium-sized civilization. 500 years ago, a level 10 strongman emerged from the Grey Eagle Plain, elevating it to a large civilization. In fact, the history of the Grey Eagle civilization is even older than the wizard civilization. During the ancient times of Nora, the wizard civilization actually had traces of the Grey Eagle civilization. However, with the rise of Sauron and the establishment of the Wizard Council, the wizard civilization surpassed it, now exceeding the power of the Grey Eagle world and becoming the spellcaster orthodoxy of the Sauron plane. The spellcasters of the Grey Eagle world are called ancient mages, and they originally used rings to classify levels. With the rise of the wizard civilization, they changed to classifying levels by leaf count to maintain their characteristic. 0-leaf mage, 1-leaf mage, 9-leaf saint mage, and the newly established rank, 10-leaf god mage. This civilization and the wizard civilization maintain some connections but not many. The mountains are tall, and the roads are long, making it difficult for ordinary people to communicate, aside from a few top-level strong men. Can you? The purple-robed woman asked cautiously. Levi said. I'm not interested. I saved you incidentally, not expecting any reward. Although he was interested in the Grey Eagle world, it was too far away. Even with void travel speed, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, spellcaster civilizations are largely similar, with wizards being sufficient, and there would be little to learn there. The purple-robed woman looked slightly disappointed. She suddenly thought of something and asked again. You should be from Nora, right? Could you take me back to the wizard world? I know a senior over there, a friend of my mother's, who is a big figure in your wizard world. Levi glanced at her. Back to the wizard world? In your dreams, who knows if you are up to something sinister? The purple-robed woman pouted in grievance. I'm really not a bad person, I just accidentally got sucked into a wormhole rift in the land of darkness, and now I can't return home. Levi found this woman, though at a high realm, to have the personality of a child, like a royal princess, which was interesting. He casually asked. Which big figure do you know? Let me see if I've heard of them. The purple-robed woman showed a hopeful expression. The deep blue sage, supposedly a legendary wizard. When I was very young, he even held me. Deep Blue Senior has fallen. Wait, who is your mother, to actually know a legendary wizard? Aurora Seltner. Levi recalled the name. Regarding this person, there was once a tea party where Ms. Lucy casually mentioned. Aurora is the unparalleled figure who single-handedly elevated the Grey Eagle civilization to a large civilization. The only 10-leaf god mage. Ms. Lucy said that Aurora should be the first person since ancient times in the Grey Eagle plane with the potential to lead this civilization to rise and achieve glory. Aurora is your mother. He merely cast an absolute luck as a pre-fight routine, but how did he end up encountering the offspring of such a strong figure? The problem was, this woman was almost harmed by an 8-level plane sovereign. This mother, such a big heart? Truly unqualified. If it were Elena, without 9-level bodyguards or 9-level rare treasures prepared for her child, she wouldn't be at ease letting him explore. Chapter 2403. The purple-robed woman saw that Levi's previously emotionless face finally showed some reaction, and she felt a hint of pride inside. Initially, she did not want to expose her mother's identity as an archmage. However, this wizard was unmoved by anything, and other than this move, she couldn't think of anything else. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tiffina. I'm ranked 13th in my family, so you can also call me Little 13. Levi pondered. This archmage is quite capable of having children. He sat down in front of Tiffina, plunged his long sword into the ground beside him, took out a cup of wine, and drank by himself. The fragrance was enticing, causing Tiffina to swallow her saliva unconsciously. She asked. What's your name? Levi, not gonna tell you. Tiffina's expression slightly changed, but I just told you. Levi, I didn't ask you. Your mother is an archmage, you must have a lot of life-saving treasures on you, right? With your 7-circle cultivation, returning to the Grey Eagle world, isn't that a piece of cake? Tiffina said. Actually, I don't. Mother hardly cares for us siblings. I've been wandering outside for decades, and no one has come to rescue me. I've already used my life-saving cards in various dangers. Levi frowned. Don't you have any way to contact the Grey Eagle world? Tiffina took out a feather pen. This is a communication tool made from the feathers of the male Concord heron called the echoing pen. Though it can contact across worlds, if it's too far, it loses its effectiveness. The distance from here to the Grey Eagle world might take 1,000 years of travel with my level 7 strength. Levi took the feather pen, thinking inwardly. This thing is quite good. Although not as mighty as the Twilight Round Table, it is still convenient for subordinates to use for cross-world communication near the Nora world. He handed the feather pen back to Tiffina. Where can I find these Concord herons? Tiffina was evidently surprised that Levi was interested in such things, and a bit of joy showed on her face. These are only found in my mother's extraordinary zoo. They are a romantic rank 5 bird species. Once a male and female Concord heron are together, they stay together for life. They sense, locate, and communicate using the feathers atop their heads. Even if they are separated and in different worlds, as long as it's not too far, they can find each other. In our Grey Eagle spell system, there is a heart-connecting heron feather spell created in imitation of their communication and transmission abilities. If you want, when I return home, I can ask my mother to send you a pair of Concord herons. Even with his vast knowledge, Levi was hearing about such a magical bird species for the first time. All right then, stay here for now, and once I finish my business, I can take you back to the wizard world. As for how to get to the Grey Eagle world, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Also, just to be sure, you need to swear under my sword that everything you've said is true and not fabricated. A strange big world is not worth visiting. Tiffina, okay, I'll figure it out when I get back to the wizard world, thank you. So how should I send the Concord heron to you? Levi, just keep it on your side for now. Tiffina thanked him repeatedly. Through Excalibur, Levi could be certain that what this woman said was true. Her mother was indeed friends with the Deep Blue Sage, so rescuing her was like sowing a seed of goodwill. The character of the Deep Blue Sage is undoubtedly reliable. In his view, Lady Aurora would be worth getting acquainted with as well, and when Levi's power advances further, he might pay a visit. Levi left the Blood Vortex Venerable and Tiffina in the Black Swamp world and proceeded to his next destination. Tiffina, slightly anxious, gazed at the large leech. Previously so fierce, it was now calm and somewhat cute. The Blood Vortex Venerable turned around. What are you looking at? Tiffina quickly shook her head. And nothing. 3 years later. Year 814 of the Nora calendar. Year 603 of the Blood Battle. Levi drifted in the boundless deep space. With the ability to travel the void, he could go anywhere in this vast world, depending on his will. Following the Spider King's clues, he dismantled several small worthless strongholds one after the other. The most powerful among them were merely some level 7 alien races. Those beings didn't even see who their enemy was before being obliterated by Levi with the lightning pillars of the Thunder Magic Net ability. The harvest was generally mediocre. Piece of level 7 purple crystal, 3 pieces of level 6, and more than 10 pieces of level 5. However, even mosquito meat is still meat. Purple crystals above level 6 are decent materials for constructing wizard towers or star castles. Because of his covert actions and thunderous execution, the Council of 10,000 Clans had no idea who was behind it, let alone tracking him down. Today, he planned to visit the last stronghold. There, an 8-level purple crystal clan member was stationed. Passing through an asteroid field, there seemed to be firelights breaking out in the darkness. Is someone fighting? Levi concealed himself and quietly sneaked over. Liberator Baghdad, you have truly been hard for us to find. We provided you with such a perfect homeland, yet you refuse to appreciate it and instead seek your own demise. A shimmering rainbow ethereal appeared from the void, its magnificent void blade shooting towards the burly man ahead. The burly man radiated the aura of a level 6 late stage, with a vague yet majestic Emperor's phantom appearing behind him. You deceived us, C-Clan, brought ruin to our homes, drove us from our ancestral land. Made us your lab rats, yet you still claim it was for our benefit. Chapter 2404. The Void Spirit Clan in front is of level 7 strength, Baghdad is simply not its opponent, barely holding on with the power of the sea aristocrat awakened from its bloodline. Humph! It was the wizards who destroyed your sea clan, not us. Bah! You're all no good. Killing intent permeated Baghdad, a phantom of a sturgeon spanning 1,000 meters appeared behind and surged through the waves, shining with blue waves in the darkness. Boom! You've got some tricks, but they're futile. Surrender, I don't want to kill you, don't force me to strike violently. Just as the Void Spirit Clan finished speaking, it suddenly exploded, and a purple lightning pillar descended abruptly, turning it to ashes. A 7-colored treasure pearl floated in the void. A true soul hurriedly flew out and crashed into a web in the darkness. Leon, already at level 7 peak, collected the true soul. These have to be recorded onto discs to investigate the details and clues of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Speaking of which, Leon unknowingly is about to advance to level 8. Having come this far, Levi has seen many prodigies, but the only one who could barely keep up with his realm advancement was that little insect Leon. Baghdad's expression changed. Such a powerful level 7 Void Spirit clan was annihilated by a lightning pillar? Could it be doing too many bad deeds and getting divine retribution? Baghdad, long time no see. Ripples appeared in the void, Levi's figure emerged. Baghdad's eyes were complex, evidently not expecting to encounter Levi here. After hundreds of years, the master is still in that same black armored swordsman attire, with no change, so simple. His strength is earth-shatteringly powerful, invisibly annihilating level 7, making Baghdad feel as if dreaming. Master. Master and servant meet, especially in a foreign transcendence realm, emotions are indescribable. Other Sea clan on the ship looked at Baghdad, eyes vacant, clearly unable to understand the situation. Let's go, let's leave here first. Levi checked the Sea clan thoroughly. Discovered some of the Sea clan had been marked with tracking marks. He immediately erased these marks and then had this group of Sea clans swear on Excalibur. Finally, he stored them in the Black Soul Demon Tower, planning what to do next. Baghdad had lingering fears, no wonder the enemy could track him down, there was a hidden hand after all. For so many years, even growing to this extent, the master is still so meticulous. The genuine master indeed. Black Soul Demon Tower. Baghdad spent most of the day briefly explaining his experiences over the years to Levi. Levi asked. What are your future plans? Baghdad said. Master, I want to return to the wizard world, but I know it's hard for the Sea clan to go back. After all, the former leader colluded with the Council of 10,000 Clans, it's a fact. Although most ordinary Sea clans still don't know what happened. Levi said. Returning to the wizard world is indeed troublesome, but not impossible. I can communicate with the high echelon of the Wizard Council. Nowadays during blood battles, it's different. Previously, the Sea clan retreated from Nora, though many Sea clans were not within the clan, hence did not leave Nora. These Sea clans were only monitored later. The Wizard Council did not go for extermination, or collective punishment. The high echelon of the council also knows that ordinary Sea clan are merely pawns, manipulated by others. The Sea clan itself is an excellent race, capable of producing level 9 sea gods and so many powerful emperors, it's evidence. Especially for body refining wizards, the Sea clan bloodline is the most easily obtained and suitable for body refinement, good quality and cheap. Now with the establishment of the Body Refining Academy, we need more mixed blood Sea clan wizard seedlings. Considering these factors altogether, protecting this group of Sea clan is not difficult. Baghdad was silent for a moment. Master, please lead us back to Nora. Okay. Levi plans to return to the wizard world and directly request Black Abyss Sovereign to keep this group of Sea clan. If they can be settled on ancient Dragon Continent, all the better. Logically, this matter should be under the Alien Affairs Administration. However, that Golden Walker has a discord with me. Although Levi is not afraid of him, he doesn't want much dealings with this person either, it's a waste of time. Flora World. What's going on? Several strongholds have been lost continuously. Have the culprits been found? A purple crystal race member, 3 meters tall, emitting purple fluorescent light, looked displeased. Yoda Venerable, not yet, the culprit's strength is too formidable, possibly a level 9 expert. When we rushed there, the scene was already scorched earth. Using a rare treasure to retrospect the scene yielded nothing, only seeing a heaven-destroying purple lightning pillar descending. How could there be level 9? Not sure. It might be the wizards dispatching experts to retaliate against us, or powerful beings from other alien races we've offended before. Venerable, this matter should be reported to the high echelon. The enemy's strength has already exceeded our capabilities. I worry that the culprits have already grasped the stronghold's location in this area. Even here, it might be attacked. You think this Venerable can't defeat those culprits, eh? You want to flee, hurry and scram. Your subordinate expresses no such meaning. The purple crystal race is the strongest tribe. Luo Shan Venerable was filled with killing intent internally. It hated these kinds that hide and avoid direct confrontation in battle most. Report. The emissary of the Void Spirit clan has fallen, its last message said it found the whereabouts of those fleeing Sea clan. An alien race's member hurriedly ran in. Now within the area governed by Luo Shan Venerable, the members of the Council of 10,000 Clans were panicked. A spectre mastering thunder wandered around, silently taking everyone's lives. Chapter 2405. Luo Shan Venerable stood up with a snap. The Sea clan ran away again. Venerable, this must be related to the culprit causing havoc in the Flora realm recently. A realm usually refers to a cluster of adjacent planes, ranging from a dozen to hundreds. It is typically centered around a larger medium or large world. This is a term used by the Council of 10,000 Clans or some alien races for managing their subordinate forces. The realm where Luo Shan is located is the Flora realm, centered around the Flora world. Luo Shan is the supervisor here, in charge of all the matters big and small, and emissaries and walkers within the realm must obey its commands. The Wizard Council over there does not have the concept of realms. Across the world, it's all part of the Sauron plane. Broadcast this matter on the organization's public channel. If there are any hidden ones in our Flora realm, they can investigate the matter conveniently. Besides, conduct a thorough self-examination at all strongholds. Surely someone has been parasitized or controlled by special means, leaking our traces. Luo Shan Venerable was somewhat panicked. The enemy seemed to come prepared, and he could only wait passively now. Rumble. A purple lightning pillar of destruction fell from the sky, reaching across heaven and earth, engulfing Rhoda in an instant. Crackle. In the purple sea of thunder, Rhoda's somewhat embarrassing figure suddenly flew out, his gaze looking in all directions. As a level 8 early-stage amethyst race, with unparalleled defense and strong elemental resistance, he was naturally unharmed, suffering only some superficial wounds. However, other alien races in the stronghold were immediately heavily injured or killed. Where is that coward hiding, only daring to lurk around? Come out if you have the guts and face me in an honorable duel. Luo Shan roared, his fists like shadows, flying in all directions, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Bam! A fist shadow tore through the void, revealing the black-armored swordsman's body. He seemed calm, gripping a great sword in one hand, slung over his shoulder. Luo Shan's expression changed. Dusk Palace Master. These 4 words were like thunder in the ears of most venerables in the Council of 10,000 Clans because the person's fame was simply too great. So it's you. Die for me. Luo Shan's amethyst light spread, raising his hand to tear up a stretch of crust hundreds of miles wide, slamming it toward Levi like a massive tile brick, extremely ferocious. Levi casually struck with a sword, shattering the crust. It's Dusk Palace Master, run quickly. Run. Seeing Levi, those members of the Council of 10,000 Clans on the ground, except for some fearless flat-headed amethyst race members, mostly fled. Levi waved his hand, and tens of thousands of Shadow Dragon group turned into streams of light joining the battlefield. The 9-colored Emperor burst into the scene, chanting mysterious words, making the Shadow Army even more formidable with the Shadow Wind and Leonardo's sound barrier. And outside the Flora world, Lopez, Red King, Black Phoenix and Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, the 4 generals, had already sealed off the surroundings, with an overwhelming undead army filling the area. This time, blood would flow like rivers. The battle between Levi and Luo Shan moved from the mountains to the sky, then to the ocean, altering landscapes as they went, true terrain destroyers. Eventually, under Levi's deliberate guidance, they fought to the land of darkness. The benefit of fighting the Amethyst race was that the Amethyst race never considered running away. Luo Shan swelled into a 1,000-meter-tall purple giant, with surging purple chi energy within capable of shredding the surrounding void into a disorderly space. Levi needed an Amethyst race to test his hexagon body panel, so he did not use spells nor employ secret word, a massive killer move. After half a day, except for Luo Shan, the other members of the stronghold were all killed or captured by the Shadow Dragon group. Luo Shan panted like a bull, looking at the unchanged expression of the Dusk Palace Master. Strength, defense, physique, speed, endurance, perception, an all-round attribute suppression. Relying on simple and unadorned combat skills, he was invincible. Up till now, the opponent, as a wizard, didn't even use a spell. Even the wizard form only aided in raid formation. It was absolute confidence in his own strength. For Luo Shan, who prided himself as the strongest ancestor, it was a great insult. Even all out, he hadn't made the opponent take him seriously. Lopez, Black Phoenix and others watching from the sidelines felt a bit sorry for Luo Shan, although they didn't know why. He was fighting so earnestly, knowing he lost but refused to retreat. Unfortunately, it was all in vain against Levi. The rate of causing injuries wasn't even as fast as Levi's self-healing. Luo Shan's fighting spirit grew even stronger, with violent purple energy rolling in all directions, even causing Black Phoenix far away to stagger. Levi came like a sharp blade, thrusting forward. Luo Shan's body began to burn, the aura constantly climbing, about to reach level 8 middle stage. Clearly, he was ascending. Holy Spirit skill, 9-headed evil phoenix. Levi was not shocked but delighted. The Holy Spirit skill is the ultimate secret technique only mastered by geniuses among the amethyst race, indicating that Luo Shan's amethyst quality was also higher. Dragon Elephant Path. Activate. Levi compounded his sword momentum, unleashing 108 swords in an instant, forming the strongest one. Luo Shan spread his arms, growing 9 heads that continuously extended, transforming into a wingspanning 1,000-meter 9-headed evil phoenix in the purple light. If you don't get serious, this blow will definitely take your life. Just try it. Rumble. In the clash of titans, explosion like a supernova erupted, shockwaves visible to the naked eye spreading out. The void within 100 miles seemed like the Arctic ice surface shattered by an icebreaker, a mess. Chapter 2406. Still not working. Luo Shan murmured as the form of the 9-headed evil phoenix slowly faded. It saw the golden barrier around Levi shatter inch by inch, revealing an unscathed body. The scorching crimson dragon slash pierced through its chest, shredding its purple heart. The evil phoenix deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to Luo Shan's form. It stared at Levi, with a face of unwillingness, confusion, and despair. Not long after, Luo Shan's aura dissipated, and died. As a level 8 member of the amethyst race, it never expected to lose so disgracefully. Even to its death, it didn't uncover the true strength of the Dusk Palace Master. A giant piece of purple crystal floated, the refracted amethyst light illuminating the land of darkness, showcasing its extraordinary quality. A pile of assorted rare ores scattered into the void, Levi even spotted some level 8 metal. This is the amethyst race. Killing one means getting a whole mine for free. How could Levi not love it? After cleaning the battlefield and inspecting the captives, he then sealed them in the Black Soul Demon Tower. He looked at the constantly warning fool rune in his mind. He could faintly make out a 6-armed figure with an unclear face hurrying through the land of darkness. The ascension of the Nightmare Dragon made his danger perception even more acute. In this way, unless the enemy had special means, his safety was more assured. Level 9 is coming, time to go. Utilizing the ability of traveling the void, he left the Flora realm, heading back to the Black Swamp world. A few days later. Flora world. A green-skinned alien race, with dual horns on its head and 6 arms on its back, towering around 10,000 meters, approached, its aura causing the surrounding void to tremble uncontrollably. It was Green Ghost Hicks. A powerful hidden one from the Council of 10,000 Clans, a level 9 expert, originally of the King Gluo clan. It explored the stronghold of Flora World before flying out with a heavy face. Not a single one survived. Based on some messages from the deceased before dying, the perpetrator was the Dusk Palace Master, which left the green-skinned alien somewhat puzzled. How could the perpetrator be him? The distance to Nora is so great, even for me, it would take many years to reach. According to the intelligence, the Dusk Palace Master was still in Nora a few years ago. A projection appeared before Green Ghost. Hicks, how are things on your side? The projection was a silhouette, faintly showing a female shape, with towering chest and a well-proportioned body, presumably of great physique. Her hair, however, slithered like poisonous snakes, reminiscent of the legendary Medusa. This was the Snake Mother, also a level 9 expert. They're all dead. I arrived too late, the Dusk Palace Master has long since fled somewhere else. The Snake Mother said. With his level 8 strength, it should be impossible for him to appear in the Flora realm so quickly, unless he's mastered some shortcut. Green Ghost said. Shortcut? Do you mean traveling through the Star Realm Ruin Sea? Snake Mother said. Yes. Green Ghost pondered. That's troublesome, I haven't mastered such an ability. Only some special beings or level 10 strong men can master methods of traveling through the Sea of Ruins. Snake Mother said. If this person cannot be strangled early, allowing him to grow would be a future problem. Green Ghost sighed. While that's true, wanting to strangle him is easier said than done. Does the Snake Mother have any strategies? The Snake Mother shrugged. I don't have any either. It's still better to let those few worry about it. The main force to destroy Wizard World isn't us, but the Abyss. From my perspective, preserving one's strength for now is the way. Green Ghost chuckled meaningfully. Seems like Snake Mother has already found a backup plan. In some distant realm, deep in the vast space, an immeasurable giant snake closed its eyes. The Snake Mother ended the projection with Green Ghost. In its coiled body, there seemed to be 8 other snake heads resting. This is a 9-headed prison snake. 2 years later. Nora calendar year 816. Blood battle year 605. Levi returned to the Black Swamp world. Before Mana refines this plane, he planned to use it as his hideout, with the Blood Vortex Venerable as its public master. The battle with Luo Shan allowed him to have a deeper understanding of his strength. Luo Shan, being the strongest of the Amethyst race and a genius in mastering the Holy Spirit skill, though just at level 8 early stage, his true combat power shouldn't be much weaker than level 8 late stage. And such an enemy was not Levi's match. To put it accurately, simply relying on body and combat technique, Levi could beat him. If combining with wizard methods, bloodline secret words, etc., even the level 8 peak wouldn't be Levi's opponent. In a word, although still at level 8 early stage, he was already unrivaled below level 9, truly making life as lonely as snow. The hateful thing was that level 9 and level 8 were a sky chasm, making Levi fall into the awkward situation he faced during the 5-ring period, where he was impressively powerful but could only bully those of the same realm. When encountering level 9, he still had to run away. Not like during level 7, where he could easily defeat level 8. I'm only at the early stage of level 8, there's still plenty of room for improvement. Once I achieve 8-ring perfection and combine it with level 8 peak mid-level knight status, I might be able to fight level 9 experts. Oh right, I also have an array. The 10 Directions Absolute Prison Heavenly Dragon formation is merely a 7-ring formation, it's fine for dealing with level 8, but it's a joke against level 9, which also needs upgrading. 18 Layers of Hell Plan, begin. A long time ago, Levi wanted to create an ultimate array encompassing all existing sects today, comprising 18 modules. First, the 7 elements. Second, darkness, shadow, death, poison, blood, the 5 great negative energies. Chapter 2407. Thirdly, dreamscape, light, space, time, elemental magnetism. The aforementioned 17 modules ultimately integrate into the chaos formation capable of destroying heaven and earth, and slaying gods. Of course, the specific refinement will be left to Victor and Holy Infant. Levi mainly provides concepts, materials, and oversees the matter. In this way, this 18 layers of hell array is the truly perfect grand array. Even after upgrading beyond the 9th circle, the legendary can still use it. Before I advance to the 9th circle, creating these 3 trump cards 18 layers of hell, Giant Dragon Corpse Demon, Eternal Star Abyss might allow me to achieve the unprecedented feat of personal god slaying. Demigods are also gods. There's still 1 year until the Dark Ancient Tower opens, Levi won't be going anywhere in the meantime. Over the years, he's dismantled numerous strongholds, including an experimental base for the destructive mage project presided over by a level 8 amethyst race. Going back and submitting those captives as evidence should earn me some rewards from the Wizard Council. Inside the amethyst race, Levi also found over a dozen undigested level 6 ores, 5 level 7 ores, and 2 level 8 ores. These are excellent materials for refining the Wizard Tower. And that piece of level 8 purple crystal is a giant purple crystal with a diameter of over 10 meters, Levi splits half off, to let Holy Infant and the others use for weapon refinement. The remaining half will be used for refining the Wizard Tower. With such top-grade materials, the power and sturdiness of the Wizard Tower need not be worried about. This battle also yielded a total of 14 rare treasures, from which Levi wiped away the restriction mark, and will later place them in the Ancient Dragon Continent for organization members to exchange. Additionally, there are some inconsequential oddities, ranging from Earth to Morning Star level, totaling 13 items. Wizards are not the only ones who can refine oddities, numerous spellcasters and alien races can also refine them. The storage ring provided by the Spider King is also quite fruitful, with piles of ores above level 6 all obtained through plundering. Rare treasures, and 7 types of oddities. A considerable amount of precious medicinal herbs and such, too. Moreover, a pile of broken wizard tools picked up from who knows where, all fed to the Sword of Victory, accelerating the nurturing of the king's sword oddity. Going out brings 17 rare treasures and 20 oddities, this harvest rivals that of the ancient tower. It truly proves one shouldn't become too reclusive. Luck shows its hand on journeys, expecting dumplings to fall from the sky while idling at home is futile. Levi stored these gains away, expecting to assess their utility upon returning to the ancient dragon continent. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by a box emitting golden light in the corner. Upon opening it, a majestic golden feather lay inside, radiating a 9th level aura. This feather looks familiar. Recalling 400 years ago, Levi once, during his travels in the void, encountered a strolling giant eagle, whose feather drifted down as it flew by. Though Levi desired it, he dared not retrieve it. Little did he expect Spider King to eventually pick it up. The feather seems to linger with me. Forget it, I'll accept it, this feather evidently belongs to me. Levi sighed, sealing the feather within a specially crafted ancient book, embedding it within. Besides this muse feather, the layer secretly housed a blood-red feather, obtained from hunting blood angel aliens long ago, an elite feather from a level 9 blood angel, a true demigod relic. Fearing issues, he kept it submerged around the seabed of the ancient dragon continent. Not long ago, upon ascending to level 8, he retrieved it. If these two legendary materials are properly utilized, they might refine into a remarkable wizard tool. I'll ponder their use on return. Having tallied his spoils, Levi practiced quietly in the Black Swamp world, anticipating the netherworld market's opening. Time passed swiftly, and a year ticked by. In the secluded place, amidst Levi's breaths, golden light danced. He opened his eyes, unveiling the proficiency panel. The brilliant golden dragon armor and crimson emperor dragon breathing technique are nearing level 8 mid-stage. They've both advanced to level 8 for 180 years, but the progression feels sluggish. Seeking level 8 dragon clan must be prioritized in the agenda, coinciding with exploring the 8th floor of the ancient tower. Based on his gathered 8-layer intelligence, the 8th floor resembles a vast, primeval barren land teeming with powerful transcendent creatures, black beasts rampaging. It might be his opportunity. Furthermore, the heavenly world harbors many formidable dragon clan creatures. However, many are giant beast totems within barbarian tribes, inconvenient to bring back. Barbarian tribes are allies to the Wizard Alliance, stealing is out, trading, nonetheless, poses no issue. The Divine Light Knights ventures over their significantly established trust within the barbarian tribes. The second phase plan may commence, exchanging resources from the ancient dragon continent for their bloodline essence. A year later. Year 817 in Nora. 300 years have passed since the Purgatory Demon Sword ascended to the Seven Circle. Levi's second brother is steadily advancing, laying firm foundations, recently advancing into the Seven Rings Senior Realm. The Demon Fox Tribe and Ghost Elephant Department subtly collaborate, establishing firm footing on the 8th floor, founding the new city Black King City. The nominal city lord of Black King City is the Ghost Elephant Master, but its true authority lies with the Purgatory Demon Sword. Nearby fragmented demon tribes flock to join, snowballing their growth. The 8th floor's situation is somewhat unique, it's the gateway to Hell's ultimate dungeon. Its vastness surpasses the combined areas of the previous 7 floors. Chapter 2408. Half of the 72 pillars have their own agent forces or devil tribes, or undead forces, in the 8th level. In essence, the structure of Hell is similar to the wizard civilization, as due to certain special reasons, strong men above level 9 cannot casually descend, and can only acquire resources in this way. Behind the Demon Elephant tribe is the sky-supporting Giant Elephant, and the Demon Fox tribe has the Master of the Demon Fox. However, these two are not among the front ranks in the 72 pillars, so the Demon Fox tribe and the Ghost Elephant department can only mingle on the 7th level. In recent years, under the secret patronage of Levi and the Purgatory Demon Sword, the two major tribes have grown stronger, acquired more resources, and slightly increased offerings to their ancestors. The remainder flows into Levi's hands. In the early days of wizard civilization, Hell as a dark force oppressed this emerging civilization greatly. Levi's actions can be seen as bringing glory to wizards, a meritorious act. Of course, the rise of new powers inevitably shakes the cake of old forces. Along the way, the Purgatory Demon Sword has encountered numerous challenges, which are not for outsiders to know. Council Hall. After listening to his second brother recount hardships, Levi praised and affirmed his diligent work over the years, yet he also gave prepared oddities and spell knowledge as a reward. "Thank you, big brother. The purgatory demon sword accepted his brother's gesture, and the demon fox main mother refilled a cup of hot tea for his brother. Although the forces on the 8th level are intricate, as long as we don't provoke the 5 major top tribes, with our strength, we can still get by. Hell's 72 pillars, the top 7 are all level 10 strong men, yet the first pillar king of Hell and the second pillar radiant prison dragon king Ba have no forces, thus its 6 major tribes. The remaining Revenge Idelus, Nubios, Lord of the Underworld Hounds, Fertile Sheep Mother Numlet, Beast Lord Baimong, Death Knight Yalon have agent forces in the 8th level. Among them, Death Knight is unique, it's the only undead enlightened one among the 7 pillars, others are demons or innately powerful mythical creatures. It's said that the Death Knight rides upon a legendary purgatory heavenly horse, wherever it passes, death follows like pursuing shadows, all beings retreat. By the way, Big Brother, I found out about Mr. Lostheart whom you asked me to inquire about. He is a friend of the Death Knight, supposedly a lich of Grand Wizard level hiding in hell, sheltering many homeless undead. Though the devils disdain it, they dare not provoke. He should be an agent planted by the Wizard Council in hell to facilitate communication with hell's high levels, whereas you are an individual of interest to the Wizard Council, thus wanting to communicate with you. Levi nodded. I see. After reaching the 9th circle, it might be possible to visit once or twice, for now, forget it. The temperament of liches is unstable, some wizards become liches only to become crazy liches, and he doesn't trust a lich's character. Before departing, Levi looked at the demon fox main mother and the 3 sisters, as well as the ghost elephant master. You have taken care of my second brother tirelessly over the years, once my brother's grand wish is fulfilled, your 2 tribes will surely benefit. The demon fox main mother laughed. Thank you, Master, actually, we also enjoy it. The Master of the Demon Fox is also very satisfied with my work over the years, and rewarded me with some benefits. Within a century, I can advance to level 8 mid-stage. The 3 sisters thanked Levi for his blank check, their strength is also slowly improving, not completely stagnant. As for the Ghost Elephant Master, its cultivation wasn't delayed, and now it's at level 8 mid-stage strength. The Demon Elephant tribe is an ally of the Demon Fox tribe, but such benefits as the stove isn't likely to fall upon them. Levi took 20 billion joss paper from his second brother's side, and more than 40 soul stones. Other materials are also abundant, no need for more words. The Nether River rolls on. On a mast sailboat, Digao arrived as promised. Costing 12 billion joss paper, Levi also secured a pound of dead soil. Afterward, he bought some local specialties from Hell or Netherworld. Finally, he took 100,000 blind boxes, happily ending the procurement. Levi sat down cross-legged beside Digao. Thanks. You're welcome, just fair trade. By the way, the next Netherworld market is a millennial grand market, there surely will be legendary level treasures coming out, make sure you prepare plenty of money then. Digao casually hinted to Levi. May I ask, what are they? Digao, items for extending lifespan. Levi's heart was stirred. Legendary level items that extend lifespan, placed on par with the Turtle King fruit. Given the current financial power of the Demon Fox tribe and Ghost Elephant department, attempting to win them seems unlikely, as they still need to tribute to the 72 pillars, otherwise, suspicion might arise from above. Never mind, let fate decide. Anyway, my lifespan is sufficient, and 100 flowers is not a problem either. Such treasures would surely cause grand wizards, even legendary wizards in the wizard world, to exchange glorious sun-grade oddities for them, creating a stir. Chatting with Digao until the Netherworld market ended, their conversation ranged far and wide, truly feeling like genuine good friends. Watching the mast sail away, Levi departed from Hell, looking forward to the next Netherworld market. Dark Ancient Tower. 5th level. Once the Wind Spirit Tower, it has now developed into the largest spellcaster academy among humans. The 4 major factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water each birthed a supreme archmage, presiding over operations, guarding humans. Levi, imitating experiences in the 7th level, vigorously promoted Wizard or Path of Knights among humans, achieving considerable results. Even without Levi's shelter, humans on the 5th level now have self-defense capabilities against black beasts or alien races, ending a history of darkness. The Supreme Archmages, seeing Levi's arrival, appeared joyous, and after reporting their work, nervously asked. Heavenly Venerate, how is Kidman's situation outside? Levi said. He's currently at level 6 peak, with good luck, he might step into level 7. He showed Kidman's recorded projection to them, making those supreme archmages envious. You guys work hard, if within your lifetimes you reach late stage level 6, I can take you out and show you a broader world. Originally, those supreme archmages were a bit uneasy, now they were completely relieved. In the past century, he didn't find children of the elements, thus taking 8 individuals with special talents and double affinity to proceed to the 7th level. The 6th level has few humans, exceptionally dispersed, without forming systematic spell-casting organizations, making spreading teachings exceedingly challenging, and given the urgency of time, Levi temporarily dismissed it. Chapter 2409. Ancient Tower 7th Floor. St. Roland Continent. Apocalypse Year 300 in Runeland. A century has passed since the ultimate saint pulled out the divine pillar. Humans living in the Apocalypse Year are fortunate, they exist in an era creating myths. The ultimate saint's brilliance spreads across the 3 realms and 4 lands, and even alien races are drawn in. The deeds of the ultimate saint are included in various books and novels, passed down from generation to generation. Even the street children have heard of the name of the ultimate saint, though no one really knows his true name. Unfortunately, I don't follow the path of godhood, otherwise, concocting a pretentious doctrine might even lead me to deityhood in the future. Levi thought sarcastically. Of course, becoming a deity is impossible. The principle of the ultimate saint isn't about making everyone worship and believe in him. Instead, everyone should pursue their own path like a wizard, chasing the truth that can never be touched. It has been 1,000 years since the dark ancient tower first closed, and 9,000 years remain until the next major opening. Unconsciously, Levi has left many traces of his own in the ancient tower. Later visitors can discover him through these clues with keen eyes. Thus, they might guess that the Supreme Knight holds the secret of sneaking into the dark ancient tower. However, the problem is negligible. In 9,000 years, Levi will have only 2 outcomes. 1. He dies. 2. He becomes the legendary wizard, or even stronger. No matter the situation, the opinions of future generations won't matter to Levi. As long as one is strong enough, others will think everything you do is justified. Even if mistakes are made, there will be those who defend you. Saint Council. The saints report their work to Levi excitedly. In the past century, 3 new saints were added, and 2 fell. Currently, there are a total of 24 seats. The 2 who fell also died peacefully of old age, not due to alien races or black beasts. The number of students and teachers at Grey White Academy increased by 24% compared to the previous century. The wizard population is continually expanding. In the future, level 6 saints should experience a stable growth until saturation, achieving balance. The number of level 6 individuals a world can accommodate is limited without external expansion. Don't be fooled by the ancient dragon continent's increase in level 6 experts over a millennium, those came from Levi exchanging resources from other realms. If it were still that tiny land, even a few level 6 would be commendable. The vastness of the 7th floor rivals a large world. Without considering the alien races of the 3 realms and 4 lands, Levi estimates the upper limit of level 6 experts to be in the hundreds. In terms of diplomacy, the legacy of the ultimate saint remains strong, the 3 realms and 4 lands still comply obediently and haven't caused any trouble. A saint has emerged in Runeland, and an emissary is sent with gifts to congratulate. Additionally, rune masters themselves are constantly transforming towards the orthodox wizard route. The outdated rune path has been abandoned by the youth in the new era, everyone refers to themselves as wizards. The black beast tides of the giant beast restricted area have been cleared several times, making it difficult to form large-scale disasters in Runeland. The 5 beasts healthcare method is now almost universal, giving rise to a group of mortal knights capable of combating weak black beasts. The formation period of this breathing technique is very short, in 100 years, some with extraordinary talent have already achieved mastery several times. Levi takes out a book. This is the 6th version of my latest nourishing life method research, which I call 6 Forms No God Method. On the foundation of the original 5 beasts, the form of insect has been added, making it more complete. You can arrange people to popularize it. The previous 5 beasts healthcare method is completely fine and can still be cultivated normally. This is the combat technique corresponding to the 6th version of the nourishing life method, named 6 Beasts Divine Intent Fist. Mastering these 2 should yield strength close to the mortal maximum. Over the years, Levi has continued to research non-bloodline breathing techniques more suitable for universal dissemination, achieving some trivial results. His goal is simple: allow humans to endlessly optimize and improve their bodies. Not seeking innate transcendence, but ensuring each generation is stronger than the last. Perhaps in a distant future, after truly breaking free from the shackles of the bloodline breathing technique and creating a new physical cultivation system, humans can begin their own era of universal high martial arts. Paired with the mechanical school's mechanical ascension path. To embark on an era where everyone is like a dragon, a true golden age. The Flame Wolf Saint solemnly accepts the new cultivation method. No problem, we will definitely accomplish it. Levi says. You have already reached the maximum of level 7, are you ready for the advancement to level 8? The Flame Wolf Saint. Ready. Levi asks. Do you have the breakthrough potion as well? The Flame Wolf Saint nods. This surprises Levi somewhat. Unbeknownst to him, the Flame Wolf Saint, during his youth, traveled through Runeland and accidentally fell into an underground world, discovering the fall site of a former king's right saint, gaining some opportunities. Everyone has their destiny and unique stories. Many have their fortunes and luck to reach their current realm step by step. Levi says. Good, keep it up. With your long-term accumulation and preparation, advancing to level 8 shouldn't be an issue. If you're ready, you can start during this period, I can also protect you to some extent. Listening to the words of the ultimate saint, the Flame Wolf Saint and the saints present all felt warmth in their hearts. He is so warm. Simply a great father. In this age, where can you find a leader willing to personally protect his subordinates? Chapter 2410. The Flame Wolf Saint said with trepidation. Lord, I think we should begin within 3 days to avoid wasting your time. Levi, no rush. Ascending to level 8 does not require tribulation, generally not life-threatening, but you never know for sure. If the Flame Wolf Saint has bad luck, Levi can also make him a heroic spirit, to live another life. 3 days later. Above the Grey-White Academy. The power of the fire element formed fiery clouds, dyed layer by layer, with red glow spreading across the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. High in the sky, the Flame Wolf Saint opened his eyes, and the aura of level 8 swept across. The Water Dragon Saint, leading a group of saints, came to congratulate, their eyes filled with envy. Congratulations, congratulations! Ha ha ha, besides the heavenly venerate, our humans now have another king's right saint, lifting our spirits, and making those alien races even more cautious. Indeed, the last time there was a king's right saint was 10,000 years ago. The Flame Wolf Saint retracted his aura. Thanks to all of you, I couldn't have reached today without the nurturing of the ultimate saint. Having reached this realm, he could more profoundly understand how terrifying it was for the ultimate saint to intimidate the 3 realms and 4 lands with his power alone. Levi said. Today is a celebration, let's all relax. Combining kindness with authority. He distributed the Flying Immortal platform wine to the saints. Let them have a taste. After tasting, the saints were full of praise, marveling that such wine should only exist in the heavens. The banquet ended. Led by the Water Dragon Saint, Levi toured the expanded Sea Beast Park. In the past century, the work of the Sea Beast Park has been particularly smooth, with extraordinary luck, capturing 4 sub-dragons and 23 mixed-blood dragons. Their strength ranged from level 1 to level 7. Among other rare creatures, there were more than 30 species, with over 100 individuals. Levi took some of them and kept them in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Not mentioning the mixed-blood dragons, the sub-dragons were Male Fire Dragon, Black Water Lizard Dragon, 6-Whiskered Thunder Dragon Catfish, Green-Eyed Falcon Dragon. Male Fire Dragon is a scientific name, not actually a male fire dragon, its lineage closest to the Crimson Fire Dragon, originating from the ancient Red Dragon. This dragon's appearance is similar to a fire-breathing dragon, belonging to the most classic style of giant dragons. The one captured by the Academy is male, already in its late years, with level 7 strength. Levi glanced at it, its lifespan only had 300 years left. Must hasten to pair it with a Crimson Fire Dragon, lay a clutch of dragon eggs, then enjoy its later years. Even as an elderly dragon, it remains strong and healthy, not unable to reproduce like a mortal rookie. The Black Lotus beast has not yet reached complete body, not interested in reproduction, relying on this young fellow is not feasible. The Black Water Lizard Dragon is female, with level 6 late-stage strength. It, along with the level 7 four-legged snake that Levi captured in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, are subspecies of the same legendary dragon clan. Dragon King Li, the matchmaker, thinks they can make a pair. The six-whiskered thunder dragon catfish is a very strong thunder subspecies dragon, resembling a catfish, has 6 whiskers, and its body is covered with purple scales. It has the bloodline of the Thunder King dragon and is closely related to the wild electric dragon eel, and is a mother dragon. Together. The thunder dragon catfish and the wild electric dragon eel together, it's a fortunate match for that lad. As the complete form of the thunder dragon catfish is the 10-whiskered thunder dragon catfish, with level 8 strength, while the complete form of the wild electric dragon eel is only level 7. Lastly, the green-eyed falcon dragon is an extremely rare bird-like sub-dragon species. It has a long, slightly hooked dragon head, its dragon mouth resembles a bird's beak, with its body covered in blue feathers, looking similar to an eagle or falcon. The complete form is level 6, currently only at late stage level 5. Levi counted and found that there are already 35 sky dragon generals in the ancient Banyan fairyland, one more to complete the setup. In the future, new divisions would need to be created. This is easy, later establishing the 8 dragon guards, directly under the Dragon King, serving as bodyguards, with a name as impressive as the Heaven and Earth Dragon Generals. The Dragon Guards, based on elemental attributes, mainly divided into 8 departments. Mountain Department, Flame Department, Wind Department, Water Department, Frost Department, Thunder Department, Gold Department, and an all-inclusive Dark Department for Negative Energy and Nightmare Dragon Clan. No matter the strength of this group of dragons, this organization sounds like it's controlled by a mastermind boss behind the scenes. Those in the know understand this is Levi's way of comforting and entertaining the Dragon Clan. Unaware of the truth, the 8 Dragon Guards, terrifying indeed. Levi looked through his Mandarin Duck list, unwittingly having resolved many of the marriage matters of Dragon Palace members. The 3 Earthquake Dragon Brothers, 4-eyed Shrimp Dragon, Wild Electric Dragon Eel, Fire-breathing Dragon, 4-legged Snake, Snake King Dragon, these early sub-dragons have all found partners, and the 3 brothers are even expecting offspring. Recently, Levi conducted a routine check on the female dragons in the fairyland and found the belly of the female Earthquake Dragon slightly bulging, with 2 dragon egg embryos developing inside, not knowing which brother is the father. But it doesn't matter, they're all family. The incubation period for dragon eggs is quite long. Once they hatch, a bloodline closeness test will reveal the parentage. Levi instructed on a few matters, obtaining the treasures collected over the past century from the Flame Wolf Saint. Along with the 12 wizard seedlings, including 1 earth element child, born in the past century, Levi left. He went to the ice realm among the 3 realms and 4 lands to visit the White King and told it the true identity of its brother, the Red King. The White King was both amused and astounded to learn its brother was actually the Calamity Fire Demon Ape, such a magical creature. However, seeing the Red King living well, it was relieved. A month later. Giant Beast Restricted Area. In front of the ancient ruins once submerged in yellow sand where the Spider King was subdued. Chapter 2411. Levi stood still, his danger perception slightly warning him that there were risks inside, but not many. I've been so busy lately, I almost forgot there's a relic here that hasn't been explored. Even a small fry is still meat, let's take a look. His figure flickered, using the method of the invisible secret word, passing through the layers of traps in the relic, as well as those dilapidated arrays. Inside the relic, Levi's figure appeared, fully armed, with the Vajra secret word protecting his body, a protective force field buzzing around him, his surface enveloped in golden light. In front of him was an ordinary castle, within which stood a wizard tower, silent and unmoving. Suddenly, Levi looked back, and a plump black cat appeared behind him. Meow. Levi found it inexplicable. How can there be a cat in this place? The black cat in front appeared quite ordinary, without any transcendent aura, yet the relic was isolated from the world. Levi had sensed around, and apart from the black cat, there was no other sign of life. There was something strange about this black cat. He asked. Who might you be? Black cat, meow. Levi, I have no ill intentions, I just happened to pass by here accidentally. Black cat, meow. The black cat, upon seeing a stranger, neither showed fear nor overreacted. Elegantly, it sat on the ground, extending its furry paw to lick it. Levi ignored the black cat and ventured into the castle alone. He had set up a Death Ember Divine Palace outside the relic, and if needed, he could explode it to return to the city. The inside of the castle was fairly intact, save for some dust, with no signs of damage. From the memories of the Golden Prince, this relic should have been sucked inside by the dark ancient tower. Before that, it was hidden in a small plain. In the castle's hallway, there were numerous oil paintings displayed. Suddenly, Levi halted, looking at a serene landscape painting. In one corner of the painting, a part was missing. From its shape, it seemed a cat was once painted there. Levi's expression changed subtly as he looked at the black cat that followed behind. This creature comes from the painting. He then looked at other paintings, confirming they were all dead objects, not illusions. With his current nightmare dragon realm, even a level 9 nightmare lord couldn't easily bewilder him. Besides that, there was nothing else in the castle, and ignoring the black cat following him, Levi proceeded to the wizard tower. He moved like a spectre through every corner of the wizard tower, searching for clues. Finally, he arrived at the top floor, which seemed to be the relic owner's residence. On the dust-covered desk, there lay a book and an old dried-up coffee cup. The black cat jumped on the book, and after some thought, Levi held it, picked up the book. Meow. Levi stroked the cat's head, his eyes focusing on the book cover, narrowing his gaze. Gargamel's book. He looked at the black cat, his expression calm. Are you Gargamel? Black cat, meow. After wandering around the relic again, aside from the Gargamel's book and the black cat, Levi found nothing else. He found a place, opened the book and started reading. Unknowingly, he reached the end. The black cat lay beside Levi, licking its belly while side-lying. Gargamel's book was a diary. It recorded neither profound knowledge nor significant secrets, just Gargamel's daily experiences and thoughts. According to the diary, in the last years of his life, Gargamel had distanced himself from Nora. He was researching a forbidden sealing spell called Gargamel's Sealing God Technique. Throughout his life, Gargamel had sealed many powerful creatures, demons, devils, evil dragons, alien races. But there was one thing he hadn't sealed yet, and that was gods. At his peak, Gargamel had already reached the threshold of a legendary wizard. He was the supernova of that era, a leader in style. The legendary artifact he wanted to create was named the Sealing Gods Book. To finish this oddity, it required sealing 9 demigods or 1 true god. As a grand wizard, he naturally was not a match for a true god. Thus, he wandered across multidimensional planes, plotting behind the scenes in various divine-favored lands. Gargamel, through trickery, lured an angel from the astral world to descend. Then, with his divine soul artifact, Gargamel's fairytale world, he sealed it. Levi had once acquired a 5th circle replica of Gargamel's Book of Seals. And so, after a millennium of plotting, Gargamel successfully sealed 8 demigods. He was only one step away from success. However, his activities eventually caught the attention of a certain god in the astral world. That god was known by the divine name the Prankster God, true name Aravan Ilahir. The Prankster God disguised as an angel, specifically descending an incarnation for Gargamel. He was a powerful and cunning deity. He did not kill Gargamel directly but invited him to play a game. If Gargamel won, he would swear a star realm oath, extremely binding even for a god, not to meddle further. But if Gargamel lost, he would have to accept his punishment. If Gargamel refused the game, he would erase him outright. Gargamel had no choice. From the moment he was discovered by this god, his fate was sealed. So he accepted the invitation. The consequences were predictable, and Gargamel likely lost. Otherwise, the birth of a new legendary wizard would surely be recorded in the history of the wizard civilization. He chose this incredibly difficult path, undoubtedly prepared for failure. Chapter 2412. But once successful, he could also become more powerful than ordinary legendary wizards. Because according to his plan, he could seal the gods within himself to seize the divine power and use it to strengthen himself. One god's power might not be much, but if he could simultaneously seal 2 gods, 3 gods. Theoretically, as long as he was strong enough, someday he could even seal the entire astral world and the Heavenly Father within himself. This is the supreme realm of sealing arts. The heavens and the earth, even the lofty gods, I will seal them for my use. Thus, Gargamel's sealing god technique is a forbidden magic, and the oddity he forged is certainly something that the gods could not tolerate. In Levi's view, Gargamel's failure was because his ambition was too great. Unlike demons, who willfully expose their ferocity, the gods are most difficult to provoke. The diary records ended when Gargamel decided to meet the prankster god, with no follow-up. Most likely, he was killed by the prankster god, or perhaps turned into this cat. The latter is more likely because the prankster god wouldn't easily kill every prey. He loves to play like the lost monarch. Of course, if he knew the lost monarch messed up, he might not do the same. In the diary, Gargamel also mentioned his design of the Eternal Star Abyss Wizard Tower model. It was prepared for his grand plan and is part of Gargamel's sealing god technique. In fact, until his disappearance, he never truly brought it into existence. Thinking this way, if Levi could refine this wizard tower, he would be the first wizard to own an Eternal Star Abyss. And the full name of Eternal Star Abyss is Forever Suppressing the Astral World and Tower of Abyss. Goodness, this Gargamel really was ambitious. No wonder he failed. Even the Black Abyss Sovereign only dared to hunt 7 level 9 demons back then, and that was near the Nora world with the shelter of legendary wizards. He fought against so many demigods all by himself. Too bold, that's a wild gamble. I, being a prudent person, can't even imagine. Gargamel had eventually distanced himself from Nora. Maybe he didn't want his conflicts with the gods to impact the wizard world. After reading the diary, Levi looked at the black cat again, pondering in his heart. Should I take it back? Gargamel was from 10,000 years ago. Even if he turned into a cat, he should be dead by now. I don't even know what this thing in front of me is. Moreover, Levi suspected this black cat might be part of the prankster god's trick. Nevertheless, Levi had unknowingly received many benefits from Gargamel over his cultivation journey. From the 5th circle wizard tool to the wizard tower design model, they were all related to Gargamel. Thinking it over, Levi decided to temporarily leave the black cat inside the dark ancient tower, maintaining the status quo. First, the black cat has a quite long lifespan due to the prankster god's curse. Gargamel went to meet the prankster god 20,000 years ago. Turning into a cat should have happened then, so leaving the black cat inside the ancient tower won't kill it in the short term. Second, the dark ancient tower was a treasure left behind by Sauron. If the prankster god had any schemes, with the ancient tower as a barrier, it wouldn't affect the wizard world. Judging by his growth speed, he has high hopes of becoming a legendary wizard before the black cat dies and maybe finding a solution by then. If a solution couldn't be found, then he'd deal with the prankster god. Meow. Levi petted the black cat. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. If you are Senior Gargamel, I apologize, but I can't take you away for now. But trust me, I'll come to accompany you from time to time and won't let you be too lonely here. Levi couldn't imagine how the black cat had endured lonely years. For a social species like humans, it was undoubtedly the most painful punishment. Even a cultivation fanatic like Levi would go crazy if isolated from the world far from home for 20,000 years. The black cat seemed to understand Levi's words. Meow. It stood up, went back to the wizard tower, fetched the Gargamel's book that Levi returned and laid it before him. This behavior convinced Levi that the black cat might indeed be Gargamel. Levi smiled. I've memorized it already. Let's leave the book here. He worried the book might be problematic too, so he couldn't take anything away from there. Meow. The black cat squatted there, watching Levi disappear, then gracefully turned and went back to the landscape painting, becoming part of the artwork. The 8th level of the ancient tower. From this level onward, the number of wizards treading here drastically decreases. Without 8th circle power, it's challenging to reach this place. And many 8th circle wizards and wizard organizations are leaders of high-level or top-level organizations, unwilling to leave their organizations at will. As far as Levi knows, those who ventured here in the past were mainly Congress-organized professional exploration teams, mostly from the Central Realm. Those truth oddities in the Council Treasury, surely some are sourced from the Dark Ancient Tower. The place where Levi appeared was a vast sea on the 8th level. Rumbling. The waves surged turbulently, and the sea water within a radius of hundreds of miles formed a whirlpool. In the center of the sea vortex, a semi-transparent humanoid figure like a mermaid emerged. Oh, are you the enforcer? The mermaid asked. Yes, are you the order guardian of the 8th level? Levi smiled slightly. Chapter 2413. This mermaid is a mid-level 8 water elemental spirit, different from the thunder crocodile. It is the appointed enforcer of the ancient tower. The mermaid showed a happy smile. I am Astrid, the guardian of this sea region. Levi, enforcer from outside. So you came from the outside, hey? Are you from the wizard world? Yes. Astrid, with a strong curiosity about the outside world, found a topic and chatted with Levi for quite a long time. Levi also gained a clearer understanding of the situation on the 8th layer from her. The 8th layer, unlike the 5th and 7th layers, doesn't have large human factions, rather like the 6th layer, humans are scattered and few in number. The dominant species in the 8th layer are the black beasts, widely distributed. The level 8 black beasts occupy mountains as kings, and their numbers far exceed that of the 7th layer. In the 8th layer, there are 5 extremely dangerous places, known as the 5 Great Sky Pools. Legend has it that the god of creation of this world sealed 5 terrifying entities there. Based on previous patterns, Levi suspected those sealed might be level 8 peak, or level 9 entities. Similarly, the 8th layer and even the subsequent 9th layer, the upper limit for the power of strong figures is level 8. Within the entire Dark Ancient Tower, breaking through to level 9 is not possible. Sauron worries they are too powerful and would disrupt the balance here. Even if there are level 9 entities, they are the NPCs arranged by the Ancient Tower. The 5 Great Sky Pools are Shadow Abyss, Abyss of 10,000 Poisons, Blood Sea Abyss, Death Abyss, Abyss of Darkness. It clearly represents the main negative energy sects of the wizard world. Levi smiled. Along the way, he had already grasped Solin's design thoughts and patterns for each layer's scenario. As a fellow local, no one understands Sauron better than him. 7th layer, Elementalist Schools. 8th layer, 5 Great Positive Energy Schools. 9th layer, presumably would involve light, possibly even time and space, higher difficulty concepts. As for the 10th layer, it might involve chaos. Don't forget, the Dark Ancient Tower was created from the body of the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Levi even suspected Sauron might have intentionally left the Chaos Ancient Serpent alive as the final test. Sir Levi, are you planning to go to the Sky Pools? It's very dangerous there. Astrid looked worried. Her character is innocent like a mountain spring, and after not chatting for long, she grew fond of Levi. If it weren't for her being an order keeper, Levi wouldn't need to enslave, he could just lure her away. Relax, my friend, it's a pleasure meeting you, until we meet again. Levi waved his hand and his figure faded away. According to prior experiences, the places with the most goodies on the 8th layer are certainly the 5 Great Sky Pools. This place is so vast, Levi didn't plan to waste time and headed directly to the final scenario. If he can fight, he fights, if he can't, he runs, focusing on speed completion. Shadow Abyss. Levi hurriedly arrived. All the way, the danger warnings continued alerting. In Levi's mind, a vague humanoid shadow appeared intermittently. With this level of danger, it's highly probable there is a level 9 entity sealed within the Shadow Abyss. Levi halted, his eagerness for speed clearing somewhat cooled. Based on the current situation, he could confirm the level 9 entity's activity range is limited to the Shadow Abyss area. Otherwise, the 8th layer would have been flattened long ago. As for what's in the Shadow Abyss, it's unknown, though there should be quite a few truth oddities. Not many can take treasures from places dominated by level 9 entities, it takes a big risk. The entrance to the Shadow Abyss is a rift, bottomless, with many black beasts lurking around. Levi first set up the Death Ember Divine Palace, and then, with a thought, his consciousness entered the Shadow Emblem, choosing a level 4 shadow. It was a shadow demon. I haven't upgraded the shadow quality for a long time. Upon returning to Nora, I need to demon hunt for a period to replace all level 4 shadows in one go. The shadow Levi summoned has a certain range limitation. With his current strength, the radius is about 10,000 miles centered on him. Parasitic Eye. With a thought, Levi split a thread of his spiritual force, attaching it to the shadow demon. The shadow demon's forehead cracked open a vertical pupil, emitting a faint golden sheen. This is a third circle spell, most often not used, but now it comes in handy. Next, he intended to see what lies within the Shadow Abyss from the shadow demon's perspective. He has a plan, to use shadows for exploration and treasure hunting. If they die, it doesn't matter, he has plenty. Although he himself can also resurrect using the Death Ember Divine Palace, the risk is still high. Go. The shadow demon transformed into a streak of shadow streamer and vanished into the shadow dimension. Its concealment capability is strong, eluding the black beasts around. Soon, Levi saw the scene at the Sky Pool entrance, descending into complete darkness. The shadow energy in the Shadow Abyss is very dense. Levi felt it is somewhat similar to the miniature shadow world within his shadow emblem. Fortunately, with the shadow creatures and shadow demon double buff, Levi's sent out minions were like fish in water. Feels like this is an extracted fragment of the shadow world by the dark ancient tower. Levi murmured. Suddenly, on the abyss wall, Levi discovered a black plant. It clung to the rock face like ivy, with blackberry-like fruits scattered sparsely. 7-circle medicinal herb shadow berry, suitable for meditation in the shadow school of thought. It can enhance cultivation speed, but unfortunately, it's not very useful for someone like me, an 8th circle wizard. Chapter 2414. Like the fire date, this type of heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be consumed by other sects. It's just that their efficiency is low. Levi first let the shadow demon cautiously pick all the fruits, totaling 34, and placed them outside. Each one starts at a value of 10 million ether stones. He didn't let the shadow demon continue deeper but rather had it return to avoid any accidents that might blow up these fruits, which would be more loss than gain. These fruits should be placed in the Tower of Dawn for the students and teachers of the Shadow School of Thought to exchange. With these fruits, Aya's promotion to the 7th circle will be much smoother. Next, transplant this shadow berry tree into the shadow emblem. This delicate task, Levi dared not let the shadow demon do it, as it would be a loss if the rare plant were ruined. His hermit rune flashed along the path explored by the shadow demon, transplanted the shadow berry tree away, and quickly relied on the invisible secret word to return. Next, he followed the same method, starting the treasure hunt. Time flew by. 3 months passed. Levi continuously delved deeper into the sky pool and obtained 13 rare shadow plants similar to the shadow berry fruit. They ranged from 6 circle to 8 circle. During this, Jin also helped a lot. In addition, he obtained a rare level 8 ore called Shadow Flow Gold. When he returns to Nora, it can be refined and integrated into the Scarlet Shadow Cloak, further enhancing its quality. The main focus was on 4 truth oddities, 3 earth and sky, and 1 morning star level. As Levi had anticipated, the sky pool was rich in oddity resources. In these 3 months, he only wandered the outskirts and didn't dare go deeper. The depths should have bright moon, or even glorious sun-grade oddities. Of course, in these 3 months, he also lost 135 shadow creatures, most of them being rank 4 and 5, which were to be eliminated anyway, so he wasn't distressed. Inside the shadow abyss, the main danger was black beasts and shadow monsters. Many were above level 6, and he also encountered several at level 8. As for that level 9 existence, it hasn't appeared yet, but the feeling of danger is getting stronger. One day, through the powerful perception brought by the unhidden secret, Levi suddenly discovered a black figure watching him. It had 12 wings on its back, looking like an angel. Time to slip away. Levi knew when to stop and didn't continue mixing in the shadow abyss. He had already refined the shadow emblem and didn't have a high demand for shadow oddities. During this period, the main attempt was to explore the possibility of using the shadow army to search for treasures in the sky pool. Resources are rich on the 8th level, with the 5 great sky pools being the most famous among them. Compared to negative energy oddities, at this stage, he needs more bright moon or glorious sun grade oddities from the elementalist school. Soon, at the entrance of the shadow abyss, a figure silently appeared. It wore broken armor, black blood dripped from the wound on its back, and invisible chains pierced into it. 12 wings spread open, emitting an eerie yet holy aura, casting a shadow across the sky and earth. Cautious indeed, you left. Seems you have discovered my existence. Even though it's not time for the ancient tower to open, yet you appear here, must be Sauron's heir left in the world. If I were to kill you, would Sauron be sad? Nora year 818. Year 607 of the Blood Battle. 6 months swiftly passed. Levi also went to the abyss of 10,000 poisons. Based on the danger perception from there, there's also a level 9 presence dwelling, similar to the shadow abyss. It can be confirmed that on the 8th level, 5 level 9 presences are suppressed. They are most likely demigods sealed in the sky pool by Sauron using secret techniques. Sauron really knows how to play, just like Gargamel, always likes to imprison gods and play the big games daily. Levi temporarily shelved the plan to explore the sky pool, riding the white tiger and bringing Jin, traveling between mountains and rivers. Later, he defeated a level 8 early stage frost giant eagle atop a snow peak 30,000 feet high. It was the ruler of that area but ultimately surrendered to Levi. Although this giant eagle belongs to the avian species, it possesses immense strength, capable of battling Lopez. Levi examined its bloodline, discovering it possessed the legendary Dragonhawk bloodline. And Dragonhawk is the source of the Feather Knight bloodline. Although its name has dragon, it's not dragon type. After defeating the giant eagle, Levi also found 3 eagle eggs in its nest. Unfortunately, they were unfertilized. This was a lone female eagle, having no kin on the 8th level. Hopefully in the future Levi would find a mate for it. If truly unsuccessful, let it pair with the sub-dragons of the Dragon Palace, that would do too. Besides, the giant eagle's nest contained many treasures. 3 10,000-year-old snow lotuses, 1 ice crystal snow lotus tree, these were treasures Levi already possessed. Considering few could come to the 8th level, Levi transplanted them all away, else they would be wasted. In the giant eagle's territory, he also found a Morning Star level oddity, the Winter Emperor's beard, which was of minor use. A multitude of other materials and resources were innumerable. The journey to the ancient tower approached its end. Jin stood atop Levi's head, pointing the way like an immortal. Levi arrived at the final place suspected to have treasures. Ahead, flames soared skyward, sending waves of heat. Splashing wave sounds came forth. Passing through a group of volcanoes, what came into view was an endless sea of molten lava, where the hot wind swept, lifting 1,000-foot waves of fire. Mountains and seas can shift, yet I remain unmoved. Levi suddenly recited the Vajra secret word. Ding! A crimson light struck the golden light barrier and bounced back. The sea of fire splits. A beast with a well-proportioned body, covered in crimson feathers, possessing a refined dragon head and sharp eagle claws appeared, its extravagant tail feathers, like those of a golden pheasant, stretched over thousands of meters, flickering in the hot wind. This beast seemed both dragon and bird, majestic and unusual, displaying the aura of level 8 mid-stage. Why do you trespass upon my domain? The beast glared warily, with feathers so mighty, ordinary level 8 early stage could be defenseless against one strike and easily injured, yet this human remained unharmed. Levi felt the pure dragon might, a bit excited internally. Is this the pure-blooded dragon clan? Wonderful! Golden Legend Giant Dragon card +1. Moreover, it's an entirely new species he's never heard of. This journey was worthwhile. Hello, Sir Dragon, I have come especially to find you. To find me? I have never seen you. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the Panplane Dragon Palace, dedicated to gathering wandering dragons to establish a self-help organization controlled by the Dragon Clan, reviving the ancient giant dragon civilization's glory. I want to invite you to join, my friend. Dragon Palace? Never heard of it. You must be trying to fool me, prepare to face my wrath. Dragon flames swept, crimson feathers overwhelmed. The giant dragon was menacing, determined to tear the human in front of it apart. Levi murmured inwardly. If you look upon me, you shall see destruction. Bang! An illusion of the Crimson Emperor Dragon dominated the sky, the incoming flame flow and feather sword were all repelled. The giant dragon cried out, its body like a kite with broken strings, fell into the sea of fire with a plop. Levi stood firm like a mountain, clouds rolling behind him, various elemental powers transformed into illusions of 6 giant dragons. From the sea of fire, a sneaky dragon head emerged. Its head buzzed, body covered with wounds. Just now, with its pure-blood dragon clan body, it wasn't severely injured. But seeing the human skillfully resisting, the true strength must be even greater. Recovering clarity, staring at the 6 dragon illusions high up in the sky, it excitedly shouted. Lord, you have finally come. Ronan has waited for so long. Chapter 2415. When I was born, I was in this world, muddled through 8,000 years. After reaching level 8, I wanted to start traveling the planes to pass the boredom, but I found myself seemingly trapped in this world, unable to break through. The giant dragon claimed to be the great flame sparrow dragon Ronan, a rare pure-blood dragon, with no records found in the wizard world. It lay on the lava sea, telling its story, and its injuries had already been healed by Levi. Having witnessed the prowess of the expert before it, the dragon firmly believed that Levi was the master of the Dragon Palace. As a pure-blood dragon with a realm on Par, it felt the scent of death under Levi's secret word of destruction. Thus, it decisively stopped its attack. Though it still had the strength to fight, it was meaningless, as it would lose regardless. Levi's domineering strike caused much shock to its young spirit. From Ronan's narrative perspective, Its mother probably laid the egg in a small world dominated by flames and simply left, which was typical of the dragon clan. Small worlds are relatively safe, rarely hosting level 6 experts. With the natural strength of dragon babies, it's invincible from the start. However, unfortunately, this egg hadn't even fully hatched when it was taken along with the world into the 8th level of the Dark Ancient Tower. If Levi hadn't encountered it, bound by the tower's rules, it might never have reached a complete body, remaining in an immature state despite facing limits on its lifespan, which is quite amusing to think about. Subduing the great flame sparrow dragon was much smoother than Levi had imagined. The smarter the creature, the easier to manage, while those black beasts were stubbornly tenacious. Ronan entered the Black Soul Demon Tower. The frost giant eagle was resting inside, becoming wary upon seeing the suddenly appearing great flame sparrow dragon. "Don't worry, it's one of us," Levi reassured. Ronan proactively greeted. "I am Ronan. Frost giant eagle." "Levi, don't use terms like I am, the Dragon Palace is a harmonious and loving organization, isn't I better?" Ronan agreed. I understand. Levi, where are your treasures?" Ronan hesitated. "Lord, I have no treasures, does this count?" As it spoke, it opened its mouth, spitting out piles of gold, gems, and splendid fire element ores. These ores are level 6 Achilles fire ore, the highest tier level 6 materials. Levi had taken many from Louise's ancient tomb before, perfect for weapon refinement and refining wizard towers. This pile alone starts at 20 billion ether stone in value. Besides that, there wasn't much else of value. Ronan is a homebody dragon, collecting treasures casually around its nest. Suddenly, Levi's eyes narrowed. Parting the ores, he found something resembling a heart, radiating a scorching aura, adorned with glittering crimson runes and a whiff of sulfur. After leaving the dragon's stomach, this heart seemingly came alive, emitting terrifying flames with silent fury erupting. In the heavens and earth, anomalies emerged, a red-haired fire god bearing the sky, performing a dance around the world with glaring wrath. The Illustrated Guide of Strange Items notes this as the sun refining artifact from the Fire God series, Fire God's Fury. Levi asked. "Where did you find this?" Ronan showed a look of reminiscence. "Let me think. I seem to have found it in my nest. If you need it, take it, Lord." Levi smiled. "Then I'll take it. This thing's beyond your use. In return, I'll reward you with some good items." He gave Ronan plenty of dragon scale fruit and immortal platform wine, using minimal cost to exchange for a sun refining artifact desired even by a grand wizard, along with valuable Achilles fire ore. Honestly, Levi felt like he was dreaming. The final artifact from the Fire God series, did he get it so easily? Isn't this easier than hunting demons outside for war merit? The 8th level is truly a treasure trove. What Levi needs, the Elemental Proof or the Thunder God series sun refining artifact, might all be found here. For now, the 5 Great Sky Pools are the top-level challenge on the 8th level. Unless taken by previous adventurers or refined by natives, at least one sun refining artifact from each sect must exist there. And the 9th level above, maybe even legendary artifacts could be discovered? At this thought, Levi's heart burned. Squeak squeak. Jin lay on Levi's head, looking proud. Levi petted Jin. This time the little mouse made a big contribution, deserving verbal praise. He wandered again around Ronan's nest but didn't find other fire element oddities. Based on his research, this might be due to the area's nurturing of the sun refining artifact. The sun refining artifact is too powerful, monopolizing the fire elemental power of this region. Such a treasure trove, maybe it can nurture another sun refining artifact after tens of thousands of years. Well, I'll leave it for someone fated then. I'm not the kind of person who grabs everything in sight. Black Swamp World. Levi's figure appeared. "Hey, you're back." Tiffany couldn't hide her joy, feeling uneasy around the Blood Vortex Venerable's giant worm form. Many people get goosebumps just seeing ordinary leeches, let alone such wriggling giants. Blood Vortex Venerable. "Master, I've prepared everything here." Chapter 2416. As the Plain Sovereign, it has already lived for tens of thousands of years, but it still hasn't lived enough. It doesn't want to die from the Great Plain Convergence. Having heard Mana's plan, it found it feasible, especially with Martha's successful precedent. With the prospects of the Dusk Palace Master, getting a secondary Plain Sovereign position in advance, isn't it better than just working for the Council of 10,000 Clans? Levi said. I understand, but I need to return to the wizard world first. Wait for me here for a few years. Blood Vortex Venerable, all right. Tiffina looked expectant and rubbed her hands in excitement. Can I go too? She was cheerful and lively, somewhat naturally familiar with others. Levi nodded, his large hand grabbing Tiffina's slender waist, making Tiffina blush, and the next instant they transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing in the star realm ruined sea. The dreamlike scenery before them left Tiffina astonished. Stars rotated, divine kingdoms stood tall, and the tides of the Sea of Ruins were like nebulae, surging out streams of colorful light, with strange and beautiful creatures wandering within. Indeed, the residence of the gods is truly the most beautiful of the multidimensional plane. Is this the astral world? You've been here before? Yes, my mother sometimes travels here, and she has brought me to see it. She seems to pick some things, but I don't understand. You're amazing, you can travel to the astral world. How old is your mother? Why are you asking this? Although my father has passed away, my mother still loves him and can't allow anyone else in her heart. Don't think too much. I was just curious since your mother is indeed an extraordinary woman. Indeed, she celebrated her 5,000th birthday last year. Reaching the age of 5,000 and paving the way to become the singular 10-leaf law god, your mother is truly amazing. By the way, how many 9-leaf mages does the Grey Eagle world have? I don't know. In the uninteresting star realm ruined sea, Levi and Tiffina chatted casually. He took the opportunity to probe information about the Grey Eagle world. Eventually discovering that there, whether in terms of the cultivation system or political culture, it is quite similar to the wizard civilization. Nora Calendar 819. Blood Battle 608. Levi returned to Nora, with Tiffina looking at the increasingly approaching gigantic world, feeling speechless shock inside. It's so big. I came to Nora with my mother when I was little. At that time, it didn't seem this big. Is this the Great Plane Convergence? I wonder if our Grey Eagle plane will merge too. Levi looked towards Nora, familiar yet strange. Indeed, Nora seems to be growing faster, deepening the process of plane convergence. Where are you taking me? The deep blue sage has fallen, you should know the Black Abyss Sovereign, right? The Black Abyss Sovereign? I've only heard of Black Abyss Walker Aaron. Has he become legendary as well? Yes. Tiffina asked. How many legendaries does Nora have now? 14. Upon hearing the number from Levi, Tiffina's expression was complex, and she murmured. The speed at which the wizard civilization is strengthening is astounding. Is this the legacy left behind by Sauron? In reality, in the Grey Eagle world, the reputation of the wizard civilization isn't very good. Many ancient mages believe that the wizarding system was initially derived from Sauron's constant imitation and reference to various spellcaster civilizations. In comparison, the Greyhawk civilization, which emerged earlier than the wizard civilization, is considered the orthodox spellcaster. Unfortunately, this latecomer is becoming stronger, and has become the object of imitation by various spellcaster civilizations. On the other hand, the Greyhawk civilization is gradually fading into the Pan Plane. 2,000 years ago, Aurora met the legendary wizard Deep Blue Sage during a plane travel, and they became friends. At that time, Aurora, who was just 3,000 years old, was already the president of the Grey Eagle Council. The strongest 9-leaf ancient mage in history. However, her alliance with Deep Blue was not understood by other 9-leaves and even the common people in the council, thinking it compromised the dignity of the Greyhawk. On the surface, people wouldn't say much because of Aurora's strength. Behind the scenes, there were quite a few voices of blame. 500 years ago, due to some historical grievances, the Greyhawk civilization was targeted by a god of Star Realm. He sent down angels to execute divine punishment, but was repelled by the Greyhawk civilization. The god personally descended with God's incarnation onto the mortal world. At a critical moment, Aurora displayed terrifying strength. With her self-created 10-leaf spell, Aurora's Star Extinguisher Storm, she repelled the god's incarnation. People then realized she had unknowingly advanced to level 10. From then on, from the 9-leaf mages to the common masses, Aurora was finally acknowledged. Thus, Tiffina deeply understood the significance of level 10 to a civilization. And now, the wizard world already has 14, which is a world of difference. Sauron Continent, Black Abyss City. Black Abyss Sovereign looked at Tiffina, then at Levi, deep in thought, and laughed. How did you two end up together? Levi briefly recounted the events, although he always felt that the Black Abyss Sovereign seemed to have known beforehand. Tiphina said. Long time no see, congratulations Aaron on advancing to Legendary. Aaron laughed and said. No need for formality, you and Levi met in the boundless deep space, which is fate. I will find a way to contact your mother before then, you can cultivate on the ancient dragon continent. Levi was taken aback. Aaron, Tiphina is the daughter of the Archmage, of noble status. I fear I won't protect her well, impacting our relationship with the Grey Eagle world. Chapter 2417. Tiphina said. No problem, Senior. I haven't been to the wizard world in a long time, and I want to take a walk around the new Nora. I won't bother. Sir Levi. She felt a small sense of satisfaction. At least she finally knew what that man's name was. He was being mysterious before and wouldn't tell her. Black Abyss Sovereign said. All right, but during the blood battle now, the order in Nora is not like before. It's best you don't leave Soren continent, with your 7-leaf cultivation, in the current stage of Nora, you might not be able to protect yourself. Tiphina whispered. Senior, the Abyss Sage, he. Black Abyss Sovereign said. Yes, he has fallen. Soran said, every person has their time, some are heavier than Mount Tai, some lighter than a feather. He is the former, you don't need to be overly sorrowful. Tiphina remembered the kind old white-haired man and felt his voice and smile still lingered. Tiphina said. I understand, thank you, Senior. Thank you, Sir Levi, I won't forget your kindness. Senior, when you contact my mother, please tell her daughter wants to request a pair of Concord herons to gift to her benefactor. Black Abyss Sovereign nodded slightly. I will. He had Levi take Tiphina to officially register her identity. Tiphina said. Sir Levi, I'll go for a walk first. You go ahead, I won't disturb you. Levi waved goodbye, stay safe, and contact me regarding anything. Having a good relationship with the daughter of an archmage is still very necessary, Levi understood the importance of backing. He then arrived at the Black Abyss mansion. Senior, during my travels outside, I ran into that group of Sea clan that was previously brought out of Nora. They were being chased by the Council of 10,000 clans. I took the liberty to bring them back. How should they be handled? Black Abyss Sovereign, take them to register with the Alien Affairs Management Department. The previous rebellious Sea clan leaders have all died. These Sea clans themselves are quite pitiful, without significant crimes. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea handling this matter knows what to do. All right, I'll go. And regarding the ancient tomb race, you've handled things well. When necessary, be tough. The Grand Wizards are treasured assets, but not having one or two isn't the end of the world. Just go ahead boldly. I understand. And there's one more thing. This is the 8th Circle Magic Calamity Coin, an advanced spell of luck-changing coin. Take it back to study. Thank you, Senior. Anything else? Let me think, nope. Leaving the Black Abyss mansion, Levi internally muttered. Legendary wizards seem indifferent to such mundane matters, but in truth, they are all keenly aware. Many people with little self-awareness make small moves as they please, but how could these godlike powerful beings not sense them? Senior Black Abyss supports me in this age-old rivalry behind the ancient tomb race. Alien Affairs Administration. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea finished listening to Levi's narration. He sighed slightly. If this group of Sea clans hadn't fled, they might have used this chance to grow stronger. Even letting them produce a level 9 expert, it still wouldn't overturn things. Unfortunately, the 8-armed demon emperor considers himself the Sea clan's savior, yet personally plunged the clan into an irredeemable situation. It's easy to imagine that the Council of 10,000 clans wouldn't treat them kindly. Such an alliance of numerous races, each with its own ulterior motives, can never truly unite. He was responsible for capturing the Sea clan back then. Unexpectedly, that matter stirred up a strategic game between both sides' level 10 strong men. Levi said. Senior, you are right. But now the blood battle is a time to unite all usable forces. Personally, I think we should temporarily abandon racial prejudices and forge a common Big Nora community. All are beings of Nora, let all races feel a sense of belonging, only then can they genuinely fight for the blood battle. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea said. You speak wisely, take these Sea clans back, Hall Master, you handle it as you see fit. Levi, thank you, Senior. Upon leaving, Levi met the Golden Walker, who smiled kindly with a friendly expression. "Sir Levi, here for business?" Levi smiled. "Yes." They feigned warmth for a brief interaction and left. With Levi's current nightmare perception, he could detect the hostility the Golden Walker was deliberately hiding. He couldn't do anything about him now, but if he continues with his antics, Levi won't bear responsibility for any repercussions. Considering the big picture, the wizard civilization losing the Golden Walker might lead to fewer demons getting killed. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter, Levi will find ways to make up for it himself. God-forsaken continent. In the barracks, Lucy looked at the communication from Black Abyss Sovereign and smiled at the corner of her mouth. She said, "Deep Blue, connect me to Deep Blue number 5 of Greyhawk Civilization." A blue sphere of light emerged. Connecting. Unknown how long it took. Lucy opened her eyes. Deep Blue projected a graceful figure in front of her. She wore a grey robe, with a Greyhawk emblem on her chest. The loose starry robe couldn't conceal her enchanting figure. Judging by the background, it seemed she was watering flowers in a botanical garden. High above, a flock of colorful Concord herons soared, flying in pairs. "Long time no see, my friend." On the other side, the grey-robed woman raised her head, her gaze seemingly encompassing all stars and beings. Lucy smiled. "Aurora, you're still here watering flowers. Didn't you notice Tiffany isn't here?" Aurora's expression slightly shifted. "Oh, she really isn't here. That girl, where has she run off to?" Lucy said, "Stop pretending." Aurora laughed. "Is Tiffany in Nora?" "Lucy, do you want to keep her in Nora, or send someone to fetch her?" Chapter 2418. Aurora said, "Let her stay there for now. In some time, I will personally go to Nora. Lord Edmund wants to discuss some matters with me face to face." Lucy said. "All right, by the way, congratulations on stepping into the realm of the Archmage. Grey Eagle is splendid because of you." Aurora. "I also want to thank you for your help, my best friend, Sir Luther. Thank you Sauron." "Oh right, extend my thanks to Sir Levi. I'll bring a pair of Concord heron when I visit. I heard he is someone who loves collecting magical creatures, such a lover of life, he must be a kind-hearted person." Lucy coughed softly. "I guess so." Bounty Department. Levi handed over all the evidence and witnesses related to the destruction of the Council of 10,000 Clans stronghold to the authorities. These items are not worth much themselves, they are merely tokens. The real treasures and resources have already been pocketed by Levi. According to regulations, wizards traveling through planes can receive corresponding rewards for destroying strongholds of the Council of 10,000 Clans, if verified. Levi demolished a stronghold of a level 8 venerable, dealing a significant blow to the Council of 10,000 Clans. This time's reward should be promising. After the evaluation, Sanders smiled and said, "According to the rules, destroying a venerable level stronghold allows for the reward of 2 Bright Moon artifacts and 100 billion Ether Stone resources. Additionally, we will award you the Norum Medal, which offers you a 10% discount when shopping at the Congress's official store." Levi thought, this reward is quite good, exceeding his expectations. Leaving aside the artifact, a subsidy of 100 billion resources is indeed a timely help for him. Many resources can't be bought outside. He asked, "Can I choose the artifact myself?" Sanders hesitated for a moment and said, "Generally, it's randomly selected from several artifacts." "Hold on, let me check for you." If it were someone else, Sanders would have refused, but since it's the Dusk Palace Master, he thought a little flexibility wasn't a problem. "No problem, Sir Levi, you may choose for yourself, I'll take you to the treasury." Levi was overjoyed. This is an excellent opportunity to gather the series artifacts. He quickly schemed through the list of artifacts and found that the Thunder God series artifacts were ones he had already refined. No Glorious Sun grade Thunder God artifacts were found. It seems the Congress indeed doesn't have stock. The first Bright Moon artifact. He directly chose Fire God's Beard. Sure enough, the Fire God series artifact, unobtainable from the outside, still has stock in the treasury. The authority doesn't release all the good stuff at once, it's a gradual release. Understandably so, as the blood battle is long, and future talents need to be considered as well. The second one. He chose Fire God's Eye. It's equally an important component of the Fire God series. Choosing artifacts from the Burning faction is the correct decision anyway. This school is extremely competitive, ranking first among the earth, fire, wind, and water factions. If the Holy Infant wants to exchange, they can't necessarily beat those who have long been renowned. Levi himself plans to walk the road of elemental proof and additionally gather a Thunder God body. Having refined Flame Emperor's sword already, refining more Fire God artifacts would be the icing on the cake. Taking this opportunity, allow the Holy Infant to advance to the 8th circle as soon as possible. As the leader of Fire Dragon Skywork, 7-ring cultivation isn't sufficient. This way, it also allows the Holy Infant to initiate the refinement of 8th circle wizard tools sooner, making more money. Billion Etherstone resources. Levi chose all minerals. From level 6 to level 8, covering 24 varieties, incorporating major element factions, very comprehensive, piled up like a mountain. These minerals were just mined back from the heavenly world by the Congress, all freshly raw ores, not yet refined. Goodbye, Levi. Seeing Levi leave, Sanders internally sighed with relief. If it weren't for the resources from the New World and Heavenly World during the 600 years of blood battle, the Council treasury would indeed be in trouble. Ancient Dragon Continent. Elena embraced the returning Levi. Are things done? Levi hugged Elena's waist. Not yet, I'm temporarily back to handle some matters, then I have to set off again, I might be gone for decades. The Ancient Dragon Continent depends on you. Elena could understand, she smiled, and said. My wizard tower is almost ready for refinement, would you like to see how it looks? With a thought, a nearly perfect wizard tower grew against the wind, reaching the sky. The tower walls are like coral reefs, colorful and bright in hue. The surface is covered in vines, flowers, carrying a beauty that embraces nature. The current wizard tower has a total of 7 levels, of which the first 6 levels have been completed. Thanks to that coral tower, it saved me a lot of effort. Otherwise, finishing it would have required promotion to the 8th circle. Is it beautiful? Indeed, it's lovely. If you release your Sky Water Stingray and Amber Dragon, your wizard tower will turn into an underwater world. Ha ha ha. Levi asked, by the way, how is your progress on the disperse and rebuild technique? Elena displayed her wizard form, which shone with 3 6th circle witch marks. Levi laughed. Not bad, only after a decade or so, you've rebuilt 3 marks. I was too conservative, it seems you can restore all 12 marks in one cycle, keep it up. Elena giggled, thanks for the praise, Hall Master, I'll strive hard. Elena once felt that as the water element child she was already quite powerful, as she raced ahead, becoming a stellar talent like the rising star. Chapter 2419. After acquiring the water god body, she realized that having wealth truly makes a difference. It's an indescribable elevation and enhancement of her entire being. Whether in meditation, cultivation techniques, or research, her efficiency was far superior to before. The sun refining artifact might be the essence or truth trace left by a level 9 existence comparable to demigods tens of thousands of years ago, it's anything but ordinary. This is cultivating on the shoulders of giants. After intimacy with Levi, Elena said, I'll continue with my tasks, as I've gained some insights into the path of the energy sect lately. Outer Sea of the Ancient Dragon Continent. In Levi's hand appears a model of a white bone castle, a level 7 civilization treasure. Pure White City. This was one of the treasures he seized at Luoshan Venerable's stronghold, most suitable as a settlement for the Sea clan. He throws the castle out, and it grows with the wind, finally transforming into a giant city with a diameter of 10,000 meters, gently sinking to the seabed, landing with a boom. Meanwhile, Levi murmurs to himself, setting up a 7-ring protection array around. With a wave of his hand, Bah and his subjects from the Black Soul Demon Tower appear, promptly kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Levi looks at the Sea clan. You shall thrive and multiply here, with the protection of the Ancient Dragon Continent, no one dares to disturb. You can join the coastal patrol, slay demons, and exchange for ancient dragon points on the continent to acquire resource treasures. As long as you find mutual affection, forming families with humans is also permissible. Remember, you are not my slaves, you are Nora citizens. Upon hearing these words, Bah is moved beyond measure. My master's great kindness is beyond repayment, only this head shall forever belong to the master. The other Sea clan also know that Levi saved them, though they don't favor wizards, they are aware of who to thank at this moment. The most important thing is that Levi's words just hit home for them. As ordinary Sea clan people, they just want a stable life in the land of their ancestors. Bah! Go settle the clansmen, and come find me once you're done. At night, Bah arrives at the emperor's palace. Levi asks, how much do you know about the monarch's treasure? Bah falls silent for a moment, then with a wave, no less than 8 items of flowing light appear around. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks, everything is here. The monarch's treasure requires 12 tokens, I have 8 here, and 4 are scattered outside, likely in the immersed ancient castle. Levi waves his hand, and the Poseidon trident he obtained during his apprentice wizard days and the Sea King's spear Elena had picked up earlier float in the void. These two as well, right? Seeing the trident, Bah rejoices. Indeed, this trident is the token of my ancestor, the Sturgeon Emperor, which I lost. He further says, Master, take all my tokens, if you can assemble them, you might find something in the monarch's treasure. Bah knows it's difficult to collect all the tokens relying on his own strength. And even if acquired, opening the treasure is not guaranteed, not to mention the sea god is distant. Even becoming a true sea god wouldn't allow standing in wizard world. The Sea clan seeks stability not through this elusive treasure, but through Levi, right in front of them. Only he possesses the capability for the Sea clan to live with dignity. This pursuit is exactly what Bah is after. Levi gathers all the treasure tokens. You may go now, Bah. Thank you, Master. Filled with anticipation and hope for a new future, Bah returns to Pure White City, looking at his eagerly awaiting clansmen. Fellow clansmen, let's start anew. Also, erect a statue of Dusk Palace Master in the city for everyone to admire, he is our Sea clan savior. Monarch's treasure tokens indeed reach 10, where are the remaining 2? Initially, Levi wasn't interested in this, but now close to completion, his thoughts stirred anew. Oh well, we'll let fate decide. With his current status and position, anything within this treasure would be no more than a cherry on top. He assembles all gains from this journey and counts them one by one. 20 level 6 treasures, 4 level 7 treasures, including the already used Pure White City. Most treasures are standard from the Council of 10,000 clans, with quality being average. Not much use for Levi or those close to him, placed in the organization treasury. Setting aside the 2 Bright Moon artifacts from the council treasury, this trip yields 36 oddities. 20 from the Land of Darkness journey, with the remaining 12 from the Ancient Tower. A portion collected by the Saint Council, others found by Levi. However, although numerous oddities, most are below Morning Star level. Levi sorts out not much usable. Winter Emperor's Beard, Red Dragon Scale, belonging to Winter Emperor and Red Dragon series, both Morning Star level. Holy Infant Refining can perfect the elemental holy body. Silver King Batch, Golden God's Silk. The former is a Morning Star artifact from Silver King series, Link had refined it, being lower from Golden Emperor's sequence. The latter is a Morning Star artifact from Golden God series, can be used by Lord Victor for practice. Also a Morning Star refining body artifact Yellow Dragon dwelling in the mountain, belonging to Earth faction. Can optimize Gondifa's Dragon Elephant holy body. Other oddities are negligible. Levi chooses some special ones to refine. The rest are placed in the treasury for members to exchange and enhance. He summons all 3 avatars. During Levi's travels, Lord Victor had already achieved 7 rings perfect realm, now moving towards the 8th circle. Chapter 2420. The Holy Infant and Gondif still have a long way to go. However, the Holy Infant will soon be able to refine the Sun refining artifact, and should, like Elena, achieve perfection directly. He instructed his 3 avatars to refine the artifact directly in the ancient Banyan fairyland to avoid unnecessary delays. He arrived at the small stone pond and opened the 10,000 blind boxes he collected from his journey to Hell. This time, there were 3 golden legends, 2 types of level 6 battle techniques and 1 8-circle magic. The combat techniques were ordinary, but the 8-circle magic brought Levi great joy. Summoning Hell Monarch, a helping hand in a time of need, saving me a massive amount of money. The witch's family knowledge base did not contain such high-level spells from the School of Death. 8-circle magic is very expensive, and although Levi is not lacking money, he prefers not to buy them. He just waited patiently to get it for free, and indeed, he waited for this moment. Along the way, from Hell Lord, Hell King, to Hell Monarch, Levi has already learned this sequence of spells. Undead summoning spells reach their maximum at the 8th circle. Beyond that is the 72 pillars level. For such beings, ordinary summoning spells are ineffective, you need specific summoning techniques. For instance, summoning Lady Whitebone. The effectiveness of this spell requires an agreement with the 72 pillars, similar to summoning Thunder God and Electric Mother, 4 Sea Dragon Kings in the previous life. If an agreement can't be reached, mastering it perfectly is of no use. In fact, if you are strong enough, like a legendary wizard such as the Hand of Netherworld Prison, there's no need for such specific summoning spells to command Lady Whitebone. The 10,000 blind boxes brought another substantial profit. Levi was in a good mood. The Calamity coin given by Senior Black Abyss can also be learned. This sequence of spells is also very interesting. 6-ring Destiny coin allows simple foreknowledge of fortune and misfortune. 7-ring Luck changing coin can reverse danger into safety if used well. And the Calamity coin has 2 primary uses. 1. In facing peril, detects the possibility of overcoming it. 2. Transfers one's misfortune to others. Therefore, it can also be considered a type of curse spell. This series of spells can be used even at higher realms, and won't be eliminated. The Calamity coin is effective on those above the spellcaster's realm, but the effect will be weakened. Levi recalled the words of Senior Black Abyss. The intention of giving him this spell must have deep meaning. If I master this spell and also add the Fool rune, perhaps I can quietly transfer any possible misfortune to that old golden walker. Even if the curse doesn't kill him, it will make sure he doesn't have a smooth path. But then again, am I really someone with bad luck? Levi began to doubt himself. It seems he has had exceptionally good fortune along his path. As for misfortune, he really hasn't encountered any. Fortune and misfortune coexist. This spell definitely holds more complexity than it appears. Training it is the correct choice, at worst it leaves a witch mark. He rose and came to the ancient banyan tree mansion, burying a new pound of dead soil beneath the tombstone. A full 3 pounds of dead soil caused visibly noticeable changes throughout the ghostly mansion area. Within 100 miles, the aura of death rolled continuously, and skeletons and specters emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, then wandered around in confusion. The rate of undead birth has accelerated. Levi finally understood why hell sends the undead army to the wizard world. These creatures were indeed numerous. The early-born undead in the ancient banyan tree mansion were numerous and already held the power equivalent to low-level wizards, proving useful. Levi gathered them within the Black Soul Demon Tower to maintain the operation of the steeple. There's no need to go to hell anymore, harvesting in the ancient banyan tree mansion is sufficient. If luck allows, birthing a golden legend card like the Snowflake Warrior or Swordsman Jerry would be delightful. Within the ancient banyan fairyland, Levi planted the precious herbs and plants he collected during this time as an old farmer would. He enjoyed the process, seizing the opportunity to rest and relax. Finally, he arrived at the Dragon Palace. Let's welcome a new member, Skyfire Dragon General Ronan, a pure-blooded dragon clan. As the words dropped, Ronan made his dazzling entrance. Red flames filled the sky, anomalies appeared one after another, the mighty dragon's might dispersed the dense chi, demonstrating its might. The true form, oh no, I am Ronan, the great flame sparrow dragon. Mana was shocked. Another pure-blooded dragon clan. During Levi's journey, it was as if he disturbed a dragon nest, with new members arriving continuously. Elena smiled. Apart from Alexandra's father, all pure-blooded dragons I've seen in my life are within the Dragon Palace. Triss was already numb. Good, good, the commotion is pleasant. What else can be said? Dragon Palace, awesome. Dragon Palace people were delighted. Wonderful, another pure-blooded dragon clan has arrived, our Dragon Palace is becoming increasingly powerful. Indeed, we are taking off right here. Within the fairyland, the dragons rejoiced. Ronan was soon dragged to the nightmare world. Having been confined within the ancient tower for 8,000 years, he was eager to start his adventure. Of course, the necessary blood extraction was unavoidable beforehand. Black Dragon Territory. The Dreamland Steeple members looked at the great flame sparrow dragon soaring to the sky like a bird freed from its cage, in amazement. The world thinks the ancient dragon continent is the foundation of the Dusk Palace Master, but they don't know his true foundation is in this nightmare world. As years passed, Levi did not rush to the Black Swamp world but instead chose to first absorb the gains from this time. With the help of Soul Stone, his spiritual force has steadily and rapidly increased. During this time, the 3 avatars successively refined their respective oddities. Gondopha's dragon elephant holy body made progress, giving birth to a new special spiritual creature, Yellow Dragon. This brought the total to 3 spiritual creatures, Blue Dragon, Yellow Dragon, White Elephant. Lord Victor's Golden God body took another step forward and also possessed the Golden God projection. Levi basically confirmed that divine-level sequential artifacts will surely birth projections, but it is not certain in which component they appear. The current examples, he, Elena, and Lord Victor, are all like this. However, Lord Victor has yet to give birth to a special spiritual creature. The 3 avatars, only the Holy Infant is still in seclusion. After all, it has to refine the sun refining artifact. 7 years later. In the year 826 of the Nora calendar, the 615th year of blood battle. Only 5 years remained until the centennial blood battle auction. Lord Victor and Gondoph both went to their respective organizations to busy themselves, striving to earn more money. This day, Levi opened his eyes, his momentum even stronger than before. His spiritual force broke through the 18,000 point barrier naturally. Formally stepping into the 8th ring senior realm. Chapter 2421. Nightmare World. The blood slaughter bat dragon looked hopelessly at the approaching red flame giant sword. It roared, exerting all its strength to resist. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering collision. The blood slaughter bat dragon's form shattered, turning into nothingness, and returned to the city. On the training ground, Levi was testing the power of his newly promoted spells. After advancing to an 8-ring senior, the power of his innate spells significantly enhanced. Especially the Fire Dragon Tribulation, after 10 rounds of battle with the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, it was instantly killed 10 times. It almost broke the young guy's mindset. After resurrecting, the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon landed on the ground, quickly fawning. Congratulations, Lord Dragon King, on your further advancement in strength. The other dragons showed expressions of admiration. Even the Heavenly Slaughter Dragon General is no match for the Dragon King. Lord Dragon King, you're becoming more and more unfathomable. Terrifying indeed. Levi was in a good mood. Another innate spell that had changed significantly was 10,000 Dragon's Birth. Levi could summon 4 level 8 early stage spiritual weapons for combat with a single thought. This promotion made the distance to the 9th Circle Wizard realm seem much closer. Over the years in seclusion, there has also been a breakthrough on the path of knights. With the help of the Great Flame Sparrow Dragon's bloodline essence, the cultivation of Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon was like having divine assistance. Last year, he successfully advanced to the level 8 middle stage. The diameter of the Red Emperor domain reached an astounding 150 kilometers. With a wave of his hand, billions of dragon flames burned the heavens and boiled the sea spectacularly. In comparison, the cultivation speed of the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique was somewhat slower. But with hard work, a breakthrough will be achieved soon. Hanging Rune advanced to level 5, with elemental damage resistance reaching 40%. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi patrolled around the Black Dragon territory. With the Dreamland steeple settling in, the expansion speed of the Black Dragon territory significantly increased. This group of wizards has a deep understanding of the Nightmare World, making cooperation very smooth. An endless supply of resources was being sent to the Yellow Earth continent. And as a landowner, Levi could take a third of it. With Black Abyss Sovereign and Daydreamer, 2 legendary wizards. As long as not being too flamboyant, the safety of the Black Dragon territory was ensured. Tyrant of Horror, the former overlord, was also slowly recovering strength. The previous battle with the Blood Rain Overlord had damaged its foundation. However, with Dragon Scale Fruit and Immortal Flowing Liquid, plus the medicine Levi specifically prepared for those dragons to replenish losses, it was hoped to return to legendary level within a millennium. From the distant sky came a long howl. It was Lopez carrying a bizarre giant beast corpse striding over. On his shoulders sat the Thousand Illusion Knight with a smile, presenting a beauty and the beast scene. Boom! The giant beast corpse fell to the ground, revealing a 1,000-meter-long black giant porpoise. Levi had heard the Thousand Illusion Knight and Lopez went out hunting, preparing for the evolution of the breathing technique. The giant porpoise before him shimmered with a dreamy sheen on its surface. Though dead, various strange illusions emerged all around. It reminded him of a legendary creature. Dream-eating rhinoceros. Of course, this was probably just a creature containing the bloodline of a dream-eating rhinoceros. Levi smiled and said, "Looks like the Thousand Illusion Knight had a good harvest." The great ape's palm landed on the ground, the Thousand Illusion Knight gracefully walked over, looking charming. Lopez, this big guy, was quite gentle and gentlemanly to the opposite sex. The Saint Ape Knight, who sparred with him the most, never enjoyed such preferential treatment. The Thousand Illusion Knight said with a smile. Thanks to Lopez, otherwise I really couldn't take down this big guy. Levi asked, have you gathered all the bloodline crystals now? Thousand Illusion Knight, I was short one kind, but not long ago the Phantom Windwalker gave me a crystal containing the Ghost Nightmare Weasel bloodline, and it's finally complete. Levi's brows moved slightly, he asked, Phantom Windwalker? What was the price? Thousand Illusion Knight, the Dreamland Steeple was exploring a relic in the chaotic wilderness and needed to use my ability, that was the fee. Levi said, I understand. Thousand Illusion Knight said, Commander, I'm now planning to use Phantom Beast as the foundation to fuse Ghost Nightmare Weasel, Dream-Eating Rhinoceros, and Nine-Eyed Fox to create a mythical creature. Is there any problem with this combination? Levi said, there's no problem, it mainly depends on the style you want to pursue in the future. Phantom Beast and Nine-Eyed Fox are both fox types. I estimate the new mythical creature will be more like a fox, which is also good, otherwise, it might become nondescript. The corners of the Thousand Illusion Knight's mouth lifted, then I can rest assured. Levi asked, if your evolution succeeds this time, you could also consider starting a family and settling down. Dragon King Lee began the matchmaking mode, married folks are like this. The Thousand Illusion Knight was silent, seemingly having some concerns. Commander, if I fail in advancement, can you turn me into a heroic spirit? Levi said, yes, but you must believe in yourself, the Blood Knight is your role model. The Thousand Illusion Knight had also achieved the so-called legendary knight status during the Doomsday era. Levi believed in her potential, she had reached the last step, regardless, must maintain confidence in herself. The Thousand Illusion Knight smiled sweetly, thank you, Commander, I understand. I'm still some distance from level 6 peak, no rush. Levi encouraged, reforge the divine weapon, properly hone the combat technique, try to elevate your strength in every possible way to the extreme, then just do your best and leave the rest to fate. I'll log off now, Commander. The Thousand Illusion Knight was greatly encouraged, she didn't expect the Commander to have such faith in her. Chapter 2422. Looking at the disappearance of the Thousand Illusions Knight, Levi felt a bit helpless. As of now, among the 18 Twilight Cavalry, those who have successfully ascended to the mythical level are all male knights. Among the older generation of knights, Goddess Knight Elsa has limited potential, and Divine Light Knight Denise, seeking stability, has also abandoned the mythical path. Out of the 18 riders, there are only 4 female knights, and aside from the Flower Knight, the Thousand Illusions Knight is the village's last hope. 4 years later. Nora 830 years. Blood Battle 619 years. Ancient Dragon Continent. Dusk Holy Temple. Rumble. High above the heavens, an ominous purple lightning fell, engulfing the figure of a knight clad in grey armor. The knight's veins bulged, and the broad ash greatsword slashed out, with sword chi shooting toward the heavens. The Dharma idol of a giant dragon, exuding a decaying aura, experienced resurrection, spread its wings, and sheltered the Ash Knight below. After taking a brief rest, the Ash Knight's body healed. He used his self-created immortal scripture of withering and flourishing, clashed with the lightning calamity once again with his flesh and blood. This lightning calamity is his dark tribulation, emerging from the void, continuous and relentless. Even though he possesses a physique-type breathing technique, he has been on the brink of life and death several times. Fortunately, he also has a level 7 treasure for protection, allowing him to turn danger into safety. From afar, Levi watched silently. The Fire Dragon Knight's Fire Dragon Brilliance Extreme Book, the Blood Knight's Kylan Strategy, the Ash Knight's Immortal Scripture of Withering and Flourishing, they've all developed unique combat skill systems of their own, truly impressive. As members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, none of them would be satisfied with following others' paths. In the art of war, these knights have formed their own distinct paths. This is also what Levi advocates, he provided his extreme Deo strategy for the knights to study, after all. 3 years ago, the Ash Knight completed all the preparations for ascension at the Holy Temple branch on Nora Continent, and Levi had him come to the ancient Dragon Continent for seclusion. Today, facing tribulation, the Ash Knight successfully overcame the blood tribulation, surprisingly without danger. However, this final dark tribulation turned out to be unexpectedly difficult. Even Levi hadn't experienced this void lightning tribulation before, and he didn't know how long it would last. Boom! The 13th lightning, is it not over yet? Elena's face showed some reluctance. The Ash Knight was in a miserable state now, there was no intact flesh left on his entire body. Ash, flames, blood, and thick smoke intertwined. It's all right, he can do it. Levi recalled the first time he met the Ash Knight. Back then, he was just a Grand Knight, yet he caused great trouble for a noble primary blood clan member. The songs of humanity are the songs of courage. The Ash Knight chose the path of evolution, having prepared for the possibility of death. The 18th thunderbolt fell with a rumble, leaving only a mass of writhing, charred flesh at the original location. Even the level 7 treasure used for tribulation showed numerous cracks. Many knights dared not continue watching, while the 1000 Illusions Knight watched silently. The atmosphere was immensely heavy, oppressing everyone. The lightning has stopped, it's stopped. Commander, has the Ash Knight's calamity ended? The Black Knight looked at the Ash Knight, wanting to go up and help. Levi said, whether it's over, only the Ash Knight knows. Don't act rashly, he's not easy to kill. The Ash Knight's ascension is based on the Ash Dragon. Enhanced with bloodline factors from 3 legendary creatures, Ancient God Worm, Star Ring-tailed Snake, and Holy Heart Butterfly. The Ancient God Worm is a legendary giant worm with an undying body. It possesses a super strong adaptability and physique, surviving in any extreme environment, also known as the Undying Worm. The Star Ring-tailed Snake is a giant serpent that devours planes. No matter how severe the injuries, it can heal by devouring the plane. The last, the Holy Heart Butterfly, is a giant butterfly that roams the astral world. Its scale powder can heal all things, and its light can warm the soul. Such a magnificent lineup, a new breathing technique, is undoubtedly extraordinary. As long as the Ash Knight successfully overcomes this, a bright road lies ahead. Actually, the Ash Knight had another option, which was to fuse with the undying bird like Levi. In doing so, Levi, as the pioneer, has already overcome the dark tribulation, so he doesn't need to go through it again. Perhaps, it's because he doesn't want to be like the commander, preferring to create something of his own. The stubborn Ash Knight still chose the tougher path. This spirit is something Levi quite approves of. As a member of the 18 Riders, one indeed needs to have their own style. Unknown when the mass of flesh had solidified, transforming into a scarlet cocoon. The life force began to disappear, causing everyone to worry. Levi said, "Don't panic, the Ash Knight has succeeded. The Ash Dragon is inherently a creature that is born from death." Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The commander said it's fine, so it must be stable. Sure enough, shortly thereafter. Thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat resounded. The scarlet cocoon began to revive with life force. Crack, the cocoon split open. Resplendent light surged out, shooting straight into the sky. Countless iridescent particles burst forth, like the eruption of stardust. These particles clustered together, vaguely revealing the shape of an indescribable giant beast. It possessed a noticeably ash dragon-like head, with a serpentine and elongated body. At its tail, a serpent's tail coiled around, resembling a star clock. A layer of colorful ash floated around its body, slowly rotating, much like the rings surrounding Jupiter. Its body was covered with a shell similar to that of an insect, with 2 pairs of wings resembling butterfly wings on both sides. Chapter 2423. The butterfly tail fluttered in the wind, scattering colorful scales endlessly. Levi took a breath of the scales and immediately felt his body and mind refreshed, with a powerful life force surging within him. It's a pity he wasn't injured, otherwise, this force would have healed him instantly. The giant beast before him, resembling both dragon and butterfly, was the most awe-inspiring Levi had ever seen in appearance. Looking at it, Levi seemed to gaze upon an entire starry sky. It has a strangely beautiful allure, as if the sacred unity of light and darkness. Elena commented. Emperor Mew, incredible. This was Emperor Mew's most sincere feeling. They witnessed the Ash Knight almost fall, only to be reborn in such a breathtaking manner. The Blood Knight beamed with joy, while the Black Knight felt even more excited than the Ash Knight. Commander, that was so awesome. The Ashen Apostle group members cheered wildly, shouting. The starlight giant beast transformed into the Ash Knight. He snapped his fingers, and the divine weapon Ash Greatsword that had shattered in the calamity assembled together. With the infusion of new breathing technique power, the Ash Greatsword became the Starlight Greatsword. Levi genuinely praised, "Remarkable, you've created an unimaginable mythical path." The Ash Knight replied, "Thank you, Commander, and everyone. You were worried, I almost didn't make it." Thinking about it, he also felt fear. Elena asked, "What's the name of this new breathing technique?" The Ash Knight replied, "Star Butterfly Dragon." The Blood Knight said, "Nice, I think it fits well." Emperor Mew, "I think so too." The Ash Knight introduced the abilities of the Star Butterfly Dragon breathing technique to everyone. Levi compared it with his Death Ember Dragon. Death Ember Dragon has the Undying Body, while Star Butterfly Dragon has the Star Divine Body. Their abilities are similar, and Undying Body is slightly superior. Star Butterfly Dragon doesn't possess Nirvana, but has feather transformation, with similar effects. After the Ash Knight's death, he can undergo feathered reincarnation, breaking the cocoon to be reborn. But at the current stage, there's only one chance. Levi speculated, as the Ash Knight's realm improves, the number of opportunities should increase, but likely won't surpass Death Ember Dragon. The biggest difference in abilities between the two should be healing. Star Butterfly Dragon possesses a wide-ranging healing ability, while Levi mainly has strong self-healing power. According to the Ash Knight, if one could cultivate to the legendary, mythical realm, with a single thought, they could heal the life of an entire plane. And that's not the most astonishing part, the most remarkable aspect is, he could even heal the world. For instance, when Levi previously fought the Amethyst race, causing a small world to verge on destruction. If the Ash Knight were present, he might have been able to restore it. It's amazing, the star ring-tailed snake, meant to devour planes as a giant beast, has now become the savior of the plane after this fusion and evolution, unbelievable. The Thousand Illusion Knight praised. Blood Knight, this is the Dragon of Salvation. Emperor Mew patted the Ash Knight's shoulder, "Good brother, the task of saving the world is yours." Everyone chuckled in amusement. At night, such a great matchmaking opportunity and excuse, Levi wouldn't miss. He immediately assembled the girls from the Witch's family, Tower of Dawn, and Valkyrie Temple. Eager to marry off this damn Ash Knight. Such an awesome Star Butterfly Dragon bloodline, who knows whose advantage it will be in the future. Returning from a mission, the Fire Dragon Knight and Louise came together, patting the Ash Knight's shoulder, laughing. "Star Butterfly Dragon, sounds strong, Ash Knight, let's spar in the nightmare world someday." Born to fight, he even dared challenge Levi, though never won. The Ash Knight agreed, Star Butterfly Dragon vs. Sun Chasing Dragon, he looked forward to it as well. Soon, the Blood Knight with Jade Kylan bloodline also rushed from his busy schedule to attend. Until now, the Blood Knight still hadn't resolved his life's major issue. But according to the gossip from Triss and Elena, Blood Knight seemed to be getting close with the Wind Witch. One is the Vice Hall Master of Dusk Holy Temple, the other is the Deputy Tower Master of Witch's family. Levi thought they matched well. As for the cultivation gap, it didn't matter. Blood Knight possesses mythical bloodline, in terms of future potential, surpasses the 8-ring Senior Wind Witch. Of course, the Wind Witch is no slouch, in her younger days, she was also a top-level genius of that era. Many leaders from Hurricane Steeple or Storm School of Thought pursued her. At the banquet, the Snow Lotus Witch slightly raised her gaze, secretly peeking at the Ash Knight over there. Levi, like an old matchmaker, under Elena's counsel, keenly observed the scene's dynamics. "Do you think the Snow Lotus Witch is interested in the Ash Knight? You noticed too? You've become sharp lately, my Hall Master. No jokes, I think you or Triss might matchmake them. Leave it to me, I love such things." Levi plotted inwardly. Among the 18 Twilight Cavalry, not counting 100 Flowers, Divine Light and Golden Lion, Emperor Mew and Goddess, Dark Moon and Witch Kalina, Fire Dragon and Louise, he had successfully settled affairs for 7 people. If Ash Knight and Snow Lotus Witch, Blood Knight and Wind Witch succeed, that would be 9, more than half resolved. These excellent bloodlines must be passed on. Strong alliances greatly increase the chance of producing top-level talent. Chapter 2424. This is the foundation that wizard families and organizations maintain their dominance over nomadic wizards. And there's the Thousand Illusion Knight, the Heart Moon Spirit Witch, the future Windwalker. With so many excellent ladies, these guys are still single, it's really inappropriate. Levi shook his head inwardly. Elena raised a glass and went to celebrate with everyone, beginning to play the role of a matchmaker. Levi looked at everyone, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He once thought that true strength meant growing stronger in solitude, that it was lonely at the top. Now he realized he was wrong. In the high heavens, with stars shining brilliantly, Levi's eyes gazed intently. If Sauron were still alive, would he be watching this lively world in solitude? The banquet ended, and everyone dispersed. The 18 Twilight Cavalry produced 4 7th level knights, 3 of mythical level. Among the older generation of knights, all had reached the level 6 peak realm. Among them, the Black Knight was the oldest, and he was ready with bloodline crystals and advancement materials. His cultivation was also at maximum. Seeing the success of the Ash Knight, he was determined. After his self-created combat technique Black Sky Secret Scripture reaches its peak, he will go into seclusion. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this effort. The Golden Lion Knight is waiting for the right opportunity. He has collected most of his advancement materials and also wants to walk the path of evolution. In his path of the wizard, after more than 1200 years of cultivation, he has achieved 9 talents and 5th circle perfection. Although he only has dual elemental powers, his knightly cultivation and status are high. So along the way, he spent lavishly on earth, sky and even morning star artifacts. Before the 6th circle wizard cultivation, there were no obstacles. He practiced leisurely, and now is about to advance to the primordial soul. So he plans to evolve into a mythical level after achieving the primordial soul. Having one more 6th level method increases the success rate, why not? Emperor Mu now has both energy sect and knight at level 6, with the knight also at level 6 peak. As for being a wizard, due to poor talent and low cost effectiveness in investment, he gave up. Children of Chaos, only Levi, this overpowered guy, or some reincarnated legendary wizards could manage it. Overall, he follows the dual extraordinary path, like the Steel Dragon Knight, reducing the difficulty and risk of evolution significantly. The Goddess Knight is currently at level 6 mid-stage in cultivation, striving to move to the late stage. Though she fell behind, she's not too upset, as she's come to terms with it. Especially now with Eddie, an excellent descendant. Watching the youngster about to advance to a primordial soul, she's overjoyed. Moreover, Elsa's wizard cultivation isn't bad either, achieving 9 talents and 5th circle perfection, with hopes of a primordial soul in the future. The middle generation knights and the new generation knights are currently mainstream at level 6 late stage, or mid-stage cultivation, still far from level 7. It is now the 1223rd year since the knights were founded. The new millennium will be a crucial era of metamorphosis for the 18 riders in blood and fire. Grasping opportunities is very important. A year later. Nora calendar year 831. The once-in-a-century blood battle auction is almost here again. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The ghostly mansion where the dead wander. Swordsman Jerry and the Snowflake Knight are training those new recruits from the undead. Mana is sitting on the head of an immortal banyan dragon, watching the parade. With 3 pounds of rest soil down, the range of the ancient banyan tree mansion has expanded to a 1,000-mile radius. Various medicinal herbs from the School of Death planted have taken root and sprouted. The ghostly soul date tree and the netherworld soul date tree bear abundant fruit. It's truly a small but fully equipped human underworld. In the Fairyland Sea area, Akun has transformed into a vast illusory giant whale 10,000 meters long. It tirelessly remodels the ocean, making it more suitable for sea beasts to live. Leviathan and Gustav, those elders, already have many descendants, with small whales and alligators everywhere. In the sky, various mixed blood winged dragon species streak through the sky. Wind, thunder, shadow, flame, frost, all are present. On the plains, various mixed blood dragon clan and other giant beasts gallop. All this made Levi dream back to the era of dinosaurs in his previous life. Suddenly, a sea vortex hundreds of miles in diameter appeared in the ocean. As torrents of water soared sky high, Lopez leaped into the cloud summit, exuding a level 8 momentum. A giant ape 5,000 meters tall, like a mountain floating in the air. Lopez has grown again, with the Dragon Palace gaining another level 8 general. After reaching level 8, Lopez quickly went online in the Nightmare World to spar with the Red King. Previously, it was no match for the Red King, but this time it wanted to reclaim its dignity. Unexpectedly, their fight lasted for more than half a day, and the Red King narrowly won. A month later, the Holy Infant opened its eyes, fire flickering, with the stern fire god's phantom emerging behind. Its beard, like flames, wild and unruly. Wearing a beast-skin skirt at the waist, and holding a world-destroying flame sword in hand, with intense heat spreading. Fire god projection. The holy infant murmured to itself. It placed its hand on a Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 11300/12300. In the past decade or so, it has successively refined 5 artifacts. Fire God's Fury, Fire God's Beard, Fire God's Eye, Red Dragon Scale, Winter Emperor's Beard. Among them, the first 2 directly increased spiritual force by 1,180 points. The latter 3 collectively increased the spiritual force limit by 270 points. This enabled him to achieve 7 rings perfect realm, with only 1,000 points left to maximum. Increasing too much spiritual force at once made his spiritual force noticeably unstable. Next, he needs to stabilize well, solidify his foundation, and diligently cultivate to the 8 environments realm. The 3 major Fire God sequence artifacts allowed him to produce Fire God Body. Chapter 2425. The current Ice and Fire Holy Body is no longer enough to describe his talent. He felt that renaming it to Ice and Fire Divine Body, incomplete, would be more appropriate. Because the oddity from the Frost God series, the Holy Infant, has not yet been refined. Could this be the legendary half-step divine body? The Holy Infant couldn't help but jest. With his self-created ace balance law, now that fire is stronger than ice, the balance between ice and fire is not disrupted. Additionally, the Holy Infant's talent in the Fire Dragon Tribulation has also changed. With a single point, 2 flame divine dragons emerged, pulling a divine chariot across the sky. On the chariot was a fire god incredibly similar to the projection of a fire god. It commanded the fire dragons and traversed the skies in red flames. Where it passed, flames raged, and for miles around, it turned into a sea of fire. It's very much like the Zhurong fire god of my past life. After refining the fire god's fury, the Holy Infant's fire dragon tribulation took a different path of enhancement from his original form. The original form's Flame Emperor's Sword version of the fire dragon tribulation relied on single target power, extremely lethal, suited for duels. While his Fire God's Fury version covered a vast area, making it suitable for group battles. Now, with just a 7 rings perfect cultivation, he can impact miles around. Once he ascends to 8 ring perfection, he might transform 1,000 miles into a sea of fire. The same fire element oddity, yet vastly different in style. Perceiving the Holy Infant's breakthrough, Levi's figure appeared. Try out your fire elemental holy body's ability. In a thought, the Holy Infant's form transformed into countless fire element particles, merging into the void. At that moment, he seemed indistinguishable from the fire elemental power of the world. As expected, the divine level sequence's daytime oddity can indeed give rise to abilities similar to an elemental holy body. The fire elements gathered, and the Holy Infant reformed. The 100 flowers named their form Water Element Undying Body. The Holy Infant could name his Fire Element Burning Sky Body. Both are low-end versions of the elemental holy body, but before the 9th circle, they are more than sufficient for survival. If I refine the Thunder God series daytime oddity, I can gain similar abilities. However, with my immortal body and grasp of immortal secret word, such abilities are merely icing on the cake. For true survival, the breathing technique is more formidable. Of course, the capabilities of these 2 holy bodies aren't limited to survival, they have other wonderful applications that require the Holy Infant to gradually discover and research. The Holy Infant also showcased his special spiritual creature. In his mind, an illusory volcano emerged, towering 10,000 meters, emitting thick smoke. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless magma and flames spewed out, always on the verge of eruption. This is the Fire God's spiritual item, quite rare, unexpectedly taking the form of a mountain. The Holy Infant's divine's projection sat cross-legged atop the volcano, exuding a sense of the integration of heaven and man. Levi said, "This spirit item shall be called Zhurong Divine Mountain." This life's Fire God series oddity has a certain artistry akin to the Zhurong Fire God of a past life. Additionally, the Holy Infant has developed divine perception, able to sense stray fire elements within 1,000 miles. Thus controlling everything within that range, Levi referred to it as Fire Heart Eye. Presently, Levi has summarized the 4 main principles of divine level sequence oddities. Firstly, an oddity will inevitably be born with one and only one special spiritual creature. Secondly, an oddity will inevitably develop a divine's projection. Moreover, the divine's projection often has intricate connections with its special spiritual creature. Thirdly, a daytime oddity will give birth to a quasi-elemental holy body. Fourthly, after refining some components, divine perception will also emerge. The above four abilities distinguish divine-level sequence oddities from other oddities. Judging by their expressiveness, they indeed resemble divine methods. As for the final red dragon scale, this morning star artifact is quite standard. It mainly promotes the evolution of the ice and fire divine body and has not developed a special spiritual creature. Levi said, next, return to Gondor City and stabilize your realm. With your current qualifications, dispersing and rebuilding your technique, branding 22 6th ring witch marks is no problem. Ascend to 8th circle quickly, expand the fire dragon sky work, and strive to become the wizard world's #1 weapon refinement organization. The Holy Infant replied, I understand. He no longer needs to worry about the Fire God series. Next, he will focus entirely on accumulating war merits. Acquiring another Frost God daytime oddity would complete the Ice and Fire divine body. Such a talent could crush the children of the elements, leaving top talents far behind. Before becoming legendary, he should face no significant obstacles. Of course, he'll still aim to collect all components of the Winter Emperor, Red Dragon, and Fire God series oddities for the satisfaction of a collector's urge. Watching the Holy Infant depart, Levi felt fulfilled. The duplications of ice and fire and weapon refinement are nearing completion. Next are the duplications of metal and array, body refinement, and pharmacy. The day the 3 duplications achieve legend is the day Levi's grand vision is realized. At 70 years old, Haim emerged from seclusion, emanating the aura of the 4th circle. In just 60 years of cultivation, he has broken through the 4 realms consecutively, a miraculous speed. Levi urged Haim to proceed cautiously, fearing his foundation might be unstable. Truth oddities and such, he hasn't allowed Haim to refine yet either. With Haim's current potential, he doesn't need oddities to smoothly reach the primordial soul stage. For such a peerless talent, advancing cultivation quickly isn't difficult. What's most challenging is keeping the heart and battle skills advancing in sync for comprehensive improvement. Thus, Levi hasn't coddled Haim like a canary in the Emperor's palace. Chapter 2426. Instead, let him cultivate normally in the Tower of Dawn and participate in the regular blood battles. He only needed to occasionally come here for supplementary lessons. His temperament hadn't changed since he was a child, he remained just as tranquil. Many wizards who have lived for hundreds of years cannot match it. Levi would also occasionally, unintentionally test Haim, to see if he could reveal any clues of being a legendary wizard. The outcome was still all normal. Haim, in the upcoming period, you don't need to come to the Emperor's palace. Spend more time at home with your parents, Levi advised. Haim had the demeanor of a mature youth. I understand, teacher. Thank you for your guidance over the years. I won't forget it, he said. After thinking it over, Levi earnestly said. Haim, no matter what achievements you accomplish in the future, never forget your parents. Think of Lillian, who carried you for 3 years. Do you remember? Haim replied, I understand, teacher. Before departing, Levi made a round of the various major organizations. The Witch's Family, where Windwalker Lisa is now a senior 4th circle wizard. To this day, it's been over 100 years since the Witch's Family merged into the ancient dragon continent. A few years ago, another lake witch was newly born, bringing the total number of primordial soul witches to 10. Although still in decline, things have finally begun to improve. Besides the 10 witches, there are also 2 primordial soul wizards. They came in these years, all of them nomadic wizards. The blood battles turned many wizard organizations and families to dust, increasing the homeless, and the number of nomadic wizards surged. Additionally, with the development of the council treasury being exchanged by the whole society, the originally solidified wizard class has begun to loosen a bit. This is also good news for the vast number of nomadic wizards. Dusk Holy Temple and the Ancient Dragon Empire are these 2 Grand Knight organizations. They can almost ensure the birth of 3 to 5 level 6 experts every 100 years, and the pace is still increasing. Offsetting with the level 6s who fell due to the blood battles and other natural and man-made disasters, it's enough to ensure a stable level 6 growth on the ancient dragon continent. Even if there is a net increase of 1 level 6 every 100 years, it is already very fast. The lifespan of a level 6 is 2,000 years, with knights generally having even longer lifespans. Accumulating in this way, including the existing level 6s. The level 6 experts on the ancient dragon continent are expected to exceed 3 figures by the end of its second millennium. Aliens introduced by Levi from ancient towers or multidimensional planes are also taking root and beginning to multiply. Levi's goal is that by the end of the third millennium on the ancient dragon continent, the total number of level 6s from all organizations and races combined should reach at least 300. This sounds incredible, but in the current context, it is not impossible. The premise of ensuring efficient growth is sufficient resources. The key to resources is expanding revenue sources and reducing expenditure. There are many channels for expanding sources, such as blood battles, the abyss, black beasts, and new worlds like the heavenly world. Furthermore, as the Star Castle plan takes shape, expeditions will inevitably have to be sent to explore the multidimensional plane to proactively acquire resources. Reducing expenditure is also crucial. For instance, improving weapon refinement, mechanical school technology, etc., to enhance the utilization of various resources and avoid waste. Of course, in the distant future, once the number and quality of the transcendent grow sufficiently, it may again fall into a resource predicament and begin to stabilize and stagnate. This is an unavoidable objective law. In short, in this era, there's a lot that can be done. Many wizard organizations have grasped the opportunity to soar, just like the ancient dragon continent. Many wizard schools, and emerging high-level wizard organizations, have already essentially replaced the positions of the original top wizard organizations. As Great Nora's geographic landscape opens up, the early structure will inevitably undergo tremendous changes. The ancient dragon continent is just the most typical and prominent among them. End of the year. The blood battle auction arrived as scheduled. This time, Levi prepared a full 20 billion in cash. Elena and Triss were also full of confidence. Levi's target remained 2 types of hard currency, materials and oddities. The auction process was still a dull contest of monetary power. The first lot that surprised Levi was a frozen giant pillar that exuded a chilling frost. The pillar stood 10,000 meters high, with snowflake-patterned lines encircling its surface. The host introduced it as 10,000-year-old ice flower wood. Discovered in a new continent dominated by an ice world, this was an extraordinary treasure. It was the perfect item for School of Ice Wizards to refine a wizard tower. The starting price was as high as 3 billion ether stones, much more expensive than Bright Moon artifact. As soon as this item appeared, School of Ice Wizards present exchanged glances. Their cultivation wasn't bad, with several 8th circles among them. But the problem was, a single piece of strange wood wasn't enough to refine a wizard tower. Buying it meant investing more money. Some people, hoping to score a bargain, raised the bid. Regardless, 3 billion for 10,000-year-old strange wood was always a profit. But their financial power couldn't compare to Levi. As for this item, he was determined to win it. Without any competitors, he easily acquired the treasure for 3.5 billion ether stones. After all, the Frost School had less demand. If it were the Burning faction, this strange wood would cost at least 8 billion ether stones. Afterward, Levi went on to acquire numerous rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Just the level 8 metals alone totaled 5 types. He also obtained 2 pieces of Void God Crystal, necessary for a promotion to 8th circle, totaling 3 billion. Along with the reserves from the Witch's family, 3 avatars, Elena and Triss's ascensions to the 8th circle, there was no need to worry about Void God Crystal issues. Additionally, he acquired 1 level 8 Void Treasure Pearl, valued at 1.2 billion, for refining the 8-ring breakthrough potion. The remaining potion materials, with their strength, they could easily hunt level 8 demons to acquire. Out of trust in his luck, Levi spent 2 billion ether stones to purchase 5 sets of dark treasure maps at the auction and market stalls. This thing was similar to opening a blind box, with few big profits and a considerable waste of time. But he previously gained research knowledge on Black Phoenix and 1000-year life extension potion, and had a taste of gain. Coincidentally, he also wanted to travel across planes for a bit, so he seized this opportunity to try his luck, turning a single bike into a motorcycle. Just like that, Levi's 20 billion was unknowingly spent. He consoled himself, saying it was for boosting the internal demand of the wizard world, contributing to GDP, and supporting the blood battles. Others also had a fruitful harvest. Elena also acquired some materials for refining wizard towers, and secured a sky-level Water King's Pearl from the Water King series. She and Triss jointly purchased a book of potion knowledge titled Old Man and Medicine, spending a total of 4 billion ether stones. This was an incomplete version of the inheritance from an ancient Grand Wizard, the eternal youthful witch Luofu. It is said this Grand Wizard lived up to 9,000 years without transforming into a lich. He made significant contributions to the field of life extension, and the inheritance book records hundreds of original primordial soul potions. The two planned to study it carefully in the future. Chapter 2427. The Holy Infant did not participate in this auction. He is secluded in Fire Dragon Skywork, stabilizing his spiritual force. Victor and Gondif purchased numerous materials for weapon refinement on his behalf. Victor himself spent 3.3 billion ether stones to successfully acquire the last oddity of the Golden Emperor series. Bright Moon Artifact, Golden Emperor's Chain. After hundreds of years, the Golden Emperor series is finally completed. Upon refining it, Victor's companion creature Golden Emperor reached perfection, and his metal elemental talent gained a significant boost. His spiritual force increased by 190 points, reaching 11,233 points, not far from the 7 rings limit. Next, Victor only needs to collect the Silver King series and Golden God series. The foundation of talent before ascending to Legendary is set. The cultivation after this is smooth sailing. Gondifa's gains from this trip mainly involve various potion materials and potion formulas. Next is the transformation period for Gondif Pharmacy. As a leader, he must ensure his foundation is solid, and his level of pharmacy must be proficient. Levi also instructed him to be fully involved in the life-prolonging potion research and learn extensively from Lucy and Triss. As for body-refining artifacts, they are too rare, none were seen at the auction. For common truth oddities, Gondif did not spend money at the auction, exchanging them with war merit is enough. Gondif is not in a hurry, the Dragon Elephant Holy Body is quite powerful. It has been refined using 3 bright moons and 5 morning star level body refining artifacts. On this day, buzz buzz buzz. A spherical fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters flew out from underground on the ancient Dragon continent. The first prototype of the Star Castle project officially began trial operations. Researchers from the mechanical school, along with Levi and Herman, were present to observe. The surface of the fortress is coated with deep dream alloy, which is hundreds of meters thick. 8 level 6 knights or wizards were attacking the fortress without holding back using their respective methods. All assault landed on it, much like stones thrown into a lake, creating a layer of ripples and being skillfully deflected. That is the surface defense barrier at work. Half a day later, the barrier was finally broken by the group. But relying on its own strong alloy, it could still steadily withstand attacks from 8 level 6 powerhouses. Later, even level 7 experts were deployed to attack it, unable to break through its defense system in a short period. Remember, this is in a state of passive assault. Under normal circumstances, the Star Castle can flee or counterattack. Levi said, from the current observation, as long as it's not a level 8 powerhouse, the Star Castle can comfortably handle it. Impressive. Don't be fooled by the current abundance of level 8 powerhouses in the blood battlefield, it's because 2 powerful civilizations are at war. In reality, placed in the vast multidimensional plane, how many level 8 powerhouses are there? According to the Council of 10,000 Clans standards, they are already venerables in a realm. Herman said, yes, ensure energy supply, and there's no issue with endurance, the Star Castle can undertake a millennium-long plane journey. Currently, the Star Castle's energy is mainly divided into 3 systems. First is biological energy, using extraordinary oil refined from parts of demons, nightmare creatures, and black beast flesh and blood to generate energy through burning. Second is elemental energy, relying on solidified arrays to continuously absorb elemental power from the heavens and earth and store it. Third is ether stone energy, which is the universal fuel for various mechanisms, arrays, wizard tools, and other transcendent objects. Among these, the second energy source is the core and foundation for long-duration travels. Other energy sources, once depleted, cannot be replenished at any time in the land of darkness. Herman said, next, we need to train specialized Star Castle mechanics, the Hall Master will surely be looking forward to it. Levi laughed and said, thank you for your hard work, strive to develop more Star Castles and allow the entire ancient Dragon continent to move into them as soon as possible. In doing so, the ancient Dragon continent will become the Wizard World's mobile war fortress. The future situation in the blood battlefield is becoming increasingly complex, and high mobility is essential. With the protection of the Star Castle, the safety for mortals residing within it is greatly enhanced. The damage caused by the blood battle to the ancient Dragon continent will be minimized. Moreover, if necessary, Levi can quickly gather all star castles to send everyone into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Then he will take everyone and preserve the flame of various civilizations and races, including wizards and knights, wandering deep in space in search of a new home. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. Given the geographical position of the ancient dragon continent, if that day arrives, the wizard world will be on the brink. At the last moment, he won't abandon Nora. Come back soon. Inside the Emperor's palace, Elena lay in Levi's arms and gently said. Levi said, I understand, practice well on the ancient dragon continent, and don't go hunting demons before reaching the 8th circle. Elena nodded. She currently lacks nothing, steadily cultivating her realm is the most important. Levi said, octopus brother, black feathered pheasant, ancient giant turtle, thunder crocodile, frost giant eagle, these guardians are at your disposal, face danger and let them handle it first. The high ranks of the ancient dragon continent are too responsible, many leading by example. In other organizations, these guardians wouldn't be as leisurely as they are now. Levi said, by the way, if you face danger, contact me through the Twilight Round Table. I have ways to save you. Levi's unhidden secret word allows him to disregard spatial distances and send anyone perceiving him into the nightmare world. Not just enemies, allies too can be transported. Chapter 2428. As long as Elena's true form is instantly sent into the Black Dragon territory of the nightmare world, she can escape attacks from the material world. When it's safe, Elena can be sent back. This is a secret usage method Levi thought of over the years, tested and proven effective. Elena sees Levi through the round table, this is a kind of perception. The Nightmare Traveler technique is an amazing cultivation method, if used well, it can achieve many clever maneuvers. Elena felt warm in her heart. She whispered, you should also say goodbye to Triss. Levi said, I will. Before leaving, I need to explain some things to the leaders of various organizations. 1 month later. Levi arranged everything and said goodbye to Triss, then left the ancient dragon continent, traveling above the void. He began his longest journey to the land of darkness. Nora Calendar, 833. Blood Battle, 622. During the fierce clash between wizard civilization and abyssal civilization. Across the boundless multidimensional plane, small-scale wars and frictions were also unfolding. Pangong Domain, Pangong Plane. 2 alien races emitting level 8 aura suddenly arrived. They gaze upon the scarred earth, the cracked crust, the erupting magma, and the rampant demonic aura and demons. On the ground, a powerful dwarven figure transformed by magic wandered aimlessly. The Pangong Empire is finished. No presence of the Dagon Venerable sensed. It fled. Chase it. It doesn't seem far. These two are enforcers of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Recently, the large world where the Blue Realm is located encountered an abyss invasion. The stationed level 9 Hidden One was killed, and the branch's treasury was looted. Many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and exotic treasure items were lost. Even included treasures like the 9-level Turtle King fruit and quasi 9th level exotic treasure Netherworld King's armor. Some venerables, walkers blinded by profit, took advantage of the situation and stole treasures, fleeing. Among them was the Dagon Venerable attending a meeting in the Blue Realm. They are on a mission to track these traitors. The Council of 10,000 Clans developed too rapidly in the late stage. Adding to the fact that members are scattered across the Pan Plane, with the Sky High and Emperor far away, the quality of personnel varied widely. Over the years, the organization's ancients have been united, pouring in countless efforts to develop a powerful supreme treasure, the Covenant Sword. This is to alleviate the current stage of the Council of 10,000 Clans, where high-level members harbor ulterior motives. Ordinary oath methods are just about dealing with regular walkers. For emissaries and venerables, which include various disorderly characters, the constraints are weak. Over the years, the Council of 10,000 Clans barely caused any significant losses to the Wizard Council. Lack of united efforts among members is an important reason. Once the Covenant Sword forms, it will stand alongside the Dark Temple as a supreme treasure. It's the foundation upon which the Council of 10,000 Clans can stabilize. Pangong Domain. Caw caw caw. A frosty blue crow dragging frosty particles streaks across the night sky like a comet. After over 630 years of travel, Yak was tired. It witnessed 124 instances of civil war, 1/3 of which involved abyss demons. It saw 13 worlds destroyed before its eyes. It saw countless lives vanish in an instant. Death was as common as roadside wildflowers. It saw a gigantic serpent of stellar light, its head and tail connected, devour a world edging towards doom. To it, Ayak was possibly no more than a small seed. So it took one of the serpent's fallen scales. It saw a massive web that obscured the sky hidden within a world. An angel from the lower realm fell into its trap, instantly transforming into a dried mummy, its divine power exhausted. The angel's struggle damaged part of the web, drifting aimlessly. Ayak took some of it to make a plush bed for its nest. As a traveler and observer, in corners unseen by wizards, it witnessed the individual stories and joys and sorrows of countless lives. Now, the materials for nest building are almost complete. Time to go home and build a little nest. After so many years apart, surely the master missed it. Tired from flying, Ayak randomly found a small world to rest for a while. In the desert, the wide Ron River flowed quietly. Ayak descended, drawn by a dark golden glimmer. From experience, glowing objects are treasures. On the riverbed, a dark golden dagger lay quietly collected to decorate the nest. Ayak opened its mouth, sending it into the dimensional stomach. Rumble! A thunderous explosion almost made the entire small world tremble. The river was instantly blasted upward, the crust folded layer by layer, magma erupted. Shocked, Ayak hurriedly flew into the sky. It turned out that two groups were fighting. One side was a burly dwarf. Its upper body clad in a dark, ink-like treasure armor emanating sinister grey aura. Countless twisted undead spirits surrounded it, making it hard to look directly at it. The dwarf wielded a massive warhammer, and each strike sent tremors through the void. Beneath him was a giant dragon clad in red flame steel armor, radiating intense dragon's might. Its bloodshot golden eyes exuded a brutal aura. This is the pure-blooded dragon clan. The other side consisted of two level 8 alien races, their faces shocked. Dagon, you actually have a giant dragon. Kakik, surprised, aren't you? You dare to capture this emperor? You're seeking death. Chapter 2429. Damn it, without the giant dragon assisting you, how could you, with mere level 8 middle stage cultivation, be a match for us? Humph. Having a giant dragon is my own strategy. Leave the Netherworld King's armor and come back with us obediently, the organization is in need of manpower, and you can be spared the death penalty. It's you who should stay. I've already abandoned the Pangong world. No one can make me, the Emperor, submit. On one side are two individuals at level 8 late stage, and on the other is a pure-blood dragon at level 8 peak. This battle can only be described as terrifying. Ayak dared not spectate, fearing it might get involved. It quickly sneaked away, deeply understanding its master's essence of stealth. Sigh, yet another innocent world, doomed for destruction. Must these powerful figures always wage war among themselves? Why not pick up trash like me, isn't it delightful? 1 month later, I rested on a meteorite. Suddenly, the void cracked open, and a silhouette plummeted to the ground with a thud. Ayak was startled, this seemed to be one of the alien races from the previous conflict. However, now it was left with only half a body, its energy weakened to the extreme, as if only a breath away from death. Damned Dagon! The ice barbarian muttered, feeling the life slipping away. Endless scorching from the unique flame, destructive heart flame from the Flame King Dragon was consuming its life force and even its soul. It saw an ice blue crow pierce through the sky. This reminded it of the ice crow from its homeland, an ice world known as the Snowwood World. At the center of the world stood an enormous snowflake divine tree, said to have been planted by ancestors 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, its homeland had already vanished, and the ice barbarian chose to wander. Because it heard that wizards were utterly evil, selfish, knowing that going to Nora would certainly lead to a bad end. After joining the Council of 10,000 Clans, it vowed to fight against Nora to the end. Yet, after a busy life, it seemed to have gained nothing. It wished to reminisce some more in its final moments. Boom! An iceberg descended from the sky, utterly ending its life, dispersing its last trace of vitality. Ayak peeked from the void cautiously. Why didn't this person fight back? Ayak, today achieved the incredible feat of slaying a level 8 late-stage expert with the body of a level 6 companion spirit. This is an achievement that my master, after cultivating for 1,000 years, failed to achieve even with cheats. Caw, caw. It truly made Ayak feel mighty. Soon after, the remnants of terrifying dragon flames reduced the alien expert to ashes before dissipating. In the same spot, only a blue ring emitting a chilling aura remained. Aya nonchalantly picked it up and continued heading home. Emperor Dagon severed the head of the alien enemy before him with one swift sword stroke, grabbing it and placing it before the Flame King Dragon. The alien sneered, "Kill me. My life was given by the organization, I will never beg for mercy." Dagon looked at his severed arm, from which blood flowed freely. "Was it worth it for you to vie for this broken armor?" Without waiting for a reply, Dagon said. "Ogre. Dragon flame." Boom. The terrifying destructive heart flame erupted, obliterating everything. Dagon picked up the fallen spoils of his enemy. The level 8 peak Flame King Dragon paired with steel wings already has such a terrifying effect. If it advances to level 9, this vast Pan Plane, where could I not go? I might even leave the Pan Plane, far from these conflicts, to find a paradise and establish my new world. Unfortunately, the Netherworld King's armor is missing a vambrace, already incomplete, and now even less complete. During the Great Battle, it didn't pay attention and lost an arm. Though the arm could grow back, a rare treasure piece was missing, taken by one of the enforcers, an ice barbarian. Netherworld King's armor was an organization bounty set on Gondifa's rare treasure. It was once a powerful level 9 treasure, a composite armor formed of several pieces. Due to a mishap, only the upper body pieces remained, making it quasi-9th level. Sadly, after hundreds of years, Gondif is still intact, and the treasure merely gathered dust in the organization's vault. Until the Abyss invasion, the Pangong Plain also fell. It gave the broken Emperor Dagon an opportunity. In the chaos of battle, another level 8 late-stage Green Scale Clan expert from the organization, Green Demon Rocks, obtained the Nether King helmet and Turtle King fruit. Dagon seized the Nether King chest armor and 2 vambraces. This greatly increased its strength. Moreover, the reared Flame King Dragon was near maturity, so it brazenly defected from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Leaving early was also wise. Once the Covenant sword emerges, leaving would be much harder. Now it stood alone, with no attachments, no weaknesses. Next, it would capture some strongest weapon craftsmen among the Pan-Plane civilizations. Once Ogre matured, upgrading its wings of destruction, Emperor Dagon would be unmatched below level 10, above 10,000 others. Too bad, Master Fire Dragon grew too fast, being a protected focus of the Congress. Otherwise, he alone could achieve Dagon's goal. Black Swamp World. Master, you're back. The Blood Vortex Venerable expressed his delight, as the Master hadn't returned in over a decade, leaving it anxious. It feared the Master would forget it, the sign of many great people with forgetfulness. It could wait, but the Black Swamp World was nearing collapse. Without absorbing mana soon and becoming the secondary plane sovereign, in a few hundred years, Noram might see a new Black Swamp continent emerge. Chapter 2430. At that time, I can only wait to be archaeologically discovered by the Wizard Battle Group. Levi said, Mana, let's begin. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the ancient banyan tree shook and rustled. Mana appeared, her face solemn. Blood Vortex Venerable, follow my instructions precisely, do not make any mistakes, or you might lose your life. Blood Vortex said, Thank you, Sister Mana. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Mana is the undisputed leader, regardless of cultivation. Levi took out the Holy Grail of Immortality and delved underground until he reached the Earth core world. Under high pressure and heat, an invisible will surged. This was the plane consciousness, faintly visible a shadow of a leech in its midst, blending seamlessly. As the plane sovereign, Blood Vortex Venerable and the plane consciousness were indistinguishable. If Blood Vortex Venerable died, the plane might be fine, but if the plane disappeared, Blood Vortex Venerable would surely die. Levi placed the Holy Grail of Immortality at this location. This is a 9-level treasure, naturally unaffected by the Earth's core. He said to the Sea Dragon Huang's artifact spirit, Are you ready too? Sea Dragon Huang nodded. Soon after, Levi arrived in the fairyland and said, Lopez, Red King, Heavenly Slaughter, Ronan, Black Phoenix, all 5 of you have level 8 cultivation and are among the best. This fusion will take a longer time, I might close the long-term retreat, you must protect the fairyland. Also, Lady Yggdrasila, Please look after Mana and keep an eye on those Dragon Palace members for me. No problem. Don't worry, boss, with me, Ronan here, the ancient Banyan fairyland will be safe. The girl transformed from the immortal Banyan dragon asked, do I get to drink if I complete the task? Of course you do. Levi pinched the baby fat face of the immortal Banyan dragon, smiling. The immortal Banyan dragon quickly dodged in a panic and returned to the banyan tree. Stop pinching, you'll make it bigger. Quickly, all departments returned to their positions, and the intensive plane fusion plan began. According to calculations, Nora absorbs 10 worlds on average each year. Moreover, as Nora expands, this number is increasing. Refining the Black Swamp world has no impact on Nora's Great Plane convergence. Time passed. 3 years later. Nora calendar 836 year, Blood Battle 625 year. Levi is 1260 years old. He spread his perception and gazed at the sky of the Black Swamp world. Faintly visible is a giant tree shadow that spans heaven and earth. The root system of the giant tree extends in all directions. Countless green leaf shadows, scattered with the air currents and ocean currents. As if the whole world turned green. Where the world consciousness is, the leech shadow, ancient banyan shadow, and world consciousness are in a subtle balance. Blood vortex, gradually guide the world consciousness to accept me, I will start assimilation. Understood. As Mana gradually took the lead, the long process of assimilation and absorption began. The Black Swamp world is a complete medium world, far beyond the worlds Mana previously fused, more than 10 times larger than the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi estimated that after refining it, even if Mana's growth is extremely slow, she could achieve level 8. By then, the ancient Banyan fairyland would be more stable. Levi's early strategy of closing the gate to trap the dog might be rebooted. Open Proficiency Panel. Calamity Coin and Summon Hell Monarch, these two spells, are already at the 18th tier. These sequential spells, with early foundations, are easy to cultivate to the 8th circle level. Thousand Thunder and 8 Direction Fierce Sun, also became Levi's first batch of peak level spells, advancing to the 19th rank maximum. After testing, the full-powered 8 Direction Fierce Sun is already more powerful than the Fire Dragon Tribulation. In terms of power, innate spells are still inferior to the perfection of 8th circle sequential spells. Certainly, 8 Direction Fierce Sun's consumption is also greater, and casting speed is not as fast as the Fire Dragon Tribulation. Overall, each has its advantages and disadvantages, and flexibility is required based on the combat situation. Other spells haven't changed much, nothing more to say. The official fusion has just begun, Levi continued his retreat. Cultivation knows no time, 40 years, in the blink of an eye. Levi still spent his first long retreat outside the ancient dragon continent in a place. His spiritual force increased every year, and the momentum of his being changed year by year. On this day, he opened the Twilight Round Table. Elena contacted him, not knowing what it was about. Guess what day it is today? Elena suddenly asked mysteriously. Levi felt a stir in his heart, calculated, and then smiled. Unknowingly, I'm already 1300 years old, sorry, retreated too long, forgot your birthday yesterday. Elena, it's okay, it's not like it's the once-in-a-century birthday. Happy birthday to you, when are you coming back? Levi, not sure, it might still take some time. Elena sighed, in the blink of an eye, my 15th century of life is almost over, we've known each other for more than 1100 years. Levi, I've known you for almost 1300 years, I knew you since I was young, you just didn't hear about me. Elena, I've got good news, my dispersed 12 witch marks have all returned now, and I've cultivated 13 sixth-ring witch marks. Triss has also retrained, oh, and my wizard tower is completely finished, I'll show you when you get back. Levi, keep up the good work, 6th ring witch marks are just the beginning, there's still the 7th circle, how are your night and energy sect? Elena, night is already at level 6 peak, energy sect level 6 late stage, I've gained a lot of insights on the energy sect over the years, might break through first, night still needs to prepare materials for evolution. Chapter 2431. Levi, that's not bad either, don't rush it, take it slow. Levi asked again, by the way, how is Haim? Has this guy made another breakthrough? Tell him to slow down and not be too eager for success. Elena chuckled and said, don't worry, Haim is currently at the 4th circle's perfection level, still working on creating his 6th talent. Every step he takes is steady. As someone with 3 water talents, reaching 4th circle's perfection at over 100 years old isn't very fast. At this age, the Grand Council chairman is likely already a 5th circle wizard. Elena added, there's another thing, Haim's father Peak has unexpectedly achieved a second breakthrough, advancing to the primordial soul. It's unbelievable. Levi, incredible, send him my blessings. The last case of a second breakthrough to the primordial soul was 5,000 years ago. Elena said, this truly is a magical era where everyone is creating their own miracles. Levi, Peak is only 600 years old now, advancing to the 6th circle, the future is promising. After this setback, his path ahead might be smoother than I'd imagined. Haim is destined to be extraordinary, and his parents are impressive too. Elena, the heavy responsibility you entrusted me with is complete. Through a seamless plan by Triss and me, the Blood Knight and the Wind Witch have hit it off. The young Snow Lotus Witch also helped a lot, she doesn't want her mother to be lonely anymore. With Wendy's top-level genius talent, she has hope for the 9th circle in the future, making her and the Blood Knight a good match. Levi asked, what about the Snow Lotus Witch and the Grey Knight? I think they suit each other well too. Elena giggled, that pair, just wait to come back and attend the wedding, ha ha ha. Levi was in a great mood, it seemed to be a success. Elena truly is a versatile genius, it's a pity if she doesn't become the god of love in the astral world with such talent. Levi was already imagining how excellent the children of the Blood Knight and Grey Knight would be. 2 mythical level bloodline knights and 2 top-level genius witches. This combination is just perfect. Levi immediately appointed Elena as the matchmaker of the Dusk Holy Temple. From now on, organizing gatherings and facilitating relationships will be her job. There's also a batch of excellent young men, like Silver Dragon, Steel Dragon, Snow Dragon, Jade Elephant. Once they reach level 7, they can start considering building a family. Whether or not they become mythical beings, it's always good to leave a legacy, right? Levi and Elena talked for a long time. He had been in seclusion for 40 years, with no one to talk to. Both missed each other, so they took this opportunity, on this birthday, to have a long chat via phone for 3 days and nights. They didn't just talk about useful news and information, there was a lot of casual chat too. After 100 Flowers left the Twilight Round Table, the Blood Knight also projected in. Commander, happy birthday! Levi laughed, thank you, how's the organization doing lately? Blood Knight, everything is normal, steadily improving. The Blood Knight is more serious, primarily wanting to report the work of the past 40 years to Levi. Currently, including the Nora Continent branch, there are now 36 knights of level 6 and above in the Dusk Holy Temple. Over in the Ancient Dragon Empire, there are 24, totaling 60. Of course, over the nearly 700 years of blood battle, many level 6 knights have been lost, which is inevitable. Levi instructed the Blood Knight to properly handle the consolation work for the knight families who sacrificed. Afterwards, the Black Knight, Saint Ape Knight, and other 18 Twilight Cavalry members came to congratulate Levi on his birthday. It made Levi, alone in a foreign place, feel indescribable warmth. Having someone always caring about you is quite nice. The Black Knight has already prepared to advance to level 7. Because the mythical path he chose is quite dangerous. Levi asked the Black Knight to wait for him for a while, and when Levi returns, should the Black Knight fall, he can become a heroic spirit. The Black Knight agreed, though an undead, it's better to be alive than dead. Being an antique of 1,500 years, he understands this truth. Emperor Mu is now at the level 6 limit, and the energy sect is at level 6 mid-stage, also preparing the evolution material. The Golden Lion Knight and Goddess Knight are both preparing to advance to the primordial soul. The breakthrough potions are bought from the Gandalf Pharmacy's Dream Lady. The middle generation knights are also gradually catching up, all entering the level 6 late stage. Some faster ones, like the Silver Dragon Knight, have even reached level 6 peak. The new generation has benefited greatly from the giant beasts Levi risked capturing. Like the Pheasant Knight, Snow Dragon Knight, and others, they are soon reaching level 6 late stage too. As time extends and high realm advancements slow down, the gaps among the 18 Twilight Cavalry will gradually narrow. As for the Fire Dragon Knight, he's galloping ahead, already becoming the top combat power among the 18 Cavalry, excluding Levi and Elena. He's breaking through on the level 8 Demon Slaughter list, ranking in the top 100 with just a level 7 early stage cultivation. To know, the competition level on the list now is nothing like when Levi was on it. More and more wizards are joining the demon slaying. Especially those old ones emerging from seclusion or undiscovered geniuses from major families, making it increasingly valuable. Seeing everyone's progress, Levi was very pleased. As for the situation on the three avatars side, he didn't need the Twilight Round Table, already aware through the connection with his original form. The Holy Infant has completely stabilized his spiritual force, and after acquiring the Fire God body, he dispersed his technique and rebuilt, recovering in 40 years. Now he's charging towards 22 witch marks, and once completed, he will advance towards the 8th circle. Chapter 2432. With his current talent, Levi estimates that he can reach the 8th circle within 200 years at the latest. Possessing the fire element burning sky body, the Holy Infant's combat abilities are epically enhanced. Recently, on the Blood Battle battlefield, he hunted down a level 8 early stage bottom-dwelling fish demon alone. Unlocked his achievement of fighting beyond his level. Of course, compared to Levi's nonchalant demeanor, the Holy Infant's situation required an explosive burst of power to kill. So, an occasional burst is fine, but following that, it's more prudent to hunt demons in cooperation with Lord Victor. Although Lord Victor doesn't have a sun-refining artifact yet, he's getting close. With a sword array and 7 rings perfection, he also hunted a level 8 early stage wandering nightmare lord in the dream world. The only one yet to surpass level 8, and not yet 7 rings perfect, is Gonduf. Gonduf has his own cultivation rhythm, and he wants to fuse the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique before reaching the 8th circle. So, advancing steadily is fine, and his promotion speed is also very fast. 7 rings perfection is within sight. In the past 40 years, the 3 avatars have excelled in the Blood Battle battlefield. Their war merits have risen substantially, with Lord Victor seeking a sun-refining artifact from the Golden God series, and the Holy Infant aiming for the Frost God. Gonduf, on the other hand, relies on the Body Refining Academy for a sun-grade body refining artifact. Based on a previous agreement, once he researches the high-level purple crystal body refining technique, he can obtain a sun-grade body refining artifact. Thus, he is particularly dedicated to this project. Overall, over these years, no one has stopped on the path to becoming stronger. A month later, Levi gazed toward the Earth core. Mana is about to completely assimilate the will of the plane. It won't be long before he can end his long incarceration. He still hasn't had the chance to check the 5 treasure maps he acquired at the auction. He had considered leaving the Holy Grail of Immortality here and embarking on an adventure on his own. After much thought, he decided it was unwise. It's his most crucial treasure, linked to the ancient Banyan fairyland. While sun-refining artifacts can be forsaken, this cannot be. A year later. The year 877 in the Nora calendar. The 666th year of the Blood Battle. Levi awoke from seclusion once more. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 18888/25600. What a propitious number, only a little over 3000 left to 8 ring perfection. Once I'm at 8 ring perfection, can the 9th circle be far off? Talent and effort and panel, cultivation truly allows for act as one pleases. Originally, Levi's spiritual force upper limit was 25,550. But a while ago, he refined a Morning Star artifact from the Ocean faction, named Flower Fairy Tears, which increased the upper limit by 50 points. This artifact was a gain from the last Dark Ancient Tower event, though its quality isn't high. However, there's a possibility it could birth a quite useful auxiliary special spiritual creature called Flower Fairy. It could help Levi with farming and watering plants in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Unfortunately, Levi's luck didn't activate. The special spiritual creature didn't appear, leaving him frustrated for a while. Levi doesn't lack combat spirit items, as he has the Sile, and his combat power is sufficient. He's not expecting the special spiritual creature to fight beyond its level. He needs more of those like Ayak, Jin, Ayaka, Adi, these kinds of oddities. Therefore, when he encounters such oddities, he refines them for fun. Speaking of which, Ayak should be coming back soon. Through the bond with the special spiritual creature, he confirmed that Ayak is still alive. He's just unsure of where it currently is. With diligent cultivation, the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique recently advanced to level 8 mid-stage. Defense has further strengthened, and the diameter of the primordial magnetic field has reached 100 kilometers. Spell-like abilities such as golden gravity have further improved. However, compared to the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the brilliant Golden Dragon's cultivation speed lags due to the lack of level 8 secret medicine. When the ancient Banyan fairyland merges, Levi plans to find an area teeming with black beasts, using 9-leaf blood datura as bait, to start hunting. Additionally, the Fool Rune, Magic Rune, and Hanging Rune have each advanced a level. The amplification power representing deceit and foreknowledge, casting speed, and resistance to elemental damage have increased to 80%, 70%, and 50% respectively. The Strength Rune notably broke through to the 18th tier, enhancing strength amplification from 250% to 300%. Another nearing a major breakthrough is the Primordial Spirit skill. During the Seven Rings stage, the Primordial Spirit fused and absorbed his wizard form, forging a powerful 9-colored Emperor. Who knows what changes will occur after the 8th circle is reached? In any case, this is an opportunity for fusing the wizard and knight's extraordinary paths that Levi intends to pursue continuously. Whether it's physical divine palace or physical and spiritual fusion, he must find a way to resolve these contradictions and forge his path. The gate of hell slowly opened, and Little Red and Little Black came hand in hand before Levi. Master, a message from the Purgatory Demon Sword. These two little skeletons have also made considerable progress over the millennium following Levi. Little Red has slowly honed its cultivation to level 6 late stage. Little Black is even stronger, its sword skills are unmatched in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Together with the Snowflake Warrior and Swordsman Jerry, they're known as the Three Ghostly Swordsmen. They are unique undead creatures, with a significant future ahead, though their growth is a bit slow. Levi finished reading the message, which matched his expectations. His second brother has already reached senior 7th ring and is heading towards 7 rings perfection. The development of the Demon Fox tribe and Ghost Elephant department is doing well, having earned a lot in Hell's 8th layer over the years. When Levi needs a large sum of money next time, his second brother will find a way to gather it. Levi replied, advising him to do his best, not to force it, as he hasn't placed much desire on lifespan extending items. All must focus on efficiently managing the affairs in Hell, ensuring not to arouse the suspicion of the sky-supporting giant elephant or the master of Demon Fox. Along with the message came some soul stones and materials. Another year passed in such a peaceful life. That day, in the Earth core world, the green light that Manaswil transformed into has completely assimilated the will of the Black Swamp world. Without the help of Blood Vortex Venerable, it would have been impossible to complete in just over 40 years. This provided Levi with a new path, to find ways to turn the plain sovereigns from the Council of 10,000 clans. Many of them resist out of necessity, rising up for survival. If Levi can provide them with a way out, he can weaken the Council's power and bolster his own strength. Of course, this matter involves many aspects and requires careful consideration. Rumbling. As the world trembled, the countless life forms of the Black Swamp world collectively gazed skyward. From the land of darkness, the Black world begins to overlap with the phantom of the ancient Banyan fairyland. With the empowerment of the power of the world, Mana, like a true divine tree, can be seen towering even in the dark deep space. Chapter 2433. More than 40 years. The speed of mana fusion was much faster than Levi had imagined. On one hand, mana's strength had increased compared to before. On the other hand, it was due to Blood Vortex Venerable's cooperation. In short, with the favorable conditions of time, place, and people, Levi could finally emerge from seclusion. The final fusion wrapping up work lasted for a month. During this period, Levi dared not be distracted for a moment, worrying that the disturbances here might attract formidable enemies. Eventually, the divine tree's phantom in the starry sky slowly dissipated. With it disappeared the Black Swamp world. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Dreamy Cloud Swamp. The Turtle Prime Minister, who had ascended to level 6, lazily stretched his old waist. Unlike most dragons who loved to indulge in the nightmare world, Ratty preferred tranquility and really wasn't good at fighting, mostly taking hits passively. Perhaps that's the meaning of stacked armors. Its usual work mainly involved tending to the flora of Dreamy Cloud Swamp and managing the chores of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Heaven and earth trembled, and winds and clouds surged. A pitch-dark and profound rift appeared over Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Is it about to be completed? Ratty's heart stirred. The Dragon Palace people were awakened from their dreams, turning over to look towards the sky above Dreamy Cloud Swamp. There, it seemed like a projection of another world was merging with this one. They could feel the land beneath their feet growing, expanding towards the boundaries of the 4 seas and 8 desolates. The crystal wall grew like a developing embryo, larger, thicker, and more stable. Flaming Mountain, Little Cold Mountain, Dreamy Cloud Swamp, these cave heaven-blessed lands also expanded their boundaries accordingly. The earth appeared to crack open like a dragon's spine, with intricate mountain ranges resembling a spider web. The tectonic activity was unusually intense, with thick smoke and magma erupting in many places. The sky was a dull grey, and the gangwind layer became increasingly fierce. Unlike the gentle fusion of the past, this time it was exceptionally intense. This was inevitable when fusing a complete medium-sized world. In the cave heaven-blessed land, various transcendent botanical gardens, and medicine fields, the light of the barrier flowed and shifted. Ancient Banyan Fairyland had long had contingency plans for all of this. All the transcendent creatures instinctively returned to their places of residence. Skyfire Fortress, Black Soul Demon Tower, Ancient Shell Palace, everyone peeked out, looking on with curiosity and nervousness. Until the sky turned blue again, and the earth ceased to tremble. Above Dreamy Cloud Swamp, a permanent elliptical space portal remained. It led to a secondary plane, the Black Swamp Secret Realm. The portal opened, and a shriveled leech, seemingly devoid of moisture and skin and bones, fell through. It raised its head, gazing at the clear blue sea and sky, in contrast to the black swamp world. Ha ha ha, I've lived again. Blood Vortex Venerable shouted joyfully, wholeheartedly. Throughout the millennia of the plane convergence, it had been constantly enduring anguish. The feeling of knowing the end was near yet being powerless, utterly helpless, was truly despairing. In the center of ancient Banyan Fairyland. On the vast plain, a giant banyan tree, towering up to 30,000 meters and spanning hundreds of miles with its canopy, stood on the earth. In terms of size, Mana was the largest creature Levi had seen to date. For a divine tree, this size was not noteworthy, still considered juvenile. Countless green particles flew out, transforming into an ever-maturing graceful figure. Mana had a crown-like floral wreath on her head and a long green veil trailing behind her. A gentle breeze blew, causing the veiled gown to cling to her increasingly solid body, full of curves, mesmerizing those who looked on. Wow, so beautiful! The girl uttered a sincere exclamation. Yggdrasila danced around Mana like an elf. Finally, not forgetting to hug Mana's waist from behind with her slender arms. You've reached level 8, Yggdrasila said. Mana replied, yes. Her entire demeanor seemed different from before. She lacked a bit of gentleness and cuteness, gaining more maturity and heroic spirit. She arrived at Dreamy Cloud Swamp, where Blood Vortex Venerable, like an ordinary worm, frolicked in the swamp and rolled in the mud. The joy of living a second life was something ordinary people could hardly understand. How are you doing? Are you all right? I'm fine, I haven't been this happy since becoming the plain sovereign of Black Swamp World. Dragon Palace members, shell demons and transcendent creatures gathered from all directions, surrounding the towering ancient banyan tree. This scene resembled a congregation of believers worshipping their mountain god. Mana Lord has grown larger. Yes, I can't see the top. Levi reached the entrance of Black Swamp World. At this moment, Blood Vortex Venerable's respect for Levi was like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. The Black Swamp World hadn't changed much from before. However, after becoming a secondary space secret realm, it shrank a bit. Because part of its spatial energy had been absorbed by the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Mana introduced, the current ancient Banyan Fairyland covers 13,000 miles east to west, 9,000 miles north to south, has a height of 30,000 feet, and a depth of 5,000 miles. Levi was very satisfied. Even without counting the Ice Sea Secret Realm and Black Swamp Secret Realm, the area of ancient Banyan Fairyland far exceeded that of the ancient Dragon Continent. Vast territories meant more cave heaven-blessed lands and resources. He said, Blood Vortex, you will be the behind-the-scenes guardian of Black Swamp World, other wizards might come to pioneer this place in the future. Blood Vortex replied, I understand, my lord. Overall, Black Swamp World wasn't a conventional resource treasure land. The miasma and toxic gases were dense, with many poisonous insects. Levi thought it quite suitable for the school of insects wizards to cultivate zerg here and to grow some plants for refining poisons. Chapter 2434. In the future, it should still be utilized, not wasted. Additionally, the blood vortex venerable has now become the plane sovereign of the secondary plane, completely under mana's control. If the position of extreme darkness enslavement becomes insufficient in the future, it can be released. No rush for now, there's still ample space. Levi and Mana arrived at the small stone pond, sitting opposite each other. The small stone pond can now be called a lake, with spring of immortality water gushing out and flowing in all directions. A thriving water element permeates the cave heaven-blessed land within the ancient Banyan fairyland. Outside the spring of immortality's watershed, massive plantings of Oasis 1 have taken place. The low-level demon corpses piled underneath continuously provide nourishment, transforming into elemental power. With the blessing of Spring of Immortality and Oasis 1, the dense elemental power of the ancient Banyan fairyland far exceeds the current standard of Nora. Those who cultivate and grow here will naturally progress quickly. Thus, the transcendent creatures nurtured by Levi, even without dragon scale fruit, the heavenly materials, and treasures, have a promotion speed incomparable to the wild. Levi said, "How do you feel now?" Mana, great, after advancing to level 8, my methods far surpass before. Mana then demonstrated a small trick. She pointed to a small grass on the ground and gently blew a breath. Under Levi's gaze, the grass rapidly grew, bloomed, and bore fruit, then withered into seeds scattered on the ground. You can accelerate the growth of plants? Can transcendent plants be accelerated? Levi's heart stirred. Mana answered, I can, but not as exaggerated as mundane objects. She took Levi's hand and led him beneath the Queen Banyan's actual body. Then, she gently brushed Levi's eyes with her palm, and a green light flickered in his pupils. As he glanced at the ancient banyan tree, his gaze shifted. Billions of tiny figures, like a torrent, poured into the 4 seas and 8 desolates of the fairyland along with the airflow. These figures were entirely green, resembling mana. This is mana's power. Through it, I can subtly influence the countless lives in the ancient banyan fairyland. I can make weak things wither with a single thought, and guide powerful ones to follow my will towards stronger and better directions, evolving over generations. I can construct a mana ecology world influenced by mana's will. Levi was shocked in his heart and asked, Is this an application of the divine tree power? Mana said, yes, each true divine tree is a unique existence in the world, but all divine trees must learn 2 compulsory courses. One is called creation, the other is called transformation. Creation is about changing the heavens and earth, creating a world born by divine tree power. Transformation, on the other hand, means influencing the beings in its world through one's own will, granting them the potential for evolution. Pandora elves were created by Pandora Matriarch, a divine tree existence, while the Golden Absolutes race was created by the Golden Ancient Tree. Levi realized suddenly. So, you can also give birth to your own biological race? Creating a transcendent path unique to them. Mana replied. In theory, yes. But at my current level 8 realm, I can't create life, only optimize existing beings in minute ways. Inside me, there might be a key power missing, that's the power of divine trees to nurture life. This power might come from the ancestor of all divine trees, the supreme origin will. Levi, what you've obtained now is an incomplete transformation authority, is that correct? Mana nodded slightly, yes, I don't know how to make it complete. Maybe I need to advance to level 9, or reach the indistinct origin will. Levi was silent. Origin will. This is an existence he can't comprehend, surely beyond level 10. How could it be ordinary to give birth to the Golden Ancient Tree, Pandora Matriarch, and many other world trees that created civilizations? After chatting with Mana for a long time, Levi gained much knowledge about divine trees. The happiest one was Yggdrasila. As an immortal banyan dragon, the stronger the world tree it resided in, the faster it grew. The previous magic tree, although older, didn't have an independent will. Unlike Mana, who truly has hope of becoming a world tree. Levi took a stroll around the renewed ancient banyan fairyland. Perhaps due to the metamorphosis of the fairyland, many rare plants have bloomed and borne fruit again. The fairyland welcomed another harvest. In rich soil, a giant worm named Long, over 10,000 meters long, stretched and rolled around. Soft and fertile soil is the foundation of everything. In the sky, 80, with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, sliced through the sky dome, raining down jade dew. The earth and water sources are the origins of most life. The ocean surrounding the ancient banyan fairyland also expanded greatly, providing ample growth environments for sea beasts. The ancient banyan tree mansion, the land of the dead, expanded significantly as well, clearly benefiting from it. Today, within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, is entirely the realm of the undead. Black Soul Demon Tower stands upon it, with countless undead swirling through it. Great, getting closer to a perfect flawless world. In an instant, Levi's figure disappeared, blinking via invisible secret word to tens of thousands of miles away at the Golden Light Cave. Buzz! 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 The sword of victory trembled unceasingly. Oh, even this king's sword has been nurtured completely, but I am already an 8th circle wizard. Chapter 2435. Strictly speaking, the nurturing speed of this king's sword is already very fast, only 800 years. Compared to its original growth cycle of several thousand years, it has been shortened by many times. Levi's rapid advancement can't be resisted. Even the smallest bit of mosquito meat is still meat. Levi quickly refined it, considering it as the completion of refining this sequence of exotic treasures. His spiritual force increased by 60 points, which should be considered top tier among Morningstar artifacts, very impressive. It did not accompany with a special spiritual creature, but the metal elemental power has increased somewhat. Suddenly, Levi's expression shifted. In his mind, many phantom images of exotic treasures floated. These were proof of the exotic treasures he refined. Suddenly, the phantoms representing the Sword of Dust People, Knight's Sword, and White Emperor Holy Sword began to flicker. Afterwards, they fused with the phantom of the newly acquired King's Sword. This is interesting. Levi watched quietly. Ultimately, the 4 phantoms of exotic treasures merged into one. What appeared before his eyes was a golden greatsword engraved with scenes of plowing and weaving, houses and people, military formations and battlefields, kings and nobles, sky peak palaces, mountains and rivers, and even the sun, moon, and stars. Dust People, Knight, King, White Emperor, 4 swords in one, forming the Sword of National Suppression. Mysteriously, Levi seemed to discover a hidden function after refining these 4 exotic treasures. Stabilize the nation and secure the land. This is an effect that is hard to articulate, similar to luck and fortune. The Lover's Rune can enhance Levi's luck. The luck-changing coin can also bring Levi good fortune. These are targeted towards individuals. The Sword of National Suppression, however, targets groups. The groups here refer to those under Levi's management or rule. For instance, the Dragon Palace, or the ancient Dragon Continent. All life under the leadership of Levi. Mysteriously, they can all receive the blessing of the Sword of National Suppression. Here, the nation is a concept, not a specific country. Of course, if placed in the Doomsday Era and given to a kingdom's king, it would affect their subjects and knights. In short, this effect becomes stronger with Levi's increased strength, status, and position. It can be said that this is an extremely formidable effect. In the words of his past life, it's the ability to suppress the fortune of a nation, or even an entire race. Assuming Levi is the Grand Council chairman, or the spiritual leader of the wizard world. Wherever Levi's brilliance shines, the fortune of this civilization would be as stable as a mountain. Under the influence of the leader, it might even gradually improve. Unexpectedly, these seemingly unremarkable 3 exotic treasures actually have such an effect. Back then, the craftsman Arthur perhaps never imagined it would be this way. After all, the birth of the White Emperor Holy Sword was purely accidental, and another is unlikely to appear in this world again. If it weren't for Arthur's insufficient strength, this exotic treasure would undoubtedly be level 9, comparable to Excalibur. Levi sighed. He put the Sword of Victory back in its place. In the Sword Tomb world, the Sword of Dust People began nurturing again. These 3 exotic treasures are different from common ones. According to Arthur's idea, it was originally for his empire's soldiers to refine. Meaning the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple could also refine them through special methods, gaining effects quite different from spellcasters. For instance, enhancing combat skill talent. With the current elemental conditions of the ancient Banyan fairyland and Levi's financial resources, spending some cost to stimulate them. It can basically guarantee 1 Sword of Dust People every 10 years, 1 Knight's Sword every 40 years, 1 King's Sword every 200 years. This way, it can ensure a stable output of 10 Swords of Dust People every 100 years. These exotic treasures will be placed in the Dusk Holy Temple, allowing excellent knights to exchange and refine them. Even a knight can refine a custom-made earth oddity and receive some improvement. The overall level of the Dusk Holy Temple can further improve. Star Realm Ruin C. Levi was traveling within, heading towards the location of the first dark treasure map. Pora world. It was about a year's journey from the Black Swamp world. Of course, other 8th Circle wizards might take decades. This treasure map was drawn by a 6th Circle wizard and is valued at 4 billion ether stones. It records that there is supposedly an alien relic in that world. Due to his strength, he couldn't defeat the ferocious beasts at the outskirts of the relic, so he gave up. He even swore that his words were absolutely true. Many traveling wizards make money by selling clues about treasures in various multidimensional planes. A year later, Levi arrived at the location of Pora world. This was just a medium-sized world with existing alien civilizations. The strongest one only had a level 7 cultivation. Levi went to the relic's location, only to find someone seemed to have gotten there first. Half a day later, Levi left Pora world. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, there were now a large number of white jade stone pillars and bricks of decent quality. Too late, the dark pirates who passed by already took it. Those building materials were worth millions of ether stones, not bad. In good spirits, Levi continued to the second location, known as Fermi world. It is said there's an ocean faction oddity being nurtured there, of bright moon quality. Half a year later, Levi stood in front of the ruins of a world, silent. Fermi world, exploded. Perhaps a natural disaster, or perhaps destroyed in a passing strong fight. Anyway, it had completely lost its life force, and the world will had dissipated. Such ruins, fragmented into meteorite clusters, couldn't be used for plane fusion. Chapter 2436. Levi was unwilling to accept defeat. He thought that with his luck, it was impossible to return empty-handed. 3 days later, after smashing a pitch-black meteorite, Levi discovered a giant mineral glowing with a dim blue light. Is this, the Starfall Remains? The Starfall Remains, a treasure that may be born after the fall of certain planes. It can be used to forge space treasures or to open space passages. Mana had previously used a piece of Starfall Remains to open the passage from the ancient dragon continent to the Ice Sea secret realm. Now, with this, the passage to the Black Swamp secret realm can be unlocked. Such a large piece of Starfall Remains is worth more than the usual Bright Moon artifacts, a blessing in disguise. Regardless, the ether stones spent on purchasing the Dark Treasure map have already been earned back, with surplus. Time passed, and 2 years went by. Nora calendar 880 year, Blood Battle 669 year. Levi went to the locations of the third and fourth treasure maps. In the third world, he broke through an ancient alien relic after enduring countless hardships. Unfortunately, aside from a group of lingering evil spirits, there was nothing else. Levi physically banished them. The fourth place, named Hall World, is a medium-sized, above-average world, much larger than the Black Swamp world. A group of aliens calling themselves the Hall Divine Race once lived there. They seemed to be followers of a celestial being in the astral world, and this group liked to call themselves the God Race. Unfortunately, by the time Levi arrived, Hall World had already become a paradise for demons. From afar, he saw a terrifying level 9 flame demon exuding an overwhelming aura. It roared, "Perish by the sword of Surgard," raised its world-extinguishing flame sword, and pierced through Hall World's crust. Then, Hall World split open. With the arrival of terrifying power, the land of darkness cracked apart. Abyss well appeared out of nowhere, akin to a vacuum cleaner, absorbing Hall World within. Amidst the ruins, Levi saw the broken corpse of a 12-winged angel surrounded by demon fire. This demigod also fell under the sword of the flame demon lord named Surgard. This level 9 flame demon is not simple in strength. What it held seemed to be an extraordinary rare treasure. With just a hurried glance, Levi swiftly departed. Any more looking and he would also face calamity. No wonder it's called the bottomless abyss, no wonder the abyss has always initiated blood battles throughout history. The abyss does not appear from nowhere, like the great convergence of planes with Nora, it devours other worlds through blood battles. Moreover, it is more aggressive than Nora. Because Nora mostly affects only the Pan plane. The abyss, relying on abyss well, extends its demonic claws to the multidimensional plane. The birth of each layer of the abyss is accompanied by the destruction of countless worlds. Witnessing all this firsthand, Levi felt deeply weighed down. He somewhat understood Sauron. No matter how hypocritical the celestial beings of the astral world are, the dangers they pose are far less than the chaotic abyss. The abyss is the cancer of the multidimensional plane. Demons are continuously deteriorating and expanding cancer cells, constantly contributing to the abyss. Unfortunately, even someone as strong as Sauron cannot extinguish the abyss. He even stopped in front of that mysterious entity known as the Chaotic Servant. Alas! After a silent sigh, Levi proceeded to his fifth world. It's called Lasgar, a large-scale world. On top of it, there exists a medium-sized civilization known as the Thunder Clan. According to the Dark Treasure map, this is an alien race capable of mastering lightning, with strong individual strength. Because their bodies are covered in purple scales, they are also referred to as the Purple Scale Clan. Lasgar is quite distant, taking Levi 6 years to travel even with his ability to traverse the void. This is a border area where most primordial soul wizards avoid venturing. Along the way, Levi didn't forget to search for various transcendent creatures, the Dragon Clan, and others. Though he had some minor gains, he did not encounter any level 8 Dragon Clan required for Golden Radiant Dragon secret medicine. After all, most of the time was spent traveling through the Star Realm Ruin Sea. Throughout the process, he found that the number of worlds experiencing blood battles within the Sauron Plain was far greater than he had imagined. Some weak civilizations can be flattened by just one demon lord leading a team. He recalled the news he heard from Ms. Lucy during a prior tea party. The scale and duration of this blood battle are the largest ever recorded, not only in Nora World's history, but also in the entire history of the Sauron Plain. This is truly the age of dark turmoil. If the wizard civilization cannot rapidly grow and produce strong individuals like Sauron capable of turning the tide, the consequences will be dire once the abyss has devoured the worlds surrounding Nora. On one hand, Nora will be completely surrounded. On the other hand, Nora will lose its source of growth power. After another month of traveling, Levi finally reached his destination. Lasgar. Solo City. The circular holy city floats above the thunder plateau of Lasgar. The powerful elementary magnetic field keeps this city from ever falling. Legend has it that the great ancestor of the Thunder Clan, Oro, captured 24 of the civilization's strongest craftsmen and spent hundreds of years forging this city. The holy city has a diameter of 50,000 meters. In the north, south, east, and west directions, there are embedded 4 lightning beads of level 8 ancient giant clams. In the center of the holy city, there is a rare treasure built from the pupil of a level 8 heavenly eye thunder beast, monitoring everything within tens of thousands of miles. This is a city of order, and no one dares to act recklessly here. Once an enemy is spotted, the heavenly eye will converge the power of the 4 lightning pillars and release a thunderbolt beam capable of destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 2437. Even a level 8 powerhouse can only meet death and disappear. Therefore, in this realm, Lasgar holds a formidable reputation, and no one dares to provoke them. Its fame is second only to those powerful civilizations with level 9 powerhouses. Residing in this holy city is the Horror Thunder royal family, the rulers of this world. On this day, inside and outside the holy city, teams of purple scales figures flew out. They are all led by level 6 experts, with overall strength typically at rank 5. Catch the thief! Someone broke into the heroic soul hall. In a tavern within the holy city, a 3-meter-tall Horror Thunder warrior drinks by himself. He watches the holy city enforcers flying outside with an expressionless face. It is Levi. The lady boss sighs, times are not peaceful, the holy city has become more chaotic over the years. She is a humanoid creature with pale purple scales, with a large hole in her chest. It's the reproductive organ of their kind, where an egg slowly forms after pregnancy, birthing new life. Levi learned more about the Thunder Clan from the lady boss. Their mighty power all converged in the holy city of Sorrow. The city is constantly defended by 4 level 8 powerhouses. The current lord of Lasgar Empire also resides in the holy city, with strength at the late stage of level 8. It's said that inside the heroic soul hall, the heroic soul of the ancestor Oro offers protection. Oro, a level 9 powerhouse, led the Thunder Clan to migrate here and establish the empire. This is also why Levi does not dare to rashly go inside. Lasgar's foundation completely rivals the top organizations of the wizard world. In the multidimensional plane, different civilizations possess unique characteristics. Even if I become stronger, I must not lose the virtue of prudence. According to the author of the Dark Treasure map, there seems to be a Thunder series truth oddity or rare treasure in the center of the holy city. The traveler dared not get too close due to insufficient power. However, he concluded that it was either the bright moon, radiant sun, oddity or an 8 or 9 level treasure. In any case, as long as you are strong enough, you'll not regret coming here. Thus, this treasure map is the most expensive. Levi spent 10 billion ether stones. Levi's consciousness enters his mind. Within the Divine Ring Tower, Lei seems restless. It keeps wandering around the tower walls, seemingly yearning for the center of the holy city. It is obvious what's inside. Levi feels a bit excited. Sun refining artifact of the Thunder God series. It is indeed like finding something unexpected without much effort. Boom! Suddenly, a violent vibration comes from the sky above. Hurry up and leave, time to close. Inside the tavern, only Levi is left, and the lady boss urges him. There's no way to do business, it's so chaotic. According to rumors, an aristocrat from outside the realm was parasitized by a mind flayer within the holy city. Even though the enforcers caught and executed it, Lasgar's coordinates were exposed. A terrifying demon army could invade here at any time. The holy city declared it a rumor and executed the spreaders afterward. Yet, inside the holy city, people are still anxious. Some nobles who own traveling ships have begun trying to escape Lasgar with their families. The lady boss, a powerless small business owner, can only resign to fate. Levi turns to leave, the lady boss watching his back, softly reminds him. You seem young and capable, if you have the ability, leave this place, Lasgar is changing. Levi chuckles silently, replying in the Thunder Clan's language, thank you. He steps outside to find the holy city in chaos. A group of fully armed horror thunder warriors surround a burly figure in black robes. Heh heh heh, you fools, not fleeing for your lives, still serving the Oro family? Lasgar is approaching its doom, all who remain will perish. A level 8 horror thunder powerhouse in golden armor scolds. Spreading nonsense, take him down for the prince. A series of thunderbolt beams roars toward the figure in black. This person is also a level 8 powerhouse, skillfully weaving around them. The golden armored powerhouse and he battle fiercely, terrifying explosions echoing over the holy city. The figure in black, not wanting to entangle further, quickly flees. Suddenly, a purple eyeball in the center of the holy city opens. Buzz! Instantly, an amethyst light shoots to the sky heart. Accompanied by a scream, the black-robed figure is half evaporated. His robe splits, revealing his purple scales. So it's you, General Baka. Why betray our royal family? We trusted you so much. The golden-armored soldier's expression is complicated. The black-robed man curses, trust us? The trust you speak of is knowing this world will end, yet dragging us to be buried with it. The golden-armored soldier angrily retorts, nonsense, with Oro ancestors' heroic soul shield, nothing can happen to us. The black-robed man coldly laughs, so, the mind flayer invasion is true, then. The golden-armored soldier falls silent. This quarrel, heard by countless civilians and nobles in the holy city. In an instant, already panicked emotions completely explode. What? Are demons really going to invade? Why didn't anyone tell us? Have your royal family already begun to evacuate? General Baka laughs maniacally. You guessed right, the royal family and nobles have started evacuating. They're going to abandon you, using your sacrifice to delay the upcoming demon army. Lasgar has been abandoned. The golden-armored soldier's face changes dramatically. General Baka gathers his strength, slashing with his right hand, a lightning arc tearing through the sky. Chapter 2438. The crystal wall cracked open, and in the far deep space, there seemed to be a pitch-black well devouring everything, slowly taking shape like a black hole. Just then, a beautifully designed, luxurious purple spaceship was moving away from Lasgar. What is that? Is that the royal ship? Damn, the rumors are actually true. Countless angry voices echoed across the heavens and earth. A figure exuding a late level 8 aura, wearing golden attire and crowned, emerged. It was the Empire Lord from the Thunder Clan. Its face was old, calmly saying, Baka, you truly lived up to your roots as a street ruffian, adept at false charges. Clearly, you colluded with the demons to lure them here, yet spread rumors that it was the mind flayers. What's your intention? I've been generous to you, even promoted you as a major general to stand equal with our royal family, forget it, I'll end the repercussions I created. A terrifying lightning pillar turned Baka to ashes. The Empire Lord looked at the already panicked clan group, turned and vanished. Father, what do we do? The Empire Lord replied indifferently, "No need to explain, anyway, most have evacuated." Suddenly, from inside the holy city, came a ring of terrifying energy waves. Following was the sound of a shocking explosion. The Empire Lord's face changed. Someone took advantage of Baka's chaos to infiltrate the Heroic Soul Hall again. "Everyone, head to the Heroic Soul Hall." Heroic Soul Hall. An 8th level Thunder Clan member stood before a pillar of purple light. It stretched out its hand, attempting to seize the shadow within the light pillar. The shadow resembled a purple head, with antlers on its forehead, eyes tightly shut, exuding authority without anger. Countless horrific thunder snakes swam around, flickering and annihilating. A destructive aura enveloped the surroundings, complex and mysterious truth runes shimmered. Boom! The light pillar bounced the Thunder Clan member away, sending it flying backward. Simultaneously, the Empire Lord arrived with 2 late level 8 experts. "Aud, what are you doing?" Of the 4 level 8 generals of the Holy City, 3 were either children of the Empire Lord or had royal kinship. The last was General Baka. Aud was its youngest, with early level 8 power. Aud seemed not to hear its words, its figure expanded, terrifying black air currents surged. In an instant, Aud transformed into a pitch-black giant dragon with viciously looking claws. Around it, poison gas permeated, shadows shrouded, blood seas flowed, death energy circled. Extreme Darkness Dragon. Bang! The dragon collided again with the lightning pillar. The dragon claw finally broke through the lightning and seized the purple head. At the same time, the Empire Lord also took action. "You're not Aud, who are you really?" It struck with a palm. A giant thunder claw materialized, attacking the dragon. It knew its son had already been controlled by nameless forces. He was dead. "Everyone, attack! We can't let it take the thunder head." 3 level 8 auras attacked. Extreme Darkness Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the thunder head. Then, it turned with a sinister gaze towards the Empire Lord, which made the late level 8 master feel a chilling dread. 8 direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Swift. Whoosh. The Extreme Darkness Dragon disappeared instantly. The barrier and lockdown of the Heroic Soul Hall seemed non-existent to it. "Quick, chase after it. That's the key to Heroic Soul's arrival," the prince shouted. Seeing the pitch-black dragon vanish, the Empire Lord couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Forget it, it's long gone, you can't catch up. The Oro Heroic Soul actually dissipated 10,000 years ago, moreover, even the arrival of the Heroic Soul won't save Lasgar. The emergence of the Abyss Well is sure to bring demons above level 9. The prince looked at the rioting Thunder Fear civilians outside. "Father, are all these people staying here?" The Empire Lord nodded. "The ship is already full, the event caught us off guard, and we have no treasures forming a world of their own to take these people. Moreover, the civilians' bloodline is inferior, mixing them in will only, over time, pollute the strong royal bloodline and weaken our development potential. As long as we have the royal family and those level 6 experts, our foundation remains. Someday, when I ascend to the demigod realm of Oro's descendants, reconnect with the gods of the astral world, we can bring this abandoned god race back to the astral world, away from this filthy mundane world." The prince asked, "What about the holy city?" The Empire Lord said, "Leave it here. This thing is beyond repair and can't navigate the land of darkness anymore. It's a pity the ancestors spent so much to build it, only to become dust and scrap metal. Before its destruction, it can serve as a fortress, helping this pathetic lot defend against demon attacks. Alas, if enough preparation time were available, I wouldn't want to abandon these people either." Soon after, along with the royal spaceship boldly leaving the holy city, all Thunder Fear civilians completely despaired. They were truly abandoned. In the small tavern, the lady boss closed the door, calmly sat at the entrance, awaiting the impending apocalypse. The entire Lasgar, those with the ability to leave, had already run. Most of them were royalty or nobles related to the royal family. The ones left were either old, sick, or disabled. "Lady boss, you're still here." A black armored swordsman's figure appeared, casually tossing Prince Aud's corpse into the ancient Banyan fairyland, marking the artifact planting point. In the distant future, it might give birth to a bright moon artifact of the lightning faction here. The sun refining artifact with the deer's head was in hand. Through extreme darkness parasite and extreme darkness enslavement, he controlled the prince and won it amidst the chaos, never personally intervening from start to finish. With his current strength, if not wary of the so-called ancestor heroic soul, there wasn't anyone in the Thunder clan who could match him. Upon seeing the black-armored swordsman, the lady boss first hesitated, then laughed. So, you were a foreigner, no wonder you asked me for information. I should have realized, you must have been the one causing havoc in the heroic soul hall just now, didn't expect your strength to be that formidable. Though she was only rank 5, facing Levi, this level 8 powerhouse, she wasn't overawed, conversing as if they were friends. Levi looked at the chaotic holy city, then at the deep space, the abyss well growing larger. Based on the Congress's research, the passage would form within 3 days at most. The fool rune in his mind constantly warned, foretelling a scene. A towering crimson phantom, wielding a great sword, spewing flames, destroying everything. Though its face wasn't clear, Levi knew who it was. Previously destroying Hall World, level 9 flame demon Surgard. This old fellow indeed kept running into him, wherever Levi went, it destroyed. Quickly leave, foreigner, our world is about to be obliterated. The lady boss cradled her chin, gazing at the sky, urged. Levi asked, what's your name? The lady boss looked up, I am Eli Baka. Levi said, just now, what relation was that General Baka to you? Eli, he's an old clan leader of Baka family line, but he had many descendants, we aren't familiar. Levi, do you want to survive? Eli replied, of course I want, you'd take me with you? Just because we met once? I don't even know who you are. Levi, not exactly, I come from a powerful civilization. I have the ability to take you all, but I'll need your Thunder clan to serve me and my civilization from now on. I'll make you the leader of the Thunder clan, to manage the surviving group for me. Chapter 2439. Eli, I'm just a tavern lady boss, only level 5. Levi sat beside the lady boss, his eyes reminiscing, to be honest, over 1,000 years ago, I was just a mortal rookie blacksmith. Eli exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so young. What should I do then? Levi said, use every means, every connection you have, to notify all the Thunder clan in this world, have them come to the holy city, alert as many as you can. Remember, we have only one day. During this time, I will also use my means to rescue people. Eli said, I'll do my best, but Lasgar is immensely vast, most people might not even know about the situation in the holy city. Levi, I know, so we save as many as we can. The rest, I can do nothing about. He stood up and snapped his fingers. The well-trained, fiercely menacing Black Shadow army roared out from the Shadow world, setting up formations around Levi in an instant. Among them, there were not only 6th level, but even 7th level auras, their numbers surpassing that of the Holy City's Royal Guard. As for levels 4 and 5, they were countless. Eli's eyes trembled incessantly. This foreigner seems to possess the power to destroy all of Lasgar. Levi gazed confidently and calmly at the sky dome. Lady Eli, let's become saviors together. What can you do in a day? It might just be the time Levi takes a nap amidst his cultivation. It might just be a fragment of a giant dragon's sweet dream. But in Lasgar, a day can decide the lives of many Thunder clan members. Levi didn't care who's right or wrong, royal bloodline or General Baka. He only wanted to take away more Thunder clan members, to support Nora's blood battle, and to save some lives along the way. This is a race with quite outstanding prowess, naturally able to wield lightning, particularly suited for hunting demons. Eli used her tavern connections to swiftly spread the news. Lasgar is facing apocalypse, a demon invasion, all Thunder clan members, please quickly gather at the holy city. It repeated these words over and over. Some believed, some did not, but there was no time for explanations. In the sky, shadow creatures flew in all directions, taking those civilian Thunder clan members and rushing them to the holy city. Levi sat atop the holy city's sky eye, using the unhidden secret to spread his perception. Streams of purple light dots were continuously converging toward the holy city. Of course, these were just the Thunder clan residing nearby. Farther away, even the Black Shadow army couldn't reach. As time passed, the sense of danger in his mind grew stronger. The panicked and helpless Thunder clan gathered outside the holy city, gazing at the black-armored swordsmen who seemed like gods. Eli tried her best to explain the situation to everyone. Levi's Excalibur floated behind him, towering into the clouds. A blue dragon's phantom hovered in the sky dome, scanning everyone with its gaze. Everyone entering the holy city was required to swear an oath under Excalibur. The oath was simple: 1. To obey Levi's orders, and 2. To assure that oneself was not a spy adept at parasitism, like a mind flayer or other demons. Suddenly, a Thunder Clan member began to retreat, unwilling to swear under the sword. Levi sneered, conjuring the wizard's hand, which reached across 100 miles toward the figure. The Thunder Clan member soon revealed its true form, a mind flayer. How dare you ruin Lord Surgard's plans, prepare to die. Bang! The 6th level mind flayer exploded suddenly, turning into a blood fog. Leon captured its true soul and took the mind flayer's crystal core along the way. Not bad, another material for refining the water of erasure. In the end, just the mind flayers and faceless demon spies, Levi had eradicated quite a few. These two types of demons were indeed difficult to defend against. The wizard civilization was fortunate. With their developed oaths, wizard tools, and other restrictive measures, many organizations could conduct self-checks. However, these alien races mostly had strong individual combat power but lacked means. In front of the diverse and complex soldier species of the abyssal civilization, they were completely powerless. A day later, Levi got up, looking into the distance. Eli, prepare to leave. Eli's expression was complex. All right. Time was too short. The Thunder Clan members who made it to the Holy City were less than 1/10. Among them, the vast majority were forcibly brought back by Levi's Black Shadow Army. Those weak in strength and living in remote areas, many didn't receive the message. Levi said, "We did our best." Eli gratefully said, "Thank you, Your Excellency, your kindness amazes me." As a foreigner, regardless of Levi's intentions, he could have completely ignored these Thunder Clan, and left on his own. Eli knew Levi claimed he wanted to use these Thunder Clan. But in his heart, he surely wanted to save some lives as well. Upon counting, there were nearly 200,000 Thunder Clan in the Holy City. But only 2 level 6 experts among them. As a powerful civilization that shakes the domain, the Thunder Clan didn't have many in population, but their quality was very high. After reaching adulthood, they naturally became transcendent, so it should not be the case that there were only 2 level 6 experts. But most of the Thunder Clan's level 6 were nobles, related to the royal bloodline, and fled for their lives. Some others had their own ships and escaped with their families and clansmen. Even some wandering like clouds and cranes shattered the void to leave. However, among the 200,000 people, a large portion could be comparable to low-level and middle-level wizards, being truly transcendent. Chapter 2440. Even the weakest young Thunder Clansman is much stronger than the Norum mortals. After all, they are born with the ability to discharge electricity, it's just a matter of strength. The cultivation of the Thunder Clan is to continuously stimulate their bodies with secret techniques, thereby strengthening their lightning power. In other words, they are born as Thunder Sect wizards. Of course, their methods and tricks are not as many as those of wizards. In short, with just a little training, they are a super legion enough to rival the top wizard organizations. They just lack high-end power. Eli said, "Lord, let's go." Levi nodded, and he summoned the Black Soul Demon Tower. This wizard tower grew with the wind, and a deep black hole appeared beneath it. Then, all the Thunder Clansmen, including this gigantic holy city, were absorbed into the inner heaven and earth of the wizard tower. Rumble! The land of darkness seemed to start trembling. Levi gazed at this world, sighed, and with the invisible secret word, disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in dark deep space. He observed the forming abyss well and the emerging demonic aura. Shaking his head, he turned into a flash of lightning and traveled the void, leaving quickly. Of the 5 dark treasure maps, 2 worlds have been destroyed by the abyss. This is no coincidence, this is the abyss's full-scale war. Now, with the gods of the astral world being overwhelmed, the only ones capable of stopping the abyss are the underworld and the nightmare world. However, these two, one is the neutral domain that governs life and death reincarnation, and the other is also no good. In the end, one has to save oneself. GGG, Lasgar, welcome the arrival of Surgard. From the abyss well emerged a terrifying flame demon, its figure reaching the heavens and gripping the world-extinguishing flame sword, striding into this world. Behind it, a swarm of demons spread across the world like locusts. The remaining Thunder Clansmen flickered out like candles in a cold wind. The next morning, the sun did not rise normally. accompanied by the insertion of the world-extinguishing flame sword into the earth core. Lasgar crumbled, lava flowed. How long does it take to destroy a world? Without the opposition of high-end power, the end of a civilization might only take a day. With the breakdown of the world, the abyss well began to operate. A formless force started absorbing everything from Lasgar. Earth, lava, rivers, oceans, corpses. The bottomless abyss is their destination. Lord Surgard, according to the intelligence, 2 Thunder clans have escaped. A level 8 Heartstealer in a purple robe, with countless tendrils waving in the void, floated over to report the battle situation. Surgard wiped the 9-level treasure, the Sword of World Destruction, in his hand. I remember you arranged a Heartstealer spy, do they have their whereabouts? The Heartstealer said, one spy was discovered and completely wiped out. It seems a strong figure rescued this group of Thunder clan. And the other? The other responsible for spying is my confidant, the level 8 Heartstealer, Anzagu. It is possessed in the body of a prince and has not been discovered. I already know the whereabouts of those Horror Thunder royal family. Surgard bared lava-like sharp teeth, grinning hideously. Destroy them. This Thunder clan were once followers of the Lord of Storm, but later abandoned. Understood. The Land of Darkness. The fleet of the Horror Thunder royal family sailed silently. The Empire Lord sat high on the throne, listening to the music and watching the Thunder clan beauties dance. Father, I found something interesting in the deep space ahead, come and see. The prince in golden armor rushed in excitedly. The Empire Lord opened his sleepy yellow eyes. Oh, I'll go have a look. Its figure materialized in the Land of Darkness, face blank, pupils dilated. One towering demon mountain after another emerged from the void, like a fence, sealing off the fleet. Ho ho ho! A terrifying laugh echoed. Surgard's mighty figure appeared, raising the breaking realm sword. Running bugs, aren't you obedient? The Empire Lord suddenly awoke, looking towards the prince. Oko? No. You're a Heartstealer. The prince revealed a strange smile. Father, I invite you to witness the destruction sword dance. The breaking realm sword sliced through the starry sky. It hadn't even fallen yet, but the terrifying heat had already melted many ships. Not long after, only fragments and ashes remained in the Land of Darkness. Surgard stood in the darkness, enjoying the thrill of world destruction. As for the other rescued Thunder clan, he suspected it was the work of passing wizards. Only the wizard civilization, through the long blood battle, mastered relatively perfect ways to deal with Heartstealers. But it doesn't matter, in the face of the infinitely expanding abyss, everything is illusory. Nothing can stop the growth of the abyss. The wizard civilization won't be long, also like grasshoppers after autumn, won't jump around for many days. Because he still had to hunt black beasts in the Land of Darkness, and search for the dragon clan and rare creatures. Levi was not in a hurry to return to the wizard world, he planned to find a safe place first to refine the new sun refining artifact. Anyway, with the Twilight Round Table, he could keep track of organizational matters at any time. Little did he know, the Thunder clan he rescued unexpectedly became the last spark of civilization for this group. Eventually, he returned to the Earth realm near the Black Swamp world. From his previous seclusion experience, this place was quite remote, and the demons hadn't ventured here yet. He didn't want to encounter that guy Surgard during his seclusion again. On a meteorite in the endless void, Levi dug a hole, drilled in, and set up a shelter. Chapter 2441. As the ripple of the array passed, the meteor disappeared without a trace. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi took out that purple head phantom. In his mind, Lay eagerly emerged, his eyes fervently fixed upon it. In an instant, Levi's thought projected the thunder god onto the heavens and earth. The indistinct human face now possessed a shape. So, the most crucial part is the head, hey. Thus, this oddity shall be named Thunder God's Head. Levi recorded the name of the oddity in the illustrated guide of strange items. For the moment, he put away the oddity and headed to the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. In the Black Soul Demon Tower, having lost the Thunder Plateau, the holy city could no longer float in the void with the power of the elementary magnetic field. It landed on the ground, and the members of the Thunder clan gazed around this deathly silent, undead-filled world in confusion. Eli waited within the crowd for that silhouette. Levi's figure emerged, and he assessed everyone present. The undead here will not harm you. When the time is right, I will lead you to the wizard world, which you might have heard of. Here, you'll gain new identities, homes, and jobs. As you've seen, whether the Horror Thunder royal family abandoned you or not, the real culprit behind your destruction is the demon. So, your task is to join us in resisting the abyss. Ely led the chant, "Thank you, Lord, for taking us away. We will certainly fight against the abyss to the end." Other members of the Thunder clan also expressed their gratitude. To them, simply surviving temporarily was the greatest luck. Levi appointed Ely as the new leader of the Thunder clan, responsible for establishing post-disaster order. Moreover, the holy city itself is a fine thing. Later, the mechanical school will repair it, making it a free-star castle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In the valley, the heavenly yin dragon general roared repeatedly. Accompanied by subtle muscle twitches, its nest held 2 huge earth-colored eggs. The surface of the eggshell was uneven, resembling dragon scales. The 3 brothers Gan and Kui looked at the 2 eggs, inevitably puzzled. "Ah, why only 2? Indeed, I thought we'd each get 1. Surely, 1 is meant for me and the second brother, the third brother just doesn't cut it." "Boss, second brother, isn't there a chance both are mine?" The heavenly yin dragon general glared at them, then silently departed. The 3 brothers played with the dragon eggs for a while, soon losing interest and lying down to enter the nightmare world. Just kidding, caring for dragon eggs isn't nearly as fun as playing games. Besides, dragon eggs don't need caretaking. Levi saw these irresponsible parents and helplessly put the eggs away. Such behavior is hard to change. He arrived at the ancient Shell Palace and handed the 2 eggs to the Shell Demon Mistress. 1,000 years had passed, and this mistress had now become the sole level 6 expert of the Shell Demon clan. With Levi's support, the ancient Shell Palace had been expanded multiple times, both in scale and functionality far surpassing the past. Of course, not only the Shell Demon clan resides here. There are also some assorted little elves, little fairies, all intentionally collected by Levi over the years. Some are already extinct in the wizard world. They are the main forces in caring for the rare flora and fauna of the ancient Banyan Fairyland and handling various chores. "Mistress, place these 2 dragon eggs in the breeding room, assign someone to watch them, and notify me once they've hatched." "Understood, Lord." Within the breeding room, colorful dragon eggs were neatly arranged in hatching chambers simulating their living environments. Among the diverse dragon clan, the sizes of dragon eggs vary greatly. Some are larger than houses, while others are the size of a human head. Of course, most are from mixed blood dragon clan. Only a few belong to sub-dragons. Some were bred by the Dragon Palace, while others were acquired by Levi at auctions. Seeing these dragon eggs, Levi's enjoyment akin to card collecting was thoroughly satisfied. In another 1,000 years, hopefully, the number of sub-dragons will double. With both Giant Beast Paradise and Ancient Banyan Fairyland working hand in hand, the development of the Dragon Clan is progressing excellently. Just as Levi left the ancient Shell Palace, commotion arose in the direction of Skyfire Fortress. Black clouds rolled and fierce winds surged. Levi hurried over and found it was the Wind Dust Dragon. Radiating level 8 aura, it had evidently ascended. Another level 8 dragon general born from the Dragon Palace, wonderful. The present Wind Dust Dragon, having fused with the bloodline crystal of pure-blooded Dragon Clan's Wind Illusion Dragon, has already evolved into a new species. A normal Wind Dust Dragon, its complete body at best is 7th level, incapable of reaching 8th. Thus, its appearance no longer resembles a Wind Dust Dragon, but more like a Wind Illusion Dragon. The handsome white flame clouds surrounded it, exuding an aura of immortality. Indeed, the Golden Prince, before his death, gave Levi a good deed. The Wind Dust Dragon said, "Master, I feel like there is still potential within me." Levi replied, "Perhaps the power of the Wind Illusion Dragon within you is yet to be fully exhausted. Even if you can't ascend to level 9, you have the hope of becoming the strongest Wind Element Affinity Sub-Dragon below level 9, with level 8 peak within reach." At night, the Dragon Palace held a grand feast to celebrate the Wind Dust Dragon. Once its realm stabilizes, Levi can then commence drawing its blood. The subsequent cultivation speed of the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill will also significantly accelerate. Elsewhere, the male fire dragon Levi had previously brought from the ancient tower had now hooked up with the Crimson Fire Dragon. Both possess the bloodline of the ancient Red Dragon, clearly have more in common. Helping each other is undoubtedly easier in future offspring. This male fire dragon merely has over 200 years of lifespan left. Chapter 2442 Levi hopes it can be stronger, preferably allowing the Crimson Fire Dragon to give birth to several offspring at once. For most of the dragon clan, exceeding 3 hatchlings in one batch is quite rare. Among the 3, those who make it to the end are even fewer. Were it not for Levi raising the 3 earthquake dragon brothers, surviving in the harsh wilderness, even one would be considered lucky. Before they grow up, young dragons are the preferred prey for various creatures and civilizations. They like staying in a certain place to sleep, because it's safer. Roaming outside every day, there will always be a day they get caught. 3 days later. Beside the small stone pond. Before Levi, the thunder god's head floated in the void. Wisps of purple airflow began to merge into his mind. Come, thunder god. 4 years later. Nora year 890. Blood battle year 679. Dusk Holy Temple. The tribulation clouds of the 3 calamities and 4 disasters slowly dissipated. The Golden Lion Knight's agile figure landed on the ground. Having advanced to the primordial soul, his mood wasn't as ecstatic as he'd imagined. For 1300 years, all this cultivation had been so natural. Compared to those who simply rely on dual affinity talent to achieve primordial soul status, his is just average. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual force, in a thought, a myriad of golden lights appeared behind him. It was the illusory figure of a divine entity clad in a golden Lion King armor. It held the Lion King shield in its left hand and a broad golden greatsword in its right. The golden armored divine figure exuded an unrivaled dominance, along with an epic sense and aura of glory. As if the Lionheart Knight, one of the former glittering legends, had reappeared from the river of history. Primordial soul which minister proof of glory. Furthermore, beneath the divine figure, a majestic golden lion appeared, roaring endlessly as sound waves swept through. Primordial spirit heart of Lion King. The Golden Lion Knight carefully understood the profoundness of both the wizard form and primordial spirit, his lips curving into a smile. Together, they offered countless possibilities in battles. For example, the commander often used the primordial spirit to restrain enemies, releasing powerful primordial soul spells through the wizard form. Upon reaching the 7-ring realm, the primordial spirit could even merge with the wizard form. By then, the power would be even greater, most enemies wouldn't need a personal touch. Relying on the wizard form and primordial spirit, they could be annihilated. With such abundant means, in the same realm, one stands invincible. Congratulations Commander for advancing to primordial soul. Our commander is among the few knights and wizards dual ranked level 6. The Knights of the Golden Lion mission shared in the glory. Commander, where's your soul artifact? Someone curiously asked. The Golden Lion Knight laughed and replied, haven't refined it yet, no rush. He casually used a few 5th circle top grade wizard tools during the tribulation, all of which broke in the disaster. After all, he rarely used wizardry in battles, mostly relying on divine weapons. Congratulations, Father! Upon hearing the joyous news, Lena, Rhea, and Raid all hurried from their respective organizations. Even the Divine Light Knight couldn't hide his happiness. Thankfully you advanced to primordial soul, otherwise your son would have surpassed you. Raid now was a 5th circle perfection wizard, with 8 talents, and researching the 9th talent. The Golden Lion Knight looked at his children and felt sentimental. Time flies, he's gradually aging, and his 3 children are already 450 years old. Lena and Rhea, both female knights, are level 5 knights, with equal cultivation. Currently, they're the well-known sister duo at the Holy Temple Knight Academy, pursued by many. However, with excellent parents as role models, neither is currently interested in romance. At least until they advance to level 6 or their realms stabilize and further progress becomes challenging, will these matters be considered. Understanding this well, the Golden Lion and Divine Light Knights don't push for marriage either. Afterward, the 18 riders came to offer their congratulations. Elena even took this opportunity to arrange a small celebration the next evening, holding a social event, a tea party, or something. Good things come in pairs. 6 months later. On the Nora continent, within the Central Earth domain. At the Dusk Holy Temple's branch, Goddess Knight Elsa successfully advanced to the Primordial Soul Realm. Becoming the 5th knight within the Knight's dual cultivation reaching level 6. Emperor Mew finally let go of his anxiety. Dear, let's see your wizard form. Being a child of chaos, Emperor Mew also had dreams of becoming a Primordial Soul Wizard. But sadly, reality was too stark. Today his wish was fulfilled through his beloved wife. With a wave, Elsa summoned endless chilling winds which gathered into a massive icy bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters. The bird resembled the mythical undying bird but had splendid blue feathers and long frost-tipped tail feathers. Ice crystal particles streamed from between the feathers, as dreamlike as stardust. Wow, what a beautiful bird, what's its name? Emperor Mu marveled at the sight, awestruck. His wife was already lovely, standing tall on the bird's back even more radiantly, serene like an astral divine being. Elsa said, Ice Phoenix soaring. Emperor Mu, good name, and what about the primordial spirit? Let me see. Elsa closed her eyes, and a queenly illusion wearing an elaborate ice blue imperial robe and a tall crown appeared, majestic and commanding. What name should the primordial spirit have? Elsa pondered aloud. Emperor Mu laughed, it's a pity the commander is in seclusion, otherwise, his naming ability would surely give you a pleasant name. Allow me to try, how about Queen of the North? This title instantly sent Elsa dreaming 1,300 years earlier. Queen. Yes, you are the queen of my heart. Chapter 2443. Then it's Queen of the North. Great, next it's up to that kid Eddie. Upon hearing Eddie's name, hope filled Elsa's eyes. She knew that even if she advanced to the 6th circle, her future achievements would not be very high. Because her potential as a knight and a wizard was almost exhausted at this realm. This was a premonition from the depths of her soul. Cultivation is a synthesis of multiple factors. Level 7 might just be her final stop. But Emperor Mu is not, and neither is Eddie. She hoped that after she was gone, this father and son could accompany each other further along their paths. 1 year later. In the Nora calendar, the 680th year of the Blood Battle. The level 8 demon slaying list of the Blood Battle undergoes dramatic changes. Firstly, those who dominated the list for many years, like the Light Divine Sword and Fire God, have all successively advanced to the 8 environments. In the past 200 years, as many as 6 new 8th Circle wizards were born, all tough figures in the top 10 of the demon slaying list. As these people advanced to the 9th level demon slaying list, the players behind moved forward in turn. Elena, who was clearly always at home in retreat and cultivation, passively rose to 10th place on the demon slaying list. The most interesting thing is that behind Elena, there are also a bunch of familiar faces. Fire Dragon Master Ace. Dawn Divine Sword Victor. King of Body Refining Gandalf. After Ace refined the Fire God's Fury, his demon hunting efficiency soared. On one hand, due to the improvement of cultivation, on the other hand, the enhanced Fire Dragon Tribulation was simply a nuclear bomb on the move. Most wide-range high-power spells require a long time to breathe, making them impractical as normal attacks. Yet the Holy Infant's Fire Dragon Tribulation defies logic, bombing endlessly. This brought a dramatic transformation to his combat style compared to before. The Holy Infant once had to use various wizard tools to form combos, which were unsustainable. Now, like Levi, he conquers the world with a single Fire Dragon Tribulation. Only when facing some tough opponents would he use wizard tools or other means. Moreover, with Gandalf and Victor collaborating and watching each other's backs, the Holy Infant's war merit grew explosively. It seems it won't be long before he can exchange for a random sun refining artifact. Victor's speed is also impressive, with the sword array in hand, he's a meat grinder on the battlefield. In comparison, Gandalf, who punches hard, is relatively disadvantaged in wiping out small fry. But he is the main tank against level 8 demons, so when accounting for war merit, it will not be less. Just like that, the 10th to 14th positions are all Levi's people. Additionally, in the 30th to 40th range, there are also many familiar faces. First, the newly ascended 7th level Supernova Fire Dragon Knight, ranked 36th. He is known as the #1 strong man in the wizard world after the Dusk Palace Master, nicknamed the One-Sword Knight. Because currently, the defensive forces of the ancient dragon continent are relatively saturated. Thus, the organization allowed the Fire Dragon Knight to lead the battle group in actively supporting the New World's Blood Battle battlefield. This provided the Fire Dragon Knight a vast stage and space to shine. Facts proved that as long as this man was given enough demons, he could go on a killing spree. Projections of the Fire Dragon Knight's battles have gone viral in the wizard world. The most classic instance was when he led the Fire Dragon mission to save the day, exterminating a late-stage level 7 flame demon. The moment the Fire Dragon Knight, in the incarnation of the destroying heaven and earth sun-chasing dragon, sliced through the demon's head with his great sword-like tail. It ignited the passion of countless people. That's how a man should be. The invincibility of the knight became even more ingrained in people's hearts afterward. After all, Levi's battles rarely required transformation, so there was hardly any chance to showcase it. The Fire Dragon Knight was the first to let them witness a unique combat style. Even the scholars of the Dragon School of Thought racked their brains, unable to determine what dragon clan this could be. Then, in positions 32 and 35, were two old friends, Soraya and Laplace. They had been in the 7th circle for a long time, now both possessing 7 rings perfect cultivation, with solid foundations. It's worth mentioning that the top-notch talents who participated in the ancient tower with Levi back then. They have also all grown up, with many stepping into the 7-ring realm. Snow Lotus Witch, son of Hurricane. These geniuses who stirred up the ancient tower remain dazzling. They may have lost some sharpness, arrogance, but have become more steadfast, determined. With their top-level initial talent, as long as they work up the truth oddities. They are all future grand wizards, even legendary wizard seedlings, in the wizard world. Among them, the most outstanding is the Sky Dragon Wizard. This dragon descendant wizard of the Storm School of Thought has already stepped into the 7-ring senior realm. A recent major news in the wizard world was related to him. Mist Sky Guardian Marvin, a legendary wizard, brought back an adult pure-blooded dragon clan from a mission in the multidimensional plane. It was the father of the Sky Dragon Wizard, Cloud Mist Dragon Nitrogue. This pure love giant dragon, deceived emotionally by a witch, finally reunited with the Sky Dragon Wizard. And the mother of the Sky Dragon Wizard had already fallen in the early stages of the blood battle. Marvin arranged for Cloud Mist Dragon and Lava Dragon to guard the sleeping dragon domain together. After paying a hefty breach compensation, the Sky Dragon Wizard also left the top-level organization Hurricane Sky Island. He followed his father to join the Dragon Descendant Priory, and Hurricane Sky Island dared not say anything about it. As years went by, some people who were once unknown in the ancient tower also quietly rose, through their respective opportunities, diligence, and careful planning, in this era of tremendous upheaval, stepping into the primordial soul realm. Chapter 2444. According to incomplete statistics. Among the top 100 on the Dark Ancient Tower rankings, as long as they haven't died prematurely, 2/3 have reached the primordial soul in this era. Judging from the tracking by the Wizard Council, those who participated in the ancient tower, and whose identities are known. 1,000 years later, 108 individuals have advanced to the primordial soul realm, becoming the pillars at the forefront of the blood battles. Of course, there are also some who remain an unsolved mystery. For example, the 3-headed dragon abomination, suspected to be a monstrous wizard disguised. As Edmund mentioned in his summary report on the blood battle over 600 years. While supernovas like the Dusk Palace Master are certainly as dazzling as the Sunday. The stars that adorn our night sky are those that illuminate the path forward. The multidimensional plane, infinitely splendid. All beings, each shine brightly. Far from the blood and fire of the wizard world. The serene land of darkness. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside small stone pond, Levi bathed in thunder, strands of thunder snake winding around him. Behind him, a thunderous giant seemed to stand silently from the ancient times. Thunder condensing its towering form of 10,000 meters, with antlers on its forehead, rendering a majestic visage. At its waist, a thunder battle drum is strapped, around it lay coils, full of agility. Divine power spreads outward, and the life forms within a radius of 10,000 miles can all sense it. Levi opened his eyes, lightning radiance shooting into the void. His figure overlapped with Thunder God, as if he were truly a deity. The thunder magic net spread across, everything within a radius of 30,000 miles was clearly visible. Such perception can envelop a complete small world, this is the divine domain. He could at any time strike down lightning pillars to punish those who offend him. Then, his figure scattered, transforming into billions of purple thunder particles. At this moment, Levi finally personally sensed the state of an elemental holy body. He entered a microscopic material-level world, seeing countless purple light dots. They are like part of colorful sand grains, mixed within. He burrowed among them, hiding away. A sense of safety arose spontaneously, just as effectively as hiding under a blanket while watching a horror film. Whoosh! He followed those purple light dots, drifting with the waves. In such a state, all pure physical attacks have already lost their meaning. This is a more thorough elementalization, body turned into thunder element particles, becoming part of the elemental power of thunder. Bored with it, Levi emerged from this state. Countless particles reassembled into his form. The feeling is different from the undying body. I still underestimated the strength of the elemental holy body. No wonder only grand wizards can contend with grand wizards. Asking 8th circle wizards to attack is like asking someone to shatter a pond full of water. Only by being able to be in this state can one engage in fair play. I'll call this thunder element formless then. After the grand wizard, the average combat power of a wizard in the multidimensional plane will enhance significantly. Not all level 9s can master the elemental holy body. It's a unique technique of wizard civilization or a part of some races. Of course, other races level 9s surely have their distinctive abilities, which is better is hard to judge. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 19900/25600. Thunder God's head boosted my spiritual force by 900 points in one go, still not as much as the Flame Emperor's sword, but it's quite a lot, almost putting me at 8 circle perfection. 8 circle perfection is 22,000 points, Levi was only over 2,000 points away. However, after refining the sun refining artifact, the most crucial step is to stabilize spiritual force. This one-time increase of spiritual force is not accumulated through gradual meditation. If not careful, the foundation surely won't be solid. Hence shortly, even when acquiring an oddity, Levi won't refine it. It's a perfect time to study spells, imprint witch marks. The complete Thunder God body has already made Levi's thunder talent stand above the masses. Coupled with the boost from Sky King Dragon, cultivating thunder sex spells is even more empowering. He glanced at his currently mastered spell systems. Apart from Thousand Thunder, none of the other 8th circle thunder spells. Next, he must cultivate more, otherwise, such good talent would be wasted. At present, he has mastered 11 8th circle magic spells, all cultivated to at least level 17. Like Leonardo's sound barrier, it's already at 19th rank maximum. After stacking armors on the Shadow Army, even level 5 shadows can be invincible for a short period before level 7 enemies, showing impressive effects. Alongside the acceleration effect of Shadow Wind, the Shadow Army has already enhanced defense and speed accordingly. Levi considered studying buff augment spells for other dimensional attributes of shadow creatures next. Strength, endurance, physique, perception, and spiritual force. He examined the existing spell library, including that in the Blood Battle store. None are ready-made. Next, on one hand, seek in the Shadow School of Thought, on another hand, research by himself. After advancing to the Primordial Soul, he hasn't formally studied spells for a long time. Because the quantity needed for imprinting witch marks was too much, self-creation alone was simply unmanageable. The Black Abyss Sovereign said, post-Grand Wizard, every wizard must learn to self-create spells. Before advancing to legendary status, a lot of preparation is needed. One of them is creating your 10-ring spell prototype, also referred to as quasi-legendary skill. If a Grand Wizard doesn't have original 9th circle spells, it's impossible to advance to legendary. The more original 9th circle spells you master, the clearer your future legendary road will be. Such people are more likely to ascend to legendary. Once a Grand Wizard, merely learning others' spells, how can one become legendary? Therefore, before a Grand Wizard, it's common to see different wizards using the same spells in combat. But after the 9th circle, the spell techniques in wizard battles demonstrate distinct personal styles. The Black Abyss Sovereign also mentioned, each Grand Wizard should preferably have a sequence of spells unique to themselves, from 1st circle to 9th circle. Through self-created sequence spells, you will revisit the wizard path, reflecting and summarizing your learnings from your earlier life. Before advancing to legendary, inspiration for the legend magic prototype naturally arises. The most typical are the Grand Council Chairman Edmund and his sequence spells, alongside the Thunder God series. Not only for wizards, pharmacists, and weapon craftsmen with similar experiences can also aid advancement. Presumably, Triss's refining of her Nightmare series potion also considers this. Having sorted out future plans, Levi opened the Twilight Round Table. When will you return? Elena asked. Soon. I now possess a quasi-elemental holy body. Levi displayed the ability he just acquired. You acquired the sun refining artifact too. Elena was delighted. Yeah, just happened upon it while exploring. Through a telephone chat with the Floral Castle, he learned how many things had happened in Nora during his years of retreat. The Goddess and Golden Lion both advanced to Primordial Soul. The Sky Dragon Wizard's father, Cloud Mist Dragon, staged a Dragon King's return performance. The three avatars are flourishing on the battlefield. In an era of blood and fire, those who seize opportunities will surely achieve great feats. Chapter 2445. Land of Darkness. The scent of the nine-leaf blood datura begins to spread. Levi, amidst a pile of plain remnants, set up an array for diffusion. A large number of fresh nine-leaf blood datura flowers were hidden within, burning fiercely. To lure in such a large space, an enormous amount of blood datura is needed. Fortunately, after millennia of cultivation, the nine-leaf blood datura in the fairyland has grown into a sea of flowers. Levi waved his sleeve, activating the array to disperse these scents. Under the sweep of the unending winds in the land of darkness, the exotic fragrance began to spread. He found a secluded spot to set up the Death Ember Divine Palace, preparing a fallback for escape. Levi began his wait immediately. As time went by, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Levi continuously added new nine-leaf blood datura to the array. The Shadow Dragon group had long been entrenched in all directions within the Shadow Dimension. They were the main force in hunting black beasts, while Levi mostly stayed on standby. Gradually, 6th-level black beasts began to appear, accompanied by a group of weaker black beasts. This place is far from Nora, where weak civilizations have limited ability to exterminate black beasts, thus their numbers are substantial. If they were useful to Levi, he would capture them alive. Those numerous and rampant, he would hunt them directly. In a blink of an eye, it was half a year. A lot of the nine-leaf blood datura Levi had stocked up had been used. In exchange, the ancient Banyan fairyland was piled high with black beast corpses. A group of Flame Clan and little elves were busily dissecting them. Useful materials were stored, and those not were all fed to long. As for the true souls of these black beasts, they were allowed to reincarnate. Recently, after consuming the last 8-level soul can, Leon fell into a deep sleep. No one knew how long it would last. It seemed that once it awoke, it could advance to level 8. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Levi stayed on standby for a complete 4 years. The number of the Black Shadow Army expanded to its maximum limit. Of course, many were newly converted shadows of 4th level and 5th level black beasts. The power of Levi's demon family General Sky Group was also growing steadily. Some had reached the levels of middle stage level 7, even late stage level 7. With this outlook, soon an 8th level shadow would be born. In 4 years, Levi had captured 38 mixed blood dragons and 4 sub-dragon species. After purifying them, he categorized and arranged them into the 8 Dragon Guards system. Considering the scarce number of pure-blooded dragon clan, Levi reassigned titles for Ronan and others. Ronan, Great Commander of the Flame Department. Ash Dragon, Vice Commander of the Flame Department. Yggdrasila, Commander of the Mountain Department. Tyrant of Horror, Commander of the Dark Department. Other department commanders were temporarily appointed from the most powerful Sky Dragon generals. Notably, among the newly captured sub-dragon species, there was another fire-breathing dragon. Luckily, it was a female dragon. Currently, the Dragon Palace has 3 fire-breathing dragons. This sub-dragon species can indeed become known as evil dragons by many civilizations in the multidimensional plane, for good reason. However, after waiting for 4 years, no sub-dragon species or pure-blood dragon clan above level 8 had been found. Levi decided to wait another 5 years. If no results were obtained, he would return to Nora first, and deal with it later. On this day, Levi was practicing spells on standby, while the shadows hunted in all directions. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over, and the Fool's Rune flickered in his mind. This strong sense of danger must be a precursor to a level 9 presence arriving. Oh no, I've attracted a level 9. The Fool's Rune faintly reveals a giant humanoid figure reaching the sky. It wasn't clear if it was a frost giant, a giant ape, or some alien race. Its body was surrounded by roaring winds, dust, and stones, moving like the wind. Levi dared not delay. He used the little decomposition skill to destroy the array and erase his traces. 8 direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Swift. The invisible secret word activated, and Levi instantly traveled 8,000 miles away. After that, he combined various void travel methods and fleed another 4,000 miles. In total, 12,000 miles later, with the ability of traveling the void, he flew towards Nora. The hunting ground. Buzz. A giant beast over 20,000 meters tall, covered in black hair, stomped the void and landed with a roar. The terrifying aura swept across, smashing meteors within 1,000 miles. 9-leaf blood datura. The giant beast's nose twitched as it murmured. Its head resembled an ape, but its back had 2 pairs of bat wings that shrouded the sky with hurricanes and air currents swirling around. The giant ape's perception swept across, wandering back and forth for half a day, but found nothing. Humph! Damn purple crystal clan kid, you ran fast. It called itself Heroldus, a legendary creature known as the Wind Tribulation Star Ape. In its youth, it was once attracted by 9-leaf blood datura. Little did it know that it was a trap laid by a level 7 purple crystal clan. The purple crystal clan used this method to hone their combat techniques, seeking powerful creatures that matched their holy spirit skill. As soon as it appeared, it was targeted by the purple crystal clan. Though it was a legendary creature, it was not fully grown, while the purple crystal clan was a genius within the clan. It almost got captured by the purple crystal clan. Luckily, its fate hadn't run out, as an 8th level black beast was attracted, causing the purple crystal clan to temporarily retreat. It escaped as a result, and ever since then, it has been particularly sensitive to 9-leaf blood datura. It would no longer fall for such traps easily but quietly grew stronger until it fully matured and advanced to level 9. As revenge against those purple crystal clan who hunted using 9-leaf blood datura, it would destroy the trap every time it discovered one. Chapter 2446. Over the millennium, it has hunted dozens of the amethyst race, ranging in power from level 1 to level 8. Unfortunately, this time, the amethyst race seems quite cunning. The other party may have sensed the impending danger in advance and thus slipped away. Lucky guy, it won't be the same next time. Harold dissolved into endless streams of air, dispersing deep into space. It didn't notice. On one of the meteorites, a pebble suddenly opened an eye, then turned to ashes. I thought it was a giant. Didn't expect it to be a giant ape. Interesting, the storm star ape, the master of the wind disaster. Before leaving, Levi was cautious, wanting to see what it truly was. His current Fool rune, although able to roughly outline, still isn't clear enough. It's like the Guess Who I Am segment from the Pokemon cartoon. The giant ape, though powerful, lacked experience dealing with wizards and didn't notice. What a pity, not strong enough, otherwise I could have gathered all 3 legendary great apes today. Calamity Fire Demon Ape, Water Disaster Giant Ape, Storm Star Ape. Hopefully, we'll meet again by chance in the future. He muttered to himself, continuing on his way. With this unexpected event, Levi no longer wants to continue hunting. Instead, it's better to try his luck on the 8th level of the Dark Ancient Tower. Before going home, Levi went to the Burning Rock world to check on the Spider King. Like a giant hermit crab, Little Woe emerged from the darkness. On the mountain-like shell, the Spider King had a pleased expression. Master. It landed on Levi's shoulder and accepted the immortal platform wine that Levi took out. Judging from the Spider King's aura, it has successfully advanced to level 8 mid-stage. But this size, it seems to have shrunk somewhat. Levi looked at the thumb-sized Spider King, feeling both amused and helpless. However, he also knew that the Spider King's strength wasn't in frontal combat but in control. So, size didn't matter to it. The bigger, the easier to expose, the smaller, the easier to hide. One day, if it could shrink to a speck of dust, it would no longer have any natural enemies. The Spider King reported the situation over the past century to Levi. With its strength increasing, the number of duplicates it could control also rose again. The current Spider King has expanded its territory to most parts of the Flora realm, which was once controlled by Luo Shan Venerable. According to its researched intelligence, after Luo Shan's death, the Council of 10,000 Clans didn't immediately appoint a new Venerable. Currently, the Flora realm has temporarily become a vacuum area for the Council of 10,000 Clans. That massive sweep by Levi before made them hesitant to send people easily. The Council of 10,000 Clans isn't foolish either, they understand that the Dusk Palace Master has, in some way, taken control here. Sending level 8s here again would be like the story of the gourd child saving his grandfather. As for level 9 hidden ones, the organization doesn't have many, and these people have ulterior motives, making them tricky to manage. So, in a sense, the Spider King is the underground ruler of the Flora realm. Many of the top figures in small to medium-sized planes are actually its puppets. Following the sustainable development method taught by Levi, it keeps reap benefits strategically. Its fake disciple, Haim. Its real disciple, the Spider King. Over the years, the Spider King's achievements have been tremendously fruitful. Master, these are ores, the level 1 is here, and over there is level 8. I've already had a duplicate skilled in weapon refinement process them for you. The Spider King proudly introduced. Levi looked at the 8 piles of metal mini-mountains, which progressively got smaller. Not bad, you actually found level 8 ore and learned to refine it yourself. I'll reward you with a few extra bottles. In great spirits, Levi took out 3 more bottles of immortal platform wine and gifted them to the Spider King. The Spider King carefully kept them, planning to savor them later. The master only visits once a century, it can't consume them all at once. After roughly evaluating the haul, just the combined metal from these ores was worth 3 billion ether stones. Master, these are rare plants. After introducing the ores, the Spider King led Levi to its own constructed botanical garden. Its duplicates include talents from all disciplines among alien races. Weapon refinement, gardeners, beast tamers, they are all available. This small world is entirely like a sparrow that, though small, covers all aspects of a civilized society ecosystem. Only, every NPC in it is role-played by the Spider King alone. Subsequently, Levi also received 24 mixed blood dragons and 3 sub-dragons from the Spider King. Along with 37 rare transcendent creatures encompassing various categories, fully diverse. Good, very good. Levi marveled at the Spider King's competence. In the future, no matter what, he must help this creature advance to level 9, and even to level 10. The future chief overseer of the Land of Darkness will be the Spider King. The heavy responsibility of opposing the Council of 10,000 clans will also rest on its shoulders. Master, I would like to ask for your help with something. Finally, the Spider King suddenly said. Levi smiled and said, Speak. The Spider King said, It's regarding Little Woe. In the void, an illusory humanoid energy projection landed on the ground. This was the energy form Little Woe manifested, specially designed for communicating with regular beings, akin to a monogirl projection. Little Woe, go ahead, the Spider King softly said. Ah, all right, thank you, Little Woe spoke softly, always in a timid manner. Before knowing the Spider King, Little Woe had another friend named Rulith, also called Little Ro. Little Ro is a rare star nebula electric mother. This is a miraculous gas form life, similar to the thunder element, though not an elemental spirit. Chapter 2447. It is closer to a jellyfish. This type of creature mostly resides in planes within the multidimensional plane where the elemental power of thunder is abundant. They transform into the shape of thunderclouds, engaging in long periods of dormancy and growth. Before becoming a symbiotic partner with the Spider King, Little Woe's partner was Little Ro. It provided Little Ro with a dwelling place, and Little Ro utilized his powerful ability to control lightning to drive away enemies. Unfortunately, hundreds of years ago, during a journey through the Land of Darkness, they encountered a group of dark pirates. Little Ro held off the enemies, allowing Little Woe to escape, but ended up being captured, his fate unknown. Later, the wandering Little Woe met the Spider King, yet his heart never forgot Little Ro. Thus, he always appeared heavy-hearted. The Spider King, upon learning this, sent out duplicates to search. Unexpectedly, the whereabouts of Little Ro were indeed found. He was sold by the Dark Pirates to the Green Country. This is a large realm, where the ruling power belongs to the Green Scale clan. The King of Green Country imprisoned Little Ro. They utilized the lightning power generated by Little Ro to construct the Sky Kingdom here. That place is the royal capital of Green Country, the city of the king. And its king is Green Ghost Hicks, the strongest of the Green Scale clan, with level 9 power. After hearing this, Levi opened his eyes. So that's it, from the situation you described, Little Ro's condition should still be safe. Little Woe said, but if this continues, I worry he might eventually wear himself out. Moreover, for the freedom-desiring Star Nebula Electric Mother, this imprisonment is the greatest torment. The Spider King comforted, don't worry, Green Ghost is at level 9 strength, a demigod-level being, being anxious won't help. Little Woe nodded, whispering, sorry. Levi said, it's okay, I will consider this matter, but it needs careful planning. Green Ghost Hicks, he had heard of this person from the memory disk of Luo Shan. The level 9 hidden one from the Council of 10,000 Clans, who has been at level 9 for 2,000 years, now 6,000 years old. This means he was at level 9 by the age of 4,000. For the Green Scale clan, whose average lifespan is 1.5 times that of wizards, this can be considered an exceptionally brilliant talent of the ages. Some even believe that Green Ghost has hope of advancing to level 10 in this era, leading the Green Scale clan to become a large civilization. Thus, his strength might be even stronger than the angels of some weak gods. Previously, the six-armed silhouette Levi saw in the Fool Rune was Green Ghost. Of course, the Star Nebula Electric Mother must also be rescued. 1 is to help Little Woe and the Spider King. 2 is to weaken the power of the Council of 10,000 Clans. 3 is because the Star Nebula Electric Mother is a legendary creature. Indeed, this is an oddity even rarer than the Pureblood Dragon clan. It can be considered a high-version Thunder Elemental Spirit. The Star Nebula Electric Mother interacts with its surroundings, capable of creating a Thunder Element treasure land. It can facilitate cultivation for the Lightning faction, or the growth of Thunder Element creatures. Over time, it can even produce Thunder Element ores, Thunder-related oddities, etc. If placed in the ancient Banyan Fairyland, it would greatly benefit the growth of the Fairyland. Not to mention, its combat power after reaching level 9 is extremely formidable. Little Woe hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord." The Spider King smiled and said, "Rest assured, with my master's talent, taking down that old thing Green Ghost won't take long, isn't it easy as pie? Your little Ro will be rescued sooner or later." Levi had not spoken yet when the Spider King started boasting. But upon considering it, what he said was true. Levi didn't pay attention to him. Before leaving, Levi reminded the Spider King to act cautiously in the upcoming affairs. He worried that strong individuals from the Council of 10,000 Clans might follow the Spider King's duplicates to locate his true form. Just like he himself once did. The Spider King stated that his master needn't worry, ever since he was caught by Levi previously. He has profoundly reconsidered and transformed his control skills over his duplicates. Now, as soon as a duplicate is exposed, it can immediately self-destruct. Moreover, he has specifically controlled a shaman duplicate from a tribal civilization. That shaman is also a spellcaster, adept in curse prophecy and prediction skill, with cultivation at the 7th level. Capable of countering the likes of divination masters from enemies. The Spider King's learning ability is undoubtedly strong. Calling him a spider is a real waste of talent. Levi even began to suspect that the Spider King might have been a big shot in the wizard world in his previous life. Could there have been those fed up with being human, wanting to reincarnate as a spider for fun? Owl World. Green Country. The magnificent and grand sky city Yar floats amidst the clouds, overlooking the earth. Within the pale green holy temple, Green Ghost sits alone on the throne. As a senior member of the Council of 10,000 Clans, he is troubled. Because it won't be long before the Covenant Sword will be successfully refined. By that time, even someone like him, as a hidden one, must make a choice. Whether to sign the contract and continue being involved with the Council of 10,000 Clans or refuse and defect. The state of the Council of 10,000 Clans is far from optimistic. The original principles and goals established early on have not been achieved. On the contrary, the wizard civilization stands resilient amidst the blood battles, even showing upward momentum. Throughout 600 years of blood battle, the primordial soul wizards have not significantly decreased. And the number of grand wizards and legendary wizards has even increased. He can't understand why. The enemies of wizards are the dreaded abyss demons from the multidimensional plane. How do they maintain stability and upward progress in such harsh conditions? Chapter 2448. Anyway, Green Ghost is somewhat regretful for having rashly joined the Council of 10,000 Clans. It is thinking that perhaps it is time for the Green Scale clan to relocate en masse. It is not a plain sovereign, and it joined the Council of 10,000 Clans back then just to get a piece of the pie. It has no reason to stay here. Brother. A figure silently appeared, also clad in green scales, with a burly physique and 6 arms. Green Demon Rocks, with late-stage level 8 strength, its own brother. It also serves as a venerable in the Council of 10,000 Clans, guarding the Blue Realm branch. "Why are you back?" Green Ghost asked. Green Demon smiled and said, "Brother, I looted the branch's treasury." "What?" Green Ghost stood up suddenly from the throne. Green Demon had already anticipated this and said, "Brother, don't be anxious. Let me ask you, do you want to swear under the Covenant Sword?" Green Ghost said, "Of course not, those ancient existences all have ulterior motives. Even if they successfully take over the Nora world, an internal war is bound to occur to decide who becomes the plain sovereign of Nora. We would surely need to choose sides, and if we choose wrong, who knows how we'll end up dead. Green Demon said, I think the same. The Council of 10,000 clans is unlikely to become any significant force. The initial promises were all lies. In the confrontation with the Nora Wizard Council, 9 times out of 10 we lose the tasks, and they deliberately concealed this from us. The so-called Gundor 3 heroes have been killing for nearly 1,000 years without resolution. This is not the vehicle bearing the era of a new dawn. If our Greenscale clan doesn't withdraw early, we'll just be pawns in the game of those ancient ones and Nora legendary wizards, ready to be abandoned anytime. Green Ghost said, so you took advantage of the chaos to loot the treasury. Green Demon said, yes, that's why I looted the treasury to help you make a decision. Brother, didn't you once spend a fortune at an auction to acquire a space treasure river and mountain map that contains an inner heaven and earth? We're planning to move our clan, leave the Yar territory, and perhaps even leave this troubled Pan Plain. Once the war stabilizes here, we'll have the chance to return. Green Ghost's anger dissipated, you make sense, we have the space treasure, we can go anywhere. The river and mountain map is a level 8 exotic treasure that contains a small heaven and earth. Although it doesn't match the scale of the Owl world, it's more than sufficient to carry the clan and resources away. Green Ghost said, by the way, what treasure did you loot? Green Demon laughed and said, the lower half of the Netherworld King's armor. The upper half was taken by that fellow Dagon, who also took the Turtle King fruit, and now has disappeared, probably planning to flee as well. I intend to present this armor to you. Green Ghost shook its head, this armor is better worn by you, it doesn't serve me much purpose. Green Demon said, thank you, brother, let's not delay and start immediately. Green Ghost sighed, all right. Leaving the main hall, Green Demon murmured internally. I am only 3,500 years old now, with a lifespan remaining of 2,500 years. There is sufficient time to advance to level 9, but I am uncertain about surviving the tribulation. If this Turtle King fruit can be exchanged in the black market of the Land of Darkness for a level 9 exotic treasure to undergo the tribulation, the success rate would greatly increase. Green Demon knew the importance of such life-extending treasures for certain races, especially wizards. Those short-lived ones would certainly exchange a level 9 exotic treasure for the Turtle King fruit. Of course, this thing is also very important to alien races. Thus it dared not tell its brother the truth, fearing that the brother would take the Turtle King fruit. In the face of absolute profit, brotherhood may not be entirely reliable. Nora year 896. Blood Battle year 685. Ancient Dragon Continent. Hunyuan Palace. Although wars have been continuous, the tradition of preaching has never been abandoned. Saint Emperor Zhou's hair at the temples began to fall like strands of white fur, resembling an old bear with an immortal demeanor. Its integration of heaven and man exuded a mysterious aura, already at the level 7 middle stage realm. Surrounding it, the 4 sons of Qi sect were positioned to the side, assisting with the preaching. Li and Chen, both emitting an aura of level 7, similarly fused with the surrounding space, becoming one. As the leaders of this generation's Spirits sect and Steady Mountain Qi sect, these two had already matured. After level 7, Qi sect's grasp of the void surpasses that of ordinary 7 circle wizards. An and Hong were also at the level 6 peak realm, needing only an enlightenment opportunity to break through. Currently, counting Lord Victor, Link, Elena, Emperor Mew, and others, Qi sect already has 12 level 6 experts. One can say that the current Qi sect is experiencing its rare period of prosperity from ancient times to present. Just one breakthrough to level 8 will reawaken the grandeur of the White Emperor's son. In the future, reaching level 9, achieving the realm of origin Holy Emperor, is also possible. Elena and Emperor Mew were keenly experiencing, seeking enlightenment. The White Wolf girl also focused, her face serious. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared around her, clear springs gurgling, water vapor misty. At the same time, in the sky, a terrifying lightning tribulation was brewing. Who has gained enlightenment again? Not good, this is the place of preaching. Seeing this scene, Saint Emperor Zhou temporarily interrupted the preaching. Elena and Emperor Mew were both surprised and delighted. Algerta is soon reaching the level 6 temperament. The girl wielded a thin sword, waving it like a celestial river, and after a bout of trials, she passed through the lightning tribulation. Congratulations, a Qi sect disciple has reached the shattering void realm. Saint Emperor Zhou descended from the sky. Wonderful, our Qi sect grows ever stronger. Emperor Mew applauded and cheered. Chapter 2449. Algerta transformed into a beautiful white wolf, surrounded by clear springs, gracefully landing on the ground. Thank you all, Sister Elena. Hasn't the hall master returned yet? Elena sighed, that guy is still out there enjoying himself. Unconsciously, Levi had been gone for almost 60 years. I'm back. A flash of lightning struck the ground, as the black-armored swordsman made a dazzling entrance. Commander. Emperor Mu rushed forward, hugging Levi before Elena could. Elena did not interrupt their moment but just smiled. Levi looked at these familiar faces, feeling that home was indeed better, outside was too lonely. He glanced at the even stronger energy sect and panda clan around him, feeling pleased. Speaking of which, there were still 2 treasure gourds of the energy sect yet to be found. They were the Spring Thunder Chi sect and Winter Frost Chi sect. He planned to negotiate with the Congress later to see if they could explore the Panda continent. Surrounded by everyone, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace and finally had some time alone with Elena. You are an 8th Circle senior now, right? Yes. That's wonderful. How goes the branding of the witch mark? 14 traces so far. At my current speed, I estimate that in about 100 years I can reach 22, and then I'll focus on the 7 Circle witch mark. That's not bad. It looks like within 200 or 300 years, you can reach the 8th circle. By the way, has my Ayak returned? Not yet. Levi thought Ayak really knew how to have fun. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as rain comes after a long drought. As they chatted, the 2 couldn't help but embrace. A month later, Elena returned to the Tower of Summer Flowers, blushing. She now had a complete wizard tower, her power greatly increased. After all, it was a super wizard tool that integrates control, attack, defense, and survival. The achievement of solo hunting a level 8 demon was unlocked during a previous demon invasion. Levi also went to visit Triss. However, the lady was now engrossed in her medicine projects, too busy to entertain the idle Levi. He traveled around the ancient dragon continent, eventually reaching the secluded place of the Black Knight. I wish you success. Levi silently left his blessings, and turned away. A flash of 2 years passed. In these 2 years, Levi continued his cultivation step by step. He gathered various spells and books from the Shadow School of Thought, studying them in the Emperor's palace. He intended to first research spells that amplify the power of the Shadow Dragon group. Elena, on the other hand, was branding witch marks and practicing combat techniques. As a qualified knight, one must have a combat skill system unique to themselves. Her system was the Floral Sword Manual. Before achieving perfection in the Floral Sword Manual, she wouldn't rush to advance to level 7. On this day, there was movement at the secluded place of the Black Knight. Levi, feeling tense, rushed there with Elena. They saw an unstable 7th level aura soaring into the sky. The Black Knight wielded a chain hammer, swinging it like a meteor, fighting against those legendary giant beasts. Levi pondered. The Black Knight's Musk Bowl bloodline is strength type. This time evolving, he fused with sky-carrying Pegasus, Holy Image, and Ancient Red Dragon. Relatively mixed, it's likely in the end he will turn into a nondescript being like the Blood Knight and Ash Knight. After seeing the Star Butterfly Dragon, Levi discovered that even a nondescript being had a unique beauty. All mythical creatures are beautiful and sacred, it's just that mortals cannot appreciate them. As a former member of the 7 Shining Knights, the Black Knight reaching today was natural. Even in the face of a level 6 catastrophe, he passed through with relative ease. But this time's calamity put him at the edge of life and death multiple times, making others sweat nervously. However, the blood tribulation was ultimately passed without real danger. Levi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Once this was over, at least the life-threatening crisis was gone. If there were challenges beyond the Black Knight's abilities, Levi could also step in to save him. The Black Knight's dark tribulation involved a projection much like him, similar to when Levi ascended back then. As night fell, the earth-shaking battle approached its end. The Black Knight gasped heavily, suddenly transforming into a colossal 4-legged giant beast over 1,000 meters tall. Its head resembled a combination of a bull and a dragon, with large curved horns on its forehead, and ivory tusks curving upwards from its cheeks. Its body was robust, with a towering hump on its back, covered in red scales, its tail like a bull, and its 4 limbs like a dragon's. The rounded muscles exploded with a sense of absolute power. This was a giant beast born for strength. The giant beast brutally tore apart the enemies, gasping for breath, it lay on the ground, collapsing with a thud. Throughout the entire process, the Black Knight did not even use any rare treasure or external aids, completely relying on himself to overcome the dark tribulation. Everyone's tense hearts finally settled. Worthy of the Black Knight. The Blood Knight looked on with satisfaction. Seeing his old partner successfully ascend, that feeling was not inferior to when he ascended himself. After the Black Knight had rested well, he transformed back into human form, covered in blood and sweat, and came before everyone. "I have not failed, Hall Master." Levi smiled, "Congratulations, congratulations." Thus, from the glittering legends, only 3 were left, with Elena yet to ascend to the mythical. In this new era, they would continue to shine, just like in the Doomsday era. The Black Knight suddenly said with helplessness, "What should I call my breathing technique? It feels like everything, yet nothing." Chapter 2450. This is the downside of sowing monsters, difficult to name. If it grew a dragon head, it would be better, and could be named like the Ash Knight XX Dragon. Levi said, "I've heard of a mythical giant beast, quite similar to you, I think it can be called Behemoth." Emperor Mew murmured, "Behemoth, a good name, naming must be done by the commander." The Black Knight also said, "Very well, from now on, I shall be Behemoth." Behemoth's ability highlights simplicity and brute force. Firstly, unparalleled strength, probably comparable to the sun-chasing dragon. Musk Bull, sky-carrying Pegasus, Holy Image are all typical kings of strength, and the ancient red dragon also triumphs through strength among the dragon clan. These combined make it extremely strong, worthy of being called the king of strength. Of course, it pales in comparison to the mythical Crimson Emperor Dragon, which has achieved maximum strength. Secondly, Behemoth can simultaneously control both earth and fire elemental power, possessing numerous spell-like abilities. Creating earthquakes, fire disasters, incarnating as world-ending giants, just thinking about it feels thrilling. That night, under Elena's organization, everyone celebrated and mingled once more. The Black Knight is also getting on in years, hoping he finds a partner soon to continue the Behemoth family line. After advancing to level 7, the Black Knight replanned his path. He himself is a 3rd circle senior cultivation, average wizarding talent, but better than the Children of Chaos. Now, with the blessing of mythical level bloodline machinery heart, perhaps he can try using resources to push it to the primordial soul realm. Not for anything else, mainly to control primordial spirit, enriching the diversity of methods. According to Congress rules, as long as one has the wizard identity, one can exchange war merit resources at the war merit store. Previously, he accumulated a lot of war merits, but exchanged them solely for bloodline crystals and other knight practice resources. Next, he can also supplement the wizard's shortcomings. Of course, the wizard is just incidental, serving as an adjustment while practicing as a knight. Most importantly, it's the advancement of Knight Realm. 4 years later. Blood Battle Year 689, Nora Year 900. The end of the first millennium is finally approaching. Outer Sea of Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations. The sea water within 100 miles gathered, condensing around him into a piece of deep blue sage armor. This armor is so heavy that its mere existence destabilizes space, shattering the void. Chapter Octopus's attacks all landed on Levi, yet he remained unmoved. On the contrary, Chapter Octopus's tentacles were bounced off by the armor, causing intense pain. The armor itself only had minor detailed cracks and didn't break, instead automatically healing. Only the 18th tier Sea God armor has such defense, if cultivated to the maximum, can easily resist an 8-ring perfection attack, paired with my Vatra secret word. I wonder if it can withstand level 9 attacks. Levi healed Chapter Octopus's injuries and returned to the Emperor's palace. Sea God armor, sea and field, seas Delta have all reached the 18th tier. The area of Ancient Dragon Continent has increased again. In recent years, more and more alien races and refugees have been attracted here, indeed needing to expand the area. If it continues to purchase continents farther away, it would become a pie expansion pattern, only putting pressure on the Sky Dome defense system. The Thunder Clan he brought back. Levi also went to the Alien Affairs Administration for legal immigration procedures. Now, they are settled on Ancient Dragon Continent, with Holy City as their base, beginning their new lives. This Holy City is no ordinary place, with 4 level 8 Thunder Pearls as energy cores, even level 8 demons can be blasted away with one shot. equivalent to a high-configuration ancient shell palace. If not for having it freely, the cost of creating a war fortress like this would be equal to building several ordinary wizard towers out of thin air. Many top wizard organizations, even grand wizards, have taken a liking to Holy City, wanting to spend hundreds of billions to purchase, all refused by Levi. Is he someone who's short of money? The original source of Holy City's energy was Levi's refined Thunder God's head. To keep Holy City running, Levi appointed Thunder Crocodile as the guardian of Holy City. The guardian of the witch's family is appointed as the Frost Giant Eagle. On Holy City, there's also the Heavenly Eye Thunder Beast pupil capable of monitoring an area tens of thousands of miles wide. This perfectly complements the mechanical school's Sky Dome defense system, sufficient to perfectly cover the entire ancient dragon continent. Any demon's slightest movement can be discovered and responded to promptly. As such, the current ancient dragon continent is impregnable. Even if a level 8 demon arrives, it'll be a perilous situation. In the entire wizard world, safer places than here are very few. Under the harmony of weather, location, and people, the population of ancient dragon continent is flourishing, creating a miracle of opposite growth during the blood battle. Forming a virtuous cycle, surely attracts more talents to come. These years, Tiffina also often maintained contact with Levi. She travels extensively throughout Nora, also participating in the blood battle, honing her determination and combat skills. This day, Levi was practicing, Tiffina came again. She changed into a lively and vibrant tight-fitting blue dress, highlighting her graceful figure. A voice akin to a spirit bird's call came. Sir Levi, I've heard news, my mother is soon to arrive at the wizard world, along with the Concord Heron promised to you. Thank you. My mother wants to meet you, is it okay? Meet me? A small figure like me, makes me feel anxious. Don't be modest, you are a big celebrity in the wizard world, don't think I didn't know, these years traveling I heard your legendary stories everywhere, my ears are going numb. A month later. Star Night. Soren Continent. Supreme Council, Grand Council Chairman Edmund had been waiting here early. Above the sky, a dreamlike stardust storm streaked across the night sky, falling before Edmund. This is a lady in a grey robe, stunningly beautiful, with a smile, mature in temperament. She wore a pointed wizard hat, weather-beaten. Thank you, Lord Emin, for the reception. And thanks for Lady Aurora's visit. Under the starry night, the two leaders of their civilizations conversed. Subsequently, Edmund gathered the available legendary wizards, including Black Abyss Sovereign. Aurora beamed, Sir Aaron, congratulations on being legendary. Black Abyss chuckled, long time no see, Lady Aurora. As the legendary wizards assembled, Edmund said. Lady Aurora, everyone must have heard of her, time is limited, I won't introduce more. This time, the topic we are discussing is, the fusion of Grey Eagle World. Chapter 2451. Soren Continent. Supreme Council. The legendary wizards were not too surprised to hear about the merging of the Grey Eagle World. At their level of vision and status, things that can surprise them are extremely few. Lady Thunder asked, Lady Aurora has decided? Once merged, there is no turning back. Aurora nodded lightly, her tone humble. Though she had also advanced to level 10. Compared to most present legendary figures, she was still considered a junior. In terms of qualifications and strength, most of the Supreme Council members were stronger than her. These people seated here. Apart from the newly promoted Black Abyss Sovereign, Lady Rowling, and the Daydreamer, almost all of them had performed acts of god-slaying. In places unseen by ordinary wizards, they have fought against unimaginable mighty enemies for many years. Aurora solemnly said. The Abyss has accumulated an unimaginable military force over the eons, conducting a large-scale blood battle across Sauron Plain this millennium. Just during my travels, I have seen hundreds of worlds under invasion. And the closest large world to the Grey Eagle World, Stardust World, too, was annihilated recently. The ancient level 10 Dominator, Stardust Army Master, and its glorious Stardust Expeditionary Army became things of the past. From a broader perspective, there were also the 9 Dragons Emperor and Ancient Tomb World. Within less than a millennium, 2 level 10 beings fell due to blood battles, which was unimaginable a millennium ago. Over eons, the multidimensional plane birthed 4 unimaginable super-worlds, and this configuration persisted for millennia upon millennia. Now, this pattern is breaking. The astral world has suffered invasion from the dark insects, and the abyss has lost its balance, rapidly expanding the scale of the war. The nightmare world too is ambitious, no longer satisfied with dominating the spirit plane, seeking to control the material plane and to nurture all living beings like gods. The underworld, under the protection of the Mother River, is currently neutral and has yet to intervene. This is a superstorm sweeping across Pan Plane, and indeed the entire multidimensional plane, an unimaginable life catastrophe. The Grey Eagle world cannot escape. The civilizations in the Pan Plane are too scattered, isolated by the vast land of darkness, like isolated islands, passively waiting for the arrival of blood battles, unable to actively confront them. Therefore, Lord Sauron is exhausting countless efforts to launch Sauron's star shifting, this supreme forbidden technique, actively guiding Nora to conduct an unprecedented plane convergence. I hope everyone can assist me in accelerating the Grey Eagle world's plane convergence ahead of time, integrating with Nora, and joining forces to resist the enemy. Lady Rowling lifted her beautiful eyes, somewhat surprised, and asked. Lady Aurora actually knows about the forbidden technique Sauron's star shifting. It seems you are the reincarnation of some legendary sage, right? May I know your name? The contemplative Edmund opened his eyes and looked at Aurora. Aurora gently smiled and extended her snow-white palm, a primitive envelope floating in the air. Indeed, my former self was the ocean servant Elovie from a long time ago, but these are all bygone clouds, unworthy of mention. Rowling laughed. Is that so? Lady Liner's birthplace is indeed the Grey Eagle world. Aurora said, yes, the wizard world does not lack me as one more legendary wizard, but the Grey Eagle world does. The Hand of Netherworld Prison praised, what courage, opening a path in a civilization without a 10-level realm. Lady Aurora is indeed deserving of the name Grey Eagle Law God. Aurora laughed, actually, I thought there would be a level 10 in this era, but unexpectedly, even after all these years, the Grey Eagle world, backed by wizard civilization, hasn't made any progress. Edmund looked at everyone. Everyone, what do you think about this merging? Black Abyss Sovereign said, I agree. Other legendary wizards likewise expressed their approval. A young-looking wizard in a silver wizard robe asked. I agree too, but the Grey Eagle world is quite large and distant, the upcoming active merging will be too noticeable, likely attracting the attention of those level 10 demon existences, especially the Wind Demon Lord. I fear there might be unforeseen events. He was Mr. Silver, Furman, another legend from the Lightning School of Thought. The legendary profession was Heavenly Realm Thunder, the demi-plane was High Sky Thunder Plane. The legendary honorifics were Master of Divine Palaces, Silver Thunder of the Mortal World. He also held an identity as the husband of Thunder Lady Lunia. However, except for legendary wizards or grand wizards, most people were unaware. Unlike Lady Thunder's purple lightning, Mr. Silver wielded the extremely rare Silver Holy Thunder. This was related to his legendary artifact, reputedly forged from the remains of a true god. Edmund said, I'll keep an eye on the Wind Demon Lord, the Shadow Demon Queen and others will require the respective person in charge to handle. Besides, with the Grey Eagle world merging across billions of miles, to ensure foolproof execution, cooperation from 3 level 10 existences is needed, leaving the Grey Eagle world in the hands of Lady Aurora, as a legendary reincarnation. You've mastered Klein's great star pulling skill, right? Aurora said, no problem, as the leader of the Grey Eagle world, I'm naturally responsible for that. Edmund also looked at Mr. Silver, saying. Then on Nora's side, I'll trouble Mr. Silver, you will reverse execute great star pulling skill in Nora, while Aurora will execute it directly in the Grey Eagle, positive and negative attraction will build converging power. Additionally, we'll need someone to go to Nora's wool territory, opening a gigantic spatial passage to facilitate the transmission of the Grey Eagle world. Chapter 2452. The survivor of the vast sea said, let me do it, I've done this job several times already, I'm more familiar with it. Edmund stood up, his gaze fell upon everyone, and said, then let's begin now. Nora Calendar, year 901. Blood Battle, year 690. Eastern Sea. The center of Nora Continent and Sauron Continent. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of spatial tremors, the entire Eastern Sea began to quake. Waves soaring to thousands, even tens of thousands of meters high, like a world-ending calamity. This shockwave was so powerful that if fully released, it could sweep across all of Nora in the coming years. A black-robed figure sat high atop the sky dome, behind him a black giant city appeared floating in the void. The Black Abyss Sovereign closed his eyes in meditation, muttering incantations. At the same time, the giant city expanded almost infinitely, stretching thousands, tens of thousands of miles, so large it could be seen even in the land of darkness. Then, a powerful suppressing force forcibly calmed this region of the sea, spreading to the eastern sea. The waves crashed down, and the sea calmed. A year ago, the Congress had already informed all wizards to stay away from this region of the sea. The planes have been converging for so many years, and now a world larger than any before is about to overlap with Nora. Levi stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor's palace, standing amidst the 100 flowers. What a huge commotion, what's going on? Unclear. This time, the world fusion was to prevent interference from demons. Apart from the top echelons, no one knew. Even Levi only vaguely guessed something. He recalled when the Grey Eagle Law God visited Nora last year, with a serious expression. Tiffany's figure appeared, she too was puzzled. This time the converging plane is so large, such a grand display, even the legendary wizards are deployed. If this fusion succeeds, the area of Great Nora might expand by an unimaginable extent. Triss also emerged from her laboratory to take a break. What are you all looking at? Why is the earth shaking? Is there a demon invasion? Just as the words fell, above the eastern sea, a gigantic shadow seemed to be compressing from different dimensions. The shadow gradually revealed its outline, displaying mountains, rivers, and vast seas. Is this world fusion? Triss's expression changed. Levi had long guessed, marveling at the sheer power of the legendary wizards. Under normal plane convergence process. At this stage, it should not affect large-scale worlds like the Grey Eagle world. The fusion involved mostly medium and small-scale worlds. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the Supreme Council and the Grey Eagle Law God. Using the human body, wielding knowledge spells as tools, to traction an entire large world here. He had heard of such a spell at Ms. Lucy's tea party. Klein's Great Star Pulling Skill, a legendary spell capable of pulling stars. Its creator is notably famous, none other than Klein. The legendary wizard who popularized the spirit-measuring wizard tool to the entire wizard world. Therefore, this kind of wizard tool has been named Klein Crystal Ball in later generations. Tiffany looked at this world, her expression was somewhat spectacular. It seems like it's the Grey Eagle world? Damn! That's Skyhawk Peak! Tiffany exclaimed with some newly learned rough language. The landmark of the Grey Eagle world is Skyhawk Peak, towering, nearly 10,000 miles high. It causes the Grey Eagle world's crystal wall to protrude like a soaring eagle's head. Hence it's named Grey Eagle World. Buzz buzz buzz. The Grey Eagle world seemed like a small bubble, when it contacted the Nora crystal wall. Its crystal wall merged with the Nora crystal wall, while it gently fell onto the eastern sea. Atop Skyhawk Peak, Aurora stood straight, hands clasped together, her wizard robe flapping in the fierce wind. Her black hair fluttered, exuding a regal aura. Mom! Tiffany murmured. Is the Grey Eagle world to fuse with the wizard world? She was unaware. She didn't know, surely the ordinary Grey Eagle citizens didn't know either. Will everyone agree? Thinking about this, she felt headaches. She understood her mother's actions, but some stubborn old folks might not understand. As long as her mother lived it was fine, but if she fell, the Grey Eagle world might not necessarily fare better after this convergence. In the future, surely it will carry the infamy, becoming the sinner of the ages. Sigh. Tiffany felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, the Grey Eagle world fused into Nora. In the eastern sea, a vast continent emerged out of nowhere. Its name is Grey Eagle Continent. One by one, figures of ancient mages in starry robes stared dumbfounded at the scene surrounding them. And that iconic Sauron continent and sky-reaching tower. Where is this? This is the wizard world. How could it be like this? Surely it was the work of the Archmage Lord. Why did she do this? If it goes on, we will sooner or later be assimilated by wizard civilization, ultimately the Greyhawk civilization will only exist in name. Perhaps it's because the pressure from the blood battle was too great, she needed allies, merely existing in name is better than being truly annihilated. Among the crowd, an elder emitting death energy murmured, his eyes filled with comfort. He was the Nine-Leaf Mage, Aurora's teacher. Atop Skyhawk Peak, Aurora bore stars on her back, countless star nebula storms gathered, behind her transforming into a towering, nearly 10,000 miles high, giant figure of starlight. Grey Eagle citizens, I am sorry, without your consent, I made a major decision affecting the whole world, possibly against your will. Yes, as you can see, from now on, Grey Eagle World is incorporated into Nora, becoming part of it. Our Greyhawk civilization will also merge within, gradually aligning with Nora. Chapter 2453. A friend of mine, who is skilled in prophecy, has told me a very unfortunate fact. Demons are already constructing an abyss well leading to the Grey Eagle World, second in size only to the Nora Blood battlefield. Regrettably, I cannot assure everyone's safety by myself. Therefore, after consulting with Lord Emin and other legendary wizards for a long time, we have devised this plan. Upcoming policies and regulations will be released to ensure our legal rights, and I will always stand with you, fighting against the abyss demons alongside the wizards. I firmly believe that the theme of the coming era is just one thing, which is surviving. The speech ended. The Grey Eagle citizens show confusion, anger, bewilderment, understanding, and excitement. Until a middle-aged man, clad in flame robes and weathered in appearance, descended from the sky. He stood there, incredibly radiant, like the sun hanging high above the Nora sky dome. I am Emin, you may have heard of me, perhaps not. Regardless, you will come to know me in the future, so I greet you in advance and welcome you to Nora. I want to say that whether Lady Aurora merges the Grey Eagle World or not, in the near future, in the face of the ever-expanding Nora, you will inevitably integrate here. As fellow spellcaster civilizations, I believe the barrier between us is not as great as you imagine. I hope you all enjoy living well. Nora will not be destroyed, the sun will rise as always. Before I die, you will not see an abyss well here in the land of Nora, and neither after my death. Believe in Nora, believe in Sauron. Lastly, the entire Supreme Council of Legendary Wizards has unanimously decided to make Lady Aurora the 15th seat. There were those who remained silent, those who cheered, and the world became lively. On the god-forsaken continent, Lucy gazed into the distance with a faint smile. On the ancient dragon continent, Levi withdrew his gaze and returned to cultivation. The incorporation of such a large civilization speaks volumes about its significance to the Nora blood battle. And Aurora becoming the 15th seat is only logical. Though not a legendary wizard, she is a level 10 caster, more or less the same. Ensuring her status is essential for the Grey Eagle civilization to integrate better. The influence of Grey Eagle World's integration is continuously fermenting. The most direct change is that Nora visibly expanded, and the number of strongmen soared. The number of level 10 strongmen increased by 1, and level 9 experts also increased by 7. The number of strongmen in other levels is equivalent to one large school in the wizard world. Under Aurora's governance, the Grey Eagle civilization quickly stabilized. Then, the Grey Eagle Alliance army was invested in the blood battlefield, becoming a crucial force against demons. The Wizard Council also enacted a series of policies to fuse the Grey Eagle civilization with the wizard civilization. A new spellcaster civilization is being born. Of course, such a transformation will surely encounter resistance. But Aurora, the great dictator, is determined, and no one can change that. Tiffany returned to her mother's side, striving to promote exchange between the two realms and reduce barriers. Also, it alleviates some of her mother's workload. On this day, Levi was in the Emperor's palace instructing Elena in the Floral Sword Manual. Tiffany's excited voice came again. "Sir Levi, look who I've brought." Tiffany floated in, followed by a glamorous witch in a grey robe. "Grey Eagle Law God, Aurora." Levi promptly said, "Madam, please have a seat." He was about to brew some heart-cleansing tea for the guest when he suddenly remembered it was gone. "Damn golden walker." Aurora saw Levi's slight nervousness and smiled. "No need to trouble yourself, Sir Levi, I'm just here to thank you." After seating Aurora, Levi asked Elena to leave temporarily. Aurora looked at a beautiful ring on Elena's hand. Thought ring, this wizard tool is a gift for Miss Elena. The ring evoked distant memories for her. At that time, in the wizard world, she was called Elovie. In her youth, she was a storm faction prodigy like a supernova, admired by many. Among them, one person gave her a 7-circle ring. She did not accept it, but returned it. Who would have thought, as time passed, by chance, this ring would be acquired by Levi. Moreover, this guy even changed the name on the ring and gave it to a lady, probably unbeknownst to her. But she did not intend to expose this, it was all in the past. She smiled meaningfully, "The lady is very beautiful, worthy of a flower knight." Levi smiled, "Indeed, and the senior is also very beautiful. Upon hearing the compliment, Aurora smiled. Thank you for saving Tiffina. I heard you want Concord herons, I can give you a few pairs for breeding. I hope you will treat them well. I heard you are a kind-hearted person, and I believe you. Levi, embarrassed, explained, I'm doing it for cultivation and personal motives, not out of great love. Of course, collecting various transcendent creatures is indeed my hobby, that much is true. Aurora showed a look of appreciation, you're quite honest. She jokingly added, Dusk Palace Master is a big figure in the wizard world, I'm new here, so please take care of me in the future, and Dusk is welcome to visit the Grey Eagle continent anytime. Levi was embarrassed, thinking of himself as merely an 8th circle wizard, not a big figure at all. You're the big figure. The two didn't chat for long. Chapter 2454. Finally, Aurora invited, would you like to visit my world of leaves? I've collected quite a few transcendent creatures there. We both have similar interests, I think you'll like it. Levi, I'd be delighted. By the way, what is the world of leaves? You can understand it as a demi-plane of a legendary wizard, my world is also called Aurora Star. Aurora patted Levi's shoulder and then, pulling Tiffina, disappeared from the chamber. Aurora Star. Levi stood in the void, accompanied by Aurora and Tiffina. Suddenly, a large shadow fell overhead, and a powerful aura swept across the world. The roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens, as a massive azure giant beast appeared out of thin air. The giant beast's head was long, like a sharp sword, and its forehead bore a magnificent sword crown. On its back, even on the edges of its wings and limbs, it was lined with blade-like edges. Its slender tail was like a 10,000-meter-long azure-thin sword. Though soft and boneless, it could instantly become taut and pierce through anything. This giant beast could be said to be a natural sword embryo. Sword King Dragon. Levi couldn't help but exclaim. Aurora said, yes, it's called Matthew. Of course, it prefers to be called the Dragon Swordman, and it is a master of sword technique. The Matthew before them was a pure-blooded dragon clan, and in its complete body. Also, it was one of the only 2 adult pure-blood dragons Levi had seen up close besides Alexandra's father. Levi had yet to see his father, the Sky Dragon Wizard, in person. The blue flag fish dragon in Levi's Dragon Palace was a sub-dragon species of the Sword King Dragon. It's undeniable, this was the most stylish dragon Levi had seen so far. Hello, Dragon Swordman Lord, I am Levi, a friend of Lady Aurora. Since you are a friend of the lady, just call me Matthew. Tiffina has said you are a knight, a sword technique master renowned in the wizard world. I wonder if you could enlighten me a bit. Levi chuckled and said, Matthew sir, you're joking. My little strength is no match for you. He saw the azure dragon transform into a young man in azure armor. His ash-blue hair flowed freely, his face pristinely white, beard-free, and he was stunningly attractive, like a vampire noble. On each shoulder floated a 3-foot 2-inch azure-thin sword, buzzing with vibrations. I'll only use the power of level 8. Before he could finish, Aurora interjected, what kind of host challenges a guest immediately upon arrival? Go to the side. Matthew, the pretense unsuccessful, coughed lightly, apologies, I have no hobbies but being a sword maniac. Levi thought for a moment and said, no worries, since Sir values me highly, I may as well make a fool of myself. Levi rarely accepted challenges from others. However, the dragon swordman before him was clearly a strong in sword skill. Levi, intrigued, wanted to experience it. Aurora said, very well then, just be careful not to destroy my flowers and plants. I might as well create an arena for you too. I trust the Dusk Palace Master, not Matthew. Tiffina laughed, exactly, Matthew nearly killed my mother's 9-level holy medicine before. Her mood was very excited too, she had only ever seen Levi's combat projections in the wizard world. And most of those demons that made Levi draw his sword were absolutely crushed, unable to show their true strength. Finally, they could witness it firsthand. Aurora snapped her fingers, the sky dome above surrounded by billions of hurricanes forming a 1,000-mile diameter arena. The thick wind barrier was such that even if Matthew's strength were fully unleashed, he couldn't break it. All right, go fight in there. Inside the barrier. Matthew stood tall, the 2 thin swords hovering over his shoulders buzzing. Dragon Swordman Matthew. My twin swords, one named Heaven, the other Hell. He made a gentlemanly gesture to begin. Levi donned in black armor, his scarlet cloak fluttering in the wind like a magnificent sunset. He drew the great sword from his back. Extreme Knight Levi, the sword's name is Crimson Dragon Slash. Outside the barrier, Tiphina was joined by 3 men and 2 women, their strength generally above level 7. These were some of her siblings who had long taken care of those transcendent flora and fauna of Aurora Star, managing their mother's world. Is this the swordsman you said was strong, Tiphina? Judging by appearances, he's nothing special, one brother said. I think he's quite handsome. To be honest, Tiphina, do you like him? Another sister eyed eagerly. Tiphina chuckled, I just have a good impression because he's my savior, it's nowhere near being in love. Besides, his madam is so excellent, he wouldn't fancy me, and you, 6th sister, don't indulge in wishful thinking either, he'd fancy you even less. A group of siblings teasing each other. Aurora was also a bit curious. With her legendary wizard's vision, she had a premonition. Matthew would lose. Though Matthew had, in human form, slain Star Realm demigods, not just once. If Matthew used his dragon form, combined with his self-created giant dragon swordsmanship, his strength would be comparable to level 9 late stage. Thinking about it, Aurora sent a telepathic message to Levi. If you can defeat Matthew with sword skill, I'll give you a great reward. As for what it is, it's a secret for now. As soon as Levi heard this, he was energized. Regardless of what it was, a gift promised by a level 10 being would undoubtedly be exceedingly precious. Buzz. Chapter 2455. Matthew took the lead. As the Sword King Dragon, he belonged to the speed-typed dragon clan. In the blink of an eye, he charged forth like a phantom at a speed that ordinary 8th circle wizards found hard to capture. 2 thin swords appeared like 2 venomous snakes right in front of Levi's face. Ding! The Crimson Dragon Slash blocked in front, deflecting Matthew away. Levi used the unhidden secret for perception. No matter how fast Matthew was, he could not avoid Levi's anticipation. Missing the strike, Matthew quickly distanced himself from Levi and again sought the opportunity. Levi activated Dragon Elephant Path, and his sword momentum swept forth like a gale. How long do you think he can last against Matthew? I guess a quarter of an hour, after all, he's the top genius of the wizard world. You underestimate Dusk Palace Master, I think it's an hour. Tiphina coughed, watching her siblings intently discuss. Is there a possibility that Matthew might lose to him? Impossible. They replied in unison, unequivocally. Each of them was a genius, a level 10 heir. Matthew often lowered his realm to spar with them. None of them could last a quarter of an hour. Tiphina sighed inwardly, her brothers and sisters still didn't understand the Dusk Palace Master. On the stage, Matthew was surprised. Excellent, you truly are a sword master. A sword maniac himself, he was not alarmed but delighted, laughing as he came to attack. His speed was so fast that within 1,000 miles, all were images of Matthew. Thousands of Matthews wielding swords attacked, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. So strong. The dragon swordman truly lives up to his name. Levi never imagined that the strongest combat technique opponent he'd encounter would be a dragon. Sometimes he transformed into a rock spreading wings, sometimes like a spiritual snake roaming the wild. Then, he stacked the strongest sword of the 108 swords to strike one of the Matthews. Boom! The multiplicity of Matthews shattered, the true Matthew groaned and flew backward. The heaven and hell dual swords buzzed and trembled as if struck heavily. Holding his chest, Matthew looked at Levi with incredulous eyes. Again. He switched tactics to a battle of endurance. With his dense sword moves and impressive speed, Levi couldn't maintain that state continuously. Every perfect defense has a weakness, that's when his defense breaks. Then, the long battle commenced. Soon it exceeded a quarter of an hour, even reaching an hour. Within the barrier, 2 figures constantly clashed and confronted. Except for Aurora, the others on site couldn't clearly see their moves. You lost the bet, hand over the money. Tiphina gestured for money. No one in Grey Eagle world understood Levi better than her. She was the first Grey Eagle person to know Levi. That shouldn't be, Matthew's so fierce, how could this happen? Maybe it's because we have limited vision, after all, this is the wizard world. Aurora's eyes flickered slightly. Matthew's sword moves were starting to fall into disorder. He was eager for victory, impatient to take down Levi. Levi remained composed, apparently not exerting his full strength. After half a day, others began to tire from watching. The number of encounters between Matthew and Levi had become countless. Levi didn't actively attack, he only defended. At dawn the next day, as the Concord herons took flight, Tiffany marveled. This is the most enduring sword skill duel I've ever seen. Levi doesn't look tired, yet Matthew is. Matthew, panting heavily, stopped, and even his thin swords were exhausted, because they transformed from his wings. I lost. Levi smiled, thank you for conceding. Defeating a dragon in human form, in a restrained realm at that, was nothing to boast about. Sir Levi, henceforth, you are my friend. May I come to you for sword skills sparring? Levi said, certainly, but most of the time I'm either cultivating or demon hunting. If I'm free, I'll come find you. The proficiency of extreme Deo strategy sword, such thrilling sword skill battles he welcomed wholeheartedly. Aurora withdrew the barrier. Matthew, go rest, see how tired you are. Levi, come with me. Levi then followed Aurora, touring a place akin to ancient Banyan fairyland. Compared to Levi's fairyland, the prosperity within here was even superior. Besides Matthew, there were 5 other legendary creatures, both complete body and juvenile. This was also a hidden strength of Grey Eagle World. Finally, Aurora led Levi to a place resembling a hatchery. Levi saw a blue giant egg as tall as a 3-story building, surrounded by misty water vapor and ocean anomaly. It was evidently of a water element legendary dragon clan. The exact type was unknown since dragon eggs were rare, and such knowledge was sparse. Aurora said, do you have experience with raising pure-blood dragon clan? Levi replied, yes. Aurora said, good, the egg is yours, I found it during travels in an abandoned dragon nest, judging by clues around, it's a sea king dragon. Madam, really giving it to me? Levi was a bit surprised. This gift was too valuable. Aurora said, yes, it's a greeting gift and a token of gratitude for saving Tiffany, my favorite child. Levi replied, thank you, madam, then I'll humbly accept. He took the dragon egg, intending to research it further and then place it in the ancient Banyan fairyland to incubate. Aurora said, I'm finished here, if you're free, you're welcome to visit Grey Eagle Continent. Chapter 2456. Levi said, certainly, I still need to spar with Sir Matthew in sword skill, as long as the lady doesn't find me bothersome. Aurora smiled gently, not at all. I'll grant you access, so whenever you're in Nora, just recite the incantation, and you can enter my Aurora Star anytime. Levi was slightly surprised, he honestly hadn't anticipated such a privilege. This indicated Lady Aurora's absolute trust in him. He didn't understand why, as they weren't particularly familiar with each other. After seeing Aurora off, Levi returned to the palace feeling quite pleasant. Elena laughed, congratulations on meeting another legendary being. Levi took out the Sea King dragon egg. There's also a pure-blood dragon egg. Another legendary creature. Indeed. That's wonderful, but what's the cost? It's a gift for rescuing Tiffany. Levi checked the dragon egg thoroughly, finding no issues. He sent it to the ancient Shell Palace, instructing the Shell Demon Mistress to pay special attention. The dragon egg was quite lively, and Levi felt it could hatch within a century. Judging by its size, it might emerge at level 5 or even level 6. That was quite thrilling. There were rumors that the Dragon Palace was about to welcome a new legendary Dragon Clan member, which excited everyone else. The Dragon Palace was gaining more prestige. Once the little Sea King species hatched, there would be 5 legendary Dragon Clan members in residence. 4 of which possessed earth, fire, and water attributes. Their command over the 3 divisions was complete. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After that, Levi returned to his calming cultivation, waiting for the ancient tower to open. His accumulated points meant he wouldn't need to engage in demon hunting for quite some time. The blood battle was a war lasting thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Demon hunting couldn't rely solely on Levi, Elena, and other top wizards. The Wizard Council also needed to ensure that every wizard had time for cultivation and strengthening. Time flew by. 5 years later. The year was Nora 906, blood battle 695. 1330-year-old Levi finished his seclusion. He opened the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 20,000/25600. Unknowingly, his spiritual force had surpassed the 20,000 threshold. In recent years, he mostly focused on stabilizing his spiritual force, digesting the vast spiritual power from the Thunder God's head. Last year, the Extreme Darkness Dragon breathing skill advanced to mid-level 8, boosting Levi's speed significantly. Extreme Darkness Domain and other spell-like abilities have improved slightly too. With the Wind Dust Dragon advancing to level 8, the cultivation speed of the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill has obviously increased. There's hope to advance when the Ancient Tower returns. Thanks to the Black Phoenix, Ash Dragon, Ronan's Secret Medicine, the Death Ember Dragon has caught up and is nearing mid-level 8. As for the Nightmare Dragons Disperse and Rebuild, it's long completed, now charging toward mid-level 8. After ending his seclusion, Levi's expression changed upon seeing the intelligence sent by the Spider King. The Greenscale clan fled. Recently, the Spider King's duplication discovered that the Owl world was empty. Soon after, the Council of 10,000 Clans issued a bounty for the Greenscale clan. Based on the context, it's likely Green Ghost betrayed the organization and chose to flee. All of Sky City including Little Row disappeared. Little Woe grumbled every day, frustrating the Spider King. Green Ghost's move exceeded everyone's expectations. Levi initially planned to confront them to save Little Row after advancing to level 9. Now it seemed more challenging. He asked the Spider King to comfort Little Woe, giving it some immortal platform wine to drown its sorrows. As for everything else, he was powerless to help. Also, according to the information gathered by the Spider King, the Council of 10,000 Clans seemed to have experienced major upheavals recently. Not only the Greenscale clan, but many governed races and civilizations were also in turmoil. A large military force was dispatched by the ancients to suppress them, yet it wasn't effective. Ultimately, it was too dispersed with great distances between. Levi was pleased to witness this. Now the Council of 10,000 Clans appeared disjointed, without cohesion. This hastily established alien alliance is already facing disintegration before formalizing with Wizard civilization. When Wizard civilization survived blood battle, it would be their turn to settle accounts. His gaze returned to the Wizard world, and Levi opened the newspaper, seeing a striking headline. Soren Daily, recently, Lady Lucy, commander of the Deep Blue Alliance, has broken through the Ninth Circle realm and was granted the title Northern Abyss Walker by the Congress, holding the deputy minister role in the Blood Battle Command Center. The blood battle situation is excellent, victory will surely belong to Nora. During wartime, whenever a new Grand Wizard emerged, the Congress would widely announce it. The aim was to boost the confidence of wizards and prevent opportunistic individuals from capitalizing. In contrast, the fallen Grand Wizards were never announced, likely united in mourning post-war. Levi quickly picked up his communication device. "Congratulations, lady, on advancing to Grand Wizard Levi." His message was quite brief. Just as he set it down, he noticed a reply. "Thank you, I'm waiting for you in the Ninth Circle realm, wishing you success Lucy." She's still so approachable. Both Triss and Elena were equally delighted. Now they'll join the tea party of Grand Wizards. After Lucy was promoted to Grand Wizard, she temporarily left the frontline battlefield for Soren Continent to coordinate overall strategy. Haim also sent him a message, mentioning his advancement to the 5th Circle Senior Realm, currently possessing 7 talents. Levi sighed, this youngster sure is formidable. Not even 150 years old, yet already a 5th Circle Senior. It seems, by the age of 250 at the latest, he could advance to Primordial Soul. With 3 initial talents, it's truly terrifying. In previous years, the wedding of the Ash Knight and Snow Lotus Witch took place. Shortly after marriage, they had a son named Hod. Hod inherited his father's Star Butterfly Dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, he didn't have wizarding talent. The couple discussed at length, planning to have a daughter next, hoping she possesses wizarding talent. Not asking for much, just double affinity would suffice. Additionally, the Blood Knight and Wind Witch also quietly held their wedding. This made the Ash Knight feel strange every time he saw the Blood Knight. He used to call him brother, now he has to call him father. The witch's family already had 3 witches successfully pair with the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Other single witches, envious, began taking action. With the Federation Director Elena's matchmaking, there might be more pairings in the future. The union of transcendent beings doesn't require complex emotions. More importantly, it's about matching advantages and compatibility. Half a year later, Levi stood atop the high heavens, as the void split open. A frosty blue crow circled a few times before landing on Levi's shoulder. Caw, caw, caw. You've finally returned. Ayak, who had wandered for almost 700 years, had returned home to visit his old father. Chapter 2457. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Ayak returned to Levi's mind. A continuous stream of warm spiritual flows gushed toward Ayak's body like a spring. Its faint spiritual creature shadow began to solidify, and its aura started to rise. Finally, Ayak faintly emitted an aura of an 8th level existence. Of course, the combat power of an accompanying spiritual creature upgraded from low-quality oddities is relatively weak. Even so, as Levi's spiritual creature, Ayak could barely be considered an 8th level existence. During its next realm travel, it could explore further and visit more places. Of course, Ayak had roamed for 700 years and might be a bit bored now. Levi planned to let it rest for about a year or more. After flying out of his mind, Ayak landed on the ancient banyan tree. It stood on a branch, seemingly assessing where it would be more suitable to build a nest. Having chosen a spot, Ayak began to vomit the collected materials from its belly. Whoosh! A medley of colorful, dazzling things burst forth. Mana appeared and lifted Ayak. "What are you doing on my head?" Ayak indicated that it wanted to build a nest. Levi quietly collected the items Ayak had vomited. "Let me teach it a lesson." Levi grabbed Ayak and shook it a few times as if shaking out trash. Ayak spewed all the things from its stomach. "Isn't living in my mind enough for you? You still want your own house? Keep dreaming." With a thought, Levi stored Ayak in the Divine Ring Tower. "Jin, introduce Ayak to some new friends." Returning to the small stone pond, Levi began to inventory Ayak's haul, the smile on his face growing wider and harder to conceal. First was a mountain of mundane gold, silver, and jewels, which Levi found useless. He called Ronan over. "Go, distribute these." Ronan's eyes shone with golden light. "Yes, my lord." As he left, Ronan mused to himself. Today isn't a payday at the Dragon Palace, and yet there is unexpected wealth. Could it be a year-end bonus? The other dragons were also blissfully delighted. Only Yggdrasila watched the foolish compatriots like looking at a pair of idiots, arms crossed, unable to help but shake her head and sigh. As an underage dragon, she was much more mature than Ronan. Only the reincarnated ash dragon was more mature than her. Next were 46 types of ores exuding elemental power from earth, fire, wind, and water or other energies. Their levels ranged from level 1 to level 8, Levi even discovered a level 9 ore. Rules stone, this is a transparent, colorless metal without attributes. Extraordinary metals can be generally categorized into 3 types. First, the 7 element metals, which are more common and necessary for refining wizard tools. Second, energy metals, born from ores of light, dark, death, and other energies. To use these 2 metals effectively, they must correspond with their respective school of wizards, or their special effects cannot be utilized. The final category is the rare, non-attribute extraordinary metal. This kind is more rare. This is because it can be refined and used by wizards from any school without a barrier of attributes. These non-attribute metals are often crystal transparent. This is great stuff, it's the holy material for weapon refinement that grand wizards dream of. Rule's stone possesses the trait of sharpness, incredibly sharp. After recasting at level 9 into my divine weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, a single slash could even possibly cut through a soul artifact. So far, Levi had obtained 2 types of level 9 metals. Previously, it was Hyger's Gold, a water element metal with very high density and the trait of solid. He plans to recast the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield. Of course, refining legendary level materials with his current strength is time-consuming and laborious, with low efficiency. He would have to wait until his strength advances further. To Ayak, ores are the foundation for building a nest. And responsible for lining the nest are various branches or soft feathers and other creature materials. Therefore, the second major category of materials Ayak brought are these. Black Mountain Goat's Fur, Ghost River Crow Feather. A myriad of extraordinary creature materials piled high, mixed with various creatures' odors and stench. Levi endured the smell while sorting through, most were of low to middle level creatures. There weren't many high-level materials since even with Ayak's strength, it wouldn't dare pluck others' feathers. 3 are worth mentioning. One is a certain Frostabird feather, totaling 8, by its quality, it should be from a level 8 creature. Levi analyzed the composition, comparing it with his records, he guessed it to be the cold calling bird's tail feather. This is a legendary creature similar to a white owl, this one was an immature form. Likely due to battle or molting, a portion was lost and picked up by Ayak. This is great for weapon refinement, especially for the Holy Infant. His Frost Sky 7 feather fan requires this material to advance to an 8th circle standard. Previously he bought a level 8 cold system bird's feather at an auction at a high price. But its quality would not match that of a cold calling bird, a legendary creature. As for the Holy Infant's Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella upgrade material, there's no need to worry about that. He could just pluck some feathers from Ronan when the time comes. The second material is a scale. It emitted brilliant starlight, exceptionally dazzling, spiral patterns resembling the bottomless abyss. Faintly a shadow of a giant serpent biting its own tail could be seen revolving around the scale, exuding a vast 9th level aura. How did Ayak obtain such a thing? Chapter 2458. The scale still contains traces of liveliness. This indicates it was not obtained from something dead. If it were the Levi of the 6-ring period, he wouldn't have dared to pick it up. This Ayak is like a fearless young calf, just picking it up directly. The complete scale of the star ring-tailed snake, containing certain regeneration traits. If these scales can be refined into wizard tools or divine weapons, even if they suffer minor damage, they can quickly repair themselves. Level 9 legendary materials, compared to previous levels, the biggest difference is traits. These traits are the epitome of certain material characteristics. The sharpness of Ruel's stone, the solid of Hyger's gold, the regeneration of the star ring-tailed snake. These traits will grant items unimaginable extraordinary power. The types of traits vary greatly, making the abilities of level 9 items far exceed those before. As a result, the strength of the Grand Wizard is an all-around enhancement. The third material is a tangled mass of white silk threads, like confused hemp. It exudes a disturbing aura, causing the surrounding space to be unstable just by floating in the void. And this is just a dead object. This terrifying sensation greatly surpasses the scale of the ring-tailed snake, even causing Levi's danger perception to instinctively alert. A mythical creature's thing. That kid is bringing everything home, isn't he? Levi has already set various restrictions around these materials, though he isn't sure if they'll work. The methods of mythical creatures far exceed his current imagination and cannot be measured by common sense. Of course, since Ayak can return unscathed, the other party probably doesn't care, or hasn't noticed. Seems there's still a trace of divine power left. Levi carefully feels the spider silk, murmuring to himself. He basically confirmed the identity of the material's owner. It's the mysterious and unknown mythical creature, the star spider. It's the ancestor of the trace of blood within the Spider King. The Spider King said, this existence loves preying on beings imbued with divine power. Saints, angels, even gods. All may be targets. In some church texts, gods from the astral world refer to it as the devouring god demon spider, saying it's a demon spider crawling out from the bottomless abyss. Levi once thought the star spider might be an abyss creature. Now he sees, there's not a hint of demonic aura. Hearing is false, seeing is true. True knowledge requires personal experience to understand. The good news is, the star spider hasn't gone extinct. It's simply hidden in the land of darkness, unobserved by wizards. As for how to use this level 10 material, Levi is unclear. He's tried using his sword chi, flames, secret word of destruction, even little decomposition skill. Tried various methods to no avail, unable to inflict any harm. Forget it, let's talk about it later, for now use purification potion to soak these materials. The third harvest is naturally an oddity. Although Ayak doesn't know what it is, its glow and beauty are enough. However, the oddity obtained by him doesn't even reach bright moon level. Morning star artifacts, 16 sky and earth level wonders, not bad. Maybe because of Ayak's preferences, most of these oddities belong to the Frost faction. It's worth mentioning one morning star artifact, named Winter Emperor's Blood. It's a dark blue water droplet crystal. It can complete the Winter Emperor sequence of the Holy Infant. This wave of harvest is a boon to the Frost faction wizards of the ancient dragon continent. The remaining gains include two fairly special items. One is a dark gold dagger, with a unique weapon refinement style, with the luminant gold texture. Undoubtedly a token from the monarch's treasure of the Sea clan. Why are these tokens everywhere? Where on earth did Ayak go? One more token, and the monarch's treasure can be opened, the Sea clan's most important heritage can be explored. Levi feels conflicted. He never intended to collect these things, but over a millennium, unknowingly, it's nearly complete. If the 8-armed demon emperor in the depths knew, he'd surely die without rest. The other item is an ice blue ring, beautifully ancient. Erasing the tracking mark on it, Levi opens it, his expression slightly changes. A rush of death energy bursts forth, causing the surrounding plants of the small stone pond to quickly wither. Fortunately, Levi sets barriers beforehand whenever opening spoils, all the energy is gathered together. Such rich and pure death energy, seemingly from the underworld's things. Levi has encountered death energy from hell, not this potent. He empties the contents of the ring. There are 2 level 8 ores, both from the Frost faction, called Extreme Frost Star Crystal. Each the size of a fist, worth at least 5 billion ether stones. Levi puts them away, plans to give them to the Holy Infant for refining. The rest are a pile of level 7 and level 6 ores, also from Frost. These mineral values combined are worth tens of billions. Whose ring is this exactly? Is Ayak's luck truly this phenomenal? Could it be that companion special spiritual creatures can inherit their owner's luck? The ring carries a faint level 8 aura, its former strength not far from Levi's. First ruling out Ayak as the slayer, he must have picked it up. There's also a couple of medicines, medicinal herbs used for healing. And an egg exuding extreme cold, head-sized. If it can be stored in the storage ring, it means it's already dead. Chapter 2459. According to Levi's knowledge of biology, it should be a type of insect egg. Judging from its aura, it seems it is not a common insect. Levi's understanding of Zerg knowledge is limited and mostly comes from the Ice Phoenix's Zerg illustrated book. No matter what it was alive, a dead egg has no value. Just as he was about to put it away, he suddenly recalled the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. This fellow now has a level 6 peak strength and seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Last time during shedding, it was almost trapped to death inside. According to the School of Insects theory, if a dragon ant type Zerg can keep shedding, there is no upper limit to its strength growth. Of course, this is impossible. They will eventually lack strength during a shedding process and die within it. When this happens, it indicates that the potential is nearly exhausted. Soon, the dragon ant logged out from the nightmare world and came to the small stone pond. It still couldn't speak, and could only communicate with Levi through telepathy. Is this useful to you? Levi asked. The dragon ant's antennae touched the dead egg and then withdrew. If I can refine it, I have hope to shed and advance to level 7 next time, Master. Levi nodded and handed the dead egg to it. Take it, and good luck. The dragon ant happily left with the dead egg, like a little dog. What remained was an level 8 battle technique book named Ice Forged Soul. It's a combat technique that uses cold to temper the body, not bad. But with Levi's current perspective, he was too lazy to learn it. The others were some worthless items, no need to mention them. The most eye-catching for Levi was a pitch-black vambrace. It was entirely pitch black, with a ferocious drawing of an evil ghost from hell engraved on it. There was also a figure of a knight wearing armor, with the cloak flowing, a standard longsword hanging at the waist. Underneath was a skeletal warhorse burning with blue flames. Based on occult knowledge from Levi's chat with underworld merchants, this is the king of the underworld. The so-called king of the underworld, naturally, is one level lower than the Nether Emperor, a level 9 underworld powerhouse. They are numerous, all riding their iconic skeletal warhorses, the most terrifying group in the underworld. Kings of the underworld can come and go between the underworld and other multidimensional planes through the underworld source river. Their job is to discipline those who seriously violate the underworld's order. Occasionally, they earn extra money by taking freelance jobs, responding to some petitioners' prayers. These petitioners are those who have practiced forbidden techniques related to the underworld. Levi once obtained the Necromancer's Codex in an ancient tower, which recorded a 9-death secret technique. By sacrificing lifespan, up to 9 kings of the underworld could be summoned across dimensions to enhance oneself. Levi has kept that secret technique but has not practiced it or shared it. Reaching his level, one can understand. Many so-called forbidden techniques are ways of forging unequal contracts with powerful beings, contrary to conventional order. According to the rules of the underworld, kings of the underworld are not to interfere with multidimensional plane battles wantonly. But there are always people unwilling to be constrained by rules. Thus, in such cases, the higher UPS in the underworld turn a blind eye. As long as it's not overdone, no one delves too deeply. This oddity is likely a part of the standard armor worn by kings of the underworld. For some reason, it has drifted into the multidimensional plane and hasn't been retrieved by the underworld. Even though it's standard, it's more powerful than ordinary oddities. No other reason, it's because it's made by the underworld. Levi put away the vambrace. He can't use it for now, nor dare to wear it casually, lest the underworld notices and misunderstands. Next time he sees an underworld merchant, he'll ask subtly about it. Seeing Ayak bring back such treasures, Levi could understand its 7-century-long behavior. There's only 11 years until the opening of the ancient tower. After facing several level 9 existences, Levi has gained some confidence. With his current danger perception, unless there's a significant astrological interference, even if a level 9 is hunting him, he can foresee it calmly and escape. Levi analyzed, on the demon side, except for a few exceptions, most are not adept at divination. Otherwise, the wizard world losses would be several times more than they are now. Moreover, he has mastered the incantation to reach Aurora Star. By creating conditions, he can return to the demi-plane of the level 10 being at any time. After a comprehensive consideration, Levi felt he could resume his demon hunting endeavors. Currently on the 9th level demon slaying list, he is over 20th place with more than 4 billion points. He doesn't care about rankings, he just wants to gain more war merits in exchange for 2 non-random sun refining artifacts. He opened the war merit store and sun refining artifacts store, totaling 28 still unredeemed ones. He has his eye on a storm faction oddity called Wind's Whisper. 2.7 billion war merits, with my current strength, it won't take long. From the illustrated guide of strange items, the effect of this oddity is also quite good. Suddenly, the Wind's Whisper oddity icon began to dim. Out of stock. This means someone has already exchanged for this oddity. Forget it, I'll change targets. Levi glanced around but found no oddity particularly appealing. Looking back, he noticed a new oddity name appearing where Wind's Whisper was. Ice Emperor's Throne, 3.6 billion war merits, Frost Faction oddity. Levi's gaze sharpened, his breath slightly quickening. Ice Emperor's Throne. Chapter 2460. Isn't this one of the oddities of the elemental proof? This is it, I must exchange it within 20 years. Levi immediately set a goal for his struggle. He didn't care about the other sun refining artifacts, but this elemental proof was a must-have. This could be related to his future ascension to become legendary. He browsed through the entire 9th level demon slaying list. There are a total of 12 Frost faction wizards. Currently ranked highest is the leader of the top wizard organization, Frost Tower. 17th place, 4.5 billion points. Only 300 million points more than Levi. It's worth noting that Levi has been on vacation for quite some time. Steadfast, but I must not be careless, lest the dual cultivation wizards from other schools exchange it away. Ranked 3rd is an 8-circle perfect wizard. This person is the commander of the Ace group, IC Wizard group, IC Witch, Katarina. She hails from the Endless Sea, yet dual cultivates both the Frost and Ocean factions, both reaching 8-circle perfection. Before Levi was born, she was already suppressing that group of top geniuses. At the same time, like Harvest, she is also Levi's suspected legendary reincarnation. Her points have reached a terrifying 12.8 billion. Having not paid attention to the list for a long time, Levi discovered significant changes. Early dominators like Ms. Lucy have all been promoted to Grand Wizards, transcending the list. Not only the IC Witch, but the top 3 are all sect dual practitioners. Ranked 2nd, Molten Core Hand Duke Ruman, with 14 billion war merit points. A dual practitioner of Earth and Burning Schools, also called the Flame Demon Terminator. Even a Flame Demon, who is the son of Magma, cannot escape being reduced to ashes in Duke Ruman's grasp. In his youth, he was a Duke of the Emerald Kingdom. Levi sighed, in such a desolate place as the Emerald Kingdom, so many strong individuals were born. Presumably, this Duke Ruman also has a knight bloodline. However, having already cultivated wizardry to this extent, he naturally has no mind to cultivate as a knight. Ranked 1st, Thunderfire Governor Ge Fei, with 16.8 billion war merit points. This one is even more monstrous, dual cultivating the Thunder and Fire factions, also with 8-circle perfect cultivation. Remember, these two schools are both famous for their fiery tempers. Moreover, this person is a lone wolf, not leading a wizard group. He is solitary, dislikes socializing, and hails from the top wizard organization, Thunderbolt Holy Tower. Rumors say he is the descendant of a legendary wizard, but it's unclear who exactly. Levi actually thinks these people are highly likely all legendary wizard reincarnations. Ordinary wizards would not dare randomly attempt the dual cultivation path, even if they are the children of legends. Overall, the only variable in Levi exchanging for the Ice Emperor's throne should be the Ice Sea Witch. Judging by her war merit, if not squandered, she is entirely likely to exchange the Ice Emperor's throne immediately. In the following days, Levi constantly watched the exchange store. He noticed the Ice Sea Witch hasn't exchanged for this oddity. This made him sigh with slight relief. Perhaps she's in seclusion and doesn't know yet. I'll take this chance to hasten my efforts. As with the 7-circle period, the 8-circle also grants 3 opportunities for sun refining artifacts, 1 random and 2 non-random. Levi has already used up his random chance. He plans to accumulate more war merit, so he can seize newly listed useful sun refining artifacts immediately in the future. Once prepared, Levi dives back into the blood battles, starting his journey to climb the rankings. The ancient dragon continent is solid like a fortress, his presence or absence makes little difference. As long as a level 9 demon doesn't ambush, the current defense system can hold until official reinforcements arrive. As Levi makes his return, the 9th level demon slaying list starts moving. Wizards know that man has returned. Previously, in a very short time, he ascended to the top of the list, and dominated it until he advanced to 8 rings. This time, will he be able to recreate his past glory? The gold content of the 9th level demon slaying list far surpasses the 8th level. This is the stage of the most dazzling individuals in the wizard world before achieving Grand Wizard status. They are the commanders of the official Ace Battle Group, leaders of top wizard organizations, or scions of some prominent figures. This is the stage for the prodigies. Cold Ice Domain. In a certain wizard tower, a witch with a cold expression and elegant appearance, dressed in a luxurious blue cloak, sits at a tea table. She is the Ice Sea Witch. A blue robe projection sits cross-legged in front of her, it is the Frost Witch. The Ice Emperor's throne, if I recall correctly, should be part of that oddity. The Ice Sea Witch murmured, clearly having noticed the oddity, but simply hadn't exchanged it yet. Gulwig said, yes, the elemental proof, an experimental legendary artifact, to be precise, just a concept by Sauron, no one has refined this oddity so far. Madam, this oddity was placed in the exchange system by you, wasn't it? The Ice Sea Witch asked. Gulwig casually replied, some years ago, I happened to kill a level 9 cold evil demon, and conveniently had materials to forge Ice Emperor's throne, so I made it casually. The Ice Sea Witch slightly smiled, showing an expression of understanding. This was anything but happenstance, convenient, casual. This was clearly serving the meal up to the Dusk Palace Master, just waiting for him to exchange it during demon hunting. Gulwig added, his growth speed is too fast, I think the Grand Council Chairman might consider teaching him Sauron's sky-stealing technique ahead of time, so he can start trying to forge oddities himself. Chapter 2461. Ice Sea Witch said, with his current realm, that cultivation method should still be beyond his grasp, right? The elemental proof is a legendary artifact, so I think there's no need to rush. It's entirely possible to start forging after he becomes a Grand Wizard. Gulwig was silent for a moment, then said, you're right, maybe I've set my expectations for him too high. Ice Sea Witch sighed, I understand, the pressure on you in this position is too great, so I strive to become legendary as soon as possible. Gulwig showed a grateful expression, thank you for reincarnating into the Frost Blood. I'm not just doing it for you. In my past life, I was part of the Ocean faction, and if I want dual cultivation, the Frost Blood is most suitable. Frankly, throughout history, legendary dual faction figures are very rare. I'm uncertain in my heart, so I hope it can be successful. Gulwig looked up at the sky. That was before, the era has changed. 4 years later. Nora Calendar 910. West Sea, Levi lay floating on the sea surface, resting, with arms pillowed behind his head, feeling very comfortable. With the enhancements of the sound barrier and shadow wind, the Black Shadow army was massacring in all directions. Soon enough, Levi's self-developed 8-circle shadow magic will also be released. By then, the shadow's power will be greatly enhanced. In the span of 4 years, his points have increased to 4.6 billion. Growing steadily at a rate of over a billion annually. In his mind, Yak cawed loudly. Levi said, "All right, go travel, just be safe on the road." With a wave of his hand, the ice blue crow flew out of his mind, broke through the void without looking back, heading for the land of darkness. Who knows how long this travel will last? Hopefully, it won't be until I've become a grand wizard before this guy returns home. It wasn't long before the sea area calmed down, with all demons slaughtered to extinction. The shadows voluntarily returned to Levi's side. A giant serpent phantom, spanning 1,000 meters and with a hefty body, also appeared before Levi. This was Ash, Levi's automated collection companion spirit. Over the years, Leon has been asleep, so the responsibility of garbage collection has fallen to Ash. Ah! It's over so soon. Levi looked at the rapidly increasing war merit, waved his big hand, and gathered all the shadows into the emblem's shadow world. Let's go to the next place. A year later. Nora calendar 911, the 700th year of the blood battle. A bottom-dwelling fish demon commander, radiating the aura of a level 8 middle-stage demon, looked around warily. Its body was covered in scorch marks from thunder fire, already severely wounded. "Come out, insect! Are you only capable of hiding?" it roared, masking its inner panic. Buzz! It suddenly turned around, purple thunder elemental power gathered and transformed into Levi's figure. The black armored swordsman elegantly unsheathed the crimson dragon slash, with a horizontal slice. Shee! A spatial rift spanning hundreds of miles abruptly appeared between heaven and earth. The fish demon commander's head and body separated in an instant. Its robust physique allowed the headless torso to continue fighting, charging towards Levi. The other side's head opened wide, devouring the heavens and earth. "How naughty, why can't you just die obediently? I just wanted to leave you a whole corpse." Bam! Levi again dispersed into thunder elemental power, disappearing without a trace. The fish demon commander lunged in vain, gritting its teeth in frustration. "Damn it! Dare you face me in battle?" High above, endless thunder elements converged into a thunder god illusion towering through the heavens, tens of thousands of meters high. It had antlers on its head, a stern expression, and a thunder war drum hung on its waist. "Perish!" Levi gently pointed a finger down. The thunder god illusion also raised a finger, pressing down. Amidst heaven and earth, it was as if a purple pillar appeared reaching the heavens. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying thunder explosions of light. Electric snakes transformed the surrounding hundreds of miles of sea into a lightning pool. The fish demon's hard-scale armor burst open with crackling sound. The magic tool shield it had summoned shattered. Then, a battered, thunderstruck corpse, emitting black smoke, floated on the sea surface. A demon soul flew out, Levi pointed a finger. 7-circle spell death finger. A ghostly light shot into the demon soul's body. Given his current realm, coupled with the absolute luck state, this spell's success rate on level 8 demons is quite high. Under mysterious power, the demon's true soul began to disintegrate, scattering of the soul. Nowadays, while Leon is sleeping, the work of soul obliteration is all done by Levi himself. Of course, he only deals with demons above level 6, leaving low-level and middle-level ones to reincarnate freely. What a pity, they're all Leon's canned food. When will that little guy wake up? Levi collected the corpse. In all directions, Mo family generals led the Shadow Army in fierce combat with the Demon Army. The leading Mo family general had already reached level 8 early stage strength, being the first bottom-dwelling fish demon commander Levi hunted. Level 8 early stage is its ultimate limit, further hunting cannot promote it. The Shadow's strength can never surpass their lifetime. Unless the Shadow Dragon group's talent undergoes another metamorphosis. But that is beyond what the Sun Refining Artifact can accomplish. The current talent is already the strongest form before becoming legendary. The second major metamorphosis requires advancing to legendary, solidifying into legendary talent. In past life's terms, it could be called wizard. In short, other spells, including primordial soul spells, might gradually become secondary as the realm advances. But innate spells will always be a staple throughout a wizard's career, forever the primary means of confronting an enemy. Chapter 2462. This is why Levi insisted on creating his own techniques from the start. Talent is crucial. After clearing the battlefield, Levi continued to rush to the next location. He gradually regained the feeling of demon hunting from the past. Perhaps, within a century, he has hope of reclaiming the top spot. A month later. At sea, Levi was searching for traces of demons. His spine tingled with cold, and danger perception began to warn him. Level 9. In his mind, there was a faint shadow of an impending attack. Levi did not expect the demons to target him so quickly. Without saying a word, he used the invisible secret word to flee into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away, Levi's figure emerged. He muttered incantations until a twisted portal appeared behind him, pulling him in. Aurora Star. Hey, Levi, why are you here? Mr. Matthew, I've recently had some insights from practicing sword techniques and wanted to spar with you. Ha ha ha, great. Come. This time, I will battle with you for 3 days and nights. Please, instruct me. 3 days later. Matthew was defeated once again. However, it did not feel despondent in the slightest. The battle with Levi provided it with many insights. It had a premonition that it was getting closer and closer to the pinnacle of the legendary sword skill. One day, it would become the strongest dragon knight on the multidimensional plane. Leaving Aurora Star, Levi was in good spirits. Looking at it now, his escape techniques were quite seamless. As long as a level 10 entity does not act, there should be no problem. And the level 10 demons are all being monitored by corresponding legendary wizards. Continue demon hunting, and one day, I will strike back. Soren Continent. Dragonflame City. This is the sky city of Dragonflame God Lager. Inside the wizard tower. The Dragonflame God sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. In front of him, a treasure resembling an eyeball floated, emitting a scorching aura. This is the rare treasure Nora's Eye, a replica of Eye of Sauron, jointly refined by Edmund, Lager, and several other legendary wizards. Although the Eye of Sauron has a wide observation range, it has a problem: it does not monitor Nora. And Nora's Eye, its primary function is to monitor usage within Nora. It can detect those demonic aura-intensive level 9 demons by relying on this treasure. The map-wide Dragonflame strikes of the Dragonflame God also depend on this item. Edmund's projection suddenly appeared. He said, Lager, during this period, please keep a watchful eye, we must not let level 9 demons enter within Nora. The Dragonflame God nodded, I understand. Edmund looked towards deep space. The demons are researching treasures capable of interdimensional strikes, intending to launch level 9 and even level 10 strikes from the distant land of darkness deeply into Nora to deal with us. The Wind Demon Lord is more cunning than other demons and is a formidable adversary. If they do succeed, we will be in a more passive position. Do you have any countermeasures? To be honest, no. I have not yet reached Sauron's level. The blood battle has been ongoing for 700 years, and we have always been on the defensive. I assume the demons think we dare not leave Nora. I plan to launch a surprise attack to disrupt their plans. Just you alone? Just me? Isn't that a bit risky? There are already 8 level 10 demons surrounding Nora. Half of them are formidable characters from beyond the 400th layer of the abyss. The others all have important tasks, and taking them along might instead hinder me. The Wind Demon Lord will certainly not expect that someone in my position as the Grand Council Chairman would venture in the early stages of the blood battle. All right, just be careful. It's a shame I have to sit here, otherwise, I would like to test the Wind Demon Lord's tactics as well. Haha, you remain as battle-hungry as ever. Edmund's form dissipated, evidently going off to make preparations. The Dragonflame God had a heavy heart. Currently, among the 14 legendary wizards, only Edmund is closest to level 11. His importance is self-evident. He never takes actions without confidence, and the Dragonflame God chose to trust in him. Speaking of which, it seems there's no need for my watch. Levi also has the ability to shake off a level 9 pursuit. A short while ago, he killed a level 9 shadow demon attempting to invade Nora from the shadow dimension to launch a sneak attack on the Dusk Palace Master. This was the first time the demons deployed a level 9 existence, risking getting killed, to deal with a supernova. The demons are not foolish, they also see Levi's potential and want to nip it in the bud. Thus, a large part of the Dragonflame God's attention was focused on Levi. To counter Levi, losing a level 9 general, the Shadow Demon Queen would also feel heartache. Land of Darkness. Within a gigantic demon mountain resembling a plain. Damn it! That fool Pelos not only lost the target but also got himself killed. The sharp and furious roar of the Shadow Demon Queen Rixa made the generals below shiver with fear. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Pelos was also working for our Abyss cause. Indeed, once we complete the Abyss Prism, we can launch interdimensional strikes against Nora. As for that impudent Dusk Palace Master, no matter the cost, he shall be quickly slain. Hehe, by then, the wizards of Nora will only be able to cower within the shelter crafted by Sauron, slowly dying. Suddenly, a projection appeared before the Shadow Demon Queen. Rixa! Come to me immediately, Edmund has arrived, and I cannot be distracted while refining the prism. He intends to disrupt our plans. A low roar sounded, it was the Wind Demon Lord's voice. The Shadow Demon Queen had never seen the Wind Demon Lord so flustered. This Edmund is truly audacious, it's the perfect opportunity to capture him and heavily damage the wizard world. The next day. At dawn. Elena opened the window, stretching lazily. It's been so long since I slept, it felt truly comfortable. She looked at the horizon, where a faint, never-before-seen sun seemed to be rising. It was vast, blazing, and virile, illuminating in all directions. Such a spectacle, she had never witnessed. This was not celestial phenomena but the power of an individual. In the Sauron plane, perhaps only two existences could achieve this. One might be the true sun, perhaps older than the wizard civilization itself. The other was the wizard's own Sunday. She opened the communication wizard tool. Levi, look at the sky. Island of Nameless in the land of the North Sea. Levi put away the communication device. He, too, noticed the anomaly in the sky. So conspicuous, probably visible from within Nora. He murmured to himself, his feelings complex. Edmund's eternal blazing Sunday. He muttered, his thoughts jumbled. It's crucial that the sun rises again tomorrow. Chapter 2463. Dark Deep Space. The dark demon dragon coiled around the peak of the wizard tower, asleep. Inside the tower, Black Sun organized his bookshelf. Edmund has acted, what are the demons doing? Is this a sign of total war? He pondered the meaning behind this matter. A blurred human face projection appeared on the cover of the ancient book in Adam's hand. His features were indistinct, looking extremely old. Only the pair of eyes were deeply impressive. The left eye shone with light, while the right eye was dark and lifeless. Be ready at any moment, the time may be coming. Someday, I will take back everything that once belonged to me. After speaking, the projection on the cover slowly dissipated. Adam placed the ancient book in a corner of the bookshelf. All right. This was a basic spell textbook from the Bright faction. Its name was the Very Common Book of Light. The author was Dia Rodriguez. A few days later. The Supreme Council. A solitary figure descended from the sky. Edmund removed the shattered red robe. This nameless legendary wizard tool was covered in scars and broken. Sinister and evil auras entangled it, like bone-boring parasites. Suddenly, it seemed that some force emanated from the round table. The entangled demon marks, along with this legendary wizard tool, began to disintegrate and vanish inch by inch. Edmund! Just you wait, this demon lord will soon crush Nora. An angry voice echoed before the round table. Edmund exhaled deeply and laughed lightly, the so-called Wind Demon Lord is weaker than I imagined. The voice roared. A dying insect's tough words, the so-called fourth of the Panplane isn't as strong as I thought. You wizards keep claiming to pursue the truth, do you want to know what truth is? Eons ago, before you foolish insects and the astral pigs were born, we ruled the world, we are demons, we are also true gods, we are the rightful meaning of all concepts, we are the beginning and end of all things, we are truth. Are you done talking? Humph. No, I have much more to say, but this trace of mine is about to be dissolved. When I one day tear off your head, I'll whisper it in your ear for 10,000 years. Bang! The last trace also disappeared without a trace. Edmund closed his eyes, gasping while sitting at the round table. He was so tired, he lay on the table and quickly fell asleep. His fingers gently stroked the tabletop, softly murmuring, "Thank you." At some unknown point, the Frost Witch projection appeared. She silently looked at the Grand Council chairman sleeping on the table. "Next time with something like this, you can call me too." In the blink of an eye. The Star Fortress project has been underway for nearly 200 years. In the underground mechanical factories of the ancient Dragon Continent, a full 4 star fortresses are being constructed simultaneously. The results achieved by the first Star Fortress were satisfying to the Congress military. So they also joined in, bringing more resources to invest in the Star Fortress project. Currently, 3 Star Fortresses have been completed. They are located underground where mortals gather. 3 are far from enough, with the current scale of the ancient dragon continent, more are needed. The military's involvement is undoubtedly the best catalyst. In the near future, more military star fortresses will be born. 1 to support the blood battle, striking at demons. The second is responsible for heading to the Sauron Plain for plane travel. On one hand, to actively explore and seek more resources. Another consideration is to save more civilizations under the abyss Bloody Maw. To grab people from the Council of 10,000 clans. Relying on the power of wizard civilization alone is not enough. The Sauron Plain must unite. The process of plane fusion needs to be accelerated. Regardless of whether the merged planes and civilizations sincerely accept this grand fusion. The Wizard Council does not care. Ancient Dragon Continent. Tower of Dawn. At the Pharmaceutics School, a small-scale funeral was being held. Honorary Dean Triss in a black long dress, with slender arms draped in tulle scarves. Beside her, Elena also looked regretful, lamenting the passing of life. Behind her was a group of teachers and students from the Alchemist College, including some short halflings and elves. A green-haired sixth circle cultivated elven witch stood silently beside Triss. Recently, the lush forest tower also joined the witch's family. This green elf mistress brought her life school of thought disciples. And some elven relatives, all came to join Triss. At the same time, she changed her wizard title from Lush Forest Witch to Forest Witch. Representatives from the Starfire Wizard Academy also attended the funeral. They were entrusted by the Dean Garcia to pay respect to their most important pharmacy teacher, Huffman. Huffman failed to ascend to the sixth circle, subsequently saved his life, but did not have much time, passing away naturally a few days ago. As a leader and mentor of the Halfling clan, Huffman's importance is self-evident. Huffman politely declined Levi's offer to become a heroic spirit. The Halflings felt that normal death was the best conclusion. The growing Halfling community was an important part of the Alchemist College at Tower of Dawn. Levi was on the battlefield, but still entrusted Triss and Elena to attend the funeral. Seeing so many high-ranking officials attending, the Halflings felt a heartfelt happiness for Mr. Huffman. In their hearts, they felt more attached to the ancient dragon continent. Even though the Dusk Palace Master held such a high position, and conversed with legendary wizards cordially. Chapter 2464. In his heart, he still thought of his old friend Huffman, that short halfling. After seeing Huffman off, the teachers and students returned to their posts. Triss was grateful to the representative of the Starfire Wizard Academy. "Thank you all for coming from afar, may our friendship last forever." The representative was a chubby man with a benevolent and kind expression. He was Wizard Beckman, with 6th ring senior cultivation. Over 1,000 years ago. Inside the ancient tower, he had made some deals with the Holy Infant on the 5th level, which made them acquaintances. Beckman laughed. "Naturally, Huffman is my friend, and he taught many excellent pharmacists at our academy. It was necessary and reasonable for us to come." After exchanging pleasantries, the representatives of the Starfire Wizard Academy hurriedly departed. Elena and Triss watched their backs calmly. Established over 1,000 years ago, this Wizard Academy founded by the Black Pearl Boy has also developed and grown. Nowadays, there are already 2 7th Circle wizards, Garcia and Jacob. The number of 6th Circle wizards is higher than some old high-level wizard organizations. The Starfire Wizard Academy mainly operates in the land of the North Sea. During the blood battle, the teachers and students of the academy rescued many mortals or nomadic wizard markets, establishing several shelters. Garcia seems unremarkable. Yet he has repeatedly advanced before his lifespan limit. Although not a supernova, he is still a legendary figure. "I'll be going back first, there's some progress on a medicine project recently." Triss's figure dissipated, heading to the witch's family. Elena's heart was filled with emotion. Levi had lost another important old friend, probably feeling quite uneasy. She thought about herself, to the people and events of her youth, everything seemed a bit blurry. Wizards need to experience a lot, study a lot. Many unimportant memories tend to be selectively faded. For her, the happiest thing is having the most important people by her side. A month later. Land of the North Sea. On a deserted island, Levi was recovering his strength. Huffman's demise marked the complete fading of his memories of the Riptide City era. The people he knew at that time, only 2 were still alive. The Blue Dragon Lady and Sorit. These adversaries. Due to various chance encounters, both became important figures around Levi. Demon hunting life is dull and tedious. In leisure moments, Levi liked to tend to his flowers and plants in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Then he would take a circle in the pool soaking the giant dragon's corpse, branding the corpse with runes. It has absorbed 4/5 already, quite good, it can be born within 100 years. The mysterious substance in the pool water gradually faded. At the same time, the body of the wind illusion dragon began to shine with strange hues. Various rare materials, transcendent factors filled its flesh, like mercury-like dragon blood flowing within. Even after death, the pure dragon's might was still enough to shatter the void, forming energy storms. The early surrounding white flame clouds also turned black, becoming more and more eerie. Elsewhere, through Levi's intermittent refining, the 8-layer wizard tower already had an embryonic form. The snowflake wood obtained from the auction was also installed inside. Soaking water wood, rock transformation wood, nightmare wood, thunder pattern wood, cold ice wood. These 5 strange woods, like 5 giant trees growing naturally, formed the skeleton of the wizard tower. Under Levi's refining, they were not lifeless objects but breathed elemental power or energy and automatically grew as pillars. This made the wizard tower itself come alive, able to continually adapt to Levi's realm elevation. In the future, with each upgrade, simply adding a new layer over the existing foundation would suffice. Below, the foundation was already solid as Mount Tai. Similarly, there were separate heavens and earth inside the wizard tower. The 4 major elemental forces of water, earth, thunder, and ice intertwined within, forming a colorful space. In addition, threads of negative energy force lingered. This was the embryonic form of the inner heaven and earth of the wizard tower. Many exceptional quality wizard towers would contain an inner heaven and earth. For example, the Black Soul Demon Tower, Tower of Summer Flowers, etc. This inner heaven and earth could house living beings. It was very practical for sheltering clans or transcendent creatures, or suppressing enemies. Of course, these inner heavens and earth are inherently small. For instance, the Black Soul Demon Towers is just about 100 miles in radius. Moreover, the inner heavens and earth are incomplete. The inner heaven and earth of the Fiery Flame Servant's Wizard Tower is just 100-mile radius flame space. The Black Soul Demon Tower's inner heaven and earth is a realm of death energy. The energy within is not self-generated but relies on arrays to absorb external heaven and earth power. The space of inner heavens and earth is difficult to automatically expand and mostly remains fixed. This is the essential difference between the inner heavens and earth within wizard towers, rare treasures, and complete worlds like the ancient Banyan fairyland. Refining treasures containing inner heaven and earth, on one hand, requires advanced spatial knowledge. On the other hand, requires rare materials with spatial attributes. The former needs no further explanation. Levi himself is an 8th circle wizard and has cultivated many spatial spells. His knowledge base in this domain doesn't dare to claim supremacy, but it's more than enough for refining wizard towers. The latter, however, is the hardest to acquire. This is the main reason why rare treasures that form their own world are so scarce. Materials containing spatial energy are too rare. Every time they appear at an auction, they are bound to be snapped up at high prices. Fortunately, the massive starfall remains Levi obtained through the treasure map precisely solved this problem. That enormous blue meteorite. After Mana refined the space passage to the Black Swamp secret realm, it only consumed a small part. Chapter 2465. The head has been taken by Levi to refine it into the wizard tower. 3 factors determine the size of the inner heaven and earth within the wizard tower. First is the quality of the wizard tower. Second is the space knowledge reserve of the refiner. Third is the quality and size of the space materials. Levi's eternal star abyss has maximized these 3 factors to the best of his ability. This allows his embryonic form of inner heaven and earth to far surpass the Black Soul Demon Tower. According to his measurements, this embryonic form of inner heaven and earth spans approximately 1,000 miles. Its diameter is 10 times that of the Black Soul Demon Tower, likely surpassing some Grand Wizard's 9th-layer wizard towers. Moreover, due to the use of various elemental magic woods, the inner heaven and earth to be born next will no longer be a space of a single attribute. It is a place infinitely close to a true world. The Giant Dragon Corpse Demon and Wizard Tower are Levi's 2 ace cards against level 9 enemies. The last one is 18 layers of Hell Array. The design drawings, including some ideas and sketches, have all been handed over to Holy Infant and Victor. Although they haven't reached 8th circle yet, they can start learning in advance. After reaching 8th circle, they can assemble the forces of Fire Dragon Skywork and the Dawn Tower. To refine this super array for Levi. The refining of such an array cannot be achieved overnight. It requires refining different modules separately, then assembling them together for debugging and operation. These can be completed before he advances to 9th circle. By then, he will certainly show those pursuing level 9 demons a taste of his abilities. Lord, it's born. The Red Princess has given birth. A tiny dragon demon flutters its bat wings, landing on Levi's shoulder to deliver the good news. It looks like a dragon man, with a proud chest, covered in sparkling scales. A succubus-like small tail sways behind it, with a mane of golden hair flowing down its back. The dragon demon mistress, Morgan. Dragon demons are also a type of little elf. During their long evolution, they established a symbiotic relationship with dragon clan creatures. They are responsible for collecting treasures, gathering intelligence, and keeping watch for giant dragons. While giant dragons provide protection, these little guys' inherent strength is too weak. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, there's a small tribe made up of 300 dragon demons. It was purchased by the Tower of Dawn from a rundown high-level wizard organization 10 years ago. All organization members know that the Dusk Palace Master is passionate about magical creatures and dragon clan. He appears fierce and ruthless but truly has a tender side. At least, that's how many female members of the organization imagine Levi. His 1000-year love with Madame Elena is proof. So, organization members put extra effort into Levi's hobby during their outings, occasionally bringing back magical creatures from the outside world. Compared to ordinary fairies, dragon demons are more skilled at caring for dragon clan. Therefore, every heaven and earth dragon general is equipped with a dragon demon as a little assistant. These masters live their lives in utter comfort. Morgan, as the fairy mistress, has the heavy responsibility of caring for pregnant dragons. Levi's figure flashes and instantly appears in the Flame Mountain. The Red Princess looks weak, hanging her head powerlessly. A giant egg covered in crimson scales lies on the ground, radiating intense heat. Good, take the egg to the incubation room, and nourish the Red Princess. Over these years, the birth rate in the Dragon Palace has risen sharply. First, it was the Earthquake Dragon, then the Fire-breathing Dragon and Fierce Scale Dragon, and now the male Fire Dragon and the Red Princess. Each egg of sub-dragons represents the future hope of the Dragon Palace. Although dragons are longevity species, they too will age. When they pass away, these newborn dragons can continuously provide blood. Once pure-blooded dragon clan grows, they can also give birth to sub-dragons. This creates a perfect cycle. With the external dragon clan supplement, why should the Dragon Palace not flourish? Nora Calendar 912. Dusk Holy Temple. The new Blood Vortex Knights have taken shape, named Blood Vortex. With technological advancement, the success rate of bloodline transplant experiments is rising, and the cost of failure is decreasing. The number of volunteers willing to undergo transformation has been increasing annually. However, to become a Blood Vortex Knight, one needs a certain talent, hence requiring selection. Those adept in combat techniques in their mortal rookie phase, or those with good natural roots, are the ideal experimental subjects. With secret medicine materials sourced from the bloodline, the development of Blood Vortex Knight is swift. Currently, the Dusk Holy Temple boasts 3 special forces. Song of the Sirens, the Speed Knights group, proficient in transformation and assassination. Iron Crocodile's Teeth, the Defense Knights group, skilled in defense and protection. Blood Vortex is the Blood Bowl Knights group, possessing extraordinary physique. All 3 knight groups are absolutely obedient sacrificial soldiers. They collaborate, executing tasks with high risk in blood battles. By the small stone pond, Levi opens the proficiency panel. The Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill has reached the level 8 middle stage. Endurance, stamina, and other attributes have significantly improved. The speed of traveling the void has reached 60 times the conventional travel speed. Other spell-like abilities have also advanced even further. The Nightmare Dragon and Inferno Dragon breathing technique are drawing closer to the level 8 middle stage. Chariot Rune has leveled up to the 18th tier, with a speed increase of 300%. The distance of the void travel for the horse carriage has been boosted by 5,000 miles in one go, reaching 20,000 miles. Not counting the invisible secret word and elemental escape technique, these 2 special methods. Chapter 2466. He has the Scarlet Divine Palace, Heavenly Pegasus Star Soul, plus his abilities in void travel. Combining these 3, he can travel nearly 60,000 miles in one breath. With one set of moves, he can swiftly run over 100,000 miles. This is also why even level 9 experts are helpless against Levi. With strong danger foreknowledge, coupled with unparalleled escape methods. As long as Levi doesn't intentionally seek death, it's very hard to catch him alone. Lover's Rune upgraded to level 14, luck boost increased from 140% to 160%. With absolute luck, the luck boost is 320% for a short time. Other runes like Fool Rune, Magic Rune, Hanging Rune have also been upgraded. Attribute boosts in the original foundation, each increased by 10%. 5 years remain until the ancient tower opens. Levi's points have reached 4.9 billion. He checks the War Merit store every day. Ice Emperor's throne is still there, and no one has redeemed it. The Ice Sea Witch's points also ceased to grow. According to reports, this exceptionally talented witch has been in the 8 environments for over 1,000 years. It seems now, she has gone into retreat. This allows Levi to breathe a bit easier. 3 billion more meritorious points, and I can claim it. Leaving the fairyland, exiting the shelter. Compared to the Eastern Sea, the land of the North Sea, without Soren continent's presence, suffers from severe demonic disasters. The mirror of light appears before him, with a web of demonic aura crisscrossing. He follows a relatively thick line within, starting to seek the demon's trace. Starfire Island. Deep within the Wizard Academy's retreat area, Garcia opened his eyes. Senior 7th Circle now. He senses the more vast spiritual force, sweeping in all directions. Garcia, you've broken through. Jacob's old yet joyous voice came over. As vice principal, over a millennium, he and Garcia have also forged a deep and sincere friendship. The two supported each other, pulling a group to become an unassailable force in the wizard world. Currently, the Academy has over 100,000 teachers and students, sheltering 4 mortal gathering sites. Yes, but it's a pity the 8 environments is very difficult. Garcia's eyes were a bit dim. He had humble origins, and his talent wasn't considered outstanding. But through his journey, he worked hard enough and also had sufficient luck. Jacob consoled. Buddy, don't be so discouraged, your Water King sequence artifact is already collected, your talent isn't much worse than Children of the Elements. Garcia sighed, hope so. Jacob, how is your injury? Any improvement? Jacob smiled nonchalantly. Earlier, fighting that level 7 demon injured the primordial soul origin, and using a forbidden technique that cut short my life, now my days are numbered, seeing you break through again, I'm quite happy. Garcia puzzled, you're not planning to find a partner, leave descendants? Jacob laughed at himself. After death, everything fades, another 1,000 years, who in the family will remember this old thing? Instead, perhaps the Academy's teachers and students will still remember me. By the way, your earlier suggestion to join Ancient Dragon Continent I also think is a good choice. We are progressing rapidly, but still can't keep up with the pace of blood battles. We've been dealing with the Dusk Palace Master for many years, he's trustworthy. Garcia nodded. I understand, I sent someone to attend Huffman's funeral also for this reason. I believe, in the unseen, some great beings around them have what's called fortune. They can make themselves better, and also make others better, make civilization better. Soren is like this, Edmund is the same, the Dusk Palace Master might also be such a person. Jacob's eyelids drooped, seeming a bit tired. He stretched out his palm, there's a crystal clear blue heart. The heart floated before Garcia, throbbing. Bright moon artifact Naga heart, where did you get this? Jacob looked up. I previously saved a few tens of millions in war merit, unused, now seems also useless, all cheaply for you now. Half a year later. Jacob fell in the academy. The morning Garcia buried him, leaning to Jacob's wishes, did not tell the teachers and students. Only saying Jacob went on a long journey seeking opportunities. Garcia had no time for grief, because the demons invaded. Starfire Wizard Academy teachers and students courageously resisted the demons, thorns in the eyes of North Sea demons. Recently, an advanced mind flayer seized the opportunity, invaded a squad of teachers and students out on a mission, and successfully found the coordinates of Starfire Wizard Academy. As many as 4 level 7 demons, leading 50,000 elite demon army, surrounded the academy. Garcia immediately sought help from the authorities. The authorities dispatched the nearest wizard group, meanwhile issuing task bounties. Rumble. The demons are forcibly tearing open Starfire Island's protective barrier. Garcia said, "Everyone do not panic, official support will soon arrive, we just need to hold on for a while, nothing will happen to anyone." Beckman and other elders with primordial soul cultivation wore serious expressions. "Principal, all trap arrays have been set up, if the demons break in, they should also be detained for a while." Garcia said, "Beckman, as previously rehearsed, if time runs out, you and other teachers shelter the students to escape, I will hold the demons, I have a trump card, enough to escape." "Okay, hope things won't worsen to that extent." Shortly after, Starfire Island's barrier was ripped open. A bone-piercing demon covered in spikes barged in. Buzz! Mountains of demons unfolded, more demons surged in. Chapter 2467. 4 demons, 2 at the mid-stage, 2 at the early stage. This lineup truly overestimates the Wizard Academy. Behind Garcia, the massive Black Pearl wizard form emerges. On either side of the body, there are 2 phantoms of accompanying spirit creatures. One resembles a giant toothed shark, ferocious beyond compare. The other has a human head and fish body, akin to a naga. The spells from the teachers and students shoot into the sky like colorful fireworks. The demons fall to the ground like dumplings, scattering into demonic aura. Under the cover of the primordial soul wizards, the teachers and students tear open gaps to escape far and wide. Garcia and his accompanying spirit creatures fight 2 demons alone. While one, as if entering an uninhabited realm, grins fiercely and chases the fleeing teachers and students. Whoosh! Above the sky, an octagonal star formation coalesces. Magic array sword falling stars. A streak of invisible sword chi pierces the air, transforming into a figure. He has a handsome face, wearing a splendid silver sword armor, treading on the void. 8 consecutive sword chi fall in front of the 7th level demon, sealing it. It's the Demon Tier's Divine Sword Link. Are we saved? This is the supernova ranked first on the 7th level demon slaying list, known for killing many 7th level demons across levels. In an instant, the teachers and students rekindle their hope. In this age of despair, the word supernova is a beacon in the night. Supernova. The trapped 7th level demon's expression changes. If it remembers correctly, Link was only at level 6 peak strength. Could it be that he's already advanced to the 7th circle? Of course, Link hasn't reached the 7th circle yet, he is still at the 6th circle maximum level. He is an unparalleled genius, but branding 22 witch marks takes time. That doesn't stop him from coming. As a sword cultivator, he just acts. Under the octagonal star formation, a sword star composed of millions of sword chi, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, falls. The 7th level early stage demon resists stubbornly but is still shredded into minced flesh. Too strong. This is the power of a supernova. The teachers and students cease to flee and join the battle instead. Garcia transmits his voice, "Thank you, sir." Link calmly replies, "You're welcome, I was just nearby, lending a hand." The faces of the remaining 3 demons harden, and another mid-stage 7th level demon flies out to hunt Link. Killing a supernova today makes a worthy death. Link doesn't dare to be arrogant, brave but not foolish. The mid-stage 7th level is not something he can contend with. His body transforms into shattered invisible sword chi, weaving through the pervasive sword chi. His wizard and chi sect cultivation combined can instantly burst and kill an unguarded early stage 7th level demon. But that's his only move, and then he's exhausted. His next move is to help Garcia delay time and wait for more reinforcements. Time flows. More and more wizards join the battle. Many of them are nearby civilian groups. Hearing of the Wizard Academy's plight, they rush to come. Among them are primordial soul wizards. Buzz! In the void, a magnificent blue giant wheel breaks through the waves. The words "Song of the Deep Sea" are carved on the bow. Garcia, go support other battlefields, we'll handle the 7th level demons. Song of the Deep Sea, Ace Battle Group. The leader is a 7-circle perfect wizard, sea singer Nanti. A top genius of the ocean faction, Supernova, ranked 3rd on the level 8 demon slaughter list. It's said that this person is also good at extraordinary music spells with diverse methods. Another supernova. Garcia's spirit lifts, he hastily expresses gratitude. With Song of the Deep Sea joining, the demons begin to fall in batches. On the verge of victory, the sea surface erupts with huge waves, a spatial storm rises. A bottom-dwelling fish demon, 3,000 meters in length, leaps up, countless tentacles surging, poisonous water soaring. It exudes a level 8 mid-stage aura, intimidating everyone instantly upon appearance. Not only that, as the void splits open, 3 more level 8 demons descend. Leading them is an entity with a level 8 late-stage aura, shockingly the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable. Its body bears some ghastly scars, like engravings branded upon it. Vaguely discernible are the words destruction. Previously, the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable relied on its formidable cultivation to withstand a blow from Levi's secret word of destruction and survived. After escaping, although its injuries healed, the scars wouldn't fade for a long time. Such liveliness, it seems the Great Venerable, have come just in time. The Swallowing Sea Great Venerable strikes, clashing with the grand array of the Deep Sea Song battle group. Damn, why are there demon reinforcements? Garcia's expression shifts. If it were just one level 8 demon, with this battle group's power, they could certainly hunt or drive it away. But now, there are 4, with even one at level 8 late stage. Such a luxurious lineup for just the Starfire Wizard Academy is unimaginable. It's like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Unless, the demons have other schemes. The battlefield situation is ever-changing. A small-scale skirmish is hinting at turning into large-scale warfare. The Swallowing Sea Great Venerable descends with an invincible aura. With a single strike, it forces the Deep Sea Song to retreat. Commander Nanti's expression turns grave. Is this the demon's trap? This battle group is the only one nearby that can be deployed. To counter such enemies, an ace battle group led by an 8th Circle Wizard is needed, like Destruction Realm Thunder. As for civilian wizards, they are too uncertain. If luck is on their side, there might be an 8th Circle Wizard nearby. If not, who knows how many present today will escape. What puzzles him is, before executing the task, the War Diviner, Blood Battle Commander Northern Abyss Walker, did not indicate such a great risk for this battle. Chapter 2468. The astrology ability of the Northern Abyss Walker is exceptional even among Grand Wizards. This is also the main reason for the high victory rate of the Alliance army she commands. It's impossible that she has been infiltrated by demons and become a traitor, right? Buzz. The void trembles, and boundless red clouds spread coming from the horizon. Fire descends from the sky, transforming into a human shape. Then, a surging enormous fire fist forces back the tentacles of the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable. Swallowing Sea Great Venerable, it's been a while. A wizard dressed in a red robe with short red hair descends with a smile. Gatling, you're here too. Seeing this, Nanti's face lit up. No wonder the Northern Abyss Walker said this battle is no big deal, there are experts nearby demon hunting. However, relying on Gatling alone doesn't seem enough. Hand of the Fire God? Another supernova? So what? Merely an ordinary 8th Circle cultivation, even if the Dusk Hall Master comes personally, I am not afraid. The Swallowing Sea Great Venerable's heart is arrogant, it has escaped from the hands of the Dusk Hall Master. There are 3 supernovas here and plenty of genius wizards from the Starfire Wizard Academy. All of them killed, then this ambush is worth it. Gatling stays calm. He dodges the attack of the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable, shooting thousands upon thousands of fire bullets, raining fire around. Die. Boom. 4 demon mountains enclose Gatling, shaking the sky and sea. The breath of the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable instantly floods him. What kind of supernova, just like this? Buzz. A wisp of flame surfaces in the void. A crimson flame pillar rushes into the high heavens, transforming into a flaming face with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Do you know why I am called the Hand of the Fire God? The human face resembling Gatling looks down indifferently. Then stretches out a giant flame hand, directly grabbing a level 8 early stage demon commander. It screams in agony, turning into a fiercely burning ball of flames. The Swallowing Sea Great Venerable sees it, tearing at the void with its tentacles towards the flaming face. Levi, stop watching, you don't really think I can fight 4 level 8 demons, do you? I was boasting, damn it. Gatling suddenly shouts. Swallowing Sea Great Venerable shivers at once. What? There are enemies nearby? Wait, is it the Dusk Hall Master? A terrifying feeling rises in its heart. Meanwhile, the teachers and students of the Wizard Academy and the wizards rushing to support are stunned. How many supernovas are gathered in the North Sea? Link, the Sea Singer, the Hand of the Fire God, and even the Dusk Hall Master are all here? Is this a supernova gathering? Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. A thunder dragon, stretching 10,000 meters, tears through the sky dome from miles away. Its face vaguely resembles Levi. The thunder dragon opens its mouth, spitting out a dragon ball. The beat seems slow but appears in front of the swallowing sea great venerable in an instant. 10,000 pounds of thunder strike together. The swallowing sea great venerable's chest is directly blasted with a large charred hole. Then, the thunder dragon changes, the figure of a black armored swordsman emerges. This skill just used wasn't some powerful primordial soul spell. It was Levi's innate spell Thunder Dragon Flash. Enhanced by the Thunder God's head. This spell, not only enhances escape abilities. During execution, it can transform into a Thunder Dragon, which is quite impressive. The Thunder Dragon is not only impressive, it's also very powerful. The sudden strike just now directly pierced through the demon body of the swallowing sea great venerable. But obviously, the latter won't die so easily. The swallowing sea great venerable recovers itself, restoring the demon body. Levi swings a sword, and sword chi rolls towards the swallowing sea great venerable. Gatling, you handle 1, I'll handle 3, alright. Should I tie up the swallowing sea great venerable for you? I'll handle this myself, we're friends, I don't want to put you at risk. Alright, you sure are loyal, damn it. The fiery face opens its mouth, spitting out the Thunder God projection. Gatling single-handedly ties up a level 8 mid-stage demon. A world-shaking battle breaks out. Shadows fly out one by one, landing on the battlefield transforming into the Black Shadow Army. Above Qingming, winds and clouds gather into the level 8 middle stage Maya spirit. In the ocean, sections rise up forming 4 level 8 early stage spiritual weapons. High-level combat power changes in an instant. The swallowing sea great venerable didn't expect to fish out the hand of the fire god and the dusk hall master. Heaven pity them. They only intended to destroy this official battle group active nearby. It's completely no match for Levi, and wants to flee. But Levi is prepared this time, naturally not letting it escape. Absolute Ice Point points out, locking it in ice. Then Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm descend. If you do not fear me, why do you flee? Levi's words are calm, the Thunder God projection behind him exudes a heavy pressure. The swallowing sea great venerable knows it can't escape, and can only fight desperately. There is a glimmer of hope. It releases the full momentum of its level 8 late stage. Rolls up endless water elemental power, forming dense water arrows. Levi's Red Emperor domain rises, evaporating all the water arrows into invisibility. The swallowing sea great venerable opens its abyssal mouth. I am the demon master of water, the ocean is my domain. Then, its thousands of tentacles pierce the sea. Simultaneously, the entire sea area where Starfire Island is located. For thousands of miles, it seems to be trembling. Gatling's facial expression changes slightly. This is a demon domain, this swallowing sea great venerable is no simple being, you need to stay cautious. Levi has a thought. If so, it's just the right time to test the new technique he just comprehended. Behind him, the phantom of the 9-colored emperor appears. It holds a sword with both hands facing downward, with brilliant light shining from behind. Chapter 2469. Like a sword-wielding heavenly deity standing in the sea. Divine image chaos ruins. Boom! The emperor's sword pierced the sea water. Then, a 7-colored shockwave spread out. Where it passed, the sea water began to vanish. It did not evaporate but transformed into endless water elemental particles, merging into the world. Even more terrifying, sea winds, white clouds, and reef stones vanished as well. Within the 100-mile barrier radius, all matter began to disintegrate into basic elemental particles. Except for the swallowing sea great venerable, who resisted the shockwave with powerful strength. But it discovered that it seemed to be in an even more fearsome situation. That is elemental vacuum. Annihilate all things, then extract all elemental particles within a certain range. This is an ability only mastered by level 9 entities proficient in elemental techniques. Yet this Dusk Palace Master, only level 8 mid-stage strength, how did he do it? As a bottom-dwelling fish demon, its physical body is strong. But more important is its spell-like ability and control over seawater. At this moment, its ability in this aspect was infinitely weakened. Because the surrounding world no longer has elemental power. Except for absolute physical body practitioners, for any existence level 6 and above, this is deadly. A feeling of weakness struck, the swallowing sea great venerable looked terrified. Then saw the nine-colored emperor transform into a streak of lightning, flashing before the swallowing sea great venerable. The fish demon extended all its tentacles, protecting its head. The emperor struck with a palm, a round chaotic white sun appeared in the sky. Chaos Sun. Boom! The white sun collided with the swallowing sea great venerable. Silently, the demon's body spanning 5,000 meters began to disintegrate. The elemental particles absorbed by Levi were suddenly released. White light illuminated 1,000 miles around, blinding everyone. Then, a thunderous explosion was heard. The wizards on site seemed to see countless earth, fire, wind, and water anomalies of world creation appear. The explosion dissipated. Levi stood alone on the sea surface, holding a core of the abyss in his hand. Soon, there will be a monster of initial level 7 late stage joining the group. He looked around, his form transforming into a thunder dragon with a human head and dragon body, roaming the battlefield. Wherever the thunder dragon flew, swathes of demons fell. After Levi dealt with 3 level 8 demons, Gatling had not yet resolved his enemy. Need help? Levi asked. Just one swallowing sea great venerable contributed 1.2 billion in war merit, it was simply exhilarating. Plus the other 2 level 8s, over 2 billion credited. No need, I can do it. The Hand of Fire God said stubbornly. Levi was indifferent. He led the Shadow Army, cleaning up the battlefield's cannon fodder. Half a day later, the world was quiet. The Hand of Fire God also dealt with that level 8 mid-stage demon. He refined the Fire Element Sun refining artifact Vanna God Face. Had already gathered most of the Fire God series artifacts. Wizard Form and Soul Artifact were first-rate. So the identity and strength of Supernova were beyond doubt. On the battlefield, the cheers of the wizards rose and fell. Link was also among the crowd, looking at the towering figure of his palace master, his spirit shaken. So powerful. What strength it takes to single-handedly annihilate a level 8 late-stage demon. Compared to the commander, his road was still long. Even the Deep Sea Song Battle Group members unfamiliar with the Dusk Palace Master were excited. All along, they and Commander Nanti regarded the Dusk Palace Master as an example. Now seeing him in person, their feelings were beyond words. Sadly, now was not the time for a group photo. Nanti briefly thanked Levi, Gatling, and others before hastily leading the team away. Other places also needed their support. After the battle, Gatling looked at the calm sea. That move of yours to eradicate the swallowing sea great venerable is somewhat fearsome. He naturally knew what such means implied. That is normal procedure only a grand wizard can employ. Levi said with a smile, just a crude imitation of a grand wizard, not worth mentioning. Keep it up, when you have an 8-ring body and hunt level 9 demons, when I talk to others, I will have boasting capital. He patted Levi's shoulder and left the place. Levi looked at the battlefield littered with demon corpses, beginning to pick up trash. These are all money, don't these supernovas pick them up? He came to aid actually under Lucy's guidance. She told him there might be a large amount of war merit here, so Levi came. He met Gatling halfway. The two hit it off, collaborating on demon hunting. The affair developed just as Lucy predicted. In astrology skill, the lady is too strong. She seems to have some special talent. As for dealing with the swallowing sea great venerable using chaos ruins, that is a special ability born after primordial spirit advancement. This technique merges wizard form and primordial spirit techniques. Executed by the metamorphosed 9-colored emperor. Therefore, Levi dubbed it Divine Image. After activation, he can annihilate everything within a 100-mile range into elemental particles. He can even concentrate these elements within the Divine Image body, manifesting a white energy ball. Levi called it Chaos Sun. This technique has destructive power that can annihilate everything. Its power even exceeds Secret Word of Destruction. It's the strongest move combining wizard and knight techniques. Even level 8 late-stage demons cannot withstand it. Theoretically, Chaos Sun can even inflict damage on grand wizards with elemental holy body. This is an elemental attack, elementalization cannot prevent it. Of course, whether it works requires practical combat testing. Chapter 2470 North Sea Blood Battle Command Center. Lucy gazed at the combat projection coming from the front lines. Elemental vacuum. He actually mastered such a technique. Even Lucy was somewhat surprised. She knew that the swallowing sea great venerable was not Levi's match. She just didn't expect him to be annihilated using elemental vacuum. This is the hallmark ability of a grand wizard, requiring both elemental holy soul and elemental holy body to perform. She was even more eager to see Levi's next performance. After dual cultivation of the knight and wizard, this young man seems to be sprinting towards a realm beyond convention and comprehension. Somewhere in the North Sea. After inventorying the spoils of battle, Levi felt a bit regretful. It was thrilling, and he put on quite a show. The demon material from the level 8 late stage, only left with the core of the abyss. The Chaos Sun caused the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable's body to disintegrate into elemental particles and dissipate. Levi realized, no matter how powerful, to be frugal and accumulate wealth, one still has to honestly use the sword to cut. On the other side, Starfire Island. After arranging for the casualties, looking at the devastated base and the surviving teachers and students, Garcia recalled Jacob's previous words. The situation of the blood battle changed too quickly. If Starfire Island wanted to remain steady like Mount Tai in the next millennium, no matter the willingness, it must lean on a top wizard organization's support. This is a compromise to reality. The official forces are limited and cannot wholly rely on the higher UPS. In the eyes of the notable figures, it is the big picture, the interest of civilization as a whole. They cannot always consider the feelings of everyone below. Only being strong oneself can ensure survival. Even the witch's family, such a top wizard organization. For survival, they abandoned their old dignity and sought refuge in the ancient dragon continent. Starfire Wizard Academy, perhaps needs to change too. His original intention for founding this organization was to let more nomadic and ordinary wizards travel further on the path of truth. This battle, he witnessed the power of the Dusk Palace Master. Those incredible methods truly deserve the title of first among supernovas. After consulting with other senior members, he picked up the communication device. In demon hunting, Levi halted his steps. He let the shadows continue, while he hid away somewhere. Starfire Wizard Academy wants to join. Levi was somewhat surprised. Typically, those wanting to join the ancient dragon continent are mostly fallen organizations with no hope in sight. In his view, Starfire Wizard Academy had great potential. Over 1,000 years, it established a decent high-level wizard organization. Its development momentum is first-rate among emerging forces. It seems the demon invasion this time gave Garcia too much pressure. If not for timely official and civilian rescue, it would have inevitably resulted in very serious casualties. By then, it would again be just a few lines in the blood battle damage report. This is civil war. Such situations are common. Thinking it over, Levi informed the high level of various organizations on the ancient dragon continent of this matter. Upon hearing the news, everyone immediately began discussions. Eventually, everyone unanimously agreed to accept Starfire Wizard Academy. Ancient Dragon Continent has cooperated with the Academy for a long time. They are well aware of the Academy's situation, making it easy to take over. Principal Garcia's character is renowned, with a good reputation. Of course, such organizational mergers still require official approval. With the precedent of the witch's family, the related procedures were quickly completed. The Fire Dragon Knight and Ash Knight, leading their respective delegations, were responsible for transporting and safeguarding the teachers and students. To be safe, they even deployed a war machine like Star Castle. A month later, Starfire Island. The news of the organization's merger into the ancient dragon continent had long spread. The vast majority of teachers and students were supportive. Many had witnessed Dusk Palace Master's might firsthand. The ancient dragon continent's achievements in fighting demons were beyond doubt. Such an organization gave a great sense of security. Only a very few felt it was inappropriate. However, these voices were negligible. Starfire Wizard Academy's restrictions were not as strict as those of top wizard organizations. Garcia also stated, if they didn't want to join the ancient dragon continent, they could leave on their own, and the Academy wouldn't pursue any responsibility. Buzz. The void ripped open, machinery roared like thunder. A black star with a diameter of 10,000 meters hovered in midair, emanating blue flames. The cabin doors opened, and two teams of fully armed troops descended like a divine weapon from the sky. One team wore crimson armor decorated with the sun-chasing dragon. The armor's surface emitted a cold, metallic texture. Chain sword, power axe, elemental magnetic shield, elemental bomb. All sorts of advanced modules were orderly assembled upon it. There was a beauty distinct from wizard creations. If the astral world had a mechanical god, this might be the creation of God. The other team wore starlight battle armor decorated with the star butterfly dragon. These two teams were not numerous, with only about 200 people in each. But the formidable murderous aura they emitted caught the attention of the teachers and students. All their cultivation was above rank 5. Such a team could potentially slay their way through the academy's teachers and students. Compared to these professional slaughter soldiers, honed in nightmare and the corpse-filled blood sea in blood battle, the teachers and students in the ivory tower still had a long way to go. Now, the Extreme Warrior program had been operational for 900 years. The Extreme Battle Armor had iterated to the 10th generation, called the 10th generation machine. With the progress of material science and mechanical knowledge, the highest configuration of the 10th generation machine's performance is 5 times that of the 1st generation machine. Chapter 2471. Even an ordinary knight, when equipped with the 10th generation machine, can instantaneously become an unmatched presence within the same realm. Of course, the cost of a high-configured 10th generation machine is extremely expensive. Currently, it can only meet the needs of the Apostle group. Ordinary Holy Temple Knights cannot popularize it yet. Fire Dragon Apostle Group, and Ashen Apostle Group. One remains invincible in the Eastern Sea, while the other thrives on the Nora continent. These hundreds of people are carefully selected, the elite among elites. The victories they've won are countless. Their battle power cannot be measured by common sense, thus bringing immense shock to the teachers and students. The Fire Dragon Knight wears a dragon head helmet, clad in level 7 Chasing Sun battle armor. Chasing Sun exudes a savage aura, like a demon god. Its chest bears the emblem Giant Chasing the Sun. The magic power axe behind can easily tear the defenses of level 7 demons. This is a tailored special armor, costing over 1 billion ether stones. Given the Fire Dragon Knight's cultivation nearing level 7 middle stage, pairing with the Chasing Sun battle armor, hunting level 7 early stage demons is as easy as reaching into one's pocket. He stood like a mountain, gazed downward, and softly said, "Principal Garcia, are you all ready over there?" Garcia replied, "We're ready." The Fire Dragon Knight recited an incantation. The Twilight Round Table's phantom descended. Levi sat in a high-backed chair, and a blue greatsword phantom appeared behind him. Each major organization has its own means of constraint, but it surely pales in comparison to one's own Excalibur. The necessary steps must not be omitted. Indeed, during the process, there was a 5th circle wizard who was a mind flayer, eliminated by the Fire Dragon Knight with a flick. These things truly seep into every corner, once ensuring no issues. Star Castle emitted a glow, absorbing teachers and students into it. Subsequently, Star Castle also went to the mortal gathering places under the Academy's shelter, packed up those mortals as well, setting sail toward the ancient dragon continent. Star Castle's invisibility is superb, coated with advanced nightmare creature paint. While sailing, it can create illusions that confuse perception, disguising within the heavens and earth. Ordinary level 7 demons cannot detect it. The journey was very smooth. The teachers and students of Starfire Wizard Academy arrived at the new worlds of the Eastern Sea. Ancient Dragon Continent. Nora's rising new star. The Academy was placed near the Tower of Dawn, convenient for connecting and communicating with wizards from the ancient Dragon Continent. Next, former organizational ideas need to be broken and fused. Here, regardless of prior affiliations, everyone belongs to the ancient Dragon Continent. Here, you can pursue any transcendent paths you desire, by undertaking various organizational tasks to earn ancient dragon points. Learn spells in a unified database, and exchange them in the treasury. You can also minor in the Divine Talisman path as your second career. As a result, Ancient Dragon Continent added 5 6th Circle Wizards and 1 7th Circle Wizard. Garcia gained new partners for mutual support. He continued the legendary life of the Black Pearl Boy, carrying his old friend Jacob's legacy. The faculty strength of Ancient Dragon Continent underwent metamorphosis. The development of the Tower of Dawn entered a new stage once again. Time passed. As the news spread about Starfire Wizard Academy's integration into the Ancient Dragon Continent, Wizard World began a small-scale debate again. Some people used previous statements from the Golden Walker's interview as evidence. They criticized that such rampant growth on the Ancient Dragon Continent would lead to large-scale monopolies. Following that, the Golden Walker urgently issued a statement. My previous statements reflected an insufficient understanding of the current situation. Now, it appears that the development of the ancient dragon continent is beneficial to wizard world in all aspects, so do not use my previous statements as evidence. In the tide of the blood battle, this matter quickly became submerged. One certainty is, the witch's family has been joining for hundreds of years, indeed, becoming more prosperous. Looking at population ratio, the ancient dragon continent has birthed the most supernovas and geniuses. The mortal casualty rate on ancient dragon continent is also the lowest. 4 years later. Nora calendar 916, blood battle 705. In the North Sea, endless sword chi shredded the heart of a level 8 demon. Levi tore its head off with his large hands, ending its life. Leon is still sleeping. Levi watched Ash busy alone on the battlefield, murmuring to himself. His points have reached 5.7 billion, about to break into the top 10. War merit is 1.5 billion, only 20 billion more to exchange for Ice Emperor's throne. This oddity is still available, not yet redeemed. During his rest, Levi opened the Blood Battle Daily. Congratulations to Ice Sea Witch, Katarina, for advancing to Grand Wizard, titled Ice Sea Walker. She will join the Blood Battle Command Center, becoming a pillar force to withstand demons. Indeed, she previously advanced to Grand Wizard, now I'm stable. During the Blood Battle, Levi saw many news about advancing to Grand Wizard. There is envy, but more joy. These demigod-level forces are important pillars of civilization. In this era, the speed at which wizard civilization births Grand Wizards far exceeds the last 10,000 years. One reason is the surge in resources leading to an increase in the upper limit of Grand Wizard capacity. Another is the concentrated reincarnation of legendary wizards. Unknowingly, the golden era spoken by Lord Roger has already started. Momentarily pausing his demon hunting, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. Preparing for a descent into hell. This time marks a once-in-a-millennium grand netherworld market. With expectations for life-extending items, he felt anticipation. Just returning home, joyous news arrived. Wendy gave birth to a daughter named Safa not long ago. Chapter 2472. This is a genius girl who inherited the excellent genes of her parents. Possessing the Jade Kylan bloodline needs no further explanation. She also has a talent for wind element affinity. Levi was amazed, the wind witch is truly incredible. She had 2 daughters, one a top water element genius, the other a wind element child. The man who married her must have been truly fortunate. The Snow Lotus Witch, with a sister hundreds or 1,000 years younger, was also very pleased. The Blood Knight had a daughter in his old age, offering some solace amid his busy work. When Levi came to visit their family, this old man, who had accompanied him for over 1,000 years, had slightly moist eyes. It was the first time he had seen the Blood Knight so emotional. Congratulations, in the future spend more time at home with Wendy and your daughter. Nowadays, the Holy Temple is full of talent, the Blood Knight can also semi-retire. Levi wanted him to focus more on his own cultivation and family. Other affairs can be handed over to successors. The Blood Knight nodded, I understand, Commander. Levi took out some medicine he personally refined with the Spring of Immortality. Give these to Wendy to replenish her health. The Blood Knight thanked him profusely. As he watched the commander's departing figure, he found a new life goal. To nurture Safa into a talented individual. Preferably one who can shine brilliantly in both the path of the wizard and the knights. The commander is Safa's role model. Returning to the Emperor's palace, Levi checked the birth data of the ancient dragon continent. After his visit, he was deep in thought. Looking now, the union of High Realm knights and wizards seems to produce wizarding talent and even children of the elements at a higher success rate than 2 primordial soul wizards. However, the current sample data is small and should not be concluded rashly. In any case, all the 18 Twilight Cavalry are gradually having their offspring. Levi saw a bright future for the organization. Furthermore, alien races like the Thunder Clan and Sea Clan are gradually integrating into the great family of Ancient Dragon. The reproductive barrier between some of these alien races and humans isn't significant. In the future, there might be a generation of hybrids born. The talents of this new generation should not be lacking either. The probability of producing wizard, body refining wizard, and other professional talents is also higher. Good things come in pairs. Soon, at the Dawn Tower, the child of the Golden Lion Knight, the Raid Wizard, broke through the 6 environments realm. Unbeknownst to them, these youngsters are nearly 500 years old. Raid has a special talent from the Frost Blood sect and double affinity, with considerable potential. Before Raid, Emperor Mew's child, Eddie, also advanced to primordial soul level. Eddie, as an ice element son, cultivated very smoothly. He also bears his mother's Aurora bird bloodline, with talent surpassing his mother. At a young age, he created the spear skill Ice Soul Divine Spear, praised by Levi. Truly, the student surpasses the master. To fulfill his mother's regret, he plans to complete the evolution of the Aurora bird upon reaching level 6. Step into the mythical level. His knighthood level is currently at the middle stage of level 5, leaving plenty of time to prepare. Regarding Eddie, Emperor Mew and his wife are not worried at all. He is too sensible. Levi sighed. The descendants of the 18 riders have already become the backbone of the ancient dragon continent. Time truly flies. There have been so many changes within this century. Some of the geniuses Levi once brought out of the ancient tower have also advanced to primordial soul, becoming key members of their respective sects. After a thorough inventory, the Dawn Tower itself has produced 17 primordial soul wizards. More than the witches' family, including some foreign wizards who joined midway. The total number of primordial souls has reached 32. Adding together the three major systems of knights, energy sect, and wizards, along with organizations like the Dusk Holy Temple and the Ancient Dragon Empire, the number of level 6 experts has reached 3 figures. This is quite a terrifying number. Enough to put today's top wizard organizations to shame. Relatively speaking, there is still a lack of level 7 and level 8 combat power. Especially level 8, aside from Levi, they are all guardians he captured. The ancient dragon continent still needs to grow. As the Star Castle project vigorously proceeds. From now on, the focus of the ancient dragon continent will no longer be limited to Nora alone. A month later, Levi held a secret dialogue with military high officials. With military support, the new Millennium's Pan-Plane Salvation Plan is about to commence. At that time, the Star Sea Battle Group composed of both the official and the ancient dragon continent will carry missions and tasks, sailing across multidimensional planes. The resources gained will be split between the official and the ancient dragon continent according to agreements. Their shared goal, however, is to save those civilizations invaded by the Abyss. Preserve the seeds and remaining forces of alien races, integrating them into the ever-expanding Great Nora. The present is different from the past. The power of a single race is not enough to combat the Abyss. A real alliance line of all clans needs to be established. Boom! A colossal fist of stone slammed an 8th level mid-stage demon away. A trace of faint light appeared. Zhang! A dagger sliced through the void. The demon's body split apart, its aura extinguished. Damn, still haven't found out the whereabouts of my younger brother. Magic Mountain's massive body landed on the sea, muttering. Red Spirit Prison collected the demon's corpse. She said helplessly, only rumors say that the younger brother went to hell. Hell is too vast, going there would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Father didn't say specifically where our younger brother is, should we go back and ask father again? Said Magic Mountain. It takes 300 years to make a trip, and the hot potato will have cooled by then. Red Spirit Prison glared at him. 100 years ago, the offspring of the two formidable Purgatory Black King dragons had arrived at Nora. Chapter 2473. Unexpectedly, the biggest difficulty they encountered was finding the younger brother. Why not find a legendary wizard to ask? With our level of power, they won't care about us. Did you forget, to freely move within the wizard world, that damned Golden Walker extorted a level 9 mineral from us, which father wanted us to use for forging a rare treasure? Wizards are too greedy and deceitful. Or we could try to find the lava dragon, it might have a clue, after all, it is the leader of the dragon descendants. That's the only option. Sleeping Dragon Domain. Levi came to the Dragon Descendant Priory to discuss cooperation. The ancient dragon continent plans to advance further in dragon knowledge research with the Dragon Descendant Wizards. Here, he met the father of the Sky Dragon Wizard for the first time. The Cloud Mist Dragon, Sir Linthog. Its body was covered with delicate and elegant scales, colored like the blue sky and white clouds. Azure flame clouds surrounded it. With every gesture, hurricanes formed and vanished. Like the Wind Illusion Dragon, it was also a powerful Wind Element Dragon race member. The Sky Dragon Wizard was not only a top-level talent, but even surpassed that, likely due to the influence of their bloodline. Therefore, Levi believed the descendants of the 18 Twilight Riders, as long as their initial talent is not too low, their future achievements would exceed those of regular wizards in the wizard world. I heard the Sky Dragon Wizard talk about you, you're a very promising young man. The Cloud Mist Dragon's voice was gentle, like a gentleman with a warm and jade-like demeanor. This pure love giant dragon indeed had a very good temperament. Levi smiled and said, the Sky Dragon Wizard is really impressive too. Back at the ancient tower, there was a time when the Sky Dragon Wizard and he were competitors. Once, he was almost killed by him. Ever since then, when the Sky Dragon Wizard saw him, he would avoid him. Time passed, and this child smoothly became a seven-circle senior wizard. Their relationship was still decent. While Levi and the Cloud Mist Dragon exchanged flattering remarks, noises started outside. We want to see Mr. Magma Dragon. The voice from Magic Mountain sounded like thunder. Who are you? We don't know you. Sir Golden Dragon's expression was one of resignation. He understood that this was a dragon descendant giant, even a mythical level Black King Dragon. Thus, he maintained a good attitude. If it were any other alien race, they would have been driven away long ago. Lava Dragon said, let them in. Levi observed these two alien races, both emanating powerful dragon's might. He had seen dragon descendant giants and dragon descendant elves before. But ones with such formidable strength, it was his first time. Especially that giant, it was already at level 8 peak. Its power was comparable to the leaders of some top-level wizard organizations. Most importantly, Levi felt somewhat familiar with the bloodlines of these two individuals. Purgatory Black King Dragon. What connection do they have with my second brother? Magic Mountain spoke bluntly. Mr. Magma Dragon, we come from the Black King Palace. The Lava Dragon seemed to have guessed something. Are you looking for Sodaros? Red Spirit Prison nodded. The Lava Dragon said, sorry, I don't know either. He's been missing for a long time. Red Spirit Prison responded, I see. I trust you, sir. The two left somewhat dejectedly. What do we do now? Magic Mountain was at a loss. Not sure, could the younger brother be dead? Red Spirit Prison lay on the sea surface. As the two discussed, a voice suddenly emerged. Why are you looking for Sodaros? Magic Mountain's expression slightly changed, it looked toward the void, ready to punch anytime. Levi emerged from within the ripples, standing with arms crossed. You were the person from before, do you know Sodaros? Magic Mountain asked gravely. This black-armored swordsman could silently hide around them. Such abilities were somewhat terrifying. No wonder in the wizard world, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No wonder Father repeatedly emphasized not causing trouble here. Even a dragon must be coiled. The meticulous Red Spirit Prison recognized Levi and got up, smiling slightly. Greetings, Hall Master of Dusk. This person was one of the most talked about figures in the wizard world in recent years. His connections were extensive, he might actually know the whereabouts of the younger brother. Levi asked, I know him, but I need to know what you want to do. He roughly guessed their identities, they should be the older brother and sister of his second brother. However, he wasn't sure about their stance towards the second brother. Dragons are often indifferent to emotions, and if they wanted to frame his second brother and engage in some drama of 9 dragons vying for the throne, he would eliminate the two right here. Red Spirit Prison grabbed the arm of Magic Mountain, who was prepared to act, and pulled it back. Can we trust you, sir? Levi said, it's up to you. After listening to their explanations, Levi gazed at Magic Mountain in contemplation. So, you want to secretly protect Sodaros? These two dragon descendants traveled for 300 years and stayed in Nora for 100 years. All to serve as hidden bodyguards for his second brother. What kind of dragon's might plot is this? The dragon descendants he's encountered are truly interesting. Other fathers don't care about their offspring at all. Yet the Lava Dragon, Cloud Mist Dragon, and Purgatory Black King Dragon are so attentive. Taking you to him is not a problem, but you need to swear an oath under my sword that what you say is true and you won't harm Sodaros, or I won't trust you. Why would we harm our younger brother? You really are troublesome. Red Spirit Prison slammed Magic Mountain with a palm and said. Sir, please don't take it seriously, we will swear. After making the pledge, Levi took the two to the 8th level of Hell. Black King City. The influence of the Demon Fox tribe on the 8th level. Sodaros lives in this city, do you want to see him? Chapter 2474. Levi looked at the siblings and asked. The Red Spirit Prison said with a smile, no need, we have already confirmed through the bloodline sensing secret method that our second brother is here. We have a mission, so we can't meet him right now. We also ask you to keep this confidential. Thank you, Your Excellency. You are a kind wizard, oh, and also an honorable knight. The Magic Mountain smiled sheepishly, if we had known our second brother had an older brother like you taking care of him, we wouldn't have needed to come at all. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I won't refuse within my capability. Levi waved his hand. No need to be polite, I'll count on you for my second brother's safety in the future. No matter what, having two such formidable bodyguards in the shadows is reassuring. As long as the second brother doesn't provoke those level 9 entities in hell, he can walk unhindered. In the city. Big brother, you're stronger again. The Purgatory Demon Sword embraced Levi, feeling excited. The three sisters, Demon Fox Main Mother, Ghost Elephant Master all gathered as a small hell squad. A century has passed, so there's no need to elaborate about the second brother. He advanced to the Seven Rings Senior Realm some time ago. Moreover, he has comprehensively developed both in spell and body refinement. The three sisters' cultivation lingered around the early stage to mid-stage of level 7. Only the eldest sister recently stepped into the late stage of level 7. After all, providing nourishment to the second brother makes it difficult for them to grow rapidly. The Demon Fox Main Mother has actually advanced to the level 8 middle stage. The leaders of the major tribes in the 8th level are generally at level 8 late stage or peak cultivation. The Mistress and Ghost Elephant Master still need to improve. The second brother said with some difficulty. Big brother, we've tried everything over the years to raise 8 billion joss paper for you. We can't acquire more since we still have to supply the 72 pillars. If it doesn't work, the two of us will go back to our old trade and rob those rich devils on the 8th level. Levi said, it's sufficient, the organization also needs funds to operate. Anyway, it's just this amount of money. If we can buy it, great, if not, it's no big deal. As for robbery, he's retired from that line of work. The second brother said, thank you for understanding, big brother. Levi said, I have some oddities and rare treasures here, take them to develop yourself and your forces. Also, these few bottles of immortal platform wine are good brews, share them among yourselves. Levi and his second brother have always exchanged resources, not just one-sided demands. Gondif obtained the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique under a confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, he would also give a copy to the second brother for reference. The Nether River flowed magnificently. The Millennial Grand Market had arrived. Unlike ordinary netherworld markets, the types of goods in the Grand Market were not many. But they were all high-level items, and the method of purchase was through auction. Levi arrived at the agreed location. When he boarded the ship, he found that besides Digao, there was also a Minotaur. Oh, all familiar faces. Most striking was a figure clad in pitch-black armor, sitting with eyes closed in rest. Beside him, a skeletal warhorse stood silently, lowering its head to gnaw on something. The king of the underworld has arrived. Levi's heart stirred, feeling slightly nervous. Presumably because the leader was present, Digao didn't dare to acknowledge Levi. The king of the underworld wore a helmet, obscuring his appearance. Levi could feel its gaze sweeping over him. The king of the underworld uttered an imperceptible sound of surprise. Through secret techniques, it couldn't see Levi's lifespan. Interesting, yet another junior with the protection of a great figure. But having seen much, it wasn't overly concerned. The auction quickly commenced. Silhouettes exuding the aura of level 7 and level 8 devils arrived one after another. Levi roughly perceived that there were 5 level 8 individuals alone. Among them was a level 8 late-stage devil. Everyone concealed their faces, clearly not wanting to be recognized. It's possible there were also wizards or alien races hidden among them. The items began to be put up for bidding. Among them were materials that could be useful to Levi. But he held back for the life extension items. Other devils, lacking Levi's insider information, bid passionately. Rest soil, 2 jin, starting bid 1.5 billion. Levi sighed, all the good items were together again. He didn't make a move. Ultimately, those 2 jin of rest soil were taken by a level 8 devil for 3.5 billion. becoming the most expensive auction item so far at this event. The devil hurriedly left, afraid of being targeted. Treasures attract covetous eyes, and devils even more so. Afterward, a 9th level material was also auctioned. Named Nether River Molybdenum Iron, it was an excellent material for forging 9th level ghost tools. Levi's eyes flickered. This negative energy material had a rare trait known as life shortening. What is life shortening? It's essentially lifespan reduction. After being attacked by this thing, one's lifespan is diminished. The extent of reduction relates to the power of the user and the one being attacked. This stuff is rare in the wizard world. Lifespan is the most precious thing, and lifespan reduction can be considered the most malicious curse. Interesting. Levi still did not bid. Ultimately, the Nether River Molybdenum Iron was auctioned for a staggering 5.6 billion. It was taken by that level 8 late-stage devil. After much anticipation, the final item made its appearance. Life Extension Treasure, Shell Mother Fruit, directly extends life by 1,000 years. If refined into medicine by an expert, 1,500 years is no problem. Within the tray lay a fruit like a shell. It seemed alive, continuously squirming. A fresh fragrance permeated, as if one whiff would prolong life and health. These 9th level heavenly materials and earthly treasures look truly extraordinary. Starting bid, 2 billion ether stone. No sooner did the words fall. Fierce competition began. Even immortal species devils were extremely fond of this item. Chapter 2475. No one would mind having a long life. Perhaps living an extra 1,000 years could lead to reaching level 9. Then challenge the 72 pillars and replace them. Even devils should have dreams. Thus, the competition's intensity far exceeds earlier levels. 7.2 billion. Levi concluded decisively. His competition was a devil at level 8 late stage. The opponent was also wealthy, possibly a clan leader of a large tribe. The devil had previously spent a fortune acquiring the Nether River Molybdenum Iron and was now financially tight. He silently gave Levi a glance and hurriedly left. Levi's wish was fulfilled. With 800 million joss paper remaining, he continued to wait for the next auction. Up next were some minor items. The first item attracted Levi's attention. Rebirth Stone, special item, can view the deceased's future life, 1 time per stone, 3 stones total, starting bid 600 million. View future life? Isn't that the underworld's authority? They can sell it for money too. Levi felt slightly speechless. There wasn't much competition for this item. He secured it smoothly for 700 million joss paper. He spent the remaining 100 million casually on some materials. The auction ended. The king of the underworld left with Digao and the Minotaur. He took out a small portion of the huge amount of joss paper obtained from the auction. You've been with me for some time, take these. Digao and the Minotaur quickly thanked him and carefully stored them away. The king of the underworld waved his hand, causing billions of joss paper to drift like snowflakes in the wind. The bills fell into the Nether River and disappeared. In the wilderness, Levi withdrew his perception and halted his movement. It's a pity, the Nether River Molybdenum Iron. After circling around, he did not see the figure of that level 8 late-stage devil. He thought the devil might ambush him nearby to intercept and kill him. Thus, he could take the opportunity to counterattack and seize a level 9 material for free. Obviously, he was overthinking. The devils at the 8th level have profound thoughts, not easily engaging one another. Otherwise, it might escalate to large-scale wars among the 72 pillars. On ancient Dragon Continent. Inside Emperor's Palace. Levi took out the shell mother fruit. A good item, swapping it for a glorious sun-grade oddity is not a problem. He didn't intend to consume it. He had many years of lifespan, and eating it would be wasteful. It's better to exchange it for other resources or keep it as a backup. If a close relative needs it, he can offer help at a crucial moment. He took out Rebirth Stone. Able to view the present life, interesting. Of course, limited to some unimportant characters. If the person being viewed is a strong figure, this item cannot display their present life. This item wasn't expensive, and it was the first time Levi encountered it in the Netherworld market. Next time, ask Digao if he can find more. He wanted to use them to check some people's present lives. Like, a certain knight. Naturally, it would be old Fred, who was most important during his mortal period. Serpent Vulture Knight. He didn't intend to disturb others' present lives. He was just curious. Using this item is simple: imprint the true name on the rebirth stone. And add all relevant keywords about this person. In this way, Levi could accurately find Fred. The images flashed like a slideshow. Blackwater Domain, dilapidated castle, past memories surged. Levi seemed to quickly view Fred's entire life. Finally, the perspective shifted. Sauron Plain, NAR World. Master of Dawn, Dawn Sect, Holy Sect Army, Unbeliever Brotherhood. Vice President Kane, Level 7 Demon Swordsman. At this moment, Levi felt like a god. Soon he understood the present life of the old butler. The rebirth stone lost its mysterious power and turned to ashes. Levi let out a breath of relief. It seemed Fred's present life was going well. He was no longer immortal but had become a leader of an underground transcendent organization. Ruler of NAR World, also a church force. As for the so-called Master of Dawn, through Lucy's tea party, Levi knew it was just another name for Heavenly Father. This figure likely held God's authority related to light. Had spiritual temples in many worlds throughout the multidimensional plane. In some ways, the old butler was rather unlucky. Treated as someone repressed by Heavenly Father in both lives. Coincidentally, NAR World was in the Flora realm where the Spider King resided. It was a medium civilization, with top power probably at level 8. Specifically, the Pope Saint of the Dawn Sect. Levi had the Spider King send a duplication to gather intelligence there. Past life and present life have no relationship. However, Levi hoped that Kane in this life would fare better. If Kane encountered difficulties, he could offer aid. Next, Levi imprinted the true name of the Wildboar Knight onto the rebirth stone. After a while, he opened his eyes with a strange expression. Unexpectedly, Wildboar Duke? Tusk's prince's child. The Wildboar Duke's end was being killed by Levi, even his true soul was devoured by Leon. This meant he had no future life. So, indeed, the Wildboar Knight was truly dead. Levi had no regrets along this path. This segment of grudges ended, making him feel much more relieved. Finally, Levi imprinted Marlene's true name onto the rebirth stone. After viewing it, he showed a complex expression. Marlene had reincarnated several times, always living as an ordinary person. In her present life, she was in a small world during the Doomsday Era. Her position there was as a professor of mysticism at a university. That's fine, Marlene can still pursue what she wishes to do. Levi sighed. After learning about the present lives of these important people, he seemed to have let go of his feelings about life and death. If there were more rebirth stones, he still wanted to check the present lives of those legendary knights from the Doomsday Era. Perhaps it would yield some potential individuals to gather. Lionheart Knight, Golden Warhammer Knight, Snowflake Knight. Ninth Layer of Hell. In the sky, millions of chains hung down, boundless. On the ground, Blade Mountain, Sea of Fire, Boiling Oil, and icy torture grounds were scattered. In the wilderness, pillar after pillar spanned the heavens and earth. Each pillar, a world in itself. Only the 72 strongest in hell had the right to dwell in the 72 pillars world. Once becoming a pillar, they must face challenges from the Wild 9 level. If they fail to defend, the price is losing their life. The Wild 9 level would strip their authority and gain pillar qualification. Similarly, if the Wild 9 level fails in a challenge, they would perish. Only with countless sacrifices can victory be achieved. Countless devils and undead from antiquity became yellow soil before the 72 pillars. This place is hell, endlessly cruel. But once becoming a pillar, the benefits are endless. The most important is gaining lifespans several times longer than their own. It's said that those at the forefront, the pillars, are terrifying beings from antiquity. Realm of Slaughter, seat of the Emperor of Torture. Master, the Nether River molybdenum iron is secured. Chapter 2476. Where is the shell mother fruit? On the throne, the Emperor of Torture opened his eyes. Its appearance was similar to an alien, extremely ugly. Bone spears formed a ferocious blood-red crown on its head. Its leathery wings folded behind it, resembling a blood-red cloak. Sharp claws emitted a cold glow, capable of tearing the world apart. Failed to obtain the shell mother fruit. Over the years, the military expenditure to amass troops was excessive, and coincidentally, there's an 8-level middle-stage devil competing with me. It's my inability, the devil explained. The Emperor of Torture asked, can the identity of that devil be found? The devil replied, "Can't be traced, I'm worried about unexpected troubles and didn't dare to probe." The Emperor of Torture closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You did right, step down and continue amassing troops." To him, the shell mother fruit wasn't indispensable. As long as he got the Nether River molybdenum iron, he intended to forge it into his ghost tool. This was an essential object to deal with those powerful short-lived species. Dark Ancient Tower. 7th floor. St. Roland Continent, Runeland. Saint Council. Levi listened to the reports from the saints. From the 5th level, he moved the wizard seedlings and directly came here. This batch didn't include children of the elements, only several special talents. This marks the 400 years of humans Tiankai. The Saint Council reached a member count of 25. The 6 God Invisible Skill and 6 Intentions Divine Power Fist also spread. The overall strength of mortals went to another level. Those mortals who became strong because of this became Quasi-Knight Rangers, traveling the world to slay demons and eliminate devils. Time passed with changes. The once threatening giant beast restricted area has now become a protected area. To prevent excessive hunting from causing an imbalance in biological resource regeneration, the Saint Council set a forbidden hunting period in the giant beast restricted area, giving the black beasts time to breed to avoid extinction. The authorities encouraged wizards to hunt black beasts in more remote underground worlds. They also dispatched special battle groups to find new intersection points. Through this method, constantly expanding the resource channels of Runeland, the Sea Beast Park acquired 3 sub-dragons and 13 mixed-blood dragon clans, 34 rare creatures. Levi selected a portion to enter the Dragon Palace to expand the species scale. The rest were left to the School of Spiritualism for self-breeding and growth. Diplomacy-wise, the 3 realms and 4 lands remain stable. Levi equally honored the agreements, not excessively interfering with the development of these alien races. With his current strength, extinguishing the 3 realms and 4 lands would be just a thought. Flame Wolf Saint advanced to level 8 for 100 years, steadily strengthening. He was a child of the fire element and had the Flame Clan royal family bloodline. The first native of Runeland who could achieve this might himself carry a fortune. His potential likely hasn't been fully exploited. When the new level 8 Saint is born, Levi will take Flame Wolf Saint out, letting him join the Tower of Dawn, letting him further his advance by riding the wave of the blood battle. Kidman, who was brought from the 5th level before, is now preparing to advance to level 7. If successful, he will be the first level 7 Mage King in history. Additionally, Water Dragon Saint advanced to level 7 late stage. The current total of level 7 Saints in the Council reached 6. Without the pressure from the 3 realms and 4 lands, combined with ample resource supply, the potential of the Saints is fully unleashed. In a high-pressure environment, all can become Saints. This alone proves their talent is not questionable. What's missing is just the opportune moment and advantageous location. When leaving Runeland, Flame Wolf Saint handed part of the resources collected over these 100 years to Levi. 1 bright moon, 1 morning star, 9 great earth and sky. Notably, the bright moon artifact is a crystalline transparent ice spine, named Bone of the Winter Emperor, originating from the Ice Realm. Thus, the Holy Infant has now collected the 5 great Winter Emperor relics. The other 4 are Winter Emperor's Breath, Winter Emperor's Hand, Winter Emperor's Beard, Winter Emperor's Blood. Looking at the illustrated guide of strange items, Winter Emperor series, it has achieved perfection. Before heading to the 8th level, Levi made a detour to the giant beast restricted area. At the Gejur ruins, he saw Little Black Cat. It was still alive, and seeing Levi, it ran over without fear and rubbed against his leg. Clearly, it still remembered Levi. This black cat seemed more rounded than before. Unclear what it has been eating over the long years. Spent a whole day playing with the cat before he arrived at the 8th level. With prior experience, this exploration was much smoother. He didn't waste time at the 5 great sky pools. Despite being able to have the Shadow Army explore gradually, doing so cautiously seems unpleasant. Better to wander around the 8th level with Jin. After all, aside from sky pools, other places hardly pose any danger to him. Once he advances to level 9, or truly gains a power to fight against level 9, he can directly flatten the 5 great sky pools in one go. Wouldn't that be splendid? Shortly after arriving at the 8th level, under Master Ajin's guidance, Levi flew toward a primeval forest. A few days later, he stopped in front of a cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Invisible dense chi condensed from metal element shot out from the cave. Collided with Levi, shattering abruptly. Levi set up the Death Ember Divine Palace, diving relentlessly through the entrance. In the pitch-dark underground caverns, some weak transcendent creatures hid. For example, a bird species covered with golden feathers, roughly the size of a kite. This is the sword-feathered owl, a level 1 transcendent creature. They can shoot sharp blades made of metal element sword feathers, very formidable. Levi captured some to breed. Chapter 2477. Generally speaking, sword-feathered owls like to gather in places rich in metal elements. This suggests there might be a golden element-blessed land below, possibly birthing an oddity. After half a day, Levi felt like he was reaching the Earth's core. The air became increasingly scorching, and faint sounds of magma flowing could be heard. Buzz! A golden blade light slashed through the void, heading straight for Levi's face. He stood unwavering, surrounded by a golden aura that formed an invincible barrier. It was the Vajra secret word. Crackle! In an instant, hundreds of piercing blade lights exploded around the barrier. After advancing to level 8 middle stage, the defense of the brilliant golden dragon armor improved further. The barrier shook but ultimately didn't break. Seizing the opportunity, Levi drew the great sword and slashed at the enemy. Boom! The sword chi smashed something hard onto the rock wall. The ground quaked, as if the underground world was about to collapse. Hiss! An insect with a height of about 3 meters, with golden wings and a mantis head, landed on the ground. Such speed, such strong attacks, and remarkable defense. Such strength, and it's only at the level 8 middle stage. Levi clicked his tongue in admiration. He thought the enemy would be at level 8 late stage. This kind of Zerg was yet another transcendent creature beyond his knowledge. This mantis could wield metal elemental power. Its physical strength was formidable, and it was also skilled in combat techniques. If it were an ordinary 8th circle wizard, they would have been injured already. As the overlord of this underground world, it kept giving warnings upon seeing the invading Levi. Levi ignored them and flickered forward to engage. Golden blade light came forth. Boom! He swatted it away with his sword. Crack! The golden scythe-like arms of the mantis clashed with a sound of metal striking metal. It can actually withstand the crimson dragon slash. Levi decisively put away his shark tooth-shaped sword and activated the limitless path and sky dragon path. He fought the mantis bare-handed. One used a mantis fist, the other a dragon fist. One used its body as a weapon, as did the other. Levi naturally didn't go all out, just wanted to take this chance to assess the mantis's skills. The mantis had strong bursts but poor endurance. After only a few thousand rounds, it couldn't hold on anymore. The metallic shell was full of dented fist marks. It spread its wings, trying to slice through the void to escape. Levi lightly clenched his right hand, forming the air castle, sealing the mantis within. Then he leaped onto the mantis's back with a downward cannon punch. Boom! The mantis fell with a crash. The shockwave rippled back, the strata exploded into irregular mass, spreading in all directions. There was a strong tremor within 1,000 miles radius. Levi's serious punch left the mantis with no strength to fight. After all, it was just a level 8 middle stage insect adversary. Levi had even killed level 8 late stage demons, let alone this. The Black Soul Demon Tower radiated light, sucking in the mantis. The undead ceiling array within the tower activated. Red King and Lopez, the two ape generals, flew over as guardians. This mantis Levi wanted to tame, then take it to the Dusk Holy Temple as a guardian. Aside from guarding the gate, it could also spar with the knights. Its every move in natural battle was the perfect level 8 sword technique. If the knights could grasp even a little, they would greatly benefit. After dealing with the mantis, Levi looked around. The dense power of the metal element formed countless natural and swift sword chi in the cave. A 6th circle wizard's protective force field could only last a moment. Luckily, Levi's body was tough and totally ignored it. At the center of the cave, there was a giant pillar reaching toward the sky and earth. It emitted a dark golden sheen, covered with sword-shaped patterns. This is flash gold wood. No wonder the place was so rich in the power of the metal element. Turns out there was such strange wood here. Judging by its size and age, it seems to be over 100,000 years old. Not inferior to the thunder pattern wood he got earlier. A bit lacking compared to the ocean stabilizing pillar. Levi inspected inside and out. No inscription from Sauron, it seems it's not an Easter egg or anything. Levi muttered. The strange wood collection plan advanced further. With ice, thunder pattern, and flash gold, the three major elemental magic woods were gathered. For earth, fire, wind, and water, only wind and fire remain. This strange wood, in the external world, is valued at tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Here, all he needs is to follow Jin to collect. Rumble. Levi uprooted the strange wood, and the entire underground world began to collapse. He tossed the strange wood into the Black Soul Demon Tower, then turned and left. Hey, what's that? Levi glanced around, spotting a rock cave exposed by the collapse. Inside, there seemed to be a golden light flickering. A suspected nest-like place. Upon entering, he saw 7 oval insect eggs the size of golden ostrich eggs. The aura on them was similar to the golden mantis. Turns out it was a female mantis. Levi collected the 7 insect eggs. No wonder it had such hostility towards him. It was for protecting the nest. After collecting the eggs, Levi discovered the nest also seemed piled with various rare materials and minerals. He collected them all. Jin, well done. Levi patted the mouse's head, surging towards the exit. Without this pillar, the area began a large-scale collapse. Many transcendent creatures were startled, fleeing in all directions. Levi took the opportunity to start capturing pets. Shadows flew out one by one. After the destruction, Levi flew high into the sky. Below was a sinkhole, spanning 1,000 miles. Such a sin! Levi mourned for a second. The shadows threw all the newly captured transcendent creatures into the Black Soul Demon Tower. Levi checked to ensure everything was fine before settling them in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The tentacles of the level 8 fish demon shadow coiled around a struggling golden armor shadow and flew over. Chapter 2478. Levi's eyes sharpened. There's more treasure. This armor is entirely covered with metal truth runes. From its design, it is the Golden God armor. Precisely the Bright Moon artifact in the Golden God series that Lord Victor needs. Over long ages. Formed through coincidence in this golden element blessed land and various oddities like strange wood. The 8th level is indeed a paradise on earth. Previously wandering a volcano, I found pure-blooded dragon clan and sun refining artifacts. This time descending into a cave, a level 8 mid-stage alien insect, and a nest of small bugs. Another Bright Moon artifact, a piece of strange wood. Wonderful. Levi enjoyed the feeling of solo exploration and treasure hunting. What a good omen, let's continue. He summoned a Biao, patting the white tiger's rear. Roar. The sorcerers rode the white tiger, transforming into a whirlwind, exploring unknown lands. Nora Calendar 918. Blood Battle Year 707. Nora Continent. Land Domain. Demons have launched their 24th attack on Gundor City. On average, one attack happens every few decades. Previously, 23 assaults ended in failure. The most serious one already breached the inner city of Gundor, causing significant casualties. Gundor City Lord sat centrally in the city, overseeing the super magic array. The defense army and battle groups from various city organizations roamed in all directions. Overwhelming spells and demon-like abilities clashed between heaven and earth. The most dazzling, undoubtedly, was the Fire Dragon Skyworks Heavenly Craft Battle Group. This group consists of black armored warriors and mechanical creatures. They fear nothing, feeling no pain. Like a sharp knife, piercing the demon encirclement in the barracks. Many demons fell. Meanwhile, another is the Dawn Sword Battle Group from the Dawn Tower. Comprising 7 6th Circle Wizards and 28 5th Circle Secret Sword Flow Wizards forming the Baidu 7 Stars formation. This formation was self-created by Lord Victor. Beams of sword light whizzed out from the city. Sometimes assembling, to violently strike 6th level demons. Other times splitting apart, piercing through and slaughtering cannon fodder. Lastly, the White Robe Wizard Group is a group of independent body refining wizards from far and wide. They are Gondifa's followers and also students of the Body Refining Academy. In response to Gondifa's call, they came to protect the city against the demons' mass invasion of Gundor City. They all cultivated Gondif groups researched purple crystal body refining technique. Emitting amethyst light, like purple stone men. Once a demon gets close to the barrier, they would be knocked flying with a single punch. 3 distinctly styled battle groups become the beautiful line of defense in the battle to protect Gundor City. The demon forces are naturally not easily dealt with. This attack mobilized 4 level 8 commanders. The strongest one is a flame demon with level 8 late-stage cultivation. With hands thrust into the earth, chanting ancient spells. In the name of fire demon, awaken. Rumble. The earth begins to crack. Fiery cracks spread towards Gondor city. Soon, torrents of magma flow from beneath the ground. Volcanoes suddenly appeared around the city, erupting violently. The apocalyptic scene makes the wizards within the city tense, fearing the city might be breached. Gondor city lord's expression is grim. The enemy is very strong. Even with his senior 8th ring cultivation and as a dual faction practitioner, he feels immense pressure. Master Fire Dragon appears and asks, "City Lord, are there any guarantees for this battle?" Lucian replies, "If we can eliminate that flame demon commander, we can hold." Ace says, "I, Victor, and Gondaf can restrain level 8 early stage demons, 3 together can battle level 8 mid-stage, against level 8 late-stage demons, we would be powerless." Lucian says, "The 3 of you just need to create some opportunities for me. I have a powerful primordial soul spell and a rare treasure that should heavily injure or even annihilate that flame demon." Ace says, "Let's try. If they could assist in killing a level 8 late-stage demon, 3 individuals' war merits would soar past 500 million. Inside the city are 2 8th Circle wizards. One is Lucian, the other is the Deputy City Lord Renard. The current situation indicates that a standoff is not a solution. The flame demon keeps deploying magma magic, depleting the barrier energy. So everyone agrees to strike proactively. 8 figures flew out of the barrier. Both city lords, Gondor 3 heroes. Plus 3 other wizards above senior 7th circle cultivation within the city. Boom! Countless evil magic enveloped them. The Holy Infant raised a hand, a purple wizard tower emerges from his mind, growing in the wind. Soon becoming a towering castle 8,000 meters high. Ice Castle. Frost aura spreads, forming an ice castle. After centuries of refining, the Holy Infant's wizard tower is nearly complete. After modifications, the Crimson Wizard Tower becomes purple. Both externally and internally, it is completely different from before. Its power, also much stronger than before. The Wizard Tower has 2 forms. Ice form, mainly for defense and control. Burning form, focuses on attack. Using the tower to block countless attacks. The Holy Infant has already arrived in front of a level 8 early stage gargoyle. Sharp ghost claws swung at him. The Holy Infant slaps the wizard tower. The tower flies out, like a spear shooting forward. Fire Dragon Breath. Boom! A thick flame beam shot out from the tower's tip. The searing torrent blasts the gargoyle, leaving it scorched black, surrounding the low-level demons perish en masse. If it weren't for its major realm dominance and high magic resistance, this strike would leave it half dead. I will crush you. Chapter 2479. It flapped its wings, and earth walls encircled the Holy Infant, crushing in. King's Dragon Elephant Fist. Ang! The sound of dragon elephants reverberated endlessly. Under the sky dome, 30 dragon phantoms circled. On the earth, 30 giant elephant phantoms galloped. Unknowingly, Gondaf had already developed this martial arts to the level of 30 dragon elephants. The power of this punch was astounding, shaking the heavens and moving ghosts and gods. Those earth walls instantly crumbled, the fist wind blasted the gargoyle away. Its charred shell surprisingly showed cracks. Yet Gondafa's cultivation was not even at 7 rings perfection. Divine Fallen Star 3000 World Calamity. In the sky, a platinum star hung high. A handsome black-haired figure emerged from within. Lord Victor formed a sword seal with both hands, then pointed forward. 13 secret swords cut through in random trajectories indescribably. Marks of swords appeared in the void. Subsequently, these marks wove into a giant net obscuring the sky and sun. 3,000 stars spanned its surface, casting an illusion of 3,000 worlds vanishing beneath the sword. Having studied the secret sword formation for hundreds of years, Lord Victor gained richly. This was not a part of the original Divine Falling Star formation, it was his own creation. The power was immense, it had become his strongest attack. Boom! Being flanked by the wizard tower and Gondaf, the gargoyle was unavoidable. 3,000 sword marks descended, slicing space and shredding him into fragments. The demon soul had just appeared but was absorbed into the wizard tower, refined and obliterated. Another perfectly executed teamwork. The Holy Infant's wizard tower collected the devil corpse. The gargoyle's shell was an excellent material for refining wizard tools. On the other side, a phantom of a giant lava figure appeared behind Lucian, soaring over 10,000 meters. It was his wizard minister Earth Core Destroyer. Among the top 200 powerful wizard forms, he battled fiercely with the Flame Demon Commander. The Deputy City Lord and the other three were similarly matched. The Gundor 3 heroes quickly resolved the battle on this side, opening a breakthrough. They hurried to support other battlefields. Soon, another level 8 early stage demon was also slain by the collective efforts. With victory in sight, a sudden change occurred. The Deputy City Lord was heavily injured by a level 8 mid-stage demon. Unexpectedly, a level 8 mid-stage mind flayer lurked within this demon. Seizing the opportunity during the Deputy City Lord's intense battle, it invaded. With its powerful soul-stealing ability, the Deputy City Lord's primordial soul was damaged. He cried out in agony. Lucian's expression changed, wanting to rush over to assist, but he was entangled by the Flame Demon Commander. GGG, die. Surrounded by two level 8 mid-stage demons, the Deputy City Lord quickly fell. The Mind Flayer had even gnawed a part of his brain, cruelly. The Gundor 3 heroes saw and quickly rushed to support. They distracted one of the demons. The Holy Infant summoned the Fire God Projection and Zhurong Mountain. Go help the Deputy City Lord. Boom. The Fire God stepped forth, its giant hands grabbing the Mind Flayer's tentacles. But it was too late, the latter already invaded the Deputy City Lord's body. The Deputy City Lord exhausted his methods, unable to drive it out. Watching as he was about to be possessed, leaving only a shell, his figure dashed towards the Flame Demon Commander. Lucian sighed, knowing what the Deputy City Lord intended, he quickly retreated. Boom! The Deputy City Lord's body exploded. The shockwave swept through, heavily injuring the Flame Demon. The Mind Flayer was also tormented. Seizing the chance, a somewhat fragmented phantom primordial soul flew out. It was the Deputy City Lord. He escaped into the void, then returned to the city. Ace and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the primordial soul was preserved, life was safe. An experienced 8th Circle wizard like the Deputy City Lord likely had prepared another body. Later, he could possess and restore cultivation, better than dying. All present erupted with power, using all means. Seeing the situation turning dire, the level 8 mid-stage demon quickly retreated. If it hadn't fled quickly, it would have been eliminated by Victor's sword array. Though exhausted, the three still hurried to assist Lucian's side. Their strength compared to the Flame Demon was starkly inferior. Thus, the tactic was for the Holy Infant to defend with the Wizard Tower, Victor to harass from afar with the sword array. Gondif raided the formation. Other wizards also arrived to support. The Flame Demon Commander saw the tide turning, trying to escape into the magma, but was forced out by Lucian. He looked fierce, determined that the Flame Demon Commander must die. Relying on others to collectively restrain the Flame Demon, he chanted incantations. 8 Circle Magic Molten Lava Starburst. This was a dual-faction magic of earth and fire. Its power ranked among the top in Wizard World's 8 Circle magic. Like the explosion of the sun, the Flame Demon's body continuously evaporated in the spell. In Lucian's palm, a dirt yellow mountain peak emerged. 9-level treasure 9 mountains linked town. 9 successive giant mountain phantoms descended from the sky, flattening the Flame Demon's form into a patty. Even the demon's soul was completely annihilated. The Holy Infant was slightly shocked. This was almost the strongest level below 9, quite comparable to the Chaos Sun. 9-level treasure, terrifying indeed. Lucian looked pale. Obviously, using this rare treasure consumed substantial strength. That's why he chose to wield it now. He had to guarantee a kill on this formidable Flame Demon. In the end, aside from one that fled, all 3 level 8 demons were wiped out. The Holy Infant gazed upon the demons scattered across the battlefield, starting to cleanse the ground with Fire Dragon Tribulation. After the battle, the Holy Infant and others returned to Gundor City. During their struggle against the level 8 demons, Gundor City's barrier had been breached, the demons charged into the city once more. Chapter 2480. Fortunately, most demons were annihilated before breaking through the Wizard Battle Group's defenses. Yet, it still caused considerable damage. Lucian's face was somber. The greatest loss in this battle was the Deputy City Lord losing his 8-ring senior body. Even if he undergoes possession and cultivation again, he might not return to the peak realm. After all, it seems his primordial soul origin is also damaged. There are also limits on his lifespan. War is so cruel. The Holy Infant looked at the credited over 100 million points and couldn't feel happiness. Overall, the demons suffered greater losses. But the issue is that the Abyss can afford it, while wizards cannot. The disparity in foundation between the two sides is too large. Regardless, the 24th Gondor city defense battle was a tragic victory. Everyone is already prepared mentally for the next wave. Lucian said, "Thanks to everyone, we've defended Gondor city again." Gandalf smiled, "Gondor city is our home, naturally we must protect it. With their businesses here, they certainly cannot flee." Lord Victor looked at the battlefield shrouded in smoke. Facing the increasingly severe blood battle situation ahead, the Star Castle plan needs to be accelerated. Like today's situation. If there were a Star Castle, there would be no need for a direct confrontation with the demons. Just temporarily avoiding the sharp edge, and then engaging in guerrilla warfare. Not just the ancient dragon continent. Every organization and city in the wizard world must have its own Star Castle. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. After handling the post-war matters, the three heroes went to the Blood Battle Temple to start exchanging their random sun refining artifact. After this battle, their points surpassed Elena, the 10th gatekeeper. The Holy Infant had 700 million, and Lord Victor and Gandalf had similar amounts, ranked adjacent. Once the exchange of artifacts was completed, they could enjoy a period of rest. Next, focus on breaking through to the 8 environments realm. Demon hunting is extremely exhausting both physically and mentally. Soon, the results of the three's random drawings were announced. The Holy Infant obtained the Titan's Blood. This is a sun refining artifact from the Earth faction, a non-sequence artifact. Gandalf drew the Golden God Star. Undoubtedly, this is a sun refining artifact from the Golden God series. Lastly, Lord Victor drew the Sea Country Wheel. This artifact is from the Ocean faction and is non-sequence. Their luck this time seemed quite average. The most useful artifact is the Golden God Star needed by Lord Victor. Including the newly discovered Golden God Armor. He has already gathered 5 kinds of Golden God series artifacts. Just 2 more to achieve perfection. The Titan's Heart artifact is also quite good. It's not purely a body refining artifact, unable to birth body refining talent. But it's likely the most suitable spell artifact for body refining wizards currently. After refining this artifact, one can comprehend the Titan rune. This rune can be added to spell models to enhance the spell's power. Simultaneously, it can also be incorporated into body tempering techniques, enhancing the power of body refining runes and comprehensively boosting Gandalf's attributes. It can also greatly improve earth element talent, providing a foundation for Gandalf's most difficult cultivation ahead in the Thousand-Eyed Titan body tempering technique. Additionally, it has many other ingenious uses. It could also supplement Gandalf's body refining methods. As a body refining wizard, his attack methods are definitely not as diverse as those of the Holy Infant and Lord Victor. The final artifact, Sea Country Wheel, left the three somewhat puzzled. This oddity is not listed in the illustrated guide of strange items from the original source. The official description is very brief. The only useful information is that when this artifact is refined, one can grasp some authority similar to the deities of the sea. The rest are normal artifact functions. The final decision was to give it to the original source to handle. The Holy Infant is currently focused on the path of ice and fire. Gandalf doesn't particularly need it. There's no need to mention Lord Victor, who is dedicated to sword cultivation in the metal faction. Gandalf with Titan's Blood immediately began preparations for refining it, while Lord Victor temporarily postponed refining the sun refining artifact. His current spiritual force is only a few hundred points from maximum. If it increases his spiritual force, that would be a great loss. So refining after advancing to the 8th circle is not too late. Dark Ancient Tower, 8th level. The Abyssal Depths. Levi picked up a somewhat rusty red flame ring. Anything fallen on the 8th level should be a relic of an 8th circle wizard. Upon inspection, it indeed held many good items. He temporarily put it away and continued exploring. Not much time remains until the ancient tower closes. Levi calculated that he collected 23 earth and sky level artifacts, along with 7 morning stars and 3 bright moons. The only regret was not encountering a sun refining artifact this time. It seems last time encountering Ronan was indeed an extraordinary performance. Of course, besides artifacts, there are other gains to be sorted out after returning. Additionally, Levi suspects the golden mantis might be a kind of legendary level Zerg. At least, it's likely a descendant of a legendary creature's variant. Its combat power surpasses that of sub-dragons of the same realm. Returning to nurture it, foster its growth. The school of insects on the ancient dragon continent can prosper. Eventually, as the ancient tower closed, Levi did not encounter a sun-refining artifact. Such level of treasure is still too rare. But the journey was still abundantly rewarding. People must learn to be content. Ancient dragon continent. Witch's family. In the laboratory, Triss was visibly excited. She was staring at a dreamy blue potion in front of her. The assistant Elena felt the same way. You've succeeded, the Nightmare Series 7 Circle Breakthrough Potion. You've done it, Triss. Chapter 2481. From first Circle Potion to 7 Circle Potion. It took roughly 800 years. Even for a primordial soul wizard, how many 800 years does one have in life? Therefore, the emotions of Triss are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Each new potion formula is a major breakthrough. Especially the Nightmare series, where prior research experience is very limited. Research must start almost from scratch, making it extremely difficult. Fortunately, half a lifetime of effort has borne fruit. The hardest research was for the 6 circle and 7 circle potions. The most valuable are also these two types. Elena asked, what should we name this potion this time? Triss thought for a moment and said. The previous 6 circle potion was called Dream Lady, so this time, let's call the 7 circle potion Mr. Nightmare Realm, aligning with the theme of nightmares. The Mr. Nightmare Realm potion is top tier among the 7 circle breakthrough potions. It requires various 7 circle nightmare creature materials and ingredient refinement. Also uses some demon materials. Its breakthrough success rate can increase by 12%. For 7 circle breakthrough potions, this is already quite high. Not much worse than the demon series. Triss's eyes were filled with hope. When I developed the 6 circle potion previously, I exchanged the reward of war merit for a bright moon artifact. The 7 circle potion this time should be enough to exchange for a sun refining artifact. Hopefully, something useful comes of it. Elena laughed and said, if the faction doesn't match, we exchange internally. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi arranged the seedlings brought out from the ancient tower to the Academy's admissions office. Next, they will be allocated to cultivation organizations based on their wishes and personal circumstances. They can choose from the Witch's Family, Starfire Wizard Academy, or Tower of Dawn. This time, there was only one child of the element. The remaining dozen are dual elemental affinity and special talent individuals. There were some seedlings Levi did not bring out. After all, the human forces on the 5th and 7th floors also need development themselves. Upon hearing that Triss developed the 7 circle breakthrough potion, Levi went to the Witch's Family. Hall Master, you're here. A gentle breeze formed around Levi, and Windwalker Lisa materialized. She exuded the aura of a 5th circle senior, becoming more mature, and her temperament increasingly like her teacher's. Unconsciously, this top-level genius was already over 200 years old. Where is your teacher? Levi asked casually. Teacher is in seclusion. Lisa chatted with Levi as they walked. Keep it up, young girl, I'll reward you once you reach a primordial soul. Levi patted Lisa's shoulder and turned to leave. Lisa stood there, her emotions stirred, the Hall Master's reward must be generous. Levi gazed at the wizard tower of the Wind Witch. With her talent, future advancement to Grand Wizard is not difficult. Once he becomes a Grand Wizard himself, he can lend her a hand. The organization is still lacking its high-end combat power. The Wind Witch is the closest to achieving that. Triss's laboratory. Levi admired the dreamlike potion in front of him, praising. You two are amazing. Elena replied modestly, I'm just a little assistant, it's Triss who is amazing. Triss smiled slightly and encouraged. You've also made noticeable progress recently, your talent is quite good, but you're lacking in-depth research. It's all just scratching the surface. Levi said. Once the potion passes inspection and if there's extra stock, Madam can put it on the shelves at Gondif Pharmacy. In just over a decade, there will be the blood battle auction. We can just get some money. Immediately afterward, Gondif Pharmacy began publicizing and creating momentum for the Nightmare Realm potion. Even good wine fears a deep alley. Fortunately, Gondafa's reputation is big enough. Especially during the recent Gondor city defense battle, the three were widely publicized again. Gradually, many Sixth Circle wizards heard about the new variety of breakthrough potion coming to market. They looked forward eagerly. Previously, the pharmacy's Dream Lady and Water of Erasure. Both passed the test of time as good potions. Especially the latter's invention, listed by the Pharmacist Association in the Potion Chronicles. This is a potion to be remembered in history. Just like the Klein crystal ball. Even if new Water of Erasure emerges in the future, everyone will first think of Triss the person. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi released the mantis from the Black Soul Demon Tower. He healed its injuries mostly with Death Ember Dragon power. The mantis looked wary and still wanted to attack Levi. Levi took out the 7 eggs and said, "Don't make meaningless struggles, I won't harm you or your children." The mantis quietly gathered the insect eggs, unsure of what to do. After thinking for a moment, Levi decided not to use extreme darkness enslavement. He must learn to use other means to tame these creatures. Not rely too heavily on this method. Only chaotic slaughtering demons or cunning evil devils need such extreme measures. He imposed some simple restriction brands on the mantis. From now on, you'll be called Golden Blade Guest. Consider this your home. The mantis silently retreated, finding a dense area of metal elemental power and peacefully settled down. Levi tasked Ronan to keep an eye on it. He wanted to give Golden Blade Guest some opportunities. If it doesn't behave wisely, then only extreme darkness enslavement remains. Only after complete taming would he dare to let it guard the Dusk Holy Temple. He took out the gains from this period. Regarding oddities, Bone of the Winter Emperor and Golden God Armor, let the Holy Infant and Lord Victor refine them. Also, a bright moon artifact from the Earth faction, which Levi did not recognize. Its shape resembled a green-haired insect, but the front half was human. It was a green, vaguely feminine-featured person, with 2 antennae on the forehead and sharp teeth in its mouth. It had 3 pairs of prominent chests, exuding a strong aura of primordial motherhood and reproduction. A slender waist connected to a rounded worm body. It felt like the queen of nature's ants. Based on Levi's experience with refining oddities, earth and ocean, these 2 life-nurturing elements, coupled with these odd plant and animal forms, such oddities have a chance to give birth to useful auxiliary spiritual creatures, such as Long, 80, and others. So this thing, he wanted to keep for himself to refine. The rest are just some rare plants, herbs, materials, no need to elaborate. Finally, Levi took out a red flame storage ring, which itself was an 8-circle wizarding device. Judging by the rust, it may have lain at the sea bottom for over 10,000 years. Its original owner's mark and aura had completely dissipated. After opening it, a strong scent of decay filled the air. Inside the ring was a heap of sea beast bones, ether stone, minerals, mixed and varied materials, and a chain-shaped long whip wizard tool. Its surface was covered in scars, even broken into 2 sections, with burning aura and radiant holy light intertwined, displaying its extraordinary attributes. This is a 9-circle witchcraft device. Chapter 2482. 9-ring witchcraft. Levi took it out, a wave of heat blew across his face. Even after enduring the erosion of time, it still retained such spirituality, proving its extraordinary nature. According to Levi's knowledge reserve in artifact refining, the material used for the wizard tool is a rare elemental metal belonging to the dual factions of burning and light. Its name is Fierce Sun Gold, said to be produced from the interior of the Sunday. Of course, the so-called sun in this universe is actually a certain burning plane. Besides some fire elemental spirits, there are no other living beings in such a plane. Even the burning school wizards cannot reside there permanently. Being able to control flames does not mean one can live there forever. And the largest sun in the entire Pan plane is the Red Plane, which nurtures the fire sovereign. One can understand the Pan plane as a massive stellar system. It is extraordinarily gigantic. In terms of area alone, it surpasses the current Nora. However, no matter how large the Red Plane is, it is an incomplete world. Aside from fire elemental spirits, it cannot birth other civilizations. On the handle position of the whip, there are mysterious characters. The top has relatively ancient wizard common language. Bellman's Whip. Bellman? An ancient grand wizard of the 9 Cities Alliance. Levi had some impression of this person. Because he established Norn City, elevating it to the top ranks of organizations. This person left behind great war merits during the early plane opening wars of wizard civilization. He also hunted many level 9 demons in previous blood battle eras. It seems this whip is Bellman's legacy. But due to some reasons, it was damaged and brought into the ancient tower by unworthy descendants. Then it fell and was forever lost there. The reason Levi is so knowledgeable about the history of Norn City was the research done to counter the fiery flame servant. Even after 700 years of blood battle, Norn City still firmly holds its place among top organizations. However, compared to its peak times, it is somewhat inferior. Levi renamed Bellman's whip to Fiery Sun Whip. This is a top-grade divine weapon against demons and other dark creatures. Once at the 9th circle, one strike can cause real damage, exploding the demon. Other items in the ring are insignificant compared to this whip. This journey to hell did not yield a blind box purchase. Thus, the anticipated box opening ritual is absent. 6 months later, Levi refined the oddity resembling an ant queen. He opened the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 20500/25600. First, the spiritual force increased by 160 points, fairly standard. Only a 1500 point gap remains to reach 8-ring perfection. Secondly, the earth element affinity talent has somewhat improved. An affinity named Earth Mother's Care has been birthed. No need to say much about other routine functions. Levi's most important goal is to birth a companion spirit. For this, before refining, he first performed the luck-changing coin and activated absolute luck. Fortunately, he was successful. Levi named the companion spirit Green Queen. It was somewhat shy upon arrival. Levi soothed it with spiritual force and called it out. A companion spirit resembling that oddity crawled out. It was only the size of Levi's palm, head down, arms folded over chest. Its chubby body swaying side to side. Green Queen's upper body was humanoid, so Levi did not use names starting with long. Go ahead, this is your home. Levi placed Green Queen on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, it began to explore the surroundings. As it wandered, earth elemental power started to gather in the world. Green Queen's form began to expand. By the time it reached under Mana, it had become a gigantic entity 1,000 meters long. Long poked its head from the soil, curiously observing the new colleague. Green Queen seemed to find under the banyan tree safer. It dug down along the tunnel Long had created. So itchy. Levi, what is this? It's rubbing against my foot. Mana awoke from sleep, the tree roots rustling. A strong presence was felt. Green Queen shivered in fear. Clunk! A green egg dropped from its rear. Upon encountering the soil, the egg quickly hatched into a green ant. Oh no, to be precise, it was not an ant. It was a bee, because it had a pair of small translucent wings. Buzz buzz buzz. The bee flew into the vast sky. Within Levi's perception, it went to dreamy cloud swamp where the saint fruits were planted. The flower sea was in bloom. The dragon turtle leisurely slept among the flowers. Diligent little fairies, or some insects, were fertilizing among the blossoms. The bee went straight into work. Its efficiency startled the little fairies beside it. In an instant, a small patch of saint fruits was fertilized. The bee covered in pollen returned to Green Queen's nest. Its form merged into Green Queen's body. And then in Green Queen's translucent abdomen. A trace of emerald honey began to take shape, emitting an intoxicating sweetness. Upon seeing these, Mana knew what it was. Another farming contraption created by Levi. She sniffed slightly, this honey smells delicious. Levi laughed, it should be as good as immortal flowing liquid. Not long after, that honey solidified into green gemstones the size of rice grains. Green Queen expelled them, and Levi caught them. These must be good things, as for their function, he needs to research. In the following days, Green Queen started laying more and more eggs. Soon, the ancient Banyan fairyland was filled with millions of little bees. Chapter 2483. They are hardworking and capable, never complaining. Shuttling back and forth between the medicinal fields and their nests, a straight line from point to point. All just to make sweet honey. This is the perfect companion spirit Levi desires. Subsequently, the effects of the honey were also researched and understood. This substance, once consumed, can enhance the physical qualities of life forms. It's useful for transcendent creatures, the dragon clan, and even humans. Even Levi in his realm finds some effect. And it seems to have no medicinal resistance. With long-term consumption, the effects become more apparent. Of course, this enhancement cannot compare to the improvement brought by advancing breathing technique. But as a daily beverage, it's quite good. Without heart-cleansing tea, Levi must find some substitute drink. He named this thing immortal grass honey. It reminded him of Hades' immortal flowing liquid. Levi had a sudden idea. Mixing these two special spiritual creatures with spring of immortality, and paired with other rare materials, perhaps some good things could be concocted. Time flies. 3 years later. Nora calendar year 921, blood battle year 710. Gondor City. Holy Infant refined Winter Emperor's blood and bone of the Winter Emperor. After nearly a millennium, the Winter Emperor series finally reached perfection. His spiritual force limit and spiritual force both got an upgrade. Getting closer and closer to the 7 rings limit. The Ice and Fire divine body advanced further. Companion spirit Snow King also experienced a world-changing transformation. Its power grew stronger, far exceeding the King level series and even Emperor level series spirit manifestations. After all, it's a crystal born from the combination of the sequence artifacts of the Cold King and Winter Emperor. It is a mutating variant of the companion spirit. This phenomenon has only occurred on Holy Infant so far. Now, Holy Infant is only missing the 3 major sequences of Red Dragon, Frost God, and Fire God to achieve perfection. To forge the supreme complete body of Ice and Fire divine body. Regarding witch marks, Holy Infant has branded 22 6th ring witch marks, 15 7 circle witch marks. The speed of cultivation compared to before is clearly much faster. When he fully brands the 7 circle witch marks, it will be the day he ascends to 8th circle. Lord Victor has not refined the Golden God Star, this sun refining artifact. But he refined the Golden God Armor. This artifact increased spiritual force by 200 points. Makes Lord Victor only 200 and some points away from the limit. Additionally, he also birthed his own divine level companion spirit. A virtually shaped bronze longsword. It is ancient in design, subtle yet grand, hinting at the majesty of a king. To portray the distinct immortal style from this world for Lord Victor, Levi named it Xianyuan Sword. The companion spirit's function is simple. Ultimate power of assault. It can be used as a sword spirit, enhancing Lord Victor's secret techniques. Lord Victor's sword control range, with himself as the center, radius of 10,000 miles. Yes, it's truly astonishing. Though he is only at the 7 rings perfect realm, he reached the level of the erstwhile White Emperor's son, seizing a head from 10,000 miles away. This further elevated Lord Victor's combat power. Heaven did not grant me Victor, the sword skill is as eternal as long night. Pushing the path of sword cultivation to its limits. In the wizard world, cultivating sword immortal is Levi's last obstinance. After all, the main body's style is hard to change. Can only rely on Lord Victor to show apparent sanctity in front of people, to be handsome and impressive. If one day, Lord Victor ascends to the legendary realm, with legendary level secret sword magic, perhaps able to strike the entire Nora world. Even, with one sword out, directly expedition to multidimensional plane might not be impossible. Like Levi's Thunder God, SI lay combination. Golden God and Xianyuan Sword can also team up strongly. Its direct combat power can already fiercely confront the 8th circle ordinary wizard for a period. Divine level projection combined with companion spirit forms such a combo. Before the 9th circle, they are the trump cards for combat above their level. Also, Lord Victor's Golden God body becomes even stronger. This makes Lord Victor's witch mark branded to 17 marks standard. Only 5 marks short, can be perfected. As for Gondor, he is still refining Titan's heart. Expected to need a few more years to exit seclusion. After experiencing the last bloody battle, 3 avatars' prestige in Gondor City is sky high, second only to Gondor City Lord. Deputy City Lord Renard closed a long reclusion to rebuild after possessing, resigned from the Deputy City Lord post. So Lucian wants to invite Ace to become the Deputy City Lord. However, Ace declined, and the other 2 also did the same. They, like Levi, are not considered true politicians. Just need to guard their own small territories. Silently improving strength is the true path. On this day, people in Gondor City found. Above Fire Dragon Skywork, a star castle appeared. This star castle is entirely reddish, painted with a stylish fire dragon pattern. And 4 big words as a logo. Fire Dragon Skywork. Holy Infant stood in the wizard tower. Star Castle opened, Fire Dragon Knight led the team to step out. This is the custom Star Castle purchased by Fire Dragon Skywork, now delivered for use, please inspect. Ace said with a smile. Thank you, Fire Dragon Knight, for personally escorting the supernova, it's really a bit flattered. Rumble. The Star Castle fell within the park area, an aura of oppression swept the entire city. Gundor City's wizards were all alarmed by this. Is this giant the mechanical creation developed by ancient dragon continent? Isn't it? It's said to be called Star Castle, officially cooperating. This looks just like a real war machine. Rumor has it that this Star Castle can easily kill a 6th-ring wizard. Hiss, how terrifying, the times have changed indeed. Isn't it? Mechanics changes life indeed. Chapter 2484. Ancient Dragon Technology, truly awe-inspiring. From today onwards, Fire Dragon Skywork will be entirely relocated within Star Castle. If we encounter any dangerous situations in the future, we can evacuate with the staff and engage in mobile combat, rather than defensively holding one city. Of course, Gandalf Pharmaceutical and Daybreak Tower will also have them. But they are still in the development process. Lucian looked at this Star Castle, his expression moved. What a great thing! He found Ace. I heard you have a good relationship with the Dusk Palace Master of the ancient dragon continent. Ace roughly knew his intention. City Lord, if you have something to say, feel free to ask. Lucian smiled and said. Can this Star Castle be customized for a larger model? Ace, that is naturally not a problem. As the offspring of a legendary wizard and a talented individual in sect dual cultivation, Lucian himself was not short of money. He also had feelings for Gundor City, where he had lived for over 1,000 years. So he wanted to buy a Star Castle at his own expense to shelter the wizards in the city in the future. This would also greatly enhance his personal prestige. After all, after reaching the 9th circle, he would likely go into politics. He also wanted to leave his father's shelter and build his own power. Levi arranged for the Fire Dragon Knights to deliver the goods with such grandeur. Simply to gradually open up the sales channels for Star Castles. This thing is expensive to produce. Only high-level, top wizard organizations, or 8th circle wizards have the financial capacity to buy it. But once one is sold, business can be slow for 3 years. Under the Holy Infant's matchmaking, Lucian personally went to the ancient dragon continent. He negotiated with the senior members of the Tower of Dawn. Ultimately, he placed a 2 billion deposit to order a more advanced Star Castle. For this, the ancient dragon continent continuously increased the resources invested in the mechanical school. In times of war, developing heavy industry vigorously is the right approach. Even if this development might be deformed and uncoordinated, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate method for the current objective situation in the wizard world. To fight demons, rely on numbers and external objects. Numbers by expanding alliances, external objects by developing machinery. Which is family. Mr. Nightmare Realm. The potion successfully passed inspection. Triss developed a new 7-circle breakthrough potion, which sparked heated discussions within the circle. Many peers found it incredible. Such a prolific pharmacist made them realize the gap between different people. A supernova in the pharmacy academia, rising dramatically. Triss also got a considerable amount of war merit rewards as she wished. She went to the Blood Battle Temple to draw her oddity. The final result left her somewhat regretful. Frost God Chapter. This is a sun refining artifact resembling a seal. It belongs to the rare Frost God series. Generally, the rarity of special elements is higher than that of earth, fire, wind, and water. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit her. Fortunately, there's Levi, perhaps there might be a way. Emperor's Palace. Levi was instructing Elena on some combat techniques. Helping her improve Floral Secret Scripture, a combat technique she created. Her Path of Knights is now at level 6 peak strength. The Bloodline crystals have gathered 2 types. They are Cherry Blossom Beast and Mortal Cranes. The former is a giant beast that's tree-like but not a tree. Its overall appearance resembles a plum deer. It is covered with cherry blossom spots, while its pair of antlers is a branching cherry blossom tree. The Cherry Blossom Beast has a gentle nature and enjoys mountain and water outings, and traveling across plains. It contains a strong life force, leaving a path where flowers bloom instantly, and immortal energy drifts. For many smaller civilizations, this is a miracle. Thus, it's called the mountain god. The cherry blossom beast, similar to the immortal banyan dragon, is a leader in longevity among their respective species. Moreover, it also enjoys running to places where the world tree exists. The 100 flowers obtained this bloodline crystal from the bloodline descendants in Pandora world. As for mortal cranes, it is an ancient bird species that existed in ancient times, most of which have gone extinct. There is a bloodline descendant, 10,000-year-old crane, raised within the secret realm of Lilith's cabin. It passed away due to old age some years ago, and its bloodline crystal was auctioned, winning a high bid from the 100 flowers. The crane's lifespan is extremely long and is a phenomenon among all transcendent bird species. Additionally, this creature also aligns with the aesthetics of the 100 flowers. She simply loves this kind of immortal aura. Levi also found it quite suitable. In Levi's past life, the crane was also a fascinating creature. It was always linked with imagery like pine trees. This and the immortal banyan dragon, as well as the cherry blossom beast, also share a similar resonance. When combined, the three might even produce a wonderful reaction. For the last bloodline crystal, Elena hasn't decided yet. She still wants to choose the ash dragon, undying bird. This might bestow her with the ability to reincarnate and be reborn. Of course, if there are other suitable options, they could also be considered. In any case, she's not in a rush. The timing will be just right next. Levi, are you busy? Triss's voice came through. Levi said, No, is there something, madam? Phew, that's great, it's break time. Elena happily went to welcome Triss. Practicing sword with Levi was truly exhausting. This guy was just like a robot. Triss was wearing her pharmacist robe, looking quite casual. As she approached her 2000th birthday, she appeared more dignified and elegant. Perhaps it was due to her long-term research into potions. She always exuded a faint scent of medicine. The name medicine, which is well deserved. Levi keenly perceived that Triss's spiritual force seemed to have stagnated. Madam, have you reached the maximum spiritual force? Triss nodded. Yes, it's been that way for a while now. Levi smiled faintly, then let me congratulate you in advance for your smooth advancement to the 8th circle. Triss sighed slightly, it's not that easy, I'm not like you. Chapter 2485. She is now at 22-6 ring witch mark perfection, and still 3 away from the 7 circle witch mark. Advancing to the 8th circle within a century would be impressive, she has already been at the 7th circle for over 1,000 years. Besides, she needs to prepare the medicine for advancing to the 8th circle. Thinking of this, Triss suddenly said. In the past, I refined potions for you, now it's your turn to act. Levi smiled and said, No problem. Then I'll prepare the materials and come to you. Today I mostly came to ask if there's a way to trade sun refining artifact here. Triss sat down and said. Levi asked, I have an oddity from the ocean faction, but it's quite niche and I'm not sure of its function. What are you? Triss spread her palm, and a seal floated in the void. It was square, exuding cold air. Frost God chapter. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a coincidence? Holy Infant is just short of this ice and fire divine body to be almost completed. After that, only some morning star, bright moon artifact will be left. He took out a blue oddity in the shape of a ring. It was like a blue wheel, endlessly spinning clockwise. This kind of niche oddity does not have the stability of a divine level sequence. It could be very strong, or relatively average. So if one were to sell it, it certainly wouldn't be as valuable as the Frost God chapter. But Triss showed an expression of delight. What is this oddity called? Sea Country Wheel? Why? Do you know this oddity? Not really, it's just that this oddity seems to be unrelated to me. Triss was not joking. This was an inexplicable sense. As if something inside her was mutually attracting with this oddity. Then should we trade? Trade, thank you. The two sides reached a deal, and Triss put away the oddities. Levi reminded. Lady, refine after the 8th circle to avoid wasting the opportunity to enhance spiritual force. Yes, thanks for the reminder. Triss was in a good mood. She said, I won't attend this year's auction. After returning, I'm going into seclusion to prepare for ascending to the 8th circle. If there are alchemy materials I need at the auction, Levi, you help me acquire them, and I'll pay you back when I return. Elena, you're not going? It's a rare event every century, it'd be a pity not to join. Levi assured. You can rest at ease in seclusion, anything you need, tell Elena. Ascending to the 8th circle is important. Apart from him, the witch's family only has one 8th circle wizard. Even the declining Lutny family has 4 8th circle wizards. He believes with Triss's thorough preparation and talent, the 8th circle is no problem. Afterward, Holy Infant obtained the Frost God chapter. He also refrained from refining it, waiting until after the 8th circle. Nora Calendar 926. Blood Battle 715. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi was 1,350 years old. The research on immortal grass honey has been progressing smoothly over the years. Levi successfully concocted a brand new medicine. It is golden throughout, dreamy and ethereal, with a lingering aura of immortality. He named it Emperor's Liquid. Emperor's Liquid has 3 main effects. Firstly, it improves physique, applicable to all stages of wizards so far. Of course, the higher the realm, the weaker the effect relatively. Although wizards don't mainly cultivate the physical body, improving physique is certainly all benefits and no harm. Secondly, prolong life. Previously, immortal flowing liquid had the effect of prolonging life. After Levi's experiments, taking it once can increase lifespan from 10 years to a cycle of life, varying by individual's physique. Of course, it is only effective for mortals and low-level wizards. But the new Emperor's Liquid also works for middle-level wizards. The maximum for prolonging life has reached 100 years. Indeed, 100 years is not long for most wizards. But for some wizards, it might be a life-saving straw. Emperor's Liquid requires top-grade immortal dew from 80, and the yield is typical. Currently, it isn't enough for Levi to supply his close associates. So he hasn't made it public. Just prioritizing supply to those around him. Lastly, Emperor's Liquid has an even more notable effect on promoting transcendent creatures. According to legends from Levi's past life, Emperor's Liquid can transform flora into monsters. This one, however, promotes the development of monsters. Therefore, calling it Emperor's Liquid isn't excessive. Of course, Emperor's Liquid is too scarce, and giving it to transcendent creatures' drink must be diluted. Thus, after the Flying Immortal platform wine, 5 Immortal Liquid emerged. The future banquets in the ancient Banyan Fairyland will feature these 2 drinks. During this period, Levi also fully digested the gains brought out from the ancient tower. Just last year, the Inferno Dragon breathing technique also successfully advanced to level 8 mid-stage. The abilities of the Undying Body and Undying Divine Domain have become more powerful. The Nightmare Dragon breathing technique is also close to a breakthrough. In terms of spells, the 11 learned spells before are generally above 19th rank. The next step is steadily cultivating to 19th rank maximum. These years, Levi also learned 4 8-circle magic spells. Gold-Seeking Dog, Withering Curse, Shadow's Fury, Thunder Ghost. The first is a spell from Metal Faction. After casting, a Golden Hound can be summoned. The Hound is particularly sensitive to metallic ores. After cultivating to maximum, if there are ore veins or rare metals within thousands of miles, the Hound will definitely not miss them. Much more reliable than Jin's relying on luck. This spell mainly facilitates Levi's exploration of the multidimensional plane or Dark Ancient Tower. The second is from the Curse faction. This is the first curse spell Levi mastered. It was obtained by a member of the Tower of Dawn during the exploration of a relic. That lucky fellow thus received many rewards and soared. Chapter 2486. Initially, he wasn't very talented, yet he successfully advanced to the 5th circle. By taking a part of the enemy's body tissue or residual aura, he can cast spells. Once cast, the light result is body damage and withering, the severe result is death and annihilation. The specifics depend on the cultivation gap between the 2 parties and the caster's mastery of curses. Levi studied this method to enrich his spell system. He didn't truly wish to curse anyone. The 3rd spell was researched by Levi himself, taking quite some time. The final result was very good and can be called an excellent grade spell. By invoking the extreme rage power of shadow creatures, it stimulates the body's potential. In a short time, it can boost the strength level by 1/5. It's quite good, considering it's a group spell. It pairs perfectly with Shadow Wind and Leonardo's Sound Barrier. The last spell was gathered by the organization members. After casting, it can summon a terrifying thunder ghost descended from the void. The realm of the thunder ghost is equal to the realm of the caster. With Levi's thunder god body, the summoned power is imaginable. Moreover, with his talent, cultivating spells like this is quick. It's considered a little bit of a shortcut. Not long after, once he started learning these spells, Levi initially mastered 15 witch marks. The Ice Emperor's throne is still not in hand. He dares not slack. After resting for a while, he embarked once more on the demon hunting journey. Time flies like a white horse galloping past. 5 years later. Nora calendar year 931, blood battle year 720. The centennial auction opened once again. Triss had already begun a retreat to sprint towards witchmark perfection. Before this, she handed over all the pharmacy materials she gathered to Levi. Levi helped her refine the breakthrough potion. 1,000 years later, they finally swapped roles. From now on, it will be Triss asking him for alchemy. Perhaps this is the meaning of inheritance. The premise is that the vision is accurate, investing not in an ingrate. After years of demon hunting, Levi's points reached 6.2 billion, and war merit also reached 2 billion. After striving for a dozen years, he could exchange for the sun refining artifact. No one has exchanged for this artifact yet. It seems it is meant only for him. In the past years, demons did not dispatch level 9s to target him. Maybe they discovered that level 9s were useless, so they gave up. Of course, his danger perception hasn't weakened much. Levi understood, his dazzling battle achievements had become a thorn in the eyes of demon high UPS. Those guys must be plotting some bad ideas against him. If it weren't for the legendary wizards holding the sky in the wizard world, Levi would have run away a long time ago. Being watched by strong rulers day and night is indeed uncomfortable. Because he had to attend the auction with Elena, he temporarily stopped demon hunting. Triss gave the list of materials she needed to Elena. The two prepared and went to the Blood Battle Temple. As for the 3 avatars, they continued developing in Gundor City. Anyway, whatever they need, Levi knows clearly. Whether participating or not, it doesn't matter. Just send the money to him. Levi brought another hefty sum just short of 20 billion. He displayed sheer grandeur during his participation in the auction. Over there in Gundor City, Gandalf finally finished refining Titan's heart. His energy and spirit completely renewed compared to before. Breathing, it seemed like he could shake the earth and mountains. As if he had become a mountain giant. To be precise, a mountain titan. God of mountain giants. Gandalf, invigorated, casually punched in the nightmare world a few times. Whoosh! 33 dragon elephants surged out. So strong, achieving 33 dragon elephants effortlessly. And this wasn't even his maximum. Titan's heart effect is exceptionally strong. Although it's not a sequence artifact, its effect is on par. Firstly, Gandalf's spiritual force increased by a full 1000 points. What concept is this? It's equivalent to the Flame Emperor's sword refined by the main body. This means it ranks among the best in sun refining artifacts. This improved Gandalf's spiritual force to 11,311 points. Instantly breaking through the 7-circle perfection realm, only 900 plus to the maximum. Secondly, Gandalf also gained the glorious Sun-grade Earth affinity talent. Titan's Heart. This is a significant special talent. It let Gandalf easily cultivate Earth faction body tempering techniques. Then, the most crucial Titan rune. This is where the artifact benefits body refining wizards the most. Titan rune transformed Gandalf's current dragon god refining body rune, elevating all its attribute aspects to a higher level. Its effect is akin to spell wizards improving their innate spells. The most direct representation is the explosion of strength. Before this, Gandalf's dragon elephant fist was stuck at a bottleneck. He could at most only manage 30 dragon elephants. After refining, he easily broke through the bottleneck. He estimates that his exploded power limit in one punch could nearly reach 40 dragon elephants. Once his body tempering technique realm advances, 100 dragon elephants won't be a dream. The only slight downside is that no special spiritual creature was born. Also, because it is not a body refining artifact. Therefore, the enhancement on dragon elephant holy body kind of body refining talent is also minimal. Next, he needs to concentrate on researching the purple crystal body refining technique. Sooner retrieving the Congress's glorious sun-grade body refining artifact. His strength will surely undergo metamorphosis. Overall speaking, Titan's blood is much stronger than he imagined. Practicing the thousand-eyed Titan body tempering technique next will definitely be smooth. With such a boost in spiritual force, Gandalf dare not act recklessly. Chapter 2487. As he stabilizes his realm, he studies the medicine. The nine-headed hell snake body tempering technique has already been cultivated to the 6th environment realm by him. The distance to full mastery is not far away. He even started thinking ahead about what name to give to his future body tempering technique. Tower of Dawn. Mother, I have achieved 5th circle perfection. Haim arrived at Lillian's wizard tower. Lillian looked at Haim, who was not yet 200 years old. Over the years, she has also noticed that Haim is different from his peers. He is excessively mature, calm and deep. She has also heard some rumors about legendary wizards reincarnating. She has some guesses in her heart. Putting away her complicated emotions, Lillian smiled and said, "Keep up the good work, child, remember to be ready before you ascend to the primordial soul, you have plenty of time, there's no need to rush." It's important to know that Haim, up to now, hasn't even refined a truth oddity. He has relied solely on his powerful 3 initial talents to reach this point. Peak also said, "Keep working hard, your teacher is your role model." Haim nodded deeply, beginning his closed retreat. This retreat will last a long time. But the next time he emerges, he will be a primordial soul wizard. This might be the fastest advancement to primordial soul in the Nora era. Dream Academy. Heart Moon Spirit Witch Natasha is making steady progress, also entering the senior realm of the 6th circle. In her exchanges with the Dreamland Steeple, she has gained immense benefits. Her level of knowledge has rapidly improved. The upper limit of her nightmare summoning spells has been repeatedly broken. This allows her to have a considerable force of nightmare creatures. Her rank is steadily rising on the level 7 leaderboard. In recent years, the Academy has also produced several potential seeds that might ascend to the primordial soul. The development momentum of the School of Dreams is getting better and better. Shadow Academy. Aya has already branded 18 6th ring witch marks. She firmly ranks within the top 5 of the demon-slaying list, with remarkable war merits. Subsequently, she also refined several shadow artifacts brought out from the ancient tower by Levi. Furthermore, with the consumption of shadow berry, her cultivation is twice as effective with half the effort. It won't be long before she can perfectly ascend to the 7th circle. Sorit's disciple Sta, Sakura Witch, Kalina, and other geniuses. In recent years, they too have been steadily progressing, shining brightly in their respective schools. Anya has even become Herman's right-hand man. She is an elder-level figure in the mechanical school. Her own cultivation is not far from the 7th circle. There are still 70 years left until the end of the first millennium of the Nora era. Everything is changing. On this day, Ancient Dragon Continent. On the Star Castle platform of the underground world, the Ash Knight led the apostle group, fully dressed and ready to depart. Surrounding them were wizards with expectant, excited, or nervous expressions. Today is a special day. After careful consideration, Ancient Dragon Continent decided to begin the first plane exploration. The Star Castle plan has been implemented for over 200 years. Now, 8 star castles have been refined in the first stage. The progress speed is far beyond what Levi and Herman initially envisioned. All of this is thanks to the official support and the massive investment of funds and talent. Therefore, this exploration is jointly facilitated by the military and Ancient Dragon Continent. The military dispatched an elite wizard group. Coincidentally, it was the mountain giant wizard group led by Laplace, who succeeded his cousin Soraya. He's long wanted to explore the multidimensional plane, ushering in a new era. Coincidentally, his father is also a significant figure in the military. And Levi has a favorable impression of him. So he was selected to participate in this action. Laplace has achieved 7 rings perfection and is a top-level prodigy. With him in charge, there's even more assurance. On the Ancient Dragon Continent side, the Ash Knight was transferred from a branch. He possesses a mythical breathing skill, strong survival ability, and extensive healing methods. So, although he's only at the early stage of level 7, he is the best choice for this journey. Levi also wants to take this opportunity to temper the 18 riders well. During the blood battle, of course. The danger level in the wizard world isn't much better than in the land of darkness. Or rather, even more dangerous. The Ash Knight drew some elites from various apostle groups. Including talents from the 6 dimensions, allowing for perfect cooperation. His wife, the Snow Lotus Witch, will also be accompanying him. Along with others selected from the Witch's family, Tower of Dawn, and Starfire Academy. Their cultivation is all middle level and above. The professions include the 3 arts of wizardry, Supreme Divine Talisman, Biologist, Plain Scholar, Alien Language Scholar, etc. Trying to ensure the lineup has no weaknesses, guaranteeing the smooth sailing of this journey. Because it's the first time, to ensure everything goes smoothly, the officials have arranged for a senior with rich experience in plane travel to preside over the operation. This senior is Mr. Cloud Mist Dragon. Indeed, a level 9 expert personally guarding. This demonstrates the official attention. Of course, Cloud Mist Dragon is only there to turn the tide. It wouldn't be disturbed most of the time. Aside from the high-level officials, even ordinary crew members are unaware of its presence. The specific leadership tasks are entrusted to Laplace, the Ash Knight. The Star Castle's voyage, the Fortress Master is crucial. This position is held by the Ash Knight. Because he can communicate with Levi anytime through the Twilight Round Table. Levi himself often travels the Pan Plane. Also, the Spider King, the great manager of the Land of Darkness, has ample experience. The Vice Fortress Master is Laplace. This voyage is expected to last around 300 years. After 300 years, whether or not they have completed the expected tasks, they must return as soon as possible. To this end, the Star Castle is equipped with sufficient fuel and supply. A beast garden has also been opened for the accompanying knights to accommodate their mounts and transcendent creatures, ensuring their cultivation is uninterrupted. The same goes for wizards, they are well equipped with various medicines. Laplace brought a level 7 space treasure from the officials, used for accommodating transcendent creatures, alien races, etc. The exploration gains must also be shared collectively. The captain and high-ranking members will reward or punish based on the travel group's performance. Similar to the policies of various organizations exploring Dark Ancient Tower. In short, this is a meticulously prepared journey. Levi, engaged in demon hunting, personally came to the scene. The military also sent a Grand Wizard personally. He is Iron Blood Walker Patricia, Laplace's father. He ascended to Grand Wizard early and has unfathomable strength. Cloud Mist Dragon transformed into an elegant white-robed gentleman, resting with eyes closed. Levi gazed ahead. Tonight, you are setting sail. I hope the 300-year voyage can bring you growth and metamorphosis, and rescue more lives in the Pan Plane. I wish you all a safe journey, as heroes of Nora you will return. Iron Blood Walker briefly stated. Laplace, take good care of everyone. After the farewell, this Star Castle, representing the official start of the Pan Plane Salvation Plan, roared into action. Blue flames spewed, space trembled. Mechanical creations shattered the void, sailing towards the starry ocean. The Ash Knight and others glanced at the ancient dragon continent below. Excited, uneasy, nervous, unknown. Various emotions intertwined, ultimately forming a single sentence. Nora, see you in 300 years. Chapter 2488. Ancient Dragon Continent. The participants of the Star Fortress plan stared blankly at the starry sky. Their faces were filled with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. This is just the beginning. Soon, more star fortresses will emerge. They will continuously escort the civilizations on the brink of destruction to Nora. More resources will also be channeled here, thereby accelerating the process of plane convergence. The blood battle auction concluded successfully. Most of the wizards who participated left satisfied. The wealthy spent extravagantly at the auction. Even those without money could haggle at the stalls. Levi was among the former, he spent over 13 billion this time. Among which 6 billion was for hoarding various rare materials. For 1, the Wizard Tower, and 2, to refine the 18 layers of Hell Array. He also spent 800 million to purchase a Morning Star Artifact Silver King badge. Lord Victor had previously refined the Silver King badge, which was also Morning Star level. With 3 more artifacts, the set can be completed. After refining the Silver King badge, Victor's spiritual force was increasingly near the maximum. No accompanying spiritual creatures were born this time. With Xian Yuan's sword and Golden Emperor as his 2 main tools in hand. Such king-level series are dispensable. The other major expenditure for Levi came from a 7th level rare treasure, named Black Soil Pearl, worth 4 billion ether stones. This is a space treasure, with an inner heaven and earth inside. Such treasures are rare and more is always better. It's very useful for relocating organization bases and personnel. Even if discarded later, mana can refine its space, preventing waste. The clan treasure Wind Destruction Realm Levi previously acquired has now become the Tower of Dawn's treasure. The last 2 billion, he still used to purchase a dark treasure map. He can explore it himself later or have the Spider King send a duplicate to do so. Elena also spent a lot. First, she bartered at a gathering for the Water King's ring, a sky-level artifact. After refining, her spiritual force received a marginal improvement. A new accompanying spiritual creature was born, named Dark Giant Shark. Exactly the type of spiritual creature Garcia previously used. Its power is fair, stronger than the Amber Dragon, but far from matching the Sky Water Stingray. Elena's Water God body also improved with the completion of the Water King series. The Water God body has strong inclusivity. It can fuse with any acquired water element special talent. Levi's Thunder God body and the Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Divine body are both the same. Through this, Elena unlocked the perfect achievement for the Water God series artifact. In truth, there was another Morning Star level Water God series artifact at the auction. It was a small part Elena hadn't refined. However, another 8-circle perfect wizard at the auction also desperately needed it. This artifact's price was driven up to a terrifying more than 3 billion, far beyond its real value. Levi, not short on money, could support Elena in bidding aggressively. But Elena gave up. She thought it was too expensive, not worth wasting so much money. She could always wait patiently for another chance. Those who have spent time with Levi develop the excellent virtue of thriftiness. Levi felt relieved inside. He too was reluctant to buy it. Though he wasn't lacking money, it's better to spend it wisely. Elena also purchased a 7th level bloodline crystal, costing 2.8 billion. From a 7th level creature Rebirth Goo Worm. The Rebirth Goo Worm is a descendant of the legendary creature Star Worm. The Star Worm has a reincarnation ability akin to the Ash Dragon. This creature's youngling takes 20,000 years to cocoon. And then it must endure 20,000 years of not eating or drinking, unable to move during the cocooning period. Thus, after 40,000 years, it will transform from a cocoon to a butterfly, reaching complete body. At that time, it will no longer be called Star Worm, but Sang Butterfly. Millennia later, it will be reborn randomly on a plane through reincarnation. The youngling will host near the plane's wool origin, devouring its strength for growth. Thus, a 50,000-year cycle occurs. Interestingly, the Sang butterfly also enjoys inhabiting beside various divine trees, such as divine mulberry wood. It is said that in the Panplane of ancient times, there was a divine mulberry world, established by a sky-reaching mulberry tree. But it perished with the dissolution of the frost giant civilization. Regardless, 100 Flowers has solved the issue of her ascension materials. Combining 4 bloodlines, Cherry Blossom Beast, Mortal Cranes, Star Worm, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A blend of disparate biological types like insects, beasts, birds, and dragons. Very likely to give rise to an aberrant being akin to the Ash Knight. Finally, 100 Flowers also bought some items for Triss. Mainly potion formulas, materials, and such. Additionally, Triss's soul artifact is now somewhat lagging behind her abilities. Thus, she commissioned Elena to buy some materials, then asked Master Fire Dragon to refine a wizard tool. Though she does not fight much as she is a technical talent, her equipment must also be improved. Leaving Soren Continent, Levi returned home to spend some time with 100 Flowers. Then tirelessly headed to the North Sea to continue working hard. Elena, meanwhile, proceeded with her cultivation step by step. The next few hundred years are destined to be her busiest times. Wizards must advance to the 8th circle, Energy Sect and Knights to level 7. And follow Triss in potion research. Time flies. 5 years later. The Nora calendar 936, Blood Battle 725 years. On a certain island in the North Sea. Blood-red waves surged, staining the originally white beach a dark red. A sinister demonic aura lingered, with thousands of devil corpses floating on the surrounding sea surface. Shadows diligently cleaned up the battlefield. Chapter 2489. Not long ago, a monster rose to level 8. It was none other than the Swallowing Sea Great Venerable. Its shadow initially had a realm of level 7 late stage. Under Levi's intense demon hunting, it quickly returned to the level 8 realm. Someday, it could grow to level 8 late stage, becoming Levi's first monster. On the beach, Levi basked in the sun, enjoying a rare peace. His points have reached 7 billion, ranking 7th on the list, with 2.8 billion war merits. The first rank, Thunderfire Governor, has reached 18 billion. The second rank, Duke Rumen, has 15 billion. There's no denying, those on the 9th level demon slaying list are all extraordinary. These individuals must have refined more than one sun refining artifact. Themselves being legendary reincarnations, likely with other powerful means. And coupled with 8-ring perfection, up to maximum cultivation. Even though Levi has the Shadow Dragon talent, he can't easily reverse things as before. Levi, there are a few demon hunting missions, interested? Lucy. Levi sat up quickly and stretched. Yes, thank you, Lady Levi. Over the past years, his points have increased rapidly, thanks to the lady's guidance. Situations similar to Starfire Wizard Academy have happened several times subsequently. Levi rushed to the scene to rescue, earning the title of the Rescue Immortal in the wizard world. This has greatly elevated the reputation of the Dusk Palace Master. If previously, respect was purely due to strength. Today, more people respect him because he has saved many wizards. Now, he is a highly mobile sword, able to quickly provide support. Wherever there's a demon, he fights. The North Sea demons all retreat when they see him. Before long, Levi arrived at the first mission location. The Schubert family's residence. Everywhere he looked, were the corpses of Schubert family wizards. An official wizard battle group was using a combat array to fight the demon army. Levi sighed heavily. The Schubert family has perished. Not long ago, a level 8 demon deceived everyone and launched a surprise attack here. This organization, whose strongest member was only a 7-ring ordinary wizard, didn't withstand long. They didn't receive support from their master, the Letny family, either. Back then, this family continually obstructed the rise of the Fire Dragon shop. Now you see, time proves everything. Harming others eventually harms oneself. With Levi joining the battle, the situation instantly reversed. He casts a Fire Dragon Tribulation with both left and right hands. Double dragons fired, then exploded beside the demons. A level 8 early stage demon was left with only a breath. The sword chi fell and the demon's soul completely perished. Levi transformed into a thunder dragon, rampaging across the battlefield. The Thunder King's court annihilated everything. Not long after, the battle ended. Thank you for your support, sir. You're welcome. Levi exchanged simple courtesies and continued to his next target. This wasn't Lucy's main task for him, just an appetizer. According to the intelligence Lucy held. In a month, a demon will launch a surprise attack on the Seven Waters Steeples shipyard located in the West Sea. The Congress has already laid a trap, with the Earth and Fire Wizard group stationed nearby. Led by the Supernova, Duke Rumen, responsible for the siege. But Lucy feels there might be variables, thus she wants Levi to make a visit. If successful, the gained war merits could last Levi 3 years without action. Because just the confirmed level 8 demon commanders alone, there are 10. More than half are level 8 middle stage, late stage cultivation. Their leader is level 8 peak, the wind-drinking venerable. Its essence is the wind demon, the great commander of the North Sea region's Demon Alliance army. Several 8-circle wizards have died under its hand. This is undoubtedly the largest scale battle in the North Sea region in the past century. Hence, Lucy pays special attention. Levi felt a bit proud inside. It seems his mature, steady, reliable, and powerful image has been firmly established in the lady's heart. Winning a strong person's recognition is quite pleasing. A month later. Seven Waters Steeple. A rough-looking middle-aged wizard smoked a cigar. He was Duke Rumen, with 8-circle perfect cultivation, dual cultivation of earth and burning sex. Behind him, a phalanx of 500 elite wizards from the wizard group. Just the number of primordial soul wizards is 18, called the 18 Earls. 2 vice-commanders among them are also 8th circle wizards. Most other wizards are primarily 5th circle. The lineup is as luxurious as top wizard organizations. The warband wizards formed an array like a heavenly net. Encircled within is the wind-drinking venerable's demon army. It appeared unflustered and chuckled, Earth and Fire Wizard Group, known as the number 1 Blood Battle Group, let's see if they live up to their reputation. Duke Rumen exhaled, his gaze serene and said, you'll see. The great battle erupted. The Duke's arms were surrounded by magma, forming giant hands resembling Kylan arm. With a single strike, he evaporated the sea water within a 500-mile radius. Such might made the wind-drinking venerable's expression turn serious. Boom! Its conjured wind demon hand collided fiercely with the magma giant hand. Arguably the strongest battle below level 9 unfolded between heaven and earth. 10,000 miles away, Levi concealed himself within the sea waves. As expected of the second rank, this kind of strength exceeds top talents by a long margin, not on the same level. Even I have to treat it seriously. Duke Ruman's spiritual force is likely at its maximum. He's been famous for a long time, and perhaps is not advancing now to brand more witch marks. Danger perception continuously sounded warnings. Chapter 2490. Levi knew there must be demons hiding nearby. But he couldn't see any more detailed information. Perhaps the strong ones from the demon's side used methods to obscure divination. He had already set up the Death Ember Divine Palace in the distance, ready to retreat if needed. The lady told him that preserving his life was the priority, everything else was secondary. Along with the Seven Waters steeple, there were also 7 8th Circle wizards present. The high-level combat power was not far off from that of the demons. After all, wizards had arrays as their backing. As time went by, Levi could see that the wind-drinking venerable was not a match for Duke Ruman. Once it was defeated, the demon army would break without attack. Duke Ruman's offensive grew fiercer. A pair of lava fists transformed by spells, even more violent than body-refining wizards in combat. Levi felt he must have some foundation in body refinement or combat techniques. Seeing that it was about to lose, the wind-drinking venerable revealed its true demon form. It transformed into a swirling black cloud of uncertain size, with a diameter of 10,000 meters. This was the true body of the wind demon. This seemed to be a signal, as the earth began to tremble again. 4 demon mountains descended from the sky, sealing off the battlefield from the periphery. 4 demons with level 8 middle or late stage strength descended into the void. Duke Ruman's eyes narrowed and his offensive became more ferocious. Sure enough, the demons set a trap, enclosing themselves like dumplings. I wonder if the lady's backup has arrived. The situation changed dramatically, and the wizard group's formation was forced to shrink inward. Some people began to worry, their expressions turning grim. Too many level 8 demons. The demonic aura on the battlefield became so thick it turned liquid-like, suffocating the wizards. Their perception was greatly diminished, and their strength hard to exert. Fire God! Duke Ruman let out a long cry, and a 10,000-meter-tall projection of the fire god descended. He too had refined the complete body of the fire god. The fire spread outwards in an attempt to break through the blockade. At the same time, Levi made his move. He targeted a level 8 mid-stage demon atop a demon mountain and launched a surprise attack. In an instant, a flash of lightning cut through the sky dome. Then, a menacing purple thunder dragon pierced through the demon's chest. Levi closed in, summoning 2 fire dragon tribulations with each hand, flanking the demon. Boom, boom. Flames swept through, and the level 8 mid-stage demon was blown to pieces in an instant. Levi reached out to grab the demon's soul. Crimson Emperor Dragon flames surged and burned it away. Deathfinger pointed out, the true soul began to dissolve. Just like that, a level 8 demon was killed instantly. The 9-colored Emperor drew the Emperor's sword, delivering a powerful slash to the demon mountain. Crack, the demon mountain split open. The blockade broke accordingly. Duke Ruman saw it was Levi, and his heart stirred. So he is the backup. He knew Levi was strong. But just one person, is it really enough? This battle was one of a scale rare in a century. Wind-drinking venerable saw Levi was the troublemaker again, and cursed inwardly. Wasn't the intelligence saying he was active in the North Sea? How did he end up in the West Sea? Not sure, Lord, should we retreat? Let's retreat, don't get entangled with the Dusk Hall Master, it's not worth it. That fellow is only level 8 mid-stage, but without level 9 strength, it's impossible to kill him. Seeing the wind-drinking venerable prepare to retreat, Duke Ruman was surprised. Is Levi really that useful? I rank second on the demon-slaying list after all. The demons don't fear me, but they fear Levi. Suddenly feeling quite lacking in presence. Trying to run? Too late. Duke Ruman blew out a smoke ring. He waved his hand, and an 8-layer small pagoda spun and flew out. It grew larger in the wind, unleashing a powerful suction to hold the wind-drinking venerable in place. As a supernova, he too had his wizard tower. Its name was Melt Mountain Tower. The inner heaven and earth within it were a terrifying world of lava. Many demons were sucked into it, disappearing instantly. Levi snapped his fingers. Spiritual weapons, Maya, and monsters joined the battle. He himself unleashed a secret word of destruction, severely injuring another level 8 demon. The grand battle erupted, the sky turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. Soon, half of the demons successfully retreated. The remaining demons were completely killed by Levi and the Earth and Fire Wizard group. Just Levi alone killed 4 level 8 demons. Plus the other demons. His war merit soared by 400 million in one go. This efficiency was much faster than when he searched for demons in the North Sea. Thanks to the lady for giving him this opportunity. Meanwhile, the wind-drinking Venerable was also killed by the team led by Duke Rumen. Level 8 peak demon, he could earn quite a lot too. This was a complete victory. Because Levi's support was strong, the wizard's side suffered very small losses. No 8th circle wizards died, only a few 6th circle and 7th circle wizards fell. The cause of death was the counterattack of wind-drinking Venerable before dying. Although the battle group was prepared, casualties were inevitable. After the battle, Duke Rumen pulled out a cigar and handed it to Levi. Dusk Hall Master, reputation well deserved. I don't smoke, thanks. This thing is good for meditation, a smoke before meditating makes you feel better than a living god. Better not. All right. Duke Rumen smiled as he put it away, half-jokingly asked. May I ask if the ancient dragon continent recruits older knights? Levi, you wish to cultivate as a knight? Duke Rumen replied, might want to try it someday, no time right now though. Levi smiled, we don't care about age or background, you're welcome anytime. If he could bring Duke Rumen into the Dusk Holy Temple, that would be beneficial. This person is likely a legendary reincarnation, with great potential. Chapter 2491. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment, then each left to attend to their own matters. Before leaving, they added each other's contact information. Now, looking at Levi's contact list, it's filled with supernovas and even grand wizards. These are all connections and resources. Time flies. 4 years later. Nora calendar year 940. Blood battle year 729. Levi's points reached 7.8 billion, with war merits at 3.6 billion. In about 30 years, he had surged to 5th place on the leaderboard. He immediately exchanged for the Ice Emperor's throne and returned to the ancient dragon continent. Inside the fairyland, Levi soaked in the small stone pond, washing away the fatigue of these years. After bathing and changing clothes, he drank a cup of grass jelly honey tea. He extended his hand, and an ice blue throne hovered. Let's begin. In the next moment, the Ice Emperor's throne transformed into a cold stream and surged into Levi's mind. Visibly, his spiritual force began to soar. The energy contained in his primordial soul also increased accordingly. Several days later, the Ice Emperor's throne disappeared. Again. Is the refining speed of such oddities really this fast? Levi touched his somewhat dizzy forehead, murmuring to himself. The Flame Emperor's sword was refined very quickly before. Normal sun refining artifacts, given his cultivation, would take several years to refine. No wonder it's an oddity that can fuse with elemental proof, truly different. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 21700/25600. Increased by 1000 points in spiritual force, not bad. Looking at it now, the ceiling of sun refining artifacts seems to be 1000 points. The standard for perfect 8th ring spirit power is 22,000, Levi is only 300 points away. And he has been in the 8 environments realm for just over 250 years. For a normal 8th circle wizard, this amount of time is hardly enough to become an 8-ring senior. Levi's consciousness entered his mind. The 8-story wizard tower had transformed again. On the second level was a throne phantom emitting cold air, floating. This was the proof of refining the Ice Emperor's throne. On the first level was the Flame Emperor's sword. When Levi finishes refining the 7 major oddities, he should be able to occupy the first 7 layers. On the wall of the Divine Ring Tower, a blue bead is held in the mouth of the Divine Dragon model representing the innate spell Ice Dragon Prison. This signifies the transformation and metamorphosis of the innate spell. Previously, it was the Fire Dragon Tribulation and Shadow Dragon group. With a thought, Levi arrived in the Nightmare World training ground. He closed his eyes, perceiving the impacts brought by the model's change. Then he pointed towards the void ahead. Billions of icy particles surged out, transforming into tens of thousands of divine dragons. They intertwined like vines, weaving together. In an instant, a spherical barrier formed in front of Levi. Its diameter was close to 100 miles, standing between heaven and earth, vast as a frosty star. Inside the barrier, Red King and Lopez glanced around. Icy sealed for miles, bitter cold, this was the true ice hell. Break the barrier, let me see how long it takes you. Levi's voice came from outside. Lopez and Red King received the command, two giant apes each exhibiting their abilities. One summoned water. But as soon as the water transformed, it became frost, merging with the barrier. The other breathed demon fire. The once all-powerful fire of calamity was now as weak as a candle flame in the wind. Ultimately, the two apes used their physical strength, striking at the barrier's surface. The barrier trembled and soon shattered under their blows. Next, Levi conducted experiments with dragons from various elements. Finally, Levi gained understanding. After this mystical upgrade, the effect of Ice Dragon Prison mainly lies in creating massive blockade barriers. Within the barrier, elemental abilities are severely impacted. Different sects are affected to varying degrees. Water and ice elements are the most severely impacted. Because their power is absorbed by the barrier to strengthen itself. Fire element is suppressed, its power significantly weakened. Earth element, metal, wind element affinity, and lightning experience minor effects. Physical abilities are naturally affected by the cold air. If one cannot quickly escape, they are bound to become stiff and immobile. This effect is also related to the difference in cultivation between allies and enemies. Overall, the control ability of Ice Dragon Prison has grown stronger. Whether in scope or effect. If enemies are trapped inside, Levi can easily toy with them. Also, at the same time, only one Ice Dragon Prison can exist. There's no way to mindlessly stack them like with Fire Dragon Tribulation. How to use it requires adapting to the battle situation. All in all, the strength of the barrier is enough to trap any enemy below level 9 for a short while. As an innate spell, it is sufficient. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Ice Emperor's throne shows as complete. Such a pity, this oddity did not give birth to an accompanying special spiritual creature. Levi was a bit puzzled. Given his luck, it shouldn't be that two consecutive sun-refining artifacts lack accompanying spirit creatures. It should be the special nature of such oddities leading to this. Perhaps, only when constructing a legendary artifact could they be birthed. The last feature is a sun-graded special talent Ice Emperor. Same level as Levi's previous Emperor of Flames. Levi's Ice Elemental Affliction greatly improved again. Next, his meditation speed can reach even greater heights. Returning to ancient Banyan Fairyland. Having temporarily settled a matter in his mind, Levi rested for a while. During this period, he cultivated the Nightmare Traveler to level 8 mid-stage. Perception range and accuracy improved once more. The number of people he could bring into the Nightmare World increased from 200,000 to 300,000. Levi upgraded this human server. Everyone won't be as lagged in the future. Other spell-like abilities, Nightmare Domain all advanced correspondingly. After Ice Emperor's throne was exchanged. Chapter 2492. The Wizard Council has new sun-refining artifact in stock. It's a pity it's no longer something he needs. But just in case, Levi plans to continue demon hunting to gather war merit. At least accumulate 40 billion. He still has one chance for a non-random sun-refining artifact. This opportunity won't be used casually before he advances to the 9th circle. Priority is to exchange parts of the elemental proof. If no new oddities of this kind emerge, he will randomly select the most useful exchange for himself. A year later. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Dragon hatching room of Ancient Shell Palace. A blue giant egg cracks open. A dragon hatchling with a body like a mosasaurus and a long head emerges. Its gaze slightly dazed and adorable, its voice clear as a little crocodile. The Sea King Dragon hatched, quickly call the Lord. The Shell Demon Mistress excitedly shouted. This little guy, just born, emanates a rank 5 mid-stage aura. Making the Shell Demons extremely nervous. After Levi arrived, he observed the Sea King Dragon. Good, good. He lets the Sea King Dragon first adapt to the fairyland environment. Later, he will arrange for it to play in the Dragon Palace. As for the name, pure-blood dragons generally have their true names. When it grows up a bit, Levi will naturally know it. On the same day the Sea King Dragon hatched. Inside the Fire Dragon Hall of Dusk Holy Temple, there were sounds of a baby crying. Louise looked at the somewhat strange-looking baby, her gaze tender. The true form of the ancient tomb race is large, like a little giant. The Fire Dragon Knight is the same. A powerful combination, this baby can lift over 100 pounds. Is this a human? The Fire Dragon Knight asked. Louise was also somewhat puzzled, half human. She is of the ancient tomb race, the Fire Dragon Knight is a giant, dragon clan, human. So, the child's bloodline is bound to be a hodgepodge. The Fire Dragon Knight had his men bring the crystal ball to test talent. After some testing, the couple looked somewhat stunned. Forget it, better ask the commander to see what's going on. Levi held the giant baby. The talent crystal shows a sea of fire and an earth. This is double affinity. And on top of it, there is an image similar to a cauldron. It does not show an elemental tendency. This makes Levi suspect it's a unique talent not recorded. More precisely, it's a special physique. Highly likely a super rare innate body refining talent. This is even rarer than Children of the Elements or top-level talent. Innate body refining talent is so scarce. This may also be why the path of body refinement has always been inferior to the path of spells. You take good care of him, see how he is when he grows up. If possible, I will find him the most suitable teacher for cultivation. By the way, what is his name? Abel. That's quite good. Abel grew quickly. First, it can be determined. He can still be called human, his body mostly human bloodline. Only his bloodline is so mixed, it's quite rare. First bloodline, human. From the Fire Dragon Knight, humans, though weak, possess strong potential and room for development. Second bloodline, royal bloodline of the ancient tomb race. From Louise, ultimately originating from the Nine Dragons Emperor. The ancient tomb race born strong, innately extraordinary. Among the humanoid alien races of the Panplane, they are top tier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to give birth to a strong figure like the Nine Dragons Emperor. Third bloodline, sun-chasing dragon. No need to say, this will be his most important extraordinary path in the future. Fourth bloodline, fire giant king. These factors combined. Heavenly god power is not enough to describe him, he is an innate transcendent. At a full moon, Nicholas could already run. Half a year later, he ran like the wind, stronger than a buffalo. The overly precocious Abel was sent by his parents to a baby school. He started night cultivation early, beginning with breathing techniques. As for the wizard path, Levi plans to first let Abel try purple crystal body refining technique. If he shows talent in body refining techniques, let him also cultivate body refinement. If not, he could take the spell path. Either way, it's excellent. Body refinement can make his body more extreme, perfect, and flawless. The spell path can increase his versatility. Land of Darkness. A lost mid-sized world. Located around the Dark Rift, a forbidden land for plane travelers. 2,000 years ago, Lion Emperor Solomon emerged. He swept across the 6 directions, unified the 8 deserts. With supreme power, he conquered this world full of monsters, establishing Chi country. He purged those sorcerers who used evil arts to confuse and deceive the people. Sorcerers entered into contracts with evil gods and devils to gain power. For this, they sold their kin, their souls, even sacrificed villages, cities. Across the land, the people were destitute, war rampant. This was alleviated after the empire was established. 1,000 years ago, Lion Emperor was already a master, the strongest in this world's history. This has always been a human world, with extraordinary paths varied and chaotic. But few excel and reach level 6 upper level. This created fertile ground for certain sorcerers to thrive. To completely resolve this issue, the Lion Emperor shattered the void, traveling to the 3,000 worlds. He spent 1,000 years visiting realm-strong figures, feeling numerous extraordinary techniques. And then compared them with the extraordinary techniques he mastered. Thus creating an extraordinary path he deemed suitable for humans, Secret Mark Warrior. Soon after, for pursuit of higher realm, the Lion Emperor silently left the Solomon Empire. Chapter 2493. A millennium later, he has become a legend in this world. Vassal kings divided the land and waged chaotic wars, while dark forces made a comeback. Secret mark warriors rose generation after generation to resist, just on the brink of seeing the dawn for humans. Sorcerers, through sacrificial rituals, summoned a devil army from hell. This devil army, known as the Murderer Legion, recklessly harvested souls. Establishing a brutal reign here, they enslaved the human race. In a dimly lit small tavern, the Ash Knight and Laplace, dressed as mortals, adapted to the local customs. They roughly understood the modern history of this world. The Ash Knight frowned. Lord Laplace, as it stands, the strongest in this world is at about the 7th level. This person is the leader of the Murderer Legion, a level 8 devil's human body. Shall we save this world? Without external interference, they might not survive this millennium. Laplace said. The origin of the Murderer Legion is not simple. The master behind them is one of the 72 pillars, the Emperor of Torture. This devil is brutal, a devil tyrant and a racist, notorious even in hell. But following my heart, my suggestion is to fight an open and joyful battle. The Ash Knight nodded slightly. I'll finally seek our commander's opinion. He contacted Levi through the Twilight Round Table. Upon hearing the Ash Knight's report, Levi pondered for a moment and said, "Do it." If it were other devils, Levi might leave it be. After all, hell is, in any case, a subsidiary world of the underworld. But the Emperor of Torture, he couldn't let that slide. Seize this opportunity to weaken his power. In the future, when allowing his second brother to get revenge, it will also be much easier. Moreover, according to the rules of the underworld, devils are not supposed to initiate wars of invasion in the multidimensional plane without permission. Unless tacitly approved by the underworld, like the previous invasion of Nora. Such behavior damages the neutral status of the underworld. Levi communicated with the Iron Blood Walker on the military side. His advice was also to liberate this plane. Given this, there was no need to worry. Regardless of the result, there is the wizard world as a backup. Through the Ash Knight, Levi roughly understood this nameless world. Secret mark warriors seem to be a transcendent path that allows the Nora clan to cultivate. Collecting them should be beneficial. The next day, at the break of daybreak, the Ash Knight and Laplace arrived high in the sky. Hell was empty, and the devils were in the human realm. The magnificent starlight armor gradually appeared, surrounded by ash and glittering powder. Snow Lotus, let the star castle descend. Let's crush the evil of this world. Lion Emperor City. The imperial city of Solomon Empire. Once the cultivation place of the Lion Emperor. The majestic statue of the Lion Emperor has toppled, collapsing into ruins. A group of devils, with hideous faces and fleshy wings like aliens, were reveling inside the city. What they consumed and drank was food and fine wine brewed from human souls. This was a rare commodity, only nobles in hell could consume it. In principle, the underworld forbids devils from devouring human souls. Before hell was brought under the jurisdiction of the underworld, devils were considered the second scourge after demons. They used deceit and trickery, tempting numerous beings to form contracts with them. Through this means, they lived by devouring fresh souls in the multidimensional plane. But souls are related to the operation of reincarnation in the underworld. If you eat up all the souls, how can beings reincarnate? Over time, the multidimensional plane would inevitably be affected. After all, the scale of hell is beyond comparison to a mere leon. The souls devils want to devour are vast in number. For this reason, in extremely ancient times, there was a conflict between the underworld and hell. The ultimate result was clearly hell's defeat, becoming a subsidiary world. Devils can only absorb dry death energy to cultivate, or consume the unpalatable soul fire taken from the undead. This is the soul hell allows them to enjoy, somewhat lenient. But throughout history, devils have repeatedly violated this ban. And this army, descending upon the mortal world, is such a case. After all, its master is a prominent figure in hell. The Emperor of Torture. The head of a secret mark warrior was grabbed by a level 6 devil. It licked the brain matter, savoring the soul. Suddenly, this devil looked up towards the sky. Buzz! A gigantic sphere with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters approached like a small asteroid. Blue flames spewed forth, melting a large hole in the crystal wall. Atop the sphere stood many figures. Leading them was a swordsman in starlight armor. His gaze was stern as he coldly declared, Kill all the devils and sorcerers. Leave none alive. Rumble. The battle group surged forward. Extreme warriors carrying bomb guns and wizards holding talismans marched forth. They were well trained, far superior to the primitive and savage murderer legion. Like a movie scene where aliens battle iron blood warriors played out over the imperial city. The chain sword roared, tearing through the human forms of the devils one after another. Devils howled as they perished. The wizards were not to be outdone, with the Supreme Divine Talisman group launching the first assault. A myriad of spells blasted forth through talismans as if money were no object. This was a one-sided massacre. This group emerged from the battlefield of blood battle, having rolled through it. Dealing with the murderer legion, who could only bully weaker civilizations, was a trivial task. Nora wizard? Do you know whose subordinates we are? Do you want to provoke a war between wizards and hell? Don't forget, you're still in the blood battle. A level 7 middle stage devil lunged before the Ash Knight. Magnificent starlight great swords formed, blasting it away. In a blink, the devil's head was severed by the Ash Knight and the extreme warrior. It rolled to the ground, still shrieking. You will die, the Emperor of Torture won't spare you. Rumble. A flamethrower unleashed molten flows that obliterated it. A month later, the Star Castle battle group swept through the Solomon Empire like an autumn gale sweeping away fallen leaves. The murderer legion was completely wiped out, leaving only some sorcerers barely clinging to life. 3 months later, in the Star Fortress, the Lion Emperor city's sky was clear after the storm. The city's military and civilians were shocked to see a dreamy giant beast that flew across the sky like a dragon or a butterfly. Wherever it went, a rain of colorful powder fell like a miracle. All diseases, pain, and injuries, even some lost limbs, began to heal under this miraculous power. Some even believed it to be the return of the Lion Emperor and chanted Solomon's name. The mythical beast landed on the horizon of Star Castle and transformed into its human form. Gazing at the wide-eyed looks of surprise, the Ash Knight spoke. Let's start the rescue, and let the star-pulling nail crush this world's evil. Chapter 2494. The Star Castle emitted a pitch-black pillar. It transformed into a ghostly light, breaking through the Earth's crust, delving into the Earth's core, flickering continuously. This pin is a special wizard tool refined by a legendary wizard, containing the power of celestial attraction. When the right moment comes, Nora's legendary wizards will initiate the great star-pulling skill. Interacting with the anti-star pulling power. Imitating the previous method of fusing the Grey Eagle plane, accelerating the plane fusion. Of course, this method only works on small to medium worlds. For large worlds, legendary wizards still need to be personally involved. Nora Calendar 942. Blood Battle Year 731. After 6 months of rescue operations, a part of the humans from the Solomon Empire was placed in the space treasure. The secret Mark warriors were specially managed to avoid causing trouble. Some evil mages attempting to sneak through were executed. The rest were waiting to fuse with the plane into Nora. The Star Castle erupted in blue flames, shattering the void, heading towards the land of darkness. The Dark Rift is a natural disaster similar to a space wormhole. It would absorb some of the small to medium worlds nearby, if there is no external intervention. In the distant future, these people would either die at the hands of the devils, or be sent into the Dark Rift, and their fate wouldn't be much better. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi witnessed the first successful rescue operation by the traveling group. Not bad. Now the only question is, where did the Lion Emperor go? In the history of the Solomon Empire, this person played an extremely important role. Pioneering new roads and realms, indeed a true hero. Such a person, with top-level talent, wisdom, knowledge, and fortune. His significance to the humans of that world is equivalent to an ultimate low-config version of Sauron. If such a character is still alive 1,000 years later, then within the Pan Plane, they should also be a renowned figure. Level 8, even level 9, is possible. Temporarily setting this matter aside, Levi embarked once more on his demon hunting journey. Nora Continent. The Gundor 3 heroes have now all reached 7 rings perfection. The 3 are ready to prepare advancement ingredients. The issue with the virtualization ceremony is not significant. Levi himself has a bit of Void God crystal in storage. The once-a-century blood battle auction will also release some. Every year, some Void God crystals flow out, which should be intentional by the authorities. In the advancement medicine to 8 rings, any materials related to demons are easily obtainable. During his demon hunting, Levi accumulated some level 8 demon crystal cores, including those like the mind flayers. Next, the three just need to hunt a few more, and it should be sufficient. The particularly troublesome one is the level 8 Void Treasure Pearl. This item needs to be dropped by level 8 Void Spirit clan members. To satisfy the 3 avatars, at least 3 are needed. The Holy Infant previously bought one at an auction. The remaining 2, however, have yet to be collected. In recent years, the Council of 10,000 Clans paused their invasion of Nora due to internal reforms. They also stopped sending Void Spirit Clan for assassinations. Without Void Spirit Clan appearing, Void Treasure Pearls won't just deliver themselves. Levi needs to take the initiative. When he destroyed the Council of 10,000 Clans stronghold, he obtained some information about the Void Spirit Clan. He can let the 3 avatars use it to their advantage. Cultivation knows no age. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Nora calendar 960, Blood Battle year 745. Levi is still on the battlefield, intensely hunting demons. His presence was left in the land of the 4 seas north, south, east, and west. His collaboration with Lucy has become increasingly seamless, becoming a sword by the lady's side. Soon, his points broke through 10 billion. In less than 60 years, he had reached 3rd place on the demon slaying list. The top 2 are Thunderfire Governor and Duke Ruman, with 20 billion points and 16 billion points respectively. For the first time, Levi felt he had a true formidable rival. He had encountered many of the top 10 contestants to varying degrees, mixed into relatively friendly relations. It was only the first place he had yet to meet. Not long after, the Blood Battle Daily brought headline news. Good news! Thunderfire Governor escaped from the clutches of Fist Demon Lord, successfully wounding the opponent with an 8-ring body, severely demoralizing the demons. Note: dangerous behavior, do not imitate. Fist Demon Lord is a level 9 bottom-dwelling fish demon, likely having been promoted recently. It wanted to make a name, ambushing the outgoing Thunderfire Governor in the Land of Darkness. Unexpectedly, it was wounded by an 8th Circle wizard. Upon hearing the news, the Congress immediately began promoting, boosting the wizard's morale. Who dares to imitate this other than legendary reincarnation wizards? Levi scoffed. After reading the report, Levi wasn't particularly surprised. This further confirmed his suspicions. The previous individual to confront a level 9 with an 8 circle body was Lucy. 8-ring limit cultivation, legendary level insight. Perhaps even a powerful level 9, or even level 10 combat treasure. Such achievements are perfectly normal. From another perspective, even legendary reincarnation and dual faction practitioners couldn't reverse slay a level 9 demon. The chasm between them is evident. A month later, in the shelter, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The moon rune had reached the 13th tier. Longevity amplification reached 140%. 100 flowers and his lifespan consumption rate couldn't keep up with Levi's increased speed. According to the rune's amplification rule, at 18th tier, the longevity amplification can reach 300%. At least 3 times that of wizards of the same realm. By then, Levi would be a genuine longevity species, while 100 flowers would be half a longevity species. The hanging rune was at level 8, with a 70% elemental damage resistance amplification. The Fool rune was also nearing level 11, soon able to summon astral souls. Chapter 2495. This made Levi a little excited. Every once in a while, he would grow stronger. These cumulative gains made him unaware of his own limits. Gold-seeking dog, withering curse, shadow's fury, thunder ghost, these also climbed to the 17th level, 7-ring standard. The 6 major breathing techniques steadily advanced towards level 8 late stage. The spiritual force was only 100 points away from 8-ring perfection. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi headed to the West Sea to execute a mission. However, 3 days later, he temporarily ended the action due to an unexpected event. His gaze turned towards the Land of Darkness, transforming into a thunderous light as he rushed into the Star Realm Ruined Sea. 3 months later, Levi's figure emerged in a certain location. Before him, endless ranges of white mountains floated, stretching for miles. White Dragon Mountain. Legend has it that it transformed from a white giant dragon that fell from the heavenly realm into the mortal world. In reality, it resulted from the plane's fragmentation and the mountain remnants wandering deep in space. Many traveling wizards, including Levi, had verified that it was unrelated to giant dragons. Levi's form shifted into a very ordinary appearance of an alien swordsman. White Dragon Mountain is the dojo of a level 9 expert. This person's real name is unknown and is simply referred to as the White Dragon Mountain Master. He adheres to neutrality, not easily taking sides. It's said that he also has a good relationship with the Wizard Council. The entire White Dragon Mountain is a large interdimensional marketplace. Many alien race powerhouses from various planes like to trade here. Since currencies differ among races, they typically barter goods. At auctions, rare ores and ether stones are commonly used as equivalent goods. Many civilizations require ether stones as cultivation resources. The entrance fee to White Dragon Mountain requires a symbolic gift for the White Dragon Mountain Master. Anyone with an eye for detail would not present something inferior. It's the best way to connect and flatter a level 9 expert. As a level 9 expert, the White Dragon Mountain Master also acts as a third party. He maintains the trading order in the White Dragon Mountain area. Gradually, he built high credibility among powerhouses from various races. Levi took out a 6th level ore and handed it to the 2 alien guards, entering the White Dragon Mountain. Inside the mountain, it's a different world. On the enormous plaza, bustling crowds swarmed, including passing level 6 experts. In a certain corner, Levi saw 3 alien figures. They were transformations of 3 avatars. This is what happened. For a while, 3 avatars were searching for the Void Spirit clan in the Land of Darkness. They thought the marketplace might be a place to gather clues, so they came here. Unexpectedly, they discovered something along the way. That was Green Demon Rox, brother of Green Ghost. He surprisingly appeared near the White Dragon Mountain. Levi thought he had moved with the tribe. From the looks of it, there's more to it than meets the eye. When Rox was discovered, he was fighting fiercely with a level 8 powerhouse. The level 8 powerhouse was someone Levi had seen in the Snake Envoy's memories, Dagon Venerable. This person was riding a pure-blooded dragon, Flame King Dragon, looking almost mature. 3 avatars hid afar to watch the battle. The cause of the battle seemed related to the Turtle King fruit and Netherworld King armor. The giant dragon was too powerful, Rox was defeated and fled from Dagon. And Dagon Venerable also chased after him, disappearing without a trace. Based on Rox's direction of escape, he aimed for the White Dragon Mountain. Levi suspected he was either attending the White Dragon Mountain's century-old auction or hiding from Dagon's pursuit there. After all, Dagon Venerable carried a pure-blooded dragon, surely wouldn't dare to venture forward recklessly. If discovered by experts within White Dragon Mountain, they'd surely find a way to intercept him. So Levi sent 3 avatars to seek him out here. Rox likely disguised as another alien race. No trace of him anywhere so far. Levi wasn't worried, the auction was a month away. If Rox indeed was here, he might expose himself by then. He planned to enslave Rox. Only this way could provide a chance to find Green Ghost. Otherwise, even at level 9, finding Green Ghost and rescuing Star Nebula Electric Mother was impossible. Besides, he was curious about Dagon Venerable. This Dwarf Kingdom powerhouse had a pure-blooded dragon. It's truly wasteful, that dragon should belong to him. As the master of the Dragon Palace, rescuing each oppressed member of the Dragon Clan is his unshirkable mission. As for things like Turtle King fruit and Netherworld King armor, once Rox is caught, a question will reveal it all. Finding an estate in White Dragon Mountain, Levi settled down. He practiced cultivation while waiting for the auction to begin. During this period, he even left White Dragon Mountain to handle other matters. Inside a mansion at White Dragon Mountain, a figure draped in a black robe was resting with closed eyes. It was Rox, who hadn't immediately followed the tribe to the Pan Plain. He still needed to exchange the Turtle King fruit for some rare treasure to overcome his calamity. White Dragon Mountain was the most suitable place he could think of. It wasn't far from Nora. The auction here might attract some strong figures from the wizard world. These people were the ones who needed the Turtle King fruit most. If he trades, demanding a higher price would be easy. And the White Dragon Mountain Master had a good reputation and was highly respected. Trading precious items here was reassuring. Hope everything goes smoothly. A month later, the White Dragon Mountain auction began. All alien powerhouses aware of this grand event entered the venue. Levi also went in. As for 3 avatars, he assigned them to other locations. In a venue resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, various alien races gathered. Chapter 2496 Two powerful 8th Circle black armored alien races were maintaining order. They are disciples of the White Dragon Mountain Master. This mysterious level 9 expert, broad connections, and many acquaintances. Within the Pan Plane, they also have a certain influence. The first item in the auction is a level 7 treasure. Levi was uninterested, closing his eyes to rest. Half a day passed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. He was wearing simple coarse linen clothes, white hair, white eyebrows, and a mask resembling a white dragon. The majestic level 9 aura was released without restraint, intimidating the heroes of the auction. White Dragon Mountain Master. Levi opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. The White Dragon Mountain Master announced loudly. The next auction item is a Turtle King fruit. The seller needs an exotic treasure that can be used to pass through tribulations, at least level 8 quality, preferably level 9. Additionally, level 9 forging materials can also participate in the bidding. Those who have such can directly quote, or come to trade with me. Hearing this, Levi's heart stirred. Sure enough, Rox had acquired the Turtle King fruit. Is this not the treasure meant for offering a bounty on his own head? Or could it be, Rox himself got a new Turtle King fruit? Highly unlikely. It's probably due to the recent turmoil in the Council of 10,000 Clans, causing the treasure to be lost. The White Dragon Mountain Master displayed the Turtle King fruit. Many on the scene were quite eager. Some older alien races, or wizards, showed faces of desire. Unfortunately, though, there are no shortage of level 6 experts attending. Wanting to bid this heavy treasure, apparently lacks the financial capacity. In the end, only 3 participated in the bidding, including Levi. He offered the Golden Wind Jade armor, a clan treasure, for trade. This armor, which he never actually used after putting it on. Because enemies couldn't break through the defense of the Vajra secret word. The armor never had a chance to autonomously protect its owner. This treasure is of top quality standard among level 8 exotic treasures, very strong in defense. It can be used to endure tribulations, though the effect is surely not as good as a level 9 exotic treasure. The problem is how rare true level 9 exotic treasures are. In Levi's view, the Turtle King fruit's value could never compare to a level 9 exotic treasure. Just taking his own level 9 exotic treasures, the Twilight Round Table, Excalibur, Holy Grail of Immortality, none of these would he exchange for even 3 Turtle King fruits. Of course, pure combat type exotic treasures are far less valuable compared to his civilization treasures. Perhaps some wizard urgently lacking lifespan would go to exchange. But, unfortunately for them, no one present could offer a level 9 exotic treasure. After much deliberation, the seller selected Levi's Golden Wind Jade armor as the trading object. The White Dragon Mountain Master said, "Please follow me, friend." Levi smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder." Following the White Dragon Mountain Master, he went to the backstage. The seller was a figure in a black robe, exuding an 8th Circle aura. Most likely Rox, albeit having changed race. The White Dragon Mountain Master said, "I am merely the intermediary, specific trade details are for you to finalize." It has already received the intermediary fee from the seller. As long as the transaction is completed, other matters do not concern it. However, for its own reputation, it strictly prohibits illegal activities like robbery within the White Dragon Mountain and the Land of Darkness area within 10,000 miles, this is the White Dragon Protection Zone. Outside this place, life and death are disregarded. The black-robed figure scrutinized Levi's armor. "Not bad, but a single 8th Circle exotic treasure alone to exchange for my Turtle King fruit is not quite enough, if you could produce 2. Before he could finish, Levi withdrew the armor. "Are you deliberately being difficult? I merely ask if you want the exchange or not. This is my family heirloom treasure, regarding my treasure's quality, speak with integrity, how is it?" Levi showed a look of impatience towards the black-robed figure. He then respectfully looked at the White Dragon Mountain Master. "Respected Elder, is my exotic treasure not excellent?" The White Dragon Mountain Master nodded slightly. "It has a friend who is a blacksmith master of a certain large civilization. By its level 9 standards, this exotic treasure is indeed not lacking." The black-robed figure murmured, "This is the Turtle King fruit, a life-extending treasure." The White Dragon Mountain Master, seeing they began haggling, slightly impatiently asked, "Are you still going to trade?" The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment, finally said, "Calm your anger, Elder, I will trade." Rox also knew, wanting a level 9 exotic treasure also involves luck. People possessing such treasures are typically level 9 experts. Should those individuals know he has a Turtle King fruit, maybe they would rob him right in front of the White Dragon Mountain Master. The person in front has 8th circle cultivation, not worrying it would cause trouble at White Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon Mountain Master took out a contract slate, exchanging the two's armor and Turtle King fruit. Finalize the contents yourselves. Levi and the black-robed figure nodded. Thank you, Elder. Next, came the segment where they tugged over details to draft the terms. Mainly to prevent one party from reneging or sabotaging the auction items to harm others. Having seen such things many times, the White Dragon Mountain Master only for heavy treasure trades does it personally oversee. For ordinary treasures, it lets subordinates handle it. Suddenly, there's a loud noise outside. The White Dragon Mountain Master's form transforms into a 10,000-meter tall figure, with divine sharp eyes sweeping the scene. 3 alien races were going mad attacking the venue. The strongest was at level 7 late stage, and the weakest had level 7 early stage standard. They were emitting black gas all over, swiftly moving, their eyes blood red. The 2 8th circle guards, for some time, surprisingly had not subdued them. Chapter 2497. Daring to cause trouble on my turf, truly the first time in 1,000 years. The White Dragon Mountain Master sneered coldly. It blew a breath, transforming into 3 chains of ice. The length of the chains seemed endless, slithering like venomous snakes. In an instant, they trapped the 3 troublemaking alien races, unable to move. Before a level 9, level 7 was truly powerless to resist. Suddenly, the 3 figures of the alien races began to dissolve, turning into a pool of pus. Finally dissipating into nothingness. What kind of trick is this? The White Dragon Mountain Master sensed something was amiss. First, a blaze of red flames rose to the sky, followed by a loud explosion. The White Dragon Mountain Master focused his mind, the one who was just trading had actually self-destructed. And that black-robed seller also disappeared without a trace. It waved its hand to extinguish the flames, its expression gloomy. A powerful wave of perception instantly covered the entire White Dragon Mountain. In the venue, other powerhouses looked dazed. What just happened? Did I see it wrong? Someone dared to stir things up in front of the White Dragon Mountain Master. Perhaps some hidden level 9 powerhouse wanted to seize the Turtle King fruit. The White Dragon Mountain Master recalled its perception, feeling surprised. Nothing. Yes, the entire reserve appeared normal. The warnings and protective measures set around White Dragon Mountain were all undisturbed. The power of the mastermind was stronger than it had imagined. Even if not level 9, it wasn't far off. Interesting, I wonder who this is. The White Dragon Mountain Master's body transformed into countless cold lights and dispersed. 20,000 miles away. Levi's figure emerged within the Death Ember Divine Palace in the darkness. In his mind, the Fool Rune was madly alerting him. This White Dragon Mountain Master is strong, even more formidable than the Star Wind Tribulation Ape before. With a thought, the invisible secret word activated. 8 direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Swift. Whoosh. In an instant, Levi was already 100,000 miles away. After the extreme darkness dragon advanced to level 8 mid-stage, the blinking distance of the invisible secret word became even farther. Afterward, Levi used multiple means such as Extreme Darkness Divine Palace and Pegasus Rune in combination. Altogether escaping 80,000 miles. 18,000 miles. That is now his maximum escape distance. Combined with the resurrection distance of the Death Ember Divine Palace, it's actually 200,000 miles. This wasn't enough, so he fled into the Star Realm Ruin Sea, running towards Nora for a while. Soon, the Fool Rune stopped alarming. Running this far, a level 9 expert couldn't possibly catch up to him. Only then did Levi return to the land of darkness, letting his consciousness enter the holy grail of immortality. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, the Black Soul Demon Tower was trembling wildly. Lopez, the Red King, and other level 8 powerhouses were pressing firmly against it. Something terrifying seemed to be struggling inside. Indeed, it was rocks. During the auction waiting period. Previously, Levi went out and used extreme darkness enslavement to control 3 alien races. He controlled them to cause chaos at the auction site. At the moment the White Dragon Mountain Master was distracted. He, together with Mana, temporarily sent rocks into the ancient Banyan fairyland with a thunderous method. sealing it with the Black Soul Demon Tower afterward. Then, he committed suicide to return to the city, evacuating White Dragon Mountain. Rox, being a level 8 late-stage powerhouse, couldn't be completely suppressed by the Black Soul Demon Tower. Levi hurriedly released it. The fairyland was filled with treasures, it wouldn't be good to destroy the flowers and plants. Rox felt a bit dumbfounded. It hadn't expected someone to actually dare make a move on the White Dragon Mountain Master's turf. This person was only level 8 cultivation, utterly reckless. Levi cast out a spell of Ice Dragon Prison. The frost barrier descended, sealing Rox within it. It punched the surface of the barrier, cracks spread. Seeing this, Levi. Silver Mountain Skyfall, Wind Illusion Realm, Air Castle, layer upon layer of barriers descended. After ensuring the enemy couldn't escape, he charged towards Rox, sword light filling the sky, pursuing shadows. Rox used its 6 arms to punch, shattering the incoming attacks. But then spiritual weapons, Maya, and monsters joined the battle. Without exception are level 8 auras. Is it you? Recognizing the familiar attack method, Rox realized. It finally understood why this person dared to act on the White Dragon Mountain. Because he was the Dusk Palace Master. A man that the Council of 10,000 Clans was helpless against. Its own Turtle King fruit was meant to bounty for this man. And he bid for the Turtle King fruit, obviously to get close to himself. Rox, dodging and weaving, angrily said. Dusk Palace Master, I've never assassinated you, why are you targeting me? And I've already withdrawn from the Council of 10,000 Clans, we have no enmity, no need for life and death confrontation. My brother is a level 9 expert, provoking me is unwise. Levi couldn't be bothered with him, his attacks like a storm. His form resembling a thunder dragon, shuttling within the barrier, colliding. The current Thunder Dragon Flash talent, a trail of sparks and lightning, fighting wherever he went. Rox struggled to resist, looking desperate. The Dusk Palace Master was too strong. Only through personal combat could one truly experience it. Buzz. The 9-colored Emperor seized the opportunity, stabbing a sword into Rox's back. Rox flipped its body, 6 arms blocking. Boom. The Emperor's sword trembled, Rox's body was flung like a kite with a broken string. As a member of the Greenscale clan, its body was incredibly strong. But under this sword, its arms cracked, bones fractured, hard to heal in a short time. Bam! Levi, following up the Emperor's attack, slapped a punch onto Rox's back. The Red Emperor domain activated, unparalleled strength. Rox's sky-supporting spine suffered a comminuted fracture, ribs pierced through the chest. Don't kill me, if you want the Turtle King fruit, it's yours. Chapter 2498. He couldn't understand how Levi knew he had this thing. In any case, Levi must have come for it. The Emperor descended from the sky, embracing Rox's body, overpowering him. Levi flashed into appearance, pressing a palm into Rox's face. The power of extreme darkness dragon surged into his body like a flood. In an instant, his mind was conquered, enslaved by Levi. Master. Thus, Rox was fortunate enough to become the 13th seat of extreme darkness enslavement. The final seat awaits its destined individual. The White Dragon Mountain Master returned to the auction site. His expression was not pleasant. The recent incident was a slap in the face to the order of his market. How would anyone dare to come here for transactions in the future, he thought to himself. Living luxuriously for too long has led to some complacency. With the arrival of the Panplane Convergence Wave, it's no longer possible to view this world with old perspectives. Of course, the biggest loss from this was the misfortunate person selling the Turtle King fruit. A month later, the White Dragon Mountain Master announced the closure of the White Dragon Mountain Market. This closed market would last for 1,000 years, during which no transaction services would be offered. It seemed like a trivial incident. Yet the White Dragon Mountain Master sensed a building storm. Even as a level 9 expert, he must tread cautiously in the coming era. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Rox conveyed all the information he could provide to Levi. The Turtle King fruit was indeed stolen amidst chaos from the organization, the one wanted for Levi's bounty. The most important gain from this battle was the fruit that prolonged life for 1,000 years. As a result, Levi now had 2 in stock. Levi finished sorting through Rox's spoils of war. Of level 8 ore, there were 3 types, along with 2 level 7 rare treasures. No need to mention other materials. The most crucial among them is a pitch-black helmet. It emanated eerie death energy, making it hard to gaze upon directly. Netherworld King's helmet. So hard to find, yet found effortlessly in the end. This helmet is the most crucial part of the Netherworld King's armor. The upper half of the armor is in Dagon Venerable's possession. He designed a trap to lure Rox in, intending to seize the helmet and Turtle King fruit. Rox was unaware that Dagon Venerable had pure-blooded dragon clan, narrowly escaping capture. At the critical moment, he used a consumable trump card granted by his brother to escape. Dagon Venerable dared not venture into White Dragon Mountain, leaving alone. "Can you contact Dagon Venerable?" Levi asked. Rox said, "No, our betrayal has long since reached headquarters, and our cross-world communication authority has been revoked. Previously, Dagon Venerable contacted me using a one-time communication tool from when we were friends, and that thing has already been used. In the land of darkness, long-distance communication is a challenge. Either there is communication treasure or tool, or there are extreme darkness enslavement or duplication, special spirit sensing methods. Dagon Venerable was fortunate that his pure-blood dragon clan was temporarily preserved. Go find your clan, and stay in touch with me anytime." Levi sent Rox away. As far as he knew, Green Ghost had taken his clan, wandering in the land of darkness. However, the two brothers must have some means of contact. Once Rox finds Green Ghost and blends in, no matter where Green Ghost goes, he would have an insider passing messages to him. By then, with enough power, he could directly venture into the void to find them. Deep in space. Nameless small world. Dagon felt somewhat annoyed, he acted too hastily. He should have waited for Flame King Dragon to reach level 9 before taking action. That way Rox would undoubtedly have been unable to escape. The closure of White Dragon Mountain signaled something unusual to Dagon. He planned to continue hovering around Nora afterwards. Not because of Rox, but for the Fire Dragon Master he's longed for. This person is already at 7 rings perfect cultivation, it's the last chance in the coming hundreds of years. If the Fire Dragon Master ascends to the 8 environments, it'll become incredibly difficult. With Rox's prior lesson as a reference, he intends to wait until Flame King Dragon reaches level 9 before taking action this time. Of course, if during this period the Fire Dragon Master ascends to the 8th circle, then he might have to learn to let go. With the abnormal talent of such a supernova, once ascended to the 8th circle, even a level 9 dragon race would be hard to capture alive. That Dusk Hall Master is an example. 10 years passed quickly. Nora Calendar 970, Blood Battle 755. Over the past decades, the 3 avatars roamed various markets in the land of darkness, seeking the Void Treasure Pearl. Undeniably, they were still fortunate. Lord Victor acquired one through barter in a plain black market. Meanwhile, Gandalf found a clue about an early level 8 Void Spirit clan member. The 3 endured multiple hardships and together dealt with that fellow. The Void Spirit clan member was a venerable from the Council of 10,000 Clans, a fugitive in the wizard world. The 3 avatars also got to use his token to redeem some rewards from the bounty department. Thus, the materials for ascending to the 8th circle were fully prepared. All 3 returned home, pushing forward to charge towards the 8 environments. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Azure Sea, like a bright mirror. The giant whale's shadow over 10,000 meters long, consuming massive seawater, caused a skyward current. At the crest of the wave, the Sea King Dragon excitably gazed around. Although young, it had already become the leader of the immortal realm sea beasts. Sea King Dragon differs from ordinary pure-blooded dragon clan, they naturally can command sea beasts. Once it matures, Levi plans to keep it in the outer sea of the ancient dragon continent. Having a group of sea beast subordinates to guard the home is not bad. A few dragon demons fluttered around the Sea King Dragon, feeding it like taking care of a young master. Such harmonious and beautiful scenes are commonplace in the ancient dragon fairyland. By the small stone pond, the elemental power rolled continuously, signifying the birth of a stronger force. Levi awoke from meditation, exhaling deeply. His eyes were full of vigor, a smile subtly playing at his lips. 8th circle perfection achieved. Chapter 2499. After 8 ring perfection, Levi's spiritual force reached the level of 22,000. His current spiritual force limit is 25,600. Just over 3,000 spiritual force remaining to reach 8 ring limit. During this time, complete the perfection of the witch mark. Complete all preparations needed for advancement to 9 ring. Then he can experience the first transformation from human to god. If successful, he will possess the body of a demigod. If unsuccessful, over 1300 years of effort turned to dust. Levi arrived in the nightmare world. Tested the power of his innate spells and primordial soul spells again. The 3 major spells, Fire Dragon Tribulation, Ice Dragon Prison, Thunder Dragon Flash. Each one could be a primary battle technique on its own. The power of primary battle primordial soul spells like 8 Direction Fierce Sun and Thousand Thunder is even more terrifying. If caught unaware, level 8 mid-stage Ronin could be severely injured in an instant. Keep in mind, it possesses the body of the pure-blooded dragon clan, not measured by normal standards. Nonetheless, during demon hunting, no matter how powerful spells are, they cannot replace sword chi plane attack. Levi's consciousness entered his mind. The divine ring tower, with the increase in spiritual force, grew more solid. His vast spiritual force began to warm the bodies of special spiritual creatures like a hot spring. Jin's fur became softer, Biao's behind grew more prominent. God Nick, Fleur, and Si Lei, their strength advanced further. With this thought, Levi summoned the spiritual creatures farming in the ancient Banyan fairyland. Except for the wandering Ayak, everyone grew stronger together. Looking at Long, Levi recalled Lady Rowling's demi-plane with a giant earth dragon stretching hundreds of miles. That fellow seemed less like an earthworm, more like a true divining earth dragon. When he advances to Grand Wizard, perhaps these spiritual creatures can experience metamorphosis. After nourishing the spiritual creatures, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The 4 major spells, Leonardo's Sound Barrier, Sea God Armor, Sea and Field, Sea's Delta are already at 19th rank limit. The thickness of the sound barrier reached its maximum value. Tests showed it was akin to adding a senior 7 circle level protective force field to a group. As long as the field isn't shattered, his shadow army remains invincible. The defensive strength of Sea God Armor can withstand the Tyrant of Horror's attack for a period. Take note, the Tyrant of Horror returned to level 8 peak realm. Given its former legendary Dragon Clan realm and foundation, its attack roughly represents the top level below level 9. After comparing with King Kong's Secret Word, Levi found the strength of Sea God Armor surpasses Secret Word slightly. But it's understandable since Secret Word is only at level 8 middle stage. While Sea God Armor is of 8 ring perfect cultivation, reaching the peak spell realm. Too bad Levi doesn't have level 9 Dragon Race. Otherwise, he could test the instant defensive limit of Sea God Armor. Nora is vast, the most abundant terrain being the ocean. Demon hunting main battlefield is also in the ocean. So this spell's practicality is very high. As for the sea and field spell, Levi uses it most frequently. Years of land reclamation have unconsciously increased ancient dragon continent's area by a third. Once he advances to 9 ring, it should double. Then he could use this spell to transform ancient dragon continent and surrounding satellite continents. Perhaps create a wonder of some kind. Since the name is ancient dragon continent, it might be shaped into a winged giant dragon or a coiled divine dragon. For a grand wizard, moving mountains and seas, shaping rivers into land is no difficulty. Finally, Sea's Delta, equally impressive in power. Additionally, small-scale fragmentation technique has also reached its limit. Occasionally used to dismantle arrays or dead objects, it proves quite handy. Next, awaits learning the true decomposition technique after 9 ring. Other spells have progressed but still lack in advancing. Night breathing technique aspect. Fastest still being Crimson Emperor Dragon, not far from level 8 late stage. Others' progress varies, but with careful practice, reaching the limit is inevitable. Finding more sub-dragons and pure-blooded dragon clan is Levi's next priority. Combat technique aspect, with Lopez, Red King, Golden Blade Guest as practice partners. Extreme Deo strategy improves steadily, not far from level 8 limit. After level 9, he should be able to create his own soldier species. From the transcendent system of barbarian tribes, the art of war, 9 is the ultimate number. The 6 dimensions defense attributes are the most crucial. Levi has the proficiency panel. He does hold some curiosity. Could the art of war break the so-called level 9 shackles, progressing further, setting a new precedent? Days later, Levi's Fool Rune reached level 11. The amplification of power of fooling and power of foreknowledge increased to 100%. This means he can summon new astral souls again. In his mind, the smiling pig-faced astral soul shone brightly. Then, a beam of starlight soared into the sky, vanishing into the void. Star constellation Divine Palace. This is a mysterious dimension between the astral world and prime material plane. Like a mirage, palace clusters float here. These palaces align like scattered heavenly stars, appearing chaotic yet organized. Strong presences lie dormant within. Compared to the chaotic god of the astral world land, it seems the insects haven't disturbed here. In the golden grand temple, a giant beast resembling a domestic pig lay coiled. Suddenly, it opened its hollow, divinely dull, black eye sockets. Chapter 2500. Its smiling pig face exuded a paradoxical sense of foolishness yet wisdom. Or rather, great wisdom that seems foolish. It seemed as though everything was under its control. The Star Whisperer has arrived. From a colleague, it had already learned of the Star Whisperer in the lower realm. This person practiced the secret technique of the language of stars. As of today, they have simultaneously summoned the astral souls of the heavenly horse, horned bull, Aries, and jade rabbit. Even in the ancient Starforger civilization, such a talent was rare. Since that's the case, let the star souls descend. I anticipate his future actions. With his help, when the bull surrounds the astral world and returns, perhaps it will be the day of world transformation. It gently exhaled a beam of starlight, which fell to the mortal world. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi gazed at the ordinary-looking big fat pig that appeared before him and fell into contemplation. The star souls he summoned were becoming increasingly abstract. He opened the proficiency panel. Star Soul Blind Pig. Star Name, Ang Nust. Star Character, Great Wisdom Seems Foolish. Star Language, Prophet. Level, 8. Ability, Blind Foolishness. Blind Foolishness, after summoning the Star Soul, you can briefly enter a state of unpredictable, undivinable, unobservable. Those who forcibly gaze at you will suffer a backlash from the blind pig Star Soul, entering a negative mental state for a time, at best temporarily losing reason, becoming mentally disrupted, at worst, their mind will be damaged, spirit shattered, lost within chaos. This ability has some effect even on level 9 and level 10 existences. Levi was shocked after reading. Such a powerful ability, able even to affect level 10 existences. Levi knew that behind every rune language, there was a supreme existence. It seems that the one behind the Fool rune should be extremely adept at divination. Thus, its star language is Prophet. This thing seemed ethereal, but in reality, it was very useful. This meant when Levi engaged in some shady dealings, even level 10 strongmen might not be able to calculate him. In other words, he was the one outside the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. Thank you. Levi raised his head, muttering to himself. He didn't know if those existences could hear him. In any case, his powers came from others. He needed to keep a grateful heart. These great existences did not, like the gods, require Levi to forcibly believe in them. This was also something Levi couldn't fully grasp even now. What exactly did these existences seek? The Starforger civilization had already perished. When he had the strength to speak to them directly, he could resolve all of this. He withdrew his star soul and walked to the corpse demon refining pool. The liquid concocted from rare materials worth over 100 billion ether stones had been entirely absorbed by the massive dragon corpse. The dragon corpse had undergone a major transformation. The once jade-white scales had become a deep black. Ink-colored flame clouds flowed around, like a picturesque ink painting. On each scale, Levi had engraved corpse demon runes. He drew out the crimson dragon slash and unleashed a normal attack. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic clang and sparks flying. The divine weapon was deflected, and the dragon scale's surface only bore a white mark. Such strong defense! The wind illusion dragon was not known for its defense. But after absorbing so many rare materials from Levi, its defense should not be much inferior to the defense of pure-blooded dragon clan after death. Later, Levi took the corpse demon and left the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Training ground beneath the Emperor's palace. Levi tested its resistance to spells with the fire dragon Tribulation. A spell capable of eradicating a level 8 early-stage demon could not penetrate the scale's defense. Only after striking the same point repeatedly could barely open up some cracks. But in actual combat, this situation equates to standing still to let the enemy hit, which is non-existent. Levi also used a more powerful 8-direction Fierce Sunday. With the descent of 8 great suns, this time, the shock endured by the corpse demon was significantly greater. The scales were charred, cracked, with substantial damage evident. The extremity of Levi's primordial soul spell was indeed powerful. For other 8th circle wizards, even if performing the 8-direction fierce sun, achieving such an effect would be impossible. Soon, the broken scales began to slowly heal. The giant dragon corpse demon had a certain self-healing ability, these superficial wounds could be ignored. Afterward, Levi tested with spells from various sects one by one. In the end, all were blocked by the giant dragon corpse demon. Too strong, this will be my strongest tank before advancing to 9 circles. Whether in physical defense or magic resistance, the giant dragon corpse demon could drive any under level 9 enemy to despair. Next, I need to find a way to test the effect against level 9 opponents. Of course, before that, I still need to seek out a strong spirit. Ideally, a level 8 peak, at the weakest, it must be level 8 late stage. Anything less won't control such a strong body. Levi recited an incantation to summon Little Pink, sending it to deliver a message to the demon fox main mother. He needed information on all level 8 late stage and above undead in the first 8 layers of hell. Preferably those without backing, whom Levi could bully. Little Pink nodded obediently, bouncing off to hell. While waiting for the second brother's reply, Levi went to the ancient Banyan fairyland for routine inspection. In the Flame Mountain region, the iron tree had grown to over 70 feet high. Once this kind of tree gets a good foundation below, the upper parts grow quickly. At this rate, before Levi advances to 9 circles, the iron tree should be fully grown. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.